Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Pepe is already fist pumping because he is about to go on vacation. Thank you for waking up with us, however you may be listening, and y'all have been listening strong. We got to give extra props to the Tolos with some of the ratings that have been coming in, especially the 5:30 a.m. club. We saw that last week in Grand Prairie. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We got a Rangers Rays ticket giveaway to hook you up with. And next week, during the Expressway, Logan Paul versus Nate Diaz.
Oh!
Giving away the tickets for the big fight in the Metroplex. I'm not used to working 5-day work weeks anymore.
Yeah, they're for the birds.
I thought
days.
about that the other day. I'm like, when's the last time? If it's 4 days, a Monday off, a Friday off. It's been so fantastic. It's been so nice, and it's dreadful. Dreadful. Going back to the 5.
Yeah.
What I do for 10 years when we worked, really, 6 days a week with Cowboys pregame.
Oh, that was for the birds, man. That was 20 weeks. Did 4 preseason games, and now it's only 3 preseason games, but 17 games, so still 20 weeks.
Yeah.
And then, playoffs, that was for the Cowboys. That was 1 game.
Speaking of Peyton vacay, I saw the picture yesterday that RJ Choppy was conferenced in for the next Peyton Russell getaway, and that would be the boys' trip in Las Vegas. Peyton, what made you decide to dial up the new iPhone?
Well, Choppy yesterday called me out a little bit for it in the morning, said, hey, you just got to hit me up, call me. I'm a question away from, helping you out in Vegas, because RJ knows Vegas more than anyone does. So I figured, hey, let me hit him up. Let me say, hey, you want to join a FaceTime call? Some of the homies are going to be on one. Let's join. And
so you gave him a heads up. It wasn't a blind call.
Yeah, no, I texted him, and he, I thought he was going to stand me up because I think that he didn't reply for a good 20 minutes. I was like, oh, no, maybe he really didn't want to FaceTime me. But, yeah, he joined 5-10 minutes, and we were out of there, and the friends appreciated you,
Oh,
RJ.
I'm glad they
Big
did.
fans of RJ.
I'm glad they did.
And RJ helped us out. He said, hey, maybe I get you some rates here and there, some fancy hotels in Vegas when you guys go. Just let me know the dates.
I don't know how fancy they'll be, but
MGM suites. And
well, I don't know about the MGM suites. We'll see. You guys are going on like a Tuesday.
Do you feel like the guest of honor?
I felt like the guest of honor. It's I'll tell you. I was on my computer, right? I did the laptop FaceTime.
Okay.
But it is what it is. I don't get that you guys do that, but it's good that you guys do. I don't need to see Peyton's mug more than I have to already. I already see it 4.5 hours a day.
But if you're on a group call, it would be better if you saw each other, right? Because if you're just on the phone, you're not seeing each other, and then you don't know who's about to talk.
I still don't know anyone else your age, male or female, that gets together on this FaceTime conference call as often as you guys do.
Well, next time I'll add you, Sean.
Oh!
I'll text you. I'll say, hey, Sean, you want to hop on? Because you have an iPhone.
Yeah.
And then you'll say,
exactly. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
You won't hear nothing back.
grab this cup for tomorrow.
So I assume you all started this during COVID and you just kept it going?
No, I mean, it was before. It was in college. It was before.
Wow. Now, how tight is your group? It's a group of how many that you would say is in
So
the squad?
this group is 5 in this group message. Now, we have some outsiders that will join every once in a while, but in this group message, it's 5. So I've known 2 of them since elementary school and the other 2 since college.
And y'all you call yourself a crew? You guys have a good nickname?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sure
we
you
call ourselves the
What's your group chat
Come
name?
on, I know you do.
Los Hombres.
Yes!
The men.
Huh?
The men.
The Los Hombres. Get it, Texas William. Get that right now with that FaceTime call. Take that photo and let's meme it up.
Do you have any group chat names that you're on? Like, you're in any group chats named?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, my group chats maybe with like 2 other people. You guys are probably my biggest group chat.
We need to name ours. We can't because of Bobby.
Yes, we have to pressure him, man.
need to name it.
If he changes his phone, we can name our group. We can have pictures of ourselves everywhere. We can name the group chat.
We are the PABs.
What's that?
The blank ass bees.
Okay.
That's what we are.
I thought y'all were something else.
That's my group chat with Sarah and Wesley and Mackenzie and
No.
and Nick. We're the hoodies, the hood rats.
Yeah, you either love or hate group chats. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan because to me, right, for the radio station group chat, it's like, tell us who your guest is so we can all promote it. And then, yeah, there can be 2 or 3 funny comments after that. But sometimes, depending on who else is bored at their regular jobs, I mean, the thing can get out of control.
Oh, it's a meme
It's like
fest.
when you go and clean out your email and you get an email group chat and it's a chore. It's a burden.
It's a meme fest. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the amount of ones that get sent. That's great though, because there's always one person whose job is less demanding than others.
Yeah.
Now, like, for us, like we're not technically at work during the day with like an overlord boss looking over our shoulder where you can't get on your phone. So, it's easier for me to get to keep tabs on it than say somebody who's at work.
Yeah.
Like work.
You can contribute more to the group text.
Right.
You can chime in more. You can make more jokes. So how did you contribute to Los Hombres?
I just, I just got on. I told them what I could help them out with. I said, give me your dates, your budgets, and we'll make it happen, man. Like I told them, I stayed. Sarah and I stayed in Vegas last fall, maybe, and we were there, and it was during the week. If I'm not mistaken, it was during the week, maybe like close to a weekend, like Thursday, Friday. But it was $12 for one night. The first night we were there was only $12.
Wow.
At Planet Hollywood. It's a good hotel. It's right in the middle of the strip. It's a good spot.
What did everybody watch last night? This was your final quote-unquote night off with Rangers baseball returning this evening on 105.3 The Fan against the Guardians. Peyton, we'll start with you. Choppy's TV life is pretty boring.
Well, this one's not much better. No TV last night because I was starting to pack for vacation. I decided to be responsible, and I just got the suitcase out, started to put some clothes to the side. I did some laundry, made sure I did all the laundry.
When are you leaving?
Saturday morning, early afternoon.
Okay.
And you go where?
Vancouver.
Oh, that's right, Vancouver.
The Canucks.
Vancouver, the Canucks. Choppy?
Sarah had heard Bobby talk about betrayal.
Oh, God.
And
Which Bobby told us in the commercial breaks, don't watch it with your girl. Don't have your girl watch it. The ideas will be in their head. Kristen already thinks now Bobby is doing something sneaky behind her back. So he told us in the commercial break, don't do it. Don't do it. It'll plant some seeds.
No, there were seeds planted, but it wasn't bad.
Of the cheating nature. Oh,
Yeah.
Is it freaky?
No, she trusts me. She knows I'm not going to do something like that.
No, I said, is it freaky?
Oh,
What were the
sinister,
other
man.
seeds you're talking about?
Well, I mean, I don't go into that one, but it was a sinister show.
Oh.
It's very, that guy, man, holy cow.
Is this a true story?
Yeah, you thought.
Is he like a young, good-looking dude?
So, no, I think at the time of the arrest, he was like, 50, close to 50.
Arrested for cheating? I
No, I don't want to give away too much, but like the whole thing, the entire show starts with him in jail on a phone call. So it was something. It was another thing that he got arrested. I don't want to give it away.
Yeah.
But I thought it was really good, and we're still only 2 episodes in. I think there's another 1 or 2 to go, which we'll watch this weekend, I'm sure. But
So it's good.
yeah, it's pretty good. Like it's again like that guy. I could not believe he was able to pull this off, and it was a total double life. Like he was one personality with her, and then with the other women, the 60 plus other women, he was a completely different personality.
Speaking of it, I watched Mrs. Doubtfire, by the way.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm sitting there, I got this time to kill between like 6 and 8 p.m. when I'm doing my work. Ollie comes home and, you're just going up and down the channels. You can't pick something you want to watch like that closely because he's got his iPad going on and you're trying to interact with him and everything. So I'm like, She stopped it on Mrs. Doubtfire and I was like, I forgot how brilliant. I knew, but I forgot. I need a reminder how brilliant Robin Williams was. I mean, so good. Very, very entertaining. I was very entertained by it. Peyton, have you ever seen it?
Have not. I know Robin Williams, though.
Would you have known that Robin Williams was Mrs. Doubtfire?
No, I would have thought Mr. Doubtfire, but
Oh, well, yeah, that's part
Man,
of it.
a lot of references in this movie that you can't make fun of today, by the way.
Okay, so I haven't seen.
You never seen it?
Oh, I have, but it's been years.
Yeah, I love when I totally forget the plot of a movie. Like I forgot everything. I remember the dancing scene like Tom Cruise, but I don't remember the love story or the drama or how it ends up. I had no idea.
He was trying to get his ex-wife back, right?
Yes.
With the kid. Yeah, and then she was already remarried or in a relationship with somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I remember that part of it, but I don't remember like the things that you can and couldn't say today. Like I don't remember the lines and such. I mean, obviously the Mrs. Doubtfire stuff.
Yeah, we'll start
Where
there.
he's dressing like a woman. You can't do that. Can't do that anymore. Or I guess you can. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of references. A lot of TV shows you're like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I used to love that reality show. I love New York. Oh my. Very vulgar. Very, very, very inappropriate. Very insensitive with today. And shows like South Park are still getting away with it. Speaking of vacations, a dream vacation with celebrities versus the woman on the nightmare vacation. The vacation you never want to be on, and an NFL quarterback is welcoming child number 10. And there's a rumor out there from a friend of the show about Shohei Ohtani to the Texas Rangers. Friday edition. We're going to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Glad you're waking up with us on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next.
of the week during the Expressway. If you're thinking about going on vacation, we got the dream versus nightmare scenario. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and others out in Italy.
Out in Italy. What a cool trip this looks like.
Yacht photos. You got, this is the old version of the banana boat with Michael, Magic, Judge Mathis.
Judge Mathis is out there, yes, absolutely. And then some other dude who I didn't recognize. But there's a bunch. There's Michael Jordan, his wife, Yvette, Samuel, and Latanya. John Palmer. Don't know John Palmer. He's a famous person. But
by the way, real quick, talking about Peyton's next vacay to Vegas, have you seen the talk about the Sphere?
I have, yes.
What the hell is this? So the video that's out there on Twitter talking about this thing, I can't believe the video. I can't believe the photo. The $2.3 billion Sphere in Las Vegas.
Look at the Venetian.
Someone is driving on the strip, and there's this huge NBA basketball. And it looks like an NBA basketball dropped out of the sky, and it's like picture perfect. And I'm like, someone superimposed this. This is not real. This is a 17,000 seat facility with 1.2 million LED lights. And I guess they can go ahead and do. What do you know about this?
All I know is
$2.3 billion.
I know it's at the Venetian, and I know Madison Square Garden in the MSG, like in New York, is the one that
James Dolan.
Yeah, so they're the ones that put this together. Like they are the ones that commissioned this. I don't know what they have going on in Vegas, but like it's their thing. It looks super cool, and it can change. It become a basketball. It become an eye. It can become the planets.
It can change.
Change. Yeah. It's supposed to be really, really cool.
Did you see the photo I'm talking about?
Yes, I've seen the video footage. Yeah, it's awesome.
Is that real?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks like it just plopped down there in the middle of the road. It looks like some like alien
UFO.
Spaceship.
Look at this.
I know.
Can that be real?
Yeah, it is.
Peyton, have you seen this?
I have. It looks very distracting. I mean, like if you're driving down the road and you see it, like it seems like it's gonna catch your eye, and I don't know, you crash and you sue them. And
I mean, look, when you're like
weird thinking, but okay.
Yeah, like you're so overstimulated in Vegas anyway. You know, like it's
this is amazing.
It's
though.
everything. Oh, this is fantastic. Like this
is like a work of art.
Yeah, what they're able to do now is so cool.
Come on, Omni, pick it up. Pick it up, Reunion. So somebody.
Yeah, when you got the when the Rangers win, you get like 3 lights that are just kind of flickering, and then you see this thing, and it's like, all right, well, there you go.
Light the beam. All right, so that's the dream vacation with Michael and Magic. What about the nightmare vacation with this woman?
This is the most evil woman in the world. She is vacationing on the Amalfi Coast, and I will nominate her as the worst woman on the planet for yesterday. Okay. She is vacationing on the Amalfi Coast, one of the most gorgeous places in the world. And the only thing that she could do, this is why they hate us. This is why the rest of the world hates us. The only thing she could do was complain about the walking.
Every single influencer and TikToker who put the Amalfi Coast on my For You page over the last 2 months deserves jail time. Because while they showed you the gorgeous coastlines and the cute little towns, what they didn't tell you were the disclaimers. First of all, it's impossible to get here. You have to fly into Naples. Then you have to take a train from Naples to Sorrento. Then you have to stand in 90-degree weather waiting for a ferry to get on a ferry with all of your luggage. Mind you, we've been in Europe for 2 weeks. All of your luggage, lug it onto the ferry. Get to Amalfi Coast, finally. Then, to get to the highest of the high points, the beautiful hotels with the gorgeous, there's no streets here. There's no cars driving. So you have to walk up 160 stairs with all of your luggage to get to the top of this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous area with these beautiful views, carry it, and then also all the power went out because the Amalfi Coast doesn't have the infrastructure to support this tourism. Oh my God.
That's an easy $20,000 vacation. Okay. 2+ weeks in Europe. And she's complaining about stairs. Like, did she really think ancient Italy was going to be flush with moving sidewalks and elevators? Like, no. Watch a movie.
You have to be very, very careful. First off, you need to be particular with who you go out to dinner with, but you have to be extremely, extremely careful with who you vacation with. in terms of friends? Are you going to get someone that ruins things like this and just bitches and moans and complains and whines about the itinerary? You got to be very. I get a high off of this. This is very important. You got to select. Yeah. You got to select the right people to go on this type of trip with.
I mean, I've never been to Europe. I'll go eventually. So I know one thing about Europe. Two things. One, I don't speak the language. Two, it's hilly AF out there. I don't care if you're in Austria or Switzerland or Germany or Italy.
Gather the foreigners.
It is hilly as hell. So I'm expecting when I go there that I'm going to be trekking uphill. It's also very old. So I assume there's not going to have escalators everywhere. This isn't Vegas where you just go up an escalator and get across the street.
Like, where are the bellboys? Carry the luggage up, you know? Isn't that the most that's the most badass start to your vacation when you walk into the all-inclusive and they're like, just leave your bags. They'll be in your room. Okay. And I'm like, yeah, I'm the man. I'm the man around here.
I'm 40.
Bobby has a new favorite quarterback as Phillip Rivers has announced that baby number 10 is coming. His dream to force upon his wife with all the kids. And Bobby's in early this morning with... That's not a smart move.
Why?
Well, you texted me yesterday. I threw up.
Yeah.
I woke up and I threw up. That's why I was so...
A few times. Still here, though, so I'm not a big baby like you were claiming.
But you walk in with your breakfast sandwiches and your jalapeno hot sauce.
I need something on my stomach if I'm going to drink this.
Don't know of your jalapeno sauce. You look awful.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you.
What is it? Food poisoning?
I don't know what's wrong. My throat kind of hurts.
His
your throat hurts.
Yeah.
COVID, man. His lips are the same color as his cheeks. You know
You've said that. You've said this several times before already, so that's just the standard.
Yeah,
I think.
COVID. It's COVID.
But
you look queasy.
You do.
I am a little.
You are?
A little.
What have you been eating? Maybe it's your stupid eggs.
Eggs, yeah.
No. It's not the eggs. I haven't eaten the eggs since I started feeling bad. So like whatever I ate, it certainly wasn't that. The eggs may have been the cure-all for me.
Yeah, you look a little pale.
Yeah.
No doubt.
It's egg skin. That's what it was.
I think we could get him today if we really wanted to.
Yeah, we could. We want to twist the knife a little bit, just needle him a little bit.
We could get him right in the trash can.
Yeah.
But you decided, did you consider not coming into work?
No.
Okay.
No, because I was being mocked yesterday as, you were saying Kristen was soft. It's like, there's a difference between vomiting and having an emotional breakdown about it.
He texted me, I just woke up and threw up, and I said, and you call your wife soft. That was my text back.
Because I didn't know.
I didn't give the, are you okay?
I was giving the heads up in the event that, hey, if this progresses to be any worse, which it didn't get really worse, I just didn't feel great.
So Bobby's puking. Choppy's at the lung specialist.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened with that?
I went there because I had this cough, this lung issue, not being able to breathe as well as I need to. And I was worried about because I was a former smoker, I was worried about COPD. They had already done a chest x-ray, so there was no tumor in there, or at least they didn't see one. And he's like, no, you don't have COPD. I don't see that. He goes, we'll do more imaging if we need to, but we're just going to take a more aggressive approach. He goes, your last doctor really screwed you up. They didn't treat you for bronchitis that you've had for about 2 months.
Oh, you have bronchitis.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, cool. That's cool. I was like, I knew I had it because I've had it a million times. They just didn't believe me. So they put me on a steroid, which he said, by the way, is going to make you very moody and make your thing not work.
Great. Luckily, you have BlueChew.com promo code RJ.
Dang right I do.
Now, do you think that
it worked last night there, ma'am? So I don't know what to tell you about that
tripod evening.
Right after we watched Betrayed.
It's weird that that's what got you going.
Yeah. She just loved how loyal and faithful I am. And then I got some other super duped up amoxicillin. Oh, and a new inhaler.
I wish you guys could see his layout here. He's got 2 pill bottles that he just dropped. His asthma. He's got his protein drink. He's got his coffee mug. He's got a jug of water. It's like a freaking Walgreens in here.
I already ate my protein bar.
We got 6 things on RJ's side. We got a breakfast sandwich and jalapeno hot sauce on Bobby's side. And he looks close.
Yeah, he does.
He looks close to pulling the trigger. All right, that's how the Friday edition. So bronchitis,
and obviously I still have my asthma, which this is going to help. This is it's not for COPD necessarily. It just
what
helps.
is COPD?
It's cardio obstructive pulmonary disorder. It's like your restricted airways.
Okay. So they're treating you for COPD.
Basically, because you don't have it. But it's like what they're doing is they're giving me like such a strong thing for my asthma and my bronchitis that they're just gonna wipe it. They take this for like a month. This will wipe it out. People with COPD would do this for the rest of their lives. This is like a month.
This sounds like they just don't have the heart to tell you yet.
No. This is a good doctor. This is a good doctor. This is a doctor with a sense of humor.
To tell you.
This is a doctor with a sense of humor. I think the two most important things a doctor can have: A degree, B, a sense of humor.
All right, let's make everyone feel better because friend of the show, Buster Olney, is saying that the Texas Rangers could be in play for Shohei. Next, with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Let's get you ready for your Friday on your home for Rangers baseball, where they're back in action against the Cleveland Guardians. And Buster Olney yesterday, trending. Friend of the show, longtime baseball insider. And Buster was asked on ESPN what team could be in the mix. If someone was going to trade for Shohei, who would be at the top of the list?
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays, maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. You talked with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
So, look, that was a Yankee story, but we got thrown in there. We got mentioned. We got tossed in there by Buster Olney. No Dodgers. I thought that was the team that was going to get all the Yankee mentions.
The Dodgers feel like they are.
And when the hell do they run out of prospects and people available to deal in order to make blockbuster moves?
The Dodgers?
Yeah.
They don't run out of prospects to deal, I don't think. I think the Dodgers are looking at it from the standpoint that we're already the massive favorites to get him in 3 months anyway. So let's not worry about trading our entire lot for him. You know, we've already won a World Series here recently. We're in the playoffs every year. We're a good team. This is our plan all along to spend $600 million earmarked for him in the summer. You know, let's spend the $600 million and keep all of our prospects.
And would Artie Moreno trade him across the street?
Fair. Now, Artie is, there's talk of selling the team still. So,
but anyone, you're giving maybe the greatest player ever to the legendary franchise in the same town.
Yep.
That wouldn't go over well.
No, it would not go over well. There is no doubt about that. Because he's going to wind up there anyway. So you let him wind up there on his own instead of you trading him. I think the Angels are going to try to act like a big market team. We're like, look, we're going to hang on to him, and we're going to try to sign him. And if he doesn't sign with us, then he doesn't sign with us. But everything I've heard is he does like it there.
And you get nothing.
You get nothing.
They're going to end up getting nothing in return if he says, which he has multiple times, I want to play for a winner.
Correct. They're going to get nothing for him.
Just to give off the appearance that we tried.
Yes.
Just out of pride.
To give off the appearance we tried.
Instead of doing the smart thing. Jeff Passan, he's been doing the media rounds, and he's like, everyone I've talked to, there's no one that I've talked to that doesn't say, deal him, do the smart thing. But Artie Moreno, once again, getting in his own way.
Steve Phillips was on with us. And he said it's organizational malpractice not to deal him. And I agree with that. However, you go be the GM. You go have on your resume as the GM that traded Shohei Ohtani. Go ahead. I get it, right? It's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It is absolutely the right thing to do. You go ahead and you have your resume updated with the line that says, I traded Shohei Ohtani. Knock yourself out, man.
Bobby, you know the most about the prospects here on the show. You've been putting together Pittsburgh trade packages and other ones. What do you think about this possible? Now, let me also say one more thing, and I'm probably going to get myself in trouble, but it goes along with this. I had heard a whisper and a rumor last year that the Rangers were trying to do this. I heard this. I heard this little whisper. I'm not going to go much more into it, but Rangers, Shohei interest. That was there last year. I don't know if anyone else has heard something similar or the same thing, but I feel it necessary because I know everyone's rolling their eyes. There's no freaking way. You talk about trading to the Dodgers. What about trading within the division? That would haunt you every single year. But I did hear that the Rangers were trying to be players for Shohei Ohtani last year.
Yeah, I think that, look, in terms of having it on your resume, I think plenty of GMs have on their resume that they purged a superstar 2 months from free agency. Like that's happened with a lot of guys where they end out just saying, all right, let's get what we can here. Probably not going to re-sign with us, and we've got to add something. For the Rangers farm system, I mean, you're going to have, they've got 4 or 5 prospects in the top 100 of baseball. You're probably going to have to trade like all but one of them.
Yeah.
Something like that. So you're going to have to trade.
Wiped out.
I would guess you'd have to trade Evan Carter. You'd have to trade Owen White. You'd have to trade Brock Porter, potentially. One of Brock Porter or Jack Leiter, I would guess. And then one of Justin Foscue or Luis Angel Acuna. Now, I think the Rangers would want to hold on to Acuna, but, they'd prefer to push Foscue. But, I mean, you may end up having to trade like 4 of your top 6 prospects to get Ohtani here. And then maybe a throw-in, maybe somebody else on the back end, somebody like Anthony Gutierrez, or maybe a reliever who's close like Mark Church. And
they may want a current player.
Sure,
for your big league team.
I mean, they may say, look, you've got a logjam, give us Duran. They may say,
sure,
you're having trouble getting at bats for him. We want Ezekiel Duran, we want Brock Porter, we want Jack Leiter. Like, I mean, they could ask for all that.
And look, that would be if you're the Rangers and you want to go all in. I mean, trading Duran, if he could easily, I don't say he'd be the headliner, but he could be a major part of the deal, and you would do that. Like teams that recognize, hey, look, we've got another guy already playing this position that's not going anywhere. We can move on.
Well, Bassick was getting worked up the other day with G-Bag trading your Durans, trading your, Jonah Himes, your guys like that, because he said you're basically copying the Angels model, right? If you wipe everything out, they've had the 2 biggest names in the entire sport. They can't make the postseason, but do the Rangers have more of a win-now roster? I view this as win-now mode. I view this as you go all in. If they go all in, I'm not going to be very upset. I just want to put that on the record. Yeah. And I think we all should put it on the record of whether you're going to be cool with it or not. This is a win-now opportunity. So I'm going to give you a couple different options.
Okay.
Number 1, you wipe out, and I asked Peyton to shoot Buster a text. Maybe he'll join us this morning to talk about how much of a possibility this actually could be. But you wipe your entire system out for Shohei. You wipe a good amount of it or a decent amount of it out for Scherzer or Stroman. Or you go and try to add Lance Lynn for free. KMC yesterday, to start off the show, did a great pitching breakdown. And Bassick was talking about how you tell the Mets, and Steve Phillips, former Mets GM, did tell us last Friday, he doesn't think they're going to trade Scherzer. But you get the Mets to pay $13 million of the salary. That way you're paying Scherzer $30 million, and you have him replace DeGrom. You got your Stroman possibility, and then Lance Lynn, I think Mike thought Lance Lynn had been tearing it up as of late a little bit more than he actually has. You get him for basically nothing. So you weigh the player, you weigh the trade assets, and you weigh the win now opportunity. Which are the options? Or there's another one. Or you stay as is. And you just stay as is and see what happens this year. Where would you lean?
Look, Stroman would be probably my number 1. He does have,
or your Pittsburgh option, Bobby, which we'll get to in a second.
Oh, well, yeah, the Pittsburgh.
Now, what category would that? Would the Pittsburgh option be in the Scherzer Stroman category of compensation?
I think so. So we obviously, you remember I had listed out what you might have to give up for Keller and Bednar, the reliever, and Jared felt like that was too much. Like, no, I think you'd have to give up maybe 2 top prospects and an extra. I still feel like it's got to be a little more than that. I think Bassick, when we talked about it during a break, Bassick was like, no, I think you'd have to give up more than just that. So Jared's usually got a pretty good beat on those things, so I would hope he was right, and that's all you'd have to give up. And if so, I'd definitely pursue that. But I think you would have to give up 3 of your top 5 probably, or 3 of your top 6 or something for Keller and Bednar.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd love to go after like a Cease or even a Giolito too, but you could throw those guys in the mix. Stroman, I like a lot, and he's younger than Scherzer. He's younger,
32.
Yeah, I mean, and he's younger than Lynn, and he's having a really good year. I'd have to have him commit to opt into his player option for next year.
Which I'm trying to remember whose it is. It might be his.
He has a player option.
And no, but is he the one that if he gets traded, his option locks in?
I can't. Maybe it is. I don't remember how it works, but
or it either automatically opts in or it automatically opts out. I can't remember, but it does. It triggers. I think it triggers that you cannot opt in. So he would be a free agent regardless of what he wanted. Stroman to me feels like trading for Matt Garza years ago.
Oh no, what?
But I mean that's like Stroman's good, but
He's so much better than
to me.
Garza.
That's the kind of trade you'd be making there. If you're gonna go do this, go get Keller, go get Scherzer, go get Ohtani, go get somebody like that.
You think Keller's better than Stroman?
Yes. Or I think he's a better player to add in terms of what he gives you right now and what he gives you in the future. I mean, Stroman's what, 32?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
this is Buster Olney throwing the Rangers into the mix. He said Yankees, Yankees, Yankees if Shohei was moved. And then he threw the Rangers in there as well. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Would anybody be mad if they wiped themselves out to get Ohtani?
It's honestly a little bit. I mean, you're not going to re-sign him. But the Rangers. Why?
Yeah.
He's not coming here.
Why not? He wants to win.
Why would he come here? He has other places he can also win on the West Coast. Shohei Ohtani is the biggest star in the sport. He's global. Look, I hate to say it, but when you compare it to him being on a global stage, U.S., Japan, L.A., New York, that's where he's going to wind up going. I mean, this is like. To quote an old quote, this is like put the Mona Lisa in the garage if he came here. Like you don't. It's you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
He's not coming here. Like just.
It's
stop.
like LeBron James isn't gonna. Well, he played in Cleveland,
but that's where he's from. He's not gonna go to Sacramento.
Right.
Not saying we're Sacramento, but LeBron's also not going to Denver. I don't even see LeBron going to like Chicago. I think Chicago's even too small for LeBron.
I'm mad if they give up literally like the entire top 5 or 6. That would upset me. You've got to preserve something at the top of your minor league system. So find a way to keep maybe one of your top pitchers and one of your top position players, and then if you wanted to clear out everybody behind that and send 6 of your top 10 or something like that, fine. Yeah. But if you just completely empty out the top 5, that would be a little frustrating.
Right. Like how long is he going to pitch and hit for?
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's say they signed him to a 10-year deal. I mean, he's not going to do it for 10 years.
And let's see what the totalers are saying. Twitch, fan text, social media at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. In, out, A, B, or C.
All right, so here we go. We got Please Do Not Waste Our Farm for Ohtani. Let's see. We have something too good to give away. He can't pitch and hit forever without the other. He's just good, not great. Why would Pittsburgh move Bednar and Keller? They're not that far off. Why dump the farm for a rental in Shohei? This would be so post-2011 Rangers. They sucked solely because they're so impatient with rebuilding. What do we need to give up for Corbin from the Nats? Oh, man, I'd be out on him.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up much for him.
Yep. Just wait till free agency. In the meantime, grab Burns, who also wants to go to a winner.
Lance Lynn was a dog here. I was a big Lance Lynn fan. His last 4 starts, 7 innings pitched, 3 earned. 5 2/3, 3 earned. 6 innings pitched, 5 earned. And his last start, he had 16 strikeouts, by the way, on June 18th. And then his last start against Toronto, 7 innings, 1 hit, no earned, 11 strikeouts. He was lights out. He's got an ERA over 6 on the season. The whip is 1.42.
Yeah.
So these are some of the options, but Mike was thinking they could get him for basically nothing for free. I'd take him.
Because he's older. He's 36. I mean, and that's probably why, maybe Keller gets more prospects back than Stroman, even though Stroman's having a better year. It's because he's 5 years younger, and there's some team control issues.
5 years younger, a year and a half more of control. Bednar is a younger pitcher, would have more control. It would fix 2 issues. I'd be willing to go sacrifice significant pieces to get Keller and Bednar if Pittsburgh gave him up.
Which sports take is worse? We got Kyrie versus AB, and the Commanders' sale may be off again because of our boy Don Van Nuyta's Dan Snyder report. That's all coming up for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on The Fan. Rangers and Cowboys. Got the entire crew here. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We want to hook you up with a Rangers Rays 4-pack giveaway during the Expressway starting at 7:20 on DFW Sports Station. I don't understand this story, but the Washington Post, Mark Maskey, usually knows what he's talking about there. He said the sale of the Commanders could be delayed, or if not resolved, the closing of the deal could come into issue because of the legal stuff pertaining to the emails and the Don Van Natta stuff that came out with John Gruden. So I guess legal holdups because of lawyers or charges. I don't know, but Bobby, you said it yesterday. Imagine being a Commanders fan and you see the light. You see it, and bam, the door just gets shut right on your face.
That's all they've been excited about this offseason. To them, it's like it doesn't matter who we acquire, whatever else we do. This is a successful offseason. This is an exciting offseason if Dan Snyder's out.
Yeah, if you gave DC fans a choice of getting Aaron Rodgers right now or Dan Snyder out, I would, if I was a DC fan, which I was growing up, I would vote Dan Snyder out because of Rodgers' age. I'm not saying that for Mahomes or anything, but to get him out would bring parades, would bring celebrations. We're kind of dreading it a little bit as a Cowboy town. You want Dan Snyder sticking around that team to keep them buried into the ground, but now it's just getting delayed.
Yeah, and I mean, if this is something that throws this sale off and he remains in power until they're able to find a new buyer or whatever else this, has an impact on, Washington fans are never going to forgive Don Van Natta, for one, if this is what stirred it up. But the other aspect of this is I would stop being a fan. If I was a Commanders fan, I would just go, this guy is never leaving, and this is just going to be depressing forever. There's no point in cheering for this football team anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be fair. If in 2017, Washington, who had the 17th pick, did what Kansas City did and traded up to 10 for Patrick Mahomes, nobody hates Dan Snyder anymore in Washington because they have a Super Bowl. They may still hate him as a person.
Yeah, but he also affects other things too. That the not everything would be wiped out. When he goes into the draft room at the last second and goes, my son knew
Dwayne Haskins.
Dwayne Haskins, let's go ahead and take him.
Yeah.
The interference in the other things that he does.
But let's just put it in that way. If they
the perception would be different.
If they drafted Mahomes, they have a Super Bowl. Perception's massively different.
Zero chance they have a Super Bowl even with Mahomes.
You're
because
crazy.
He is so organizationally toxic. Everything else around them would collapse.
I mean, they made the playoffs, a few times here. Not with great teams.
Also, is there zero credit? I understand it's mostly Pat, but is there zero credit for Andy Reid in the development of Pat?
I mean, sure, there's credit there, absolutely.
So I mean, that's the thing. If you put him in the hands of what Washington has consistently put on their coaching staff or whatever else, I don't know that it looks the same.
I mean, I generally feel that elite quarterbacks, Brady and Mahomes and Manning or whatever, just do what they do no matter where they went.
Brady for sure, helping that fraud Belichick out, making everybody think he's a great coach.
So I don't know why, but supposedly this could be held up according to the Washington Post. Okay, we got 3 takes that went viral yesterday. We got to rank the absurdity of the 3. We're going to start off with Craig Carton. My God. My dad calls me and goes, this guy's getting $6 million a year. Not about Craig Carton. Not about Carton. He doesn't know who the hell Craig Carton is, like a lot of people outside of New York. But this broadcaster, and you're sitting here. Are you serious? Why aren't you this? Why aren't you that? Craig Carton was dominating in New York. WFAN, the number one station that we all know. He goes to jail, and then he comes back out, and he starts dominating again. And now he quit WFAN to have a show on FS1. Earlier in the week, he said Dak Prescott was the worst starting quarterback in the history of the franchise. The biggest failure. So an idiotic take, number 1. And then yesterday, and I tried to find the audio. I didn't see it. I think he said it on his podcast. Kyrie is a top 4 guard of all time, but he also happens to be a terrible knucklehead, a distraction, and a team killer. Yeah. So the second part is right.
Yeah.
But I was like, did he misspeak? What's going on? Did he get misquoted? Because to say that Kyrie is a top 4 guard of all time is idiotic and stupid. And I'm like, how did this guy dominate? How is this guy sitting here with his own show? So that's take number 1.
Again, I write it off to the fact that it's very possible he spent so much time in prison that he missed other people playing basketball games, and thus, for his frame of reference, that's all he has. He's used to longest yard football and street basketball, and doesn't have any clue or a frame of reference. He's an idiot.
Like he could be like Peyton, who thinks that the league started in 05, which is possible.
I think they're different ages.
No, they are, but. Like if you tell me the league started in 05, then Kyrie's one of the 4 best guards.
He's 54, so what? Next excuse. Next thing.
Right.
He also said in March that Kyrie will be out of the NBA next year. So we got a new guy to keep tabs on over in the sports media world, and that would be Craig Carton. So that's number 1. Number 2, DK Metcalf naming his top 5 wide receivers of all time on All Things Covered.
Top 5 wide receivers all time. This is your list, DK.
Top 5 all time. Oh, Antonio Brown.
AB, shouts out to AB. Antonio Brown, you're number 1. Got it.
Antonio Brown's number 1.
Hold up,
and
stop.
I'm gonna go Randy.
Who is interviewing him? I know it's All Things Covered, but whoever's interviewing him didn't even stop, didn't hesitate, didn't go, oh, yeah, okay, Antonio Brown won. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go. Good nomination. Good. Like, no stop down, no questioning of it. By whoever was interviewing him on here, let's play it from the very beginning, Pepe.
Top 5 wide receivers all time. This is your list, DK.
Top 5 all time. Oh, Antonio Brown.
AB, shouts out to AB. Antonio Brown, you're number 1. Got it.
Antonio Brown's number 1, and I'm gonna go Randy Moss. I'm gonna go Terrell Owens, Jerry Rice, Julio Jones.
Ooh, this is your list. Y'all heard it here from the source.
I think this is Brian McFadden. I think he does this with Patrick Peterson. I think this is Brian McFadden. So
I have a bigger problem with the show.
Jerry
with the
Rice
host. I have a bigger problem with the host.
Yeah, he's clearly trying to swagger jack Chris Arnold. He's doing the Chris. That's not good. The Chris Arnold. Oh, okay. Shout out to AB doing that. It sounds like he's ripping CA's swag.
So
a little bit.
Jerry Rice at number 4
is less offensive than that host going, hey, you know what? I don't have a problem. It's your list. You can do whatever you want with your list. I mean, that host is grow a pair. Challenge him for crying out loud.
Is that a ranking, though, or is he just throwing out 5 names? Because I can't imagine he thinks number 1 all time is Antonio Brown.
Well, everyone recapped it as his
ranking.
Yeah.
I took it as his ranking.
And you would have thought, I haven't seen DK's latest tweets, you would think if that got misconstrued, he would have corrected it. So the top 3 receivers in the NFL right now, Justin Jefferson, according to DK, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown coming in at number 3. That hair dye has seeped into his dome a little bit too much. Antonio Brown. Look, we may actually look back on Antonio Brown and say he was underrated all time. I could see that argument. I could see myself making that argument down the road because so much has gotten lost with him being, crazy like Kanye. But where's Kanye been, by the way? But Antonio Brown won. No one in the history of wide receiver rankings, though, has put Jerry Rice at 4. Maybe at 2. You want to put Randy Moss 1, you're a little bit more new school. You want to go Don Hudson 1, you're old school. Oh, Chris Russo probably has Don Hudson 1.
Don Hudson. He's on the Packers. So he had to be number 1. He played for the body. Say it to somebody. He played for the body. He's got to be number 1.
He ran a 4.740 in an era of 540s.
All right, and number 3. Got to rank the takes. Paul Pierce, Showtime Basketball. What happens if the Heat get Damian Lillard?
You put them together, they won't make it out the first round. Wait. You got to understand how they got to the championship this year. A lot of this had to do with their depth. And guys playing way above their pay grade. Caleb, Anthony, these guys was averaging 20 points on Boston. We ain't never seen them do that. Then you had Duncan Robinson. So if you get Dame, they gone. They already gone, but then you lose another 18 point, 20 score, gone. You're going to have to throw in Robinson. You're going to have to gut that team out.
All right, so here are the 3 candidates. Dame and the Heat get eliminated round 1 if it happens, according to Paul Pierce. I call Bobby a homer. I mean, Paul Pierce makes Mickey Spagnola look like an absolute hater.
Were you there? Were you there?
I mean, anything to kiss the rear end of his Boston Celtics. My God, he goes out of his way. So Craig Carton, Kyrie is a top 4 guard of all time. DK Metcalf, AB is 1 all time, and Jerry Rice is 4, or Paul Pierce on Dame and the Heat getting eliminated round 1. 1, 2, 3 of the absurdity.
It's Antonio Brown being number 1 is the most absurd thing. That's or Jerry Rice 4.
Okay.
That's the absurd one. And then it's Carton with the Kyrie 4th best guard ever. And then it's Paul Pierce. I mean,
Paul's definitely 3.
Yeah.
Definitely 3. We've seen.
But here's the problem with Paul is that it's not a good faith argument.
Right.
That's my problem with it. I don't care what your opinion is. If DK says that Antonio Brown's number 1, or if Carton thinks that Kyrie's the 4th best guard ever, I don't have a problem with that. Paul Pierce doesn't really believe this. It's a bad faith argument. That's my issue.
And you think Carton's is good faith?
Yeah, I think Carton's an idiot. Like, Carton's he's a comedian. Like, that's what he is. He's not a sport. His whole thing is he's a comedian.
Is he?
Yeah, like he's not a Chris Russo.
Right. Francesa.
He's not a sports guy. He's a comedian.
I think there's a difference between being a joke and being a comedian. Like, you can say that because he's not funny. Even he's not funny. He's not.
I will challenge.
He's
he
not
is very
smart. He's just dumb. The worst there is probably DK, but I don't look at I genuinely don't think DK was ranking him. I know that's how everybody's interpreted. I think he was just thrown up, but it's dumb to have Antonio Brown in the top 5 to me. Like, that's stupid. The fact that he's even in there and he threw him in there, I think is stupid. Honestly, how do you view Kyrie? Do you view him as a shooting guard or a point guard? Or a combo guard or whatever
Combo
else?
guard.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, because, I mean, when you start thinking about, like, let's say Carton views him as a shooting guard. Like, hey, Luka runs the offense, he's a shooting guard. If you start running through, this has happened when you start thinking of whenever anybody says Dwayne Wade is a top 5 shooting guard of all time. And I start going, no, he's not. And then you start thinking, it's like, man, there's not.
I've always said this about wide receivers and shooting guards.
There's a thinner number of shooting guards than you initially think.
is.
And I think it's because you just think of Kobe and Jordan right off the top. And then when you think after that, it's like, okay, who's after that?
Right.
There's not a lot of guys that stand out. So while I disagree with it, I at least could see somebody saying, well, it's thin at shooting guard. And if I view him as a shooting guard, it's there. But having Antonio Brown in the top 5 and immediately spitting his name out is idiotic. So that's number 1, then Carton number 2, and then number 3 would be Paul Pierce. Because, I mean, in reality,
the Nets got eliminated with their dream team in round 1. They got swept. The Phoenix Suns got taken out last year.
Yeah, and I mean, Miami was an 8 seed and ended up RJ Choppy, and they ended up having to rely, he's right in a way, about the depth. I still think it was mainly Jimmy and just their overall toughness. But yeah, if they sacrifice all their depth in the name of getting Dame, there's no telling how well that'll work.
I think they have decided on the perfect replacement for Shannon Sharp. I'm in. If this story is indeed true, and another way for you to make 6 figures, Peyton, playing video games, and we may have found Peyton, finally, a girl to go ahead and reside in the Russell residence. That's next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Yo, what time is Wolchuk landing?
Oh, man, I don't know, man. I got people in the text wondering, asking, when's Wolchuk back in town? Not when he's coming back to work. We know he's coming back to work on Monday.
Asking you specifically.
He literally said, hey, Choppy, when's Wolchuk coming back? Listen, contrary to popular belief, I am not the travel agent for the station. I'm happy to help if I can. Peyton and Sean and other folk. I'll even help Tim Collins out. with some of our arrangements we have to. Hey, but that's not my official title.
Yeah, so Walchuk posting photos from the cruise. Nice little Italian dinner. What?
Now that we were group texting him recently, and he was making sure to send us like pictures of him having cocktails on the ship, and then whenever we were just replying back to him or asking him a question, he'd go kind of silent. So he was just
on
wanting to
vacation.
He was wanting.
We all don't ignore the people that we're with on vacation like you do, and just continue to be work obsessed all the time.
Yeah, that's right. So work obsessed that we throw up and we come up here anyway, Sean.
Yeah.
No, but he was wanting to pick and choose his replies because there were other things that required a reply from him, and he just ignored.
You also got to be careful what you text him when he's there with a significant other.
Well, and what I texted him, he probably didn't want to reply to with a significant other.
Yeah,
so.
but you shouldn't even be sending it to him.
You know,
because the phone is right there in close proximity, and you can be you're taking photos together, and belt, ding, 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 ding.
I'm gonna text him this right now. A picture. There we go.
Text him that. You got to be careful what you're sending him when you know he's with her 24/7. Not that you're going to send anything bad, but anything that could be misconstrued whatsoever. That's bro code.
So don't send him my nudes. Got it.
You could send him your nudes. She won't be threatened by that. I don't think.
She'd be curious as to what you're sending those for.
Yeah.
But she'll be threatened by it. I wouldn't think.
All right. So, and where did he take his cruise to?
Bahamas.
Ooh, well.
Very nice. Very nice.
I don't know. Why don't you just fly there?
Dude. Well, why are you hating on cruises?
I've never been on one. I have no idea.
Well, then
They could sink.
They could sink. Yes,
so
they
plane
could
crash.
Yeah, we've seen them.
They could crash.
Yeah.
Your plane could crash.
No, my planes don't crash.
Tomorrow.
I'm in first class. I'll be fine.
Are you in first class?
No, I'm not. Not this time.
Well, you're probably getting economy, which is like first class anyway.
And it's international.
Yeah. Being on the water.
Economy's coach.
Business select. What is it called?
Yes, business class is like a lot of these planes are getting rid of first class, just going with business.
All right, I've been saying no, not a good fit, nope, not going to work. This is it. Right. Richard Sherman is being considered as a potential candidate to replace Shannon Sharp and join that freaking poisonous weasel on FS1. This according to Andrew Marchand, the best media insider in the business. Bayless and Sherman met Wednesday at the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills.
Well.
This is the fit. Richard Sherman is smart. He's feisty. He'll fight. He'll argue. The question is, will Skip be able to take it? Will Skip be able to take Richard Sherman answering back? This is the Shannon Sharp replacement. Amongst everybody else, he's by far the best candidate, in my opinion. Polarizing. People hate him. People like him. He knows what he's talking about. He's got football skins on the wall. You're focused on the major sport. I don't know how he's going to be able to talk. I don't know his basketball knowledge. That's going to be important. Richard Sherman's the answer. Counter.
I can't counter. I mean, he's a good. I think he'd be a good fit.
I would tune in to watch Richard Sherman argue.
Yeah,
you might get tired of it, but
I do hate him.
He will bring it.
Yeah, I like Shannon. Shannon was likable. I always thought Shannon was likable. I think Richard Sherman could be hateable sometimes.
No doubt. No doubt.
I think that show needs,
like, people are saying T.O. can't.
No.
T.O. can't talk that much and carry enough weight to be on there every single day, in my opinion.
I think every of those debate shows, I don't want to have two antagonists. I need to have a protagonist and an antagonist. I need to have a good guy.
But Shannon became a bad guy.
I think in general you'll become a bad guy, but Shannon was a good guy to start.
Shannon didn't become a bad guy. Shannon, if anything, became more likable from his beginning. We were thinking he's producing some fake bits here. Shannon Sharp likability, I think, very, very high.
I think he was at all-time lows for him when he's getting into fights at Grizzlies games, like chirping at players and trying to like make it about him. I think he became somewhat of a villain. It was easy to put him up as a hero across from Skip in contrast, but I think in a vacuum just about him,
That was one
people.
incident.
I think people had gone down on him. Well, that sounds weird.
And by the way, Stephen A. and Skip were both negative at ESPN. They started all this.
They were,
stuff.
and now what are we seeing though?
Lord,
Like
Bobby.
the
trended down.
First Take's a lot better now, where you have the one quote unquote bad guy in Stephen A. and then he brings on like a few other guys like Irvin's the good guy, Russo's the good guy. You know, like the likable. They're likable. It's like or now Orlovsky might not be.
We also have a little history of Skip and Richard Sherman from the past.
You can say whatever you want. Skip can say whatever he wants, but Skip, whenever you refer to me, whenever you speak to me, whenever you address me as all-pro Stanford graduate, because those are some accomplishments you can aspire to, you will never accomplish. You have never accomplished anything. So, but those things are on my resume. Those are what I've done. It's my second year in the NFL, going on my third. I mean, you tell me who's wrong.
Okay, I'll accept that. I think I've accomplished more in my field than you have in yours, though you're just getting started.
So I'm the top of my field. So I'm all pro. I'm the best, one of the best 22 players in the NFL. You're going to brush it off, but I don't think you're the best 22 anything in sports and in media and anything. I think you think more of yourself than you actually can, prove. But
okay, do you think you're better than Darrelle Revis is right now?
In my 24 years of life, I'm better at life than you.
Not very likable, but I would watch, at least in the beginning. So that's the answer for me, Richard Sherman.
Does that mean he has to, if they are on Undisputed, is he still holding him to that? Does Skip Bayless still have to say all-pro Stanford graduate Richard Sherman?
I'll probably say that in the first show.
That's another thing. That's another part of this little side nugget. You have like a Vandy guy and a Stanford guy. That is so hateable. That is so hateable. It's like, what annoying overachievers both. It's just, couldn't either one of them, couldn't it have been,
I mean, you're a tremendous overachiever.
No, yes.
What's the difference?
Careful talking about Vandy here. Remember, we have family
godson,
at Vandy
baby.
now.
I mean, look, I think if you go to Vandy and Stanford, you're just trying to show off. If we go to Tennessee and Cal, it's fine. You'd be all right. It's basically the same thing.
Former U.S. gymnast the gymnast physician Larry Nassar, who had been put in jail, deservedly so, for sexually assaulting and torturing these young girls. Well, he got stabbed. We told you this the other day. He got stabbed and attacked at his Florida penitentiary. Reportedly stabbed twice in the neck, twice in the back, and 6 times in the chest. Life-saving maneuvers from the penitentiary in order to save him. And now the person who did it or familiar with it has spoken out.
Yeah, so he's at the 360-year
sentence.
And so the identity of the inmate who stabbed the doctor was revealed to be Shane McMillan. Now, he was convicted of assaulting a correctional officer at a federal penitentiary in Louisiana. That's how they say it, not Louisiana. Louisiana, that's how they say it, that's what I'm told. In 2006. He attempted to stab another inmate to death at the federal Supermax in Colorado in 2011. Or 2011, however you want to say it. McMillan reportedly had to be pulled off of Nassar by 4 other inmates. Correctional officers perform what prison officials call life-saving measures. Nassar's in stable condition on Wednesday with injuries from the stabbing, including a collapsed lung.
Now, the reason is that Nassar apparently made a comment about wanting to see girls play in the Wimbledon tennis match. So, bam, that set this guy off. The quote from a prison insider.
Yes.
He's marked for
exclusive.
He's marked for death in prison. Inmates don't take a shine to people convicted of the kind of crimes. Larry has not shown any remorse. He's marked for dead.
Marked for death.
So, Jared Fogle.
Yep.
I watched that documentary. I was expecting it to actually be better, but Jared Fogle had kind of organized. He was apparently treated like a celebrity in prison, and he's kind of got like a protection crew. He's got like a squad who was in awe of him. So this is the update on the guy who stabbed Larry Nassar, saying women's Wimbledon tennis match set him off.
Yep, it did. And look, there are a few kinds of crimes that you commit that are going to get you marked in prison, and crimes against children are going to be one of them.
So from real knife to fake knife for this video game, is this for real?
This is for real, man. It's probably more up Peyton's alley than anything. Have you heard of Counter-Strike?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the game. I never played it.
No idea what it is.
So this 18-year-old kid was playing this game called Counter-Strike. It's a video game. It's a first-person shooter game.
How original.
Or whatever they call it. So he's been playing it for 30 hours. 30 hours, 3 days. Sometimes you'll play these games and you'll get these little reward boxes, or you could buy a box and you get a gift out of it, in the game. And he got one of the rarest knives ever, a 387 pattern karambit blue gem knife. And he has been able to sell this knife. They have skins, they have knives, whatever, weapons. He sold it to another player, for $169,000.
What?
Jeez.
And
good knife, man.
This is the game where people pack arenas for. Like, they'll pack the American Airlines Center to watch people play this game.
No.
Yes.
Your professional gamers will play this game.
Your professional gamers play this game, and somebody bought this knife.
But he's selling a fake video game knife.
But to make your character better, to make you better at the game.
But for $170K?
But what if you make $3 million in a tournament? I mean, it's an investment kind of, but it's got to pay off.
Yeah. Is it that special of a weapon?
It's the rarest. It's the rarest knife in the game.
I need to know the top 3 most special weapons in video game history. What someone would pay $170,000 for. I know it's going to open up Pandora's box down the road, but you got one.
Look at this. Look at the shot of the arena that people pack in to go watch these guys play.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I don't know about weapons. I just remember hating anybody who used Odd Job and GoldenEye on N64
really?
25 years ago. Yeah, you couldn't shoot him. He was just too small.
Yeah, she has N64. It's at the house now. Can't wait to buy GoldenEye, start playing again.
The Rangers are back. That's part of the headlines and our final Rangers Rays ticket giveaway during the Expressway in your Friday headlines with everything you need to know after this.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday with a bronchitis-ridden RJ Choppy, a queasy, sick, puking Bobby Belt. I'm healthy as a horse right now. Pepe's getting ready to go on vacation. We got Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Texas Rangers are back in action tonight on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch in Arlington as they host the 45-45 Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, it's back at it, baby. And Cleveland is in first place in the AL Central, which is not saying a whole lot.
No.
Somebody is going to win that division, perhaps under 500.
What's been harder to say, by the way, between Guardians and Commanders to remember, and which one still feels more awkward?
Guardians is harder to say. It doesn't make sense.
I just call them the Deans.
The Deans. To me, that's way harder to say. I was a baseball guy first anyway. It's my first love, and that's way harder for me to latch on to.
Okay.
Commanders is easy. It's not a bad name. I don't hate the name Commanders. I like their new uniform that they've got with the W on the side. Cleveland really hasn't changed their uniforms at all. But I just, it's Guardians is much tougher for me.
Meanwhile, it's going to be John Gray on the mound.
Yeah.
So a 3.29 earned run average for the Rangers, who are looking to build on that 2-game lead against the Astros. And look, this second half schedule, y'all, when I was talking about with Basket the other day in the commercial break, it's not fun. Cleveland, Tampa, Dodgers, Astros, Padres. That takes you to July 30th. That takes you to the end of July, with the Padres being the worst team of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty brutal. And I think a lot of people would think that the Padres are still much more talented than the Guardians.
Oh, yeah. And they're a team that absolutely should be a better team than their record shows. I think they're clearly better than Cleveland. Cleveland's just, in a worse division.
Look at that stretch.
Yeah, that's a tough stretch, man. It's a really, really difficult stretch. But if they had a good stretch early on in the season. They got fortunate with the schedule over times in the beginning of the season. Their issue is, they've lost 10 of 15. And they've scored 3 runs or fewer in 7 of those games coming into the break.
Fortunately, we will have some help in the form of Shohei Ohtani once the Rangers deal for him, according to Buster Olney, friend of the show, baseball insider, who is the leader to deal for Shohei if the Angels trade him.
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays, maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. In talking with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
Okay. We got mentioned for a second.
That's right.
That's all that matters.
Dodgers didn't get mentioned.
No, they didn't, because they know they're going to pay him through the nose anyway this offseason and get him. So how much are you willing to sacrifice in order to get, 2 months of Ohtani? You would hope 3 months with a playoff run. Look, I mean, if you're probably looking at having to give up Evan Carter at the very start, who is your number 1 prospect, top 10 prospect in baseball. You're probably having to give up your top pitching prospect or 2, Brock Porter, Owen White. It'd be a significant amount for basically the promise of just 3 months. And so how much are you willing to weigh that and go for it right now? It's basically what faced them during the Cliff Lee deal. And they decided it's worth it. We'll give up Justin Smoke. We'll give up these top prospects in order to get this little run with Cliff Lee. And it paid off. They made the World Series.
It did pay off.
Meanwhile, baseball making another just stupid PR decision. Releasing the schedule?
They do it every year.
What are you doing?
Yeah, they do it every year this time, and it just kind of hit me like, wait, why did they release it?
Disgusting.
Now, maybe they're saying that, we don't want to release it in December, in the middle of football season where it gets swallowed up. Okay. or we don't want to release it December and teams at the end of March have to find, hotel blocks 4 or 5 months later with only 4 months to go, 5 months to go. Okay, I get that. I mean, you're going to need, 50 rooms for 3 nights in each city. But I think it's a missed opportunity. Get some intrigue in your offseason. Get some intrigue in your offseason. But the Rangers, if you have $188, that's the get in the door price for the Rangers opener already next year.
Oh. Against?
The Chicago Cubs at the Globe. Oh, that's a big time game. Now, they're not very good, but it's a huge fan base.
Yeah.
So their start next year, quite a bit different than their start this year. Cubs at Tampa, home to Houston for 4, home to Oakland, at Houston, at Detroit for 4, at Atlanta, home to Seattle, and then home to Ellie De La Cruz and the Cincinnati Reds, baby. America's team.
Our second chance to see Ellie De La Cruz after we're
Yes,
going
sir.
while we're in Oxnard.
Yes, sirree, Bob. April 26th, 7th, and 8th in Cincinnati. Every team will open on Thursday, March 28th. The Rangers are the only interleague game of the opening series.
Headlines continuing, your radio sports page to get you ready for your Friday and your where is everyone? Did people get off again on Friday? Is today a holiday I don't know about? I just looked over here on 75. There's nothing.
A whole bunch of Peyton Russells just checked out on a Friday.
They're all
going
going
to
on vacation.
Good thing we can count those stream numbers. That's good. We need y'all on the stream. It's a good thing we combine them.
It is. Hey, one more thing on this Rangers schedule. They get some good home interleague series next year. In the first half, they get, like I said, they get the Cubs. They also get the Padres at home. They also get the Giants at home, and they get the Mets at home. All interleague series. Those are pretty good interleague series. They're all going to get at home in the first 2 months of the season. They also get Pittsburgh.
Speaking what?
Because DeGrom's not going to be healthy by then. We're going to miss DeGrom against the Mets.
It's true, we are.
Speaking of the Giants, Saquon Barkley, reason to feel insulted with this running back offer that they need to get done by Monday?
That it is. It is a reason. He feels very, very slighted here, but Barkley has reportedly been offered. So remember that initial offer, he put the cap, he did the cap, two hats on top of the initial offer. He said that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not what they offered, because the report was they offered him a deal. 26 over the first 2 years, $13 million per year. And he goes, cap. And now the new report is the Giants' best offer, this is from the New York Post, was $19.5 million guaranteed. 2 franchise tags are $22 million.
That's what, didn't you say that yesterday?
What, they should offer him $19 million?
Yeah.
That's what they should offer. So, but that's the thing, $19.5 million guaranteed, which he'd be stupid to take, because they're going to franchise tag him this year, which is what, 11, 10.5, and then next year will be what, 12? So it's already going to have more guaranteed money if they franchise tag him for the next 2 years for him. So he would have no reason to sign this. But this would be a smart move. $19.5 million guaranteed for a running back is like that's probably the new thing.
Meanwhile, the legal troubles for Jalen Carter, the newest Eagle, continue. He's being sued by a former staffer of Georgia football for leaving the scene of that fatal car crash. Florio is reporting this. The defendant said, the individual saying, Jalen Carter was aware at the time he was jointly responsible for the crash, had a legal duty to remain on the scene. Instead, fearful of bad publicity and the effect on his draft status, he hoped not to be questioned or take any responsibility for his actions. So the legal saga for Jalen Carter does continue. And we got more running back drama as Josh Jacobs also says, I'm not showing up, Bobby.
Yeah, the report is Josh Jacobs will not report to training camp absent a new deal before Monday's 3 p.m. Central deadline. This is according to Paloma Villicana from Fox 5 News in Las Vegas. He told Paloma that he's feeling great, feeling explosive, but the team's not going to be able to see that if they don't come to terms on a brand new long-term deal. So this is another running back trying to take a stand about, 6 years too late? The time to establish your position's value and to not give in on these negotiations was like 6 years ago. Now, I think you're fighting a losing battle.
And speaking of negotiations, the You couldn't have more opposite opinions in the prep emails last night as the New York Jets paid Quinnen Williams, and RJ Choppy says, what a stupid move. And then I read Bobby Belt's email that says he absolutely deserves it. So I'll be the Joker with the pool stick. Go.
Do you pay Aaron Donald?
No.
You do? Okay, well, then you don't know football. That's fine.
I do know football. That's proof that I know football. You don't pay a run. Now, Donald's different because he rushed the passer a little bit.
Quinnen Williams had 12 sacks last year. He had
Whoop-de-doo.
28. What do you mean, what did he do?
Move him to the
You
edge.
just said it's different.
Move him to the edge. Move him to the edge. All right. I don't give a damn about guys who are interior defensive linemen. All right. I'm not going to pay for a guy who could stop the run. Ooh, I can stop the run. Wow. Great. You're going to stop something that already has a 0.0 EPA per play. All right. You're going to stop something that already in the NFL, facts, does not create a single point per play. That's what you're going to try to stop? Whoop-de-doo. Move him to the edge, pay him the $25 million. You do not pay $25 million for somebody that does not impact a single. First of all, you can't pay $25 million to anybody who does not move a betting line more than a half a point. You know the only position that moves the betting line more than a half a point? The quarterback.
Okay, so,
I win.
So it doesn't matter that he had 12 sacks last year from the interior.
Move him to the edge, you'll have 20.
That's not actually accurate at all.
Totally accurate.
No, because the whole idea is that his body type is not going to succeed on the edge. When you're talking about rushing up the A gap and his first step quickness.
I got your A gap right.
Okay, all right. So it doesn't matter to you that he had more quarterback hits last year than Micah.
Well, no, because he wasn't as impactful in the game as Micah.
He had just as many sacks, basically, and he was probably better against the...
They're an overrated stat. What's his pass rush win rate? Okay.
Well, the quarterback hits being higher than Micah would say that he wins pretty frequently.
Well, no, it means that he's closer to the quarterback already to start with. And I'm not impressed.
Finally, Sam Amick, NBA reporter, says that James Harden still wants out of Philadelphia and is determined. He's still determined to end up as a Clipper. He's upset with Daryl Morey, who's been his boy, the GM. He's upset with how Morey handled the situation heading into possible free agency last month. And even though he was at the white party with Micah and Joel Embiid and Michael Rubin, the guy who throws it, he's still
determined. Williams there? No, Micah was.
He's
better
player. He's still determined to play for the Clippers. James Harden.
Who we talking about Harden here? Yeah, he is determined to play for the Clippers. It's what he wants. He wants to get out. He wants to go to L.A. That's the only place he wants to go to. I keep hearing about his relationship with Daryl Morey. Oh, they're such good. Oh, really? How many times is James Harden going to try to get away from Daryl Morey? That's all he does. Yeah, the relationship is so good that every time he's with him, he can't wait to leave.
True, I guess. Leaving Houston.
Now he wants to leave Philadelphia.
Yeah.
All right.
Harden, Kawhi, and Paul George does what to the Clippers in the West?
Finally detonates what should have been blown up already, probably.
Oh.
Harden is for as much crap as we give Kyrie, Harden's got the same reputation of just he's never going to be happy. He's going to blow it up. He's going to cry. He's going to want his way out. And he'll want the same thing there in LA. And the Clippers have already been they've been teetering on the brink of blowing up now for a couple of years that'll just be the final blow.
Headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your day. Man, what a loaded junk drawer we have. We have the junk drawer. We have the NFL executives ranking safeties. Is there any way a Dallas Cowboys safety can sniff this list from 80 decision makers around the league? And our final Rangers-Rays ticket giveaway to hook you up during the Expressway. The final giveaway is next on The Fan. At this time up until 8 o'clock, and it's also the home of the Tolo giveaway. At some point in time this hour, it's going to be Rangers Rays tickets, a 4-pack for you, the friends, and the family. And next week, Logan Paul versus Nate Diaz. Is it Logan or Jake? Paul Diaz.
It's Jake.
Jake Paul. Logan Paul just got engaged. That's why that was in my mind.
Yes, he did.
So Jake Paul against, all right, would you rather get Rangers Rays 4-pack? Is there anyone who would prefer Paul Diaz?
Yes.
You'd prefer Paul Diaz?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that
Until this bullpen gets fixed.
I thought you hated Jake Paul.
I do. I want to see him get punched in person. I want to see him get knocked out because I feel like he will lose this fight.
Oh, yeah. This is what you were considering flying back from training camp for.
Yep. Yeah, as long as everybody, it depends. Look, I may still fly back from training camp depending on if y'all are all going to be grandpas on this trip or not. I get the sense just talking to some people. I get the sense talking to some people as we're planning some things out. I'm not talking about you guys, but I'm talking to Eric and Zach and Corey and people like that. It just sounds like they're all preparing to be grandpas on this trip.
Explain.
Because Corey was talking about I don't know, I'm probably gonna, pull back a little bit this time. And
well, he can pull back a little bit from last time and still have a blast.
Yeah.
He did go hard. He doesn't have to be Dennis Rodman this time.
He did go hard. Zach and Eric were a little it'll be fun, but there's not going to be the dynamic of Zach is single this time, and so we're trying to pursue something there. That's automatically going to throttle him back a little because now he's like Mr. Taken.
Well, you guys were drinking at 2 a.m. in the parking
lot in the bed of our truck.
But so now the nosebleeds have had their first training camp, so now they're like,
that's the thing.
Ed Werder out here,
that's
like
what
being veterans, boring veterans.
The first training camp is kind of out of the way, so I don't know that they feel the same level of we got to try everything.
Well, what did Eric say?
Eric just had said the thing, let's just, I'm really excited about the Jerry party and the free food. And then I was like, yeah, but we got to go nuts. He's like, yeah, maybe one night that weekend.
But
we need one night.
We'll go hard both nights that weekend.
But who went nuts last time? I mean, how did
Choppy, Corey, I think Zach and Eric went hard in terms of they were present late for everything.
Yeah. I think you get them at a bar at 6 p.m. and I don't think they're gonna look at their watch and say it's 7:15. I'm out.
Well, I told,
and I don't know if you can talk.
I got sick 2 nights.
Let me just continue. Yeah. Well, I didn't even remember that, but I'm glad you brought that up. So you got sick 2 nights, stayed in, and then you're not going to Jerry Jones' party. So I don't think you have the right to talk whatsoever.
I don't want to go to Jerry.
You've eliminated yourself from maybe the most or one of the best nights out.
Yeah.
So you're already out of it.
You are eliminated. And one person who was and will be at the Jerry party, someone that Sean and I affectionately named White Claw. Bobby stole his nickname and started calling him Cheech or whatever. Dumb name. White Claw's better.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Has joined us here on the show, 105 through the Fan.
Oh.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning to Sean and RJ, not to Bobby.
Eric, you're preparing to be a grandpa. I told you this yesterday.
Did he just completely misrepresent you?
Yes, Bobby is just in a pessimistic state right now. He just calls me. He's like, I think you guys – he basically just assumed that we were going to go into year 2 on some level of sophomore slump. Like he's expecting us to go from the highs of the rookie dominance to then showing up and half-assing our way through sophomore season like we've already made it. I don't understand where Bobby's coming from here, and the fact that he's not going to the Jerry party to me is like Bobby, you've got to go to the Jerry party, and we will do all the raging on the other nights. We will have our time. You think all of us getting together, Sean, you know, you and RJ, you guys bring the party. The party's going to happen. Everybody 3 weeks out from the party can talk about how much of an adult they are, and then they start getting the West Coast smells and auras, and it's like, okay, you know what? It is time to go. Yeah. So Bobby, don't worry. Let's get positive Bobby going.
I'm very positive. I just know that yesterday you did say, did you not say, yeah, we'll probably go hard one of those nights? Did you not say that?
I said if there's one night of all of us going out for a good rage fest, I would say that's pretty good. It doesn't mean that we're just going to go to sleep at 8:00 every other night, but as long as we have one good old fashioned full-on team bonding go-hard experience, I think we can all come away from that feeling pretty good about it. And then throughout the time, there will be 3, 4, 5 of us at a time that decide to go hit rudders and things like that on the weeknights, and we'll make it happen.
I am committing to at least one of these nights I will roll into the morning show without having gone to bed.
Yeah, shut up. Just shut up.
Yeah, that's just
all you do is talk.
We're gonna go out to dinner literally every night while we're there.
We have to.
We have to
eat.
All right.
So we're going to dinner every night.
What is the difference between you guilting Eric and giving him this guilt trip versus what we do with you going to Jerry's party?
Because the Jerry
What's the
party,
difference?
the Jerry party is just like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go out and drink and eat hors d'oeuvres. Or like, I want to be out at the bars until like 2 a.m. That's what I want to do. Instead.
Okay, we wake up at 3. I'm sorry, we wake up at 2.
Oh, so you can wake up with another tummy ache.
Oh,
so you can.
All right.
I cannot
wait. I cannot wait to play this back while we're at Oxnard when you guys are chickening out.
Cowboy doctor to evaluate me.
Trust me.
Man, my stomach hurts.
On both Friday and Saturday night, we will be out till 2 a.m.
Eric.
Or until I fall asleep.
Eric, what do you think? Well, Friday, Saturday. The first Friday, Saturday is when everyone will go the hardest.
It's the only Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, the only
Guaranteed. And Choppy, just for the record, what's the over-under on Bobby tummy aches while we're there? Is it 2.5?
It's 1.5. We'll set it at 1.5 while we're there.
Hammer the over.
Here he is talking all this smack. He missed 3 nights last year.
I know.
He missed 3 nights and we're there for what? 7 days? 8 days? 10?
We're there for 10. We're there for 10 days.
I was there for 17, but yeah.
3 of the 10, just like that. He's sitting here talking. So, Eric, we appreciate you calling in like that. Very well done.
Of course. Love you, boys. I'm hydrating now for Oxnard.
There he is. Eric
Love you.
Chia Follow calling in live here on 105.3 The Fan. So there you go. That settles that. All right, let's move on to today's NFL evaluators group, and that is the safeties. All right, Bobby, let's show off this knowledge. You have been crushing these lists, no doubt about it, while saying you're not cheating. But Jeremy Fowler talks to 80 people around the league, GMs, scouts, coaches, and ask them to rank the positions. The number 1 safety in the National Football League as of today is who?
Derwin James.
No.
Are they classifying Minka?
I was about to say Minka Fitzpatrick.
Minka Fitzpatrick is number 1. Last year he was 2. Lowest ranking is 5. Number 2 is Derwin James. Lowest ranking was 8 from somebody. 8. Who's number 3?
Eric Turner.
All right, turn off your mic again.
Micah Hyde.
I've ran out of safeties.
Micah Hyde, no.
Jordan Poyer.
No.
Let's go with Justin Simmons.
Justin Simmons, good job. Highest ranking 1. And Choppy, he played for who?
Justin Simmons. Is he with Arizona?
No, he's with Denver.
Who's the Simmons with Arizona?
Isaiah Simmons.
Last year last year Justin Simmons was ranked 1 on this list, and he's 3 this year. Number 4.
Hufanga.
Choppy, you were kind of close with your
Eric Turner.
Last. Who else?
Is it somebody we've named
NFC
already?
West.
Buda Baker.
Buda Baker.
Buda Baker
is number 4. I think he's been having some contract issues there with the Cardinals. 5 is Javon Holland in Miami. 6 is Jesse Bates. Kevin Byard, primetime.
Oh, yeah, primetime.
Number 7, C.J. Gardner-Johnson in Detroit.
Overrated.
Is 8.
He doesn't play for Philadelphia anymore. You don't have to.
Yeah, I know, because he was overrated going into Okay, go ahead. Whatever.
Exactly. 9, Hufanga from San Francisco. 10, Antoine Winfield Jr. Honorable mentions, Marcus Williams, Quandre Diggs, Kyle Duggar, Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, pair of Bills safeties, Xavier McKinney, and those are your safeties. Jaron Kearse got 1 or whatever votes after the honorable mentions. So not surprising the Cowboys aren't up there.
No, they have solid depth. They don't have anybody at the top of the league. They're good together as a trio, but they're not going to have anybody ranking way up high or anything like that. But I'm surprised the Bills safeties were not anywhere in the top 10. Hyde and Poyer have been the best safety duo in the NFL over the last 4 years.
Rangers, Rays, ticket giveaways coming up momentarily for turning it on, leaving it on. But right now we got to empty the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Okay, Pepe, you get to pick. Would you like to find, finally, your partner in life, or millennials are the biggest liars?
Give me the perfect girl.
The $5,000 bounty that's out there.
Sir.
It's not going to cost you $5K, Pete.
Okay.
It's
Not the
gonna
girl for
cost
this
you.
morning. This one.
Don't bring that up.
No. So, this wannabe bride, Peyton, she's a 35-year-old. I don't know if that's inside your age demo or
She have
not.
money?
She's an attorney. She's a corporate litigation attorney from Los Angeles. So she goes on the Talks of Tick, and she has opened up her, recruitment, her courtship, if you will. I told my friends.
Let's get a name, by the way, so Peyton can Google image her.
Eve.
Oh, Eve is
Adam and Eve?
Now she's got a hyphenated last name.
Oh, that's a sign. Is it the three names is a killer?
Tilly, Tilley dash Coulson, Coulson. Eve Tilly Coulson, 35.
She's not ugly.
Blonde.
If you introduce me to my husband and I marry him, I will give you $5,000 when we sign the marriage license. I think it's very, very innovative. It's very incentive laden. I've been single for 5 years, meeting people in person and on the apps. But since COVID, there's been a weird shift in dating culture. Guys don't approach you in person. Most of the men on apps aren't swiping to seriously date. They're looking for So I feel like paying $5,000 for a husband who's vouched for, meets my needs, and is ready for a real relationship is totally worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's 35, older, mature. I know
I'm 26.
That's outside your window, though, right? I know you raised the age level last week to what?
To 30.
Okay.
So 22 to 30 now.
All right, so here's some other issues for her.
Such a liar.
What?
If he's getting hit on by a 35-year-old woman at the bar, he is out of there like that.
If she doesn't have kids.
It doesn't matter if she has kids. If he's getting hit on by an attractive 35-year-old woman, he's running out of there.
He's there. All right, so, he has to be eligible.
Make my man sound desperate.
He has to be eligible. He cannot already be married, unlike the guy in Betrayal, Spence Heron.
Yeah.
This can't be his second wife. So you could not have been divorced. You so far, you're checking
divorce.
all these
I've not
boxes,
been
man.
divorced.
Now, other ones. Here we go. Must be between 27 and 40.
September, I'll be 27.
There you go. We'll wait till September.
Yes.
Are you 5'11" or taller?
I'm 6.
No.
Let's call it 5'11". 6'1". Dang, man.
Hey, your mustache.
Do you boast? He also must boast a witty British sense of humor.
Okay, this chick is out for.
I've been to the UK.
Peyton looks a little bit British. He looks like he could be British. But now you're slowly hearing why she's single.
Yes, because I mean, she's already narrowed just by the.
She needs to go on 90-Day Fiance.
Yeah, just by her height minimum, she's already eliminated 86.5% of all men in the U.S.
Well, if she's really, really tall, I get it. I don't know how tall she is, but $5,000.
Yeah,
if you can match her up.
Oh, there's more.
Oh,
there's more.
What's a British sense of humor, by the way?
Like
the Brit
Ricky Gervais, dark humor
and dry,
dark humor. Yeah, which I love.
Which Peyton has.
Yes, I love.
He
that.
has unintentional.
Yes.
Dark humor.
All right. Must have an affinity for sports. Do you like sports, Peyton?
I love sports.
Animals.
I love dogs.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
She has a dog. She has a dog in this photo.
No cats, though.
3 dogs.
3 puppies.
Do you want a fourth? We got a guy who's looking to unload a shepherd.
Male or female?
It's a female dog.
Okay, that'll work.
And it's been spayed.
You have
recently.
something against male dogs?
Well, we have one male, and then if you get multiple males in there that aren't breed the same, they get aggressive. So we have one male, the rest are female.
Okay.
Right.
Alpha dog.
And kids. Do you want kids?
Oh yes.
All right. Very good. So,
do you?
Is that's the first time I've heard you say that?
I've always wanted kids. I mean, maybe not right now, but soon.
So she's 5'10". In heels, she'll be taller than you. Do you have a problem with that?
I dated a 5'10" girl.
For how long?
For how long?
4
Does
years.
she wear heels?
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the one that got away?
The one you played the whale sounder for?
Wow.
What's up with queso?
Oh, no queso, just salsa.
What's up with salsa?
Oh, we're still talking. We haven't planned anything else just because she knows I'm about to go on vacation.
All right.
She knows he doesn't want to be tied down while he's in Vancouver.
What if I meet someone in Vancouver?
One more thing.
Tied down to a 2 margarita bill.
One of them is his.
Can you accomplish all of these feats? The perfect guy, outside of being 5'11" plus and having a fun thing, it's British witty sense of humor, yada, yada, yada.
By the way, before you give the final thing, can anyone else see Spittle in his car writing down the checklist?
Yeah.
He was Xing or checking whether he fit.
Let's talk hockey.
Let's talk hockey.
He could take a shot with my brother, dance with my grandma, can work the room, but always comes back to check on me.
Okay.
Oh, like a follow-up. Yeah. But and nowhere in this did you mention have a job.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's an attorney, corporate litigation attorney. She might not. She might not want somebody that has a job.
She's the sugar mama.
Yeah.
House daddy.
This is
House daddy.
This is every man's dream. Paid to find a girl who makes so much money that you don't have to work.
She must be.
I like my job.
She must be so scarred and damaged to be single, this long, and to offer up $5,000. Or the dating world out there must be so bad. It really just must be so terrible that she's putting this out there. A bounty. And
Bounty.
she's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
She's attractive.
Yeah, she is.
But she's in New York?
L.A.
L.A.
But
Bobby, you can hit her up in Oxnard this time.
You coming, Peyton?
Can I?
Cover
we
the
got
weekend.
Jeff now. Jeff can cover for me.
Jeff can cover. Derek, you can come to Holland. I bet Holland would actually pay for your trip out there.
Is he coming for sure?
I don't know.
He's trying to.
Very nice.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Where do you want to take it for the junk drawer?
All right, so we have the cat guy. We have another airport simp, or the millennials are the biggest liars. You pick.
Well, let's go with the liars.
All right. So this is a recent study, and I love my studies. I love my surveys.
Yes, you do.
Almost 2,000 people were polled for this one. Half male, half female. They observe.
I always lose track of the ages that go with the categories,
All
by
right,
the way.
so-
millennials are what? What are we? Are we Gen something? Are we millennials?
I am Gen X. What year were you born?
I was born 81.
You're a millennial.
You and Peyton are the same generation, according to this, which means the definitions are stupid because there's no
41 and 26.
We're the same people.
There's no way that you and Peyton are the same generation at all.
I mean, I'm the same generation as somebody born in 64.
Which
makes sense
So
because you're old.
It's 15. So it's what, 15 years? What should be 10?
He's the youngest. He's the youngest acting one in here by far.
So these subjects were from Colorado, Illinois, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Wisconsin, and they found that millennials, 13% admitted to being dishonest at least once a day. Which I think they're lying about that. But the worst liars are the baby boomers. Only 2% of baby boomers believe they lie once per day or more. That is the biggest crock of BS. Convincing yourself about something and then believing it is lying. You don't get to say that you're not lying because you've convinced yourself about something.
In this day and age, they probably do. Because isn't it like they've reached that age of like you can say whatever you want no matter how rude it is. People are like, oh, they're older. They come from a different generation. So you don't have to worry about lying at their age at this point.
Yeah, I guess they don't have to worry about it, but all boomers have to do is if you say, did you screw up the entire country? And if they say no, then that's a lie right there. Because we all know that we're in the predicament that we're in because of baby boomers.
Oh my.
I'm sorry, we are. All right.
Baby boomers is what age?
46 to 64. 1946 to 1964.
Okay.
Or 1963, technically. That's it. They screwed everything up. We have no money in this country.
So you're throwing both presidents under the bus?
I think both. What do you mean?
The current, and are you taking shots at presidents?
No, I think
they're both older than
they're older
boomers.
than baby boomers. I think it's called the silent generation. Is that what the one was before?
Okay.
Then the greatest generation was like the one that fought in World War II.
The greatest?
That's what it's called. The greatest.
How'd they
generation.
get that title?
I thought they were called the Roaring 20s.
Well, that was the decade.
I mean, how do you lie? I can't fathom. I mean, lying once a day now. I'm trying to think what age. I mean, I'm not saying I've never lied, but lying once a day, or like is it an innocent white lie? Like, you look good, honey. Like, that looks good. Yeah, that new hairstyle's awesome. Is that a lie? Is that, like, I'm talking about
like do I lie about like whenever I'm meeting friends for dinner or something? They say, "Hey, how far out are you?" And I'm 20 minutes away. I might say, "I'm 12," because I don't want to say that. But that is a lie. Is that a lie?
That's a lie. I mean, I do that all the time.
Of course, it's an innocent lie.
I will send Sarah a text. Like, knowing that she won't see it for about 10 minutes, and I'll be like, I'm just so I know when she sees it, it will be true. like, hey, I'm walking out the door. Knowing that she won't see it for like 5 or 10 minutes, knowing that as soon as she sees it, I technically will be out the door, but that's not a lie.
So what you're saying is if she happens to, read the message sooner and then it becomes a lie, you're saying that then Sarah is responsible for you lying.
No.
Okay.
No, but I'll just act like I've already left. I guess I just act like I already left. But it's, it's like that. Those are not lies. That's not a lie. Like, if you say, where were you? And, you say you were at somewhere else, that's a lie. Unless you're trying to purposely keep something from her which would be a surprise.
I genuinely don't feel like I lie very often.
Yeah, you're probably way too honest.
Yeah.
Blunt and brutal, I think. Although, well, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna snitch.
My
you.
favorite quote. Oh, I can't wait to hear what that is. My favorite quote that somebody's ever had about me was from Sean when we were talking after a show one time, and Sean goes, "I genuinely respect how little you care about what people think about you, but maybe care just a little more."
Yeah. Well, you're a seesaw. The fan texts can really. Certain individuals on their 337
469
can stop. That's enough. Can really set you off. So you do care. A surprising amount about listeners that you shouldn't know to the level of detailed information that you do.
Because I hang out with them.
No, with some that you've looked up and researched. So it does get under your skin. like Bobby was sitting here on the couch and the commercial break, and Choppy, someone was going at Bassick. And Mike, Choppy wrote back, defending Bassick, RJ. It takes a lot for RJ to respond negatively to anyone. And he finally responded back. And Bobby's like, who's that? And Choppy started, reciting the number. And Bobby's like, oh, yeah, that person, I know. Blah, 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 and, goes through their bio. And
I just knew he wasn't real, is what I said.
How the heck? He's like, because I've researched him. And I was like, all right, so it can get under your skin. All right, you want the cat neighbor or another airport simp?
Oh, let's do the cat name. I think this one's great.
All right.
This is fantastic audio. Peyton will play this here.
And Peyton's not a cat guy.
No, Peyton's not a cat guy. Now, backstory here. The guy doing most of the yelling, the guy that's further away from the camera that you could tell, is behind a fence. He is the owner of a cat. The cat name, I guess, is Mercury, which is a word that Sean can't pronounce.
I cannot.
The guy filming
Mercurial
is the
Mercurial. It's the Murmer. Mercury.
Mercury. It's like a meerkat.
Mercury. 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 You say it.
Mercury.
Mercury.
There you go. Close.
That was Mercury.
Might have rolled your R there.
Mercury.
So Mercury is in the other neighbor's yard. The guy filming is the one that has the cat in his yard. And I guess he either won't get the cat out, won't allow the other neighbor to go get the cat. The guy yelling thinks he's harboring this dude's cat.
If you would go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, we'll have the police department figure it out.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Great idea.
All right. No, so the cat doesn't eat and drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah, you cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring the cat. I've done nothing to bring the. This dude's lost. This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it.
I don't think a neighbor relationship can ever be salvaged after being called a cat pervert. I think that one of those parties has to move. One of those parties has to move immediately. You cannot move on if you've been called a cat pervert.
I wish I had a better relationship with my neighbors. I really do. I go in with the best intent, and there's like a grace period. Bobby, you'll know this when you finally make your wife happy and get her a house.
Certainly haven't made her happy yet.
You have not. Which is why she doesn't want to procreate with you anymore.
Except when I eat cereal.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Haven't seen that in a while.
I haven't posted it as much lately, but
Why?
I threw one out there over the weekend. No, you didn't reply to it. So
I saw that.
I made her hold up the box.
You did?
Yeah.
She did?
Yeah.
Mark that. I feel like I gotta say we have to have the great introduction and hello like in the first 2 weeks. And once 2 weeks goes by and we don't see each other, then we just go about our business. So after I won the battle, thanks to the Tolos, the rest of you simps out there just saying, take it, let them play loud music, just deal with it, don't rat them out. After I won the war and, Kid and Play moved out of the neighborhood, I got these new neighbors, and 2 weeks went by of just kind of not running into each other. And now the time has passed where we can't have the new introduction.
Ah, yeah.
So we don't talk. We really don't speak.
Ah.
And I'm a friendly neighbor person. Come on over. If you see the grill smoking, I got extras for you. Like my neighbors, two neighbors ago were fantastic. We were tight. I'd invite them over all the time, but not the two neighbors since.
Does your neighborhood have
And I hate the one across from me. My God.
Do they have do you have a neighborhood Facebook page where one person will always throw a party at the house and the whole neighborhood's invited?
I don't know. I wouldn't get on the neighborhood Facebook page.
Now that's an easy way to meet a lot of people. I know a lot of the people in my neighborhood just from that.
I hate my HOA so much.
Uh-huh.
I would just assume that one of them were in the HOA. My HOA the other day gave me they sent out a new memo of garbage can times. They're putting times on us of when the garbage can, a window of when the garbage can go out and when it has to be taken back in. And I'm intentionally just violating that right now.
Yeah, we have one too. It's like 6 o'clock the night before.
Screw you. Screw all of you.
Yeah, what if you're going out of town? I'm going to leave it out all week.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to have. I'm
I
not going
couldn't
to come
believe it.
home.
I was in shock.
Yeah, I'm not going to come home to summertime garage stink of my garbage cans.
Right.
I would be a terrible neighbor, I feel like. Like once we're
it depends.
in a house, I feel like I'd be really bad. In terms of I'm not going to be involved in the neighborhood at all. Kristen hated a couple years ago. She did this like Friendsgiving thing with some of our neighbors where it's like, hey, we're all like outside, like doing this big potluck thing outside. And I stayed inside the whole time. And she was like, you're incredibly antisocial.
You're not going to hang out with your neighbors?
She's like, that's really rude
It
because
is
everybody
rude.
else is out there. And I was like, well, that's okay. I don't want to be out there.
Sounds about white.
You meet some good friends. Like all my best friends, really, for the most part, of my neighbors.
She felt like I was being showy about it being rude about it. Like just by intentionally not going out there to even get food. And I was like, I just don't have any interest in going outside.
Yeah, you're way better friends to them than you are to us.
Well, they live down the street.
You're
I wish you guys lived closer. I would hang out with you guys. If you need to move to like Colleyville, I would or South Lake. I'd be out at your house all the time.
Your garbage can must be placed at the curb in front of your residence by 7 a.m. the morning of your collection day, and no earlier than 6 p.m. the evening before.
Yeah.
So, like, the day before, a lot of time, what if I want to take it out at 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m.? That's the trash I've accumulated. And then the garbage can, it should be brought in no later than 8 a.m. on the day following collection day. So, this is times that they don't want the garbage cans. I'm like, hey, how about you deal with the bullets flying by? How about you deal with the police? Why don't you contact the police with the bullet in my yard or in the window and screw you and shove the garbage can up your rear end?
Yeah.
Whoa.
We
All
have the same
HOAs
thing.
burn in hell.
Yep.
All of you.
We had that same thing, 6
Including
o'clock
the one
night
I'm moving
before.
to.
Yeah, 6 o'clock the night before. Now we kind of broke the rule. We put the trash can outside, but not at the curb. When we went out of town this past weekend, and my neighbor just brought it down for us. But I would have previously, I would have just left it on the street corner at Friday because our trash is Monday.
Junk drawer continuing here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, our air fryers are spying on us.
All of our, our toasters, our air fryers, whatever else.
I love my air fryer, by the way. Oh, my God. What a game changer.
Friend of the KNC masterpiece, Senator Ted Cruz, is not going to allow this to stand anymore. If you've ever wondered, is this thing spying on me? Which I do feel like, I will not say the name, but Alexa, I do feel like sometimes she's listening in a little bit.
Oh, no doubt.
But this is from Mediaite. First reported by the Daily Caller, Ted Cruz took to the Senate floor on Tuesday to ask for support on the Informing Consumers About the Smart Devices Act, which will require companies to notify customers of cameras and microphones in everyday appliances and devices, such as air fryers. Now, I had never had any sort of inclination that my air fryer was spying on me. I never thought that there would be a camera or microphone in it. Now, pretty routinely, Kristen is convinced everything in the house is spying on us, where we'll have a conversation all of a sudden. Why is there a suggested video on the YouTube app on our TV?
Yep.
Suggesting the very thing we just talked about.
Instagram pulls it right up.
All the time.
It does.
They look, the algorithms have you just right. I don't think the algorithms are pulling from our air fryer or our toaster or the microwave or whatever else.
Why is Ted Cruz bringing this up?
He says that, look, we all like the convenience of these smart devices, but one of the potential trade-offs is our privacy. In Texas, we've become very aware of that cost. The past few years, smart thermostats have allowed electric companies to control the temperature in your own home from afar in the name of conserving energy. Furthermore, a lot of Americans don't realize or expect that the growing number of smart household devices and appliances have cameras on them and microphones that can record families and transmit data.
Look, I don't have I have a smart thermostat. It's not set up. So first of all, I just because I'm just too stupid to. But I would have a problem if they change my thermostat on me. I don't care if I assume someone's listening to me.
Yep.
I don't care about.
If you care, it's going to drive you out of your mind.
I don't care about private data. I don't have private data. You want to read go ahead. I don't care. Like, the government can have any information they have on me because I assume they already do.
I used to be worried about, like, oh man, all the privacy collection things and I mean, I still don't want everything collected on me that exists. But, I used to have more of a concern about that and be like, these algorithms are going to get me right. And then I see some of the ads the algorithm kicks out for me and I'm like, oh, they don't know me at all. Like, they've done a really poor job of creating a profile on me. Like, for instance, I get on Twitter all the time, I get these like suggestions for like anime and stuff like that. I'm like, I couldn't care less about anime. Why is this popping up as a suggested ad all the time?
Made for your girls, stuff
no,
like
we never look at any never look at any of that. And it's like, follow the dramatic story of this anime cartoon and their like love affair. And I'm like, why is this being suggested to me?
Man, like the Instagram algorithm's the worst. Like I look up one. Somebody sent me a video of two rhinos getting down, and all of a sudden, my entire feed is animal relations. It's like, come on, guys, what are we doing?
You have waited long enough. Let's hook you up with one of our best giveaways in a long time to finish off the expressway right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Tampa Bay Rays in a battle of top teams in the American League at Globe Life Field on Tuesday, July 18th. Get tickets now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Two quarterbacks from Texas are in the Around the NFL spotlight next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But Trajan Wealth is in the spotlight right now.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Rangers, back in action tonight. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock against Cleveland in Arlington. We are also your home for the Cowboys and the best NFL coverage around. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. Here on DFW Sports Station, we take you around the NFL. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, man, he gave a juicy quote yesterday that Bobby should be worried about. He said, this has been a dream. I'm so happy. I've been living a dream. So, attitude up, stock up for Aaron Rodgers and my bet against Roberto.
Woo! Yeah, that's been known to reverse aging effects, is feeling happy to be out of Green Bay. That'll undo everything that has limited him in the last year or so. That's great that he feels great. I mean, he also loved hanging out with whatever her name is, Shailene Woodley or whatever, and that didn't always turn into great results on the field.
Danica too.
And Danica as well. And so that's wonderful that he's feeling so positive and upbeat. It means nothing for how well he'll play, which is going to be not very well. Sean?
Well, I knew that I was going to win the Corey Majors bet. That was a 10 out of 10 lock guarantee.
The John Morant over-under 16.5 game suspension.
Yeah, that was easy. I just wanted to punish Corey for a bad take, and I did. Kind of did. We'll see if the Dallas Cowboys actually do it at training camp. This one, I'm like a 7.5. That's how strongly I feel about it.
7.5 out of 10.
7.5 out of 10. Okay. Where would you handicap it?
On the Rodgers is
bounce back.
I'd put it somewhere in that 6.5, 7.5, somewhere range. Probably about I'd just go with 7.
6.5. Okay, 7. 7. How strongly do you feel on your side?
About the same, 7.
Okay. So
maybe
we're not
a
going
little better.
Neither one of us, I don't think, could say with any certainty, because we've seen quarterbacks bounce back. Everybody thought Brady was done.
We thought Rodgers was done.
We thought Rodgers was done in like 2018.
Yeah,
and he bounced back. We thought Brady was done in 2019, and he bounced back. That he was done like 2 years later.
And then Russ fell off the face of the earth.
And then Russ fell off. So when we think Russ is done, maybe he'll bounce back. I do think that we do this way too often. We take the last year of the quarterback or any player and say, and just completely say, that's what he is now. Instead of recognizing that players can have down years. And it doesn't mean that they're different at all.
Yeah.
That's
kind of against your own premise where you say every year this guy's going to get you 10 wins. If you're great, which we're talking about great players, then the standard doesn't plummet like that.
Well, you still should, yeah.
With Peyton Manning, we knew when he was throwing crazy ducks that was the end.
We knew it was the end, yes. They still got 10 wins. They still won the Super Bowl. But he was throwing crazy ducks.
And he was done after that.
He was like, all right, I know I'm done. I'm not even going to try.
But he didn't get them those 10 wins. Like when that player gets you 10 wins. Peyton didn't get them 10 wins. That defense did.
Well, fine, but the quarterback still even if he can't throw, the brain of the brain of a quarterback is more important than any other part of his body.
I mean, the Eagles made a Super Bowl last year with a quarterback who can't throw, so you're right.
Aaron Rodgers on Hard Knocks is being forced on us by the league.
One of the only things I like about Hard Knocks is the voice of God who narrates it, Live. I hope I get to meet him. But look, I understand the appeal with us. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on me, a lot of eyes on our team, a lot of expectations for our squad. So they forced it down our throats, and we got to deal with it.
Shut up. Nobody, you are the king of all the attention. And guys, I'm going to go into darkness to contemplate away from
you guys.
Yeah, lucky for you guys. I'm coming back. Like it's the call, just the desperate attempts for attention every effing off season from him, and then he has the gall to go like, the attention. I mean, I guess if it's being forced on us, I guess we'll have to take it. Shut up! You are Aaron Rodgers in New York. There is nothing that clamors for attention more than Aaron Rodgers in New York.
Meanwhile, let's focus on two Texas quarterbacks. There's a Pat Mahomes debate because of this Netflix opener that Corey Majors said was good.
Yes, there is, and I love this. There's a little bit of debate on social media about the trash talk. And this is the Netflix documentary called Quarterback, which I have not seen yet because I don't think I have Netflix anymore.
How did you watch The Cheater last night?
It's Hulu. Hulu. So I've got Hulu. So anyway, this is from this documentary. There are people who say this is savage, game-changing trash talk, and there are others that say this is corny, robotic trash talk. He only says 3 phrases, but he utters them each about 17 different
And
times.
this is against
the Raiders. So they were down 7. So they started off.
I think he gets into a Crosby.
Yeah, they were down 17-0 at the time. And this is against the Raiders, down 17-0. And he throws a touchdown pass that was to Travis Kelce. That was a dump off. Kelce ran it, cross field into the end zone. Really nice run, catch and run by Travis. But this is Mahomes after the play to Max Crosby.
I was already frustrated. We weren't playing at a good enough level that I expected, and it kind of just snapped.
And now the Chiefs will have 2nd down and goal to go. Mahomes takes the snap, in trouble, moves out past Crosby. Fires it late, Kelce at the catch inside the 10. Stiff arms one, stumbles into the end zone. Touchdown!
I'm here all day. 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 The temperature is heating up.
All of a sudden, I go into that mode where I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of blacking out and going crazy.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, that's robotic.
Yeah, the one with the 84 million beeps is you woke up the wrong mofo.
Yeah.
Who was saying that? Mahomes was?
Mahomes to Crosby.
That is not legendary, awesome trash talk.
Yeah.
Gary Payton, that category. People going to Karl Malone at the free throw line, NBA Finals, saying,
"Yeah, mailman don't deliver on Sunday."
That was Pippen's line.
That's great trash talk.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And maybe Pip is right. Jordan doesn't win a title without him on that one.
You get personal. You do research. Draymond Green. I love Pat's personality, but that's not all-time trash talk.
No, my issue is it's Mahomes. He's cerebral. He doesn't seem like a trash talker to me. But I can't, and this is the same thing with Garrett Cole. I can't get past the Kermit the Frog voice with both of them. They don't have this legendary, deep, great voice. They sound like Kermit. I can't get past it. It's hard for me to see you as a trash talk.
I will say it's not like legendary trash talk, but it's effective trash talk probably for somebody like Mahomes to all of a sudden be screaming, "You woke up the wrong MFer."
Yeah.
That's a little crap, did I piss off somebody who's good? That would be effective, I would imagine. But the other stuff, "I'm here all day. I'm here all day. I'm here. I'm here." That doesn't move the needle at all.
You woke up the wrong guy. Yeah, man. Because this is
I'm here.
This is the nastiest quarterback I ever seen. He just is. He's literally never out of it.
Imagine any great player saying that to. If Michael Jordan says you woke up the wrong MF or anything like that, then makes you go, crap, I've made him mad. So that works. The other stuff is just basic.
Who was the guy in The Last Dance that played for the Wizards, the Bullets?
LeBradford Smith.
Yep. And even if they came out and said that wasn't even true.
It was a fake story when he said, "Good game, Mike."
Yeah, the fake story.
Yeah.
That's exactly what, because it was a back-to-back, right? They were playing the next night, and it was all right, it's coming. Get ready.
Yeah. Larry Bird, go look at his trash talk. When he walks in and goes, "Who's finishing second?" Or, "You're white. Why are you guarding me?" I mean, that's great. Muhammad Ali's, what he did to poor Joe Frazier. I still feel bad for Joe Frazier.
What was that? What did he do?
He took it to race, two black guys talking, and he made... He emasculated and minimized Joe Frazier's blackness.
Oh.
You asked me.
I didn't know. I had no idea.
Psychological, just like Joe Frazier had darker skin than Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali painted him as an Uncle Tom sellout. You're not really black. I mean, messing with Joe's head badly. I felt bad for Joe. That's trash talk. I mean, that's deep cutting. What Jordan Poole did to Draymond was worse than this.
Where he said it. He hooked up with more girls at Draymond's college than Draymond did.
Oh, he's like, oh, why's your account money green? You ain't getting paid. You'll be running for Sacramento next year. You know.
I always loved the one that got reported after he went to the ESPN did a whole piece on Dirk's subtle trash talk. I always liked the Dirk line of if he ever got somebody bad, he'd say it's time for you to learn Mandarin because you're going to be playing in Beijing next year. That one was good.
That's good.
I can't remember who I saw this.
I feel like Luka can get nasty with it.
Well, I mean, Grant Williams said that, man, he talks a lot and he talks a lot of S. There was one of these mic'd up segments from a hockey player that I saw on Instagram recently, and I can't remember who it was, but he had said to somebody, he said, I'll let you pick which hand I beat the F out of you with. And that's pretty good.
Meanwhile, are we believing, speaking of quarterback bounce backs, Kyler Murray is talking. He said last year will end up being good for Arizona, and he seems to be admitting from the Cardinals official website that he needs to be and will be a better teammate. Quote, I've got to respect the person or understand the ins and outs or the rhymes and reasons for what we are doing. I'm going to listen. I mean, these are powerful sentences in my opinion. I'm going to be coachable, and I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. But if the S ain't working, at some point, we all have to look in the mirror. Kyler also admitted that maybe he has a communication problem as the leader. As far as growing from my rookie year to now, learning how to be one with your emotions, understanding how to talk to people. Some people are able to take the harsh way, and I'm naturally that way. Or do I need to give them a little love, and that's part of the quarterback position and learning how to address guys in a team sport. So Kyler Murray basically saying he's very harsh. He's very blunt. And he delivers things a little bit cold, and he needs to adjust, and he needs to listen to coaching a little bit more.
It's good that he's owning his part in it because he definitely owns a part of it. He owns a part of what's there. But also at the same time, how much do you want him to just own everything when clearly Cliff Kingsbury was over his head in Arizona? He didn't know how to run an entire football team. And that was something that you heard a lot of whispers about coming out of Arizona, was like he doesn't know what he's doing. He's a coordinator who's being put in charge of basically being CEO, and he has no idea what he's doing there. And so I like what Kyler says there, which is basically, look, I've got to be more coachable. I've got to have this happen, whatever else. But also saying if there is stuff that's not working, everybody needs to also own their part. We can't just sit back and go, well, I've got to do better. It's things need to change. What? Oh,
the last two segments on Get Up, right now they're teasing Dallas downfall ? And then the one before was they went back to the Jets-Cowboys Super Bowl chances and had everyone vote. 3 out of 4, I think, said the Cowboys had a better chance. And where's this coming from? You know, when we do a topic, there's a launching point. There's a story that we react to. Like, what's the Jets-Cowboys?
The launching point was they had Bill Barnwell and Jeff Darlington on, and they were football guys. That was the launching point. It's like, you know, I was on Sirius XM radio last night, Sean.
Whoa! With who?
With
Kevin Gray?
With the great Tom Byrne. My buddy.
Oh, wow.
What did he have me on for?
Cowboys Jets?
No, actually it was for the Rangers, but but he
totally unrelated.
But he did ask, are the Cowboys actually flying under the radar this year?
Yeah. Well, I get that. You know, training camp's coming up, but Cowboys or Jets, better Super Bowl. They did that like 2 weeks ago.
I mean, every day, Get Up, like if you were to go Monday through Friday, it'd be like it's like Cowboys Jets, and it's like, will Dak win a Super Bowl ever? Dak or Luka? It's just irritating.
Why Choppy is worried that Messi could be messing everything up moving forward. We'll explain. The debut's getting closer next.
But let's get you over to a number.
1053 The Fan segment brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Shout out to whoever is bringing all the bottled water up here. I'd like to get the name of that individual.
Gavin Spittle.
Thank them. Is it?
I assume so. He's the boss.
No.
I gave you credit, boss. I don't know.
It was me.
I assume that it's Broadus. I assume this is a Broadus move. Spittle does it with coffee.
Uh-huh.
But I assume that this is a Broadus move. Brian, if you're listening, text and confirm. And whoever it is, I'd like to thank them.
I'd be highly disappointed if it was.
Highly disappointed
If it was Broadus.
Why?
It's not his job to provide water. It's the station, so you better be writing that off. You better be getting an expense report.
I don't think it's the station's job to provide water. I think it's make sure there's water coming out of the sink, but not drinking filtered water. It'd be nice, but it's a luxury. That's a luxury.
I highly disagree with that. Filtered water system is absolutely responsibility of the company.
More than tap water? They owe you more than tap water?
Tap water is undrinkable. You have to provide drinking water.
That's not true.
It's undrinkable.
It's literally...
It's undrinkable. Like nobody's sticking their head in a faucet anymore.
If it's undrinkable, it'd be illegal. Like they wouldn't be able to have it. You're wrong. This is an added luxury to have.
No,
filtered water.
A water bottle is
filtered water.
Filtered water. I do not believe it's not an added luxury. That is just the companies. You got to provide that.
You act like it's.
It may not be the law, but
you're putting it on the same level as like running toilet water.
It's on the company to provide drinking water.
It is Boss Man Spittle.
You're wrong.
It is Boss Man Spittle. He just texted. So Gavin is the one putting the water in there.
Thank you.
It's not on the employees to provide their own coffee.
Choppy was trying
Yes, it is. No. It's not on the company to provide you coffee.
Name me the company that doesn't provide coffee.
The Washington Commanders.
No, there might be a lot of companies that have it or coffee pots, but it's not on them. It's not an obligation or requirement for them to give you coffee.
It's not a legal obligation. No.
Right.
Name me the company that does it. It's an ethical, moral obligation.
Moral.
It is for a company to provide drinking water and coffee for their employees.
He said, I need to, during the break, he's like, you need to expense that hot plate. Since I'm about the hot plate now for us to have the egg cooking competition. He's like, expense it. He's like, they're going to have to pay for it. I was like,
it's a segment for the show. It's on them to do. I'm not even, first of all, I'm not even going to do this until you expense it. That's the deal.
Oh, that's his way. He knows I would never expense that, so that's his way of getting out of getting his ass
I'm not going to let you be an
kicked.
idiot. You're going to expense that, or we're not going to do this thing.
Well, they're not going to cover it. They're not going to
the show, right? You got to expense it for the show. I don't know.
I wish you talked like this in the meetings. You're talking real big with the microphone. Well, I wish you talk like this in the meetings.
And people
let us know as a boss. I'm arguing now. I am arguing letter of the law, not what is in the majority of businesses, not what would be nice. I'm saying having that filtered drinking. You know, if you're an employee and you want to drink, the better water, you got to bring it. I would love for the company to have this water machine working. That's why I appreciate Spittle giving the bottled water. But let's hear. Everyone is an employer or employer listening. I wonder, 877-881-1053. You tell me what Twitch is saying, Bobby, because I know Chop's going to cherry pick some text messages here.
Oh, he's already getting beat on the text, though. Somebody says Chop's being a prima donna.
Yes.
Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says Socialist Choppy is out in full force.
I don't think that's socialist. It's to you do these things like companies do these things to attract employees. Like,
yes. But it's not.
I never said it was a law. It's not a law.
Not a law, but you're arguing like it is. I'm just saying it's a luxury. You're saying it. We're arguing luxury versus necessity.
I agree. Bottled water is a luxury.
No, fine.
That little filtered thing that we have.
Yes,
that's not a luxury. That's standard in office buildings.
You're wrong.
It's standard. Now it's not a law, but it's standard.
We're arguing luxury versus necessity. You're saying if you are opening, like it has to be in there. Has to be. They're basically bound to provide us with that water.
Yeah, no, it's not a law.
It's with coffee.
It's not a law, but it's not a luxury.
Somebody says Lockheed Martin makes them pay for coffee. So,
really?
Yeah. So, I mean,
well, boss, thank you. You're appreciated.
If you work in an office that doesn't provide coffee and water, find a new job. That's what I would say. Find a new job.
Spits and suds.
Go to a company that actually cares about you. And this company doesn't care about us, and they still provide us with that.
Oh, my. Who's the one going on vacation today?
RJ Bassett hanging out with us here.
8-7, and he knows Spittle's listening. Ooh. That's the thing I love. He's saying it right into the
Here we go.
speaker.
I work in HR. Each company in Texas that has full-time employees has to have drinking water, but not coffee.
Drinking water,
and the drinking water comes out of the faucet.
That is
the city of Dallas, the state of Texas. They consider that technically drinking water out of the tap. We're bougie, and again, I don't drink it out of that either. But that's our drinking water.
Next bet payoff, I guess Choppy just has to drink, fill up his jug with tap water and drink
Gavin
that all
Dawson is
morning.
doing Luka Doncic rollouts that I heard yesterday on G-Bag.
Drinking poop water.
Choppy just drinks tap
poop
water.
If it comes from a place where animals poop and it's not filtered.
And where's this? You're tracking our water to?
I mean, every reservoir, there's an animal that's pooping in that reservoir. There's probably a person pooping in that reservoir too.
Oh, wow.
I know. I mean, how many reservoirs do you get your drinking water out of that people go on lakes and pee in the water? I would say all of them.
972, my job does not provide filtered water.
Again, get a new job.
Filtered water is definitely a luxury.
Get a new job.
All right.
Find a new place to work.
How is how just like the advice you gave your son, keep vaping, man. Just do it.
I did.
Just
I did.
keep
He'll
what
be
can he
18
do?
years.
What can he do?
What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do?
All right. Well,
Yeah, do anything.
just know.
Why are you parenting his kid more than your kids?
I'm not parenting his kid. I literally told his kid to keep vaping. That's not parenting.
Well, that's bad advice. I mean, get to your messy point.
This is going to be very, very bad, I believe, for sports. It's great for Messi. It's great for the athlete. But Lionel Messi has this new contract with Inter Milan. Did you see the landing that he had? He lands, and there's a big to-do about him landing in Miami.
People in Miami actually showed up. There were people on the runway in Miami?
Yeah, there were.
Wow.
So
terrible sports town.
The Messi effects take hold. Inter Miami's social media following explodes. Ticket prices skyrocket. Everything happened, right? But then the contract. He already was second on the Forbes list of the world's highest paid athletes. But, part of this is what else can you bring to the table? This is a deal that's very, very unique in structure. According to Sportico, his 2.5-year deal with Miami is worth up to $150 million total from his salary, signing bonus, and equity in the team. Now, there's more of this. There is not. This is a report. The option for part ownership of Inter Miami will not be subsidized as it was for David Beckham in 2007. But he also has revenue sharing agreements with Adidas and Apple and others were negotiated. This is unprecedented. So he is going to have this deal has never been given to anybody in baseball, basketball, football. It's very, very unique.
Before you continue, there's a text coming in. Now, look, RJ's wrong on the water argument. He's right about this for you texting. It's soccer. Who cares? The biggest athlete in the world is now performing in America.
Yeah.
The biggest athlete in the world is now in Miami. And that's not really debatable as much as I would like to argue it because I don't love soccer.
Yeah, he has more
Period.
Instagram followers than people who live in the U.S. He has 150 more Instagram followers, 150 million more Instagram followers than LeBron James. He is almost double the popularity of LeBron.
Lucky for us, he's coming to the U.S.
Yeah. He might be more popular than Michael Jordan. He might have a bigger follow. I don't know. I can't prove that, but he might be. He might be just because of the sport he plays. So ESPN confirmed part of the ongoing discussion is he gets a cut of revenue from Apple TV. The subscription service on Apple TV Plus was launched when Apple and MLS kicked off their $2.5 billion decade-long media rights partnership. He gets a cut of that.
And he's 36.
Yeah.
Okay, this isn't 32, 31, prime.
He also has a similar profit split with Adidas. Kind of like the Nike MJ deal over Air Jordan. So, and what cut of those increases that he gets, we don't know. But an agreement between Messi and Adidas would strictly be between the player and the company and would not involve the MLS, ESPN, confirmed. And the MLS is also helping out here. So what does it? This doesn't mean anything for Messi or soccer necessarily. I'm just looking at it from like another perspective. Like, what if another corporate entity did the same thing in football or basketball or baseball and said, Nike says, we really want LeBron to play in Portland. So, Portland, you pay this, and then, Nike, we will kick this on top to get LeBron to come to Portland because it's in our backyard. As opposed to, them just sponsoring LeBron wherever he is, right? That's a.
We don't think this has happened.
I mean, I don't know. Like, would that be like circumventing the salary cap, right? Like, Patrick Mahomes can't get money to go somewhere from another company just to go there, right?
Not in theory. I'm sure that all sorts of things have occurred under the table to convince. I mean, wasn't that the accusation for the longest time about Brady and the amount of money he was getting was how the Patriots were going to invest in TB12 and do certain things with the company there. So, I mean, those sorts of rumors exist.
But that's the team doing that. That's not like a third party. Like, imagine like with Shohei, right?
Yeah, but how different, I mean, you're one step away from that. You're one step away. I'm sure it's happened in some form or fashion before.
Yeah, and it's probably more of a baseball problem because the NFL's got the salary cap. But maybe it's more of an NFL problem because the team, you have the cap and you can only go so high on a player. Whereas, if Nike were to kick in, say, hey, here's an extra $500 million, but Patrick Mahomes has to go play for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Or whoever, like that's the only way he's going to get this money. That's companies dictating where players go as opposed to the player wanting to go there with the team. And the player's the ultimate decision.
I want you to go out in this segment a blaze of glory. Okay. You started one with a blaze, torched the boss. I got your blaze of glory walk-off moment to finish the segment with the Women's World Cup.
Oh, okay. I can do this one easy.
Yeah. Did they not get purified water or something?
No, they got purified water.
They might not. Some of the female sports conditions.
They didn't get purified tickets, though. They don't have fans. That's their problem. Okay. The FIFA Women's World Cup is taking place. It looks like it's later this month. Goes to show you how much I know. But FIFA's giving away 20,000 free tickets for games that are being played in New Zealand. This is a co-host Australia-New Zealand World Cup. Now, Australia, they've sold a lion's share of the 1 million tickets sold so far. But, New Zealand, they have not sold as much. And this is it. I am stunned by this because, at least in the U.S., the women's soccer team in the U.S. is like tremendous.
Yeah.
But this is the whole issue that they were taught that the U.S. national team versus the women's national team was having this disagreement over pay, where obviously the women want to be paid more, they wanted to be paid equal to the men, but the issue was always, this is the stance that the U.S. Soccer Federation had, and they did eventually come to an agreement on it, but it was like, the men's tournament gets like triple your amount of money or more your amount of money. We're not going to pay you the same. Success and popularity are not equal.
Yeah.
And the women's team is infinitely more successful than the men's. You can't even argue that the men's team is remotely on the same level of success or competitiveness that the women's team is on. But you also can't argue that the women's team has near the amount of fans.
Bobby?
Or the women's soccer, I should say.
RJ Choppy, putting on the shin guards. Well done. I thought that was going to be much more offensive. Well done.
No,
Bobby?
I could be offensive if you want me to.
What's next?
Why Vegas is rooting against CeeDee Lamb and the Texas Coast offense. That's next on the Fan.
It's next in
Below the Belt
on the Fan.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt for State of the Art Weight Loss, here to tell you about my wonderful experience.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Why Jordan Spieth is a damn traitor to the state of Texas, the city of Dallas.
No.
Longhorns fans, Cowboys fans everywhere. More on that in just a moment. Why we're going to have to abandon Jordan Spieth as our golf hero of Dallas.
We already did. Kicked him to the curb for Scotty.
Scotty Scheffler, Willie Zalatoris, Sebastian Munoz.
Not DeChambeau.
Most
DeChambeau,
of those are
yeah.
made-up names, I feel like, what you just said.
Scotty Scheffler?
Yeah, I know Scotty Scheffler. He was the New Jersey Devils defenseman back in the day.
Shut up.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is
Your
my
segment.
segment.
No, it's all of them are our segments.
I know.
We're letting you.
I know.
We're
Wow.
letting you do a segment.
Thank you, my benevolent leader. Frank Schwab, who we met at the Super Bowl with Will Brinson.
You got all three guys to laugh back there at one time.
Frank
All
Schwab?
three.
Frank Schwab, yes. We met him at the Super Bowl. He was just hanging out with Will Brinson. We had a couple drinks with him.
What if G-Bag told Broadus that? What did they go? What if Dawson went, no, they're all my segments. I'm letting you have. Did that Krusty's corner blow up?
Yeah.
What would he do?
Well, I mean,
he would. Okay,
yes, sir.
fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. No, he would blow up.
Oh, yes, he would.
yeah.
It's like he blew up with Wolchuk. He said, it's my damn segment. This isn't 420 when he said that to Wolchuk.
Well, Wolchuk owned responsibility. He took responsibility
did.
for that.
He did.
He said he was in the wrong.
He texted me back, by the way, said he's on land when I sent him that photo, that selfie we did during the 640 segment. And so he says hello.
Leave him alone.
He says hello. He
What
said
are
he's
you damn
back.
talking about?
So Frank
What
Schwab,
are we damn talking about?
Frank Schwab, who is the NFL betting writer for Yahoo, has NFL odds and the odds that the sports books that Vegas are rooting against. Let's see if our degenerate,
All right.
who have you used your new cutting board yet from Andy Tedford? Your winnings.
It is now it's right behind the stove, right behind the range, wherever they call it. It's kind of like a
centerpiece,
like
of
a centerpiece
like your
there.
backsplash area.
Like a backsplash area, and we have not used it yet, but we're still moving in. We could barely use our kitchen. There's barely anything that we can even use yet.
Got the Tennessee Tolo cutting board for your degenerate picks, winning a listener 6K.
It's a beautiful looking board. All right, so here are the bets that specifically using BetMGM odds that Vegas is going to be rooting against. First one, RJ Choppy.
All right.
MVP Jalen Hurts. Says it's close between Hurts and Mahomes. Mahomes has more money bet on him, 15% to win MVP, but Hurts, 14%, has the most tickets and longer odds. Mahomes is plus 700 to win MVP. Hurts is plus 1,100, so Hurts represents the bigger liability at BetMGM. Hurts was in the middle of the MVP race last season before he suffered a late season injury. Mahomes went on to win the award. Hurts might have won had he not gotten hurt. Then he was amazing in a Super Bowl loss. It's no surprise that plenty of bettors are backing Hurts. So is that one you think Vegas is actively rooting against, is we cannot have Jalen Hurts be the MVP of the league?
Yeah, they generally will. They're going to root against Mahomes, too, because they're going to have a lot of liability with Mahomes as well. But, I mean, look, they don't have to worry that much. Jalen Hurts isn't going to win the MVP.
Because he's not very good.
Why not?
It's not that he's not very good. It's just, generally speaking, well, just take it for this example. The last quarterback who lost a Super Bowl and also made it back to another Super Bowl was Jim Kelly. Not even the next year, just period, at any point in their career.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean that he can't win an MVP, no. But generally the MVP is like a Super Bowl favorite.
Which they are.
Which they are. So, there's no doubt. But I would bet against it.
Here's the problem. The Eagles started off what last year? Who remembers?
10 or 11-0?
8. They started 8-0. Listen to the start of the schedule this year.
Oh, yeah.
At New England, Vikings at home, at Tampa, Commanders at home, at the Rams, before they go to the Jets. That is a lot of cake in the first 5 weeks. That is a runway to a fast start. At New England, Vikings at home, at Tampa, Commanders at home, at the Rams. I don't like that.
That is very easy.
I do not like that. And then 3 of their next 4 is tough. At the Jets, Dolphins, Commanders, Cowboys. Then they get Kansas City, Buffalo, San Fran, Dallas. The middle of their schedule is a gauntlet, but the beginning is easy.
You also got to remember, though, like I said, it all comes back to Jalen Hurts just isn't very good. So they don't have to worry about him winning MVP.
When you say
He's a bad football player.
That, you kind of discredit.
We got other things. We just got to leave it there. We got to leave it there at Jalen Hurts is awful, Sean.
All right, I think it's time to double down. You're gonna make me do this. God, you're gonna make me root for Jalen Hurts. Yes. I'm gonna freaking hate your guts.
Just like you rooted for them in the Super Bowl.
We're gonna have I rooted for them
or the NFC title game.
Get to the Super Bowl because I wanted those losers in San Francisco with their crappy, overrated city that's getting exposed week by week, month by month to suffer, along with Christian McCaffrey's mom. But I'm gonna have to make another Jalen Hurts bet with you. It's gonna have to get ugly. I'm gonna have to take you out twice with QB bets this upcoming year.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna have to set a standard for Hurts. I do have a doubt. I do have doubt that he's great, but I know I could get you in a bet because you'll go all the way to the one side to prove your point.
Oh, yeah. I lost a lot of money about 7 years ago digging in on a bet. It was digging on, I don't even remember. It was like on DeMarcus Lawrence or something and how many sacks he would have. And I dug into a point I didn't even believe because somebody kept pushing me. Yep, pretty much. Offensive player of the year. The player that Vegas is rooting against is Cedarian Lamb.
Wow.
It says Cincinnati Bengals receiver Jamar Chase is a popular bet among people right now. He has the most bets in the offensive player of the year market. He's a fine play at plus 1,300. He and Justin Jefferson are co-favorites. But CeeDee Lamb is a big name on a popular team at more than twice the odds of the favorite. Lamb, the Cowboys star receiver, is plus 3,000 to win Offensive Player of the Year, and he is the biggest liability for Vegas right now. Lamb is one of a handful of receivers going in the first round of most fantasy football drafts, and he has the ability to put up
last part again.
He is one of a handful of receivers going in the first round of most fantasy drafts, and has the ability to put up the kind of stats that get him in the Offensive Player of the Year race. It's an interesting bet, one that plenty of people have made already. You like odds of plus 3,000 on CD?
I do. 30-1. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good odds.
For a guy that put up really good numbers last year and may thrive in this offense.
But don't bet it because of one man.
Dak Prescott?
No.
Mike McCarthy?
Yes. Yeah. Run the ball, pound the rock.
They're not. You see,
I want to run the damn football.
You're not buying it? You're not buying it, RJ?
They already ran the ball on first down an inordinate amount of times last year. They're not going to run more. They were not. They won
12 games with it.
I know, but they already weren't a pass-heavy team last year. In neutral game situations, they were mid-pack in passing.
And they're talking about running it more.
So they're going to be bottom third in pass attempts in neutral game situations. I would be surprised.
Sounds like it.
I'm just telling you what the coach is saying.
Yeah, I think like this, but this is
he fired the shot at Kellen Moore on the way out. He's been talking about it for a while. I mean, this is what they're saying.
My assumption is they'll be around the same this year as last year. They'll be mid-pack in neutral game situations with throwing the ball. This is why I've never cared with what coaches or GM. Like we always had this debate with Fish. Well, this is what the Cowboys are saying. I was like, yeah, but they're lying to you. Like that, they're just saying this.
That's just about injuries.
Yeah. Like, well, that's what they're saying. Yeah, I know, but we know they're lying, and I don't believe Mike in this.
Defensive Player of the Year liability, Aiden Hutchinson from the Detroit Lions. Detroit fans love betting on their teams. That has to be one reason Detroit Lions second-year defensive end Hutchinson is the most popular bet to win Defensive Player of the Year right now. Among all the money bet on the award, 18.7% at BetMGM is on Hutchinson. At 20-1, he is a huge liability for BetMGM.
What did you say about Lions fans betting?
Says that Lions fans love betting on their teams. Apparently, they are known to place a lot of money on their guys.
I would love to get a top 5 list of that. The NFL or sports cities that bet the most, because it always feels like Chicago, it always feels like San Francisco, and now they're saying Detroit is a heavy betting city. That's interesting.
So when I was doing the BetQL show, outside of Vegas, Detroit was the number one market.
Wow,
yeah, Detroit's amazing for betting.
I thought they didn't have any money.
Michigan does. Detroit may not, but Michigan does, right?
It's the Gaylord.
Gaylord, Michigan does.
Gaylord, Michigan, man. GaylordGolfBeckett.com. But yeah, like the Lions are one of the most, I think they are the most bet team in terms of betting on the over. They've got the most liability, Vegas does, against the Lions on the over.
Wow.
Which I honestly, I think the smart bet might be the under, just because it's a 9.5, 10. It's very, very high.
This feels like a great value play.
I felt like your voice cracked.
This feels like a great value play. Comeback Player of the Year, the biggest liability, Russell Wilson. Says it's a tough award to define, but Wilson's case is easy to figure out. He was bad last season. If he rebounds for the Broncos and new coach Sean Payton, then it will get a lot of attention. At BetMGM, 33% of the money on Comeback Player of the Year is on Wilson, who is plus 2,500. So 25-1 odds for Russell Wilson.
Unlimited.
Now, any guess at who the favorite for the award is at minus 300?
Rodgers?
It feels like one they're going to just hand over, to be honest.
Rodgers?
Think an Alex Smith. Think an Alex Smith type of winner.
All right, so who really got hurt? Who got their legs snapped?
Worse than that.
Oh, Damar Hamlin.
Well, he's not going to win it.
If he shows up on the field, he wins the award, I think.
Yeah, if he plays a snap, he will win the award.
Coach of the Year liability.
I'd give him the award. If he played a single snap, I'd give him the award. But then again, that means that the award is not given to who played the best in a comeback. It's who came back from the worst injury.
Coach of the Year liability.
Was Damar Hamlin a starter?
Yes. Okay. Coach of the Year liability, Dan Campbell. Again, we just talked about Detroit being a big betting city. He's the Coach of the Year favorite at plus 900, and he's getting 35% of the money. Wow. Bet on him right now. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Bijan Robinson, another huge liability for BetMGM. He's getting more than a third of the money, 36.2% on him. So even at a short plus 275 favorite, big liability for them.
He's also getting a lot of the literal money, as I saw his deal compared to a lot of other. Here it is. He'll make 13.7 in total cash this year, which is the most of any running back in the league. No running back is even within 1.5 million of his grand total. Josh Jacobs is trying to hold out, led the league in rushing, will make over $3.5 million less in total cash. Wow. Derrick Henry will make over $3.2 million less in total cash.
Wow.
How about that?
Don't you think Bryce Young should be the favorite for that?
Well, it's going to be easier for Bijan to have success than Bryce.
Right.
If Bryce has more success, yes, you're right. But for a rookie running back,
yeah, you're right.
Think
about running back should hit the ground running.
Think about the offense that
he's Barry Sanders.
Well, he is that, and think about the offense that Arthur Smith has run that got him a head coaching job coming from Tennessee. Like he absolutely will want to use Bijan Robinson in a big way. And then Defensive Rookie of the Year. Oh, hey, look, it's another Detroit Lion that is a liability for them. It's Lions linebacker Jack Campbell. The first round pick is going to start right away. He is plus 2,000 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's tied for the 9th best odds. Among the last 10 winners, only one was an off-ball linebacker. Campbell doesn't stand out as an obvious, sharp, long shot play, but don't tell that to Detroit Lions fans. We're putting a lot of money on Jack Campbell.
Why is Jordan Spieth a traitor?
Jordan Spieth is a traitor because he has gotten in bed with the San Francisco 49ers. So Jordan Spieth and fellow golfer Justin Thomas have bought shares in the 49ers group that is in the process of taking over English football club Leeds United. The group 49ers Enterprise, the investment arm of the NFL San Francisco 49ers, has been a shareholder in Leeds since its initial investment in May 2018. Last month, Leeds owner reached an agreement to sell his stake in the club to 49ers Enterprises. Give some quotes there from Leeds, but then you jump down there and Jordan Spieth's quote about it was, "It's done. Myself and Justin with a minority stake. The 49ers beat my Cowboys every year, so if you can't beat them, join them."
Ooh, that's
a traitor line.
That stinks.
It's a traitor line. Jordan Spieth, he has now been excommunicated from Dallas Cowboys, from Texas Longhorns. You're done.
Why is our friend of the show, Baseball Insider, mentioning the Rangers as a Shohei trade partner? Final hour, Friday edition, next on The Fan. But if
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Friday edition, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, 105.3 The Fan, and it is the return of Rank.
He looks like, have you seen Full Metal Jacket?
Yes.
He's Pyle.
I am in a world of, and then I can't finish the line. But
He really did. Ryan, zoom
yeah,
out.
right there, Ryan. Right there.
Yeah, Bobby.
What?
That was bad.
That'll get you fired.
What are you talking about?
You got a show on Twitch, YouTube, and the Fan Cam. Final hour. The Texas Rangers are back in action tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. Pregame 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. And yesterday, Buster Olney went viral when he was asked on ESPN, friend of the show, Baseball Insider, hasn't texted Peyton back. Don't ask me for any more steakhouse reservations, Buster. Who could trade for Shohei if the Angels actually deal him?
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays. Maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. In talking with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
Waiting to hear the Dodgers in there. 1, 2, 3. Instead it was Yankees 1, 2, 3, but the Rangers did get mentioned.
I think the Dodgers are in a very advantageous position. Like they've won enough recently where they can look at it. And if you look at what they did in this offseason, there's not much. They kind of purged payroll. They're all gearing up to sign Shohei this offseason. They're going to offer him a bag of money, and they know that they're the favorites. They're like, we think we're going to get him in 3 months. You know,
why offer?
Why offer up 5 prospects? Kill the farm system. That's not the Dodger way, maybe, whatever. The Yankees look at it from the perspective that we're outsiders in the playoffs right now. If we get him here and we make a run, maybe, and if he plays great, maybe the infectiousness of the atmosphere will convince him to stay. We can offer him a ton of money. Maybe he likes the players. Maybe he likes Judge, Cole, whatever. And then everybody else is like, all right, we're just going to offer a ton of money. The Rangers also, I think, would know that they're probably not going to be able to sign him in the offseason. Shohei is probably going to stay on the West Coast anyway, Dodgers or Seattle or San Fran. If he goes anywhere else, maybe the allure of New York City will help.
So we should view this as a 99.9% rental. Here.
I would, yes.
Does anyone think Shohei's going to re-sign with the Angels?
I think he's got to. I think it's in the cards. He, like everything I've heard, he doesn't hate it there. He likes the Angels. He likes the organization. He doesn't like losing. But I've also read that he lives in an apartment, the closest nice apartment he could find to the stadium.
Yeah,
he is there all day, every day.
He about business.
By Lowe's, right next to the ballpark, right next to Globe Life Field. You can walk to the ballpark every day.
If he played here, he probably lives in Lowe's.
Now look, before freeze frame that, Ryan. Go back to that last Shohei picture. If you look at that, look at his head compared to his body. Where'd that shot come from?
That's from the All-Star game. That was their media scrum that he had at the All-Star game.
What an angle! Did you see the media?
Unbelievable.
Why would you line up in the 5th or 6th? Well, okay,
it's for photos, probably, right?
How are you gonna get a photo? You're in the 6th row.
Yeah.
I understand if you have maybe the microphone to extend, but if you're 8th, 9th row, at some point it's like us at training camp. Jerry Jones is talking and you're like in the 6th row back, go on to someone else. But it was a scene. Now, before y'all roll your eyes and this is just like the Mavericks getting some. First off, that conversation has changed for the Rangers. They have shown now they can get big time free agents. I did hear, and I'm only waiting to bring this up now, because it seems relevant. I did hear a Rangers Ohtani whisper last year.
Holy smokes!
Not from Jared. This one actually wasn't from Jared. I get everything else from Jared, but I had heard this little bit through the grapevine, so I'm not totally flushing what Buster Olney just suggested.
Martin for Ohtani, is that what they did they try to get that done? Did they try to work that?
Martin
Perez.
Now look,
Ohtani.
Yesterday, about 24 hours ago at this time, you started cracking and sounding like a jackass, so we don't need a repeat.
I think I've sounded like a jackass most of today.
I did text Sandler, what do you make of Buster and bringing up the Rangers? He said nothing. It's an incredibly tough situation. Don't think it makes sense for the Rangers based on expected price. It makes sense for a team that needs to win this year. The Rangers this is a win now situation, in my opinion.
It's still early. It's still not that they're not in a win now mode. It's still far too early.
Yeah, but you have a championship opportunity.
Yes and no. You don't have a frontline starter.
Which this solves.
Partly. Shohei is a really, really good starting pitcher. He is not like DeGrom, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not that.
What? How many? Name the guys before you get to him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to maybe.
Can he be a 1 on a title team?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he can. Now, if they go up against, let's see, if McClanahan's healthy, it'd be or Cole, in the AL, if they even make it. Or let's see,
when we talk about windows, though, give me the other teams who's like more win now. I know you're going to say the Dodgers and the Yankees, but that's every year, and they're usually in a conversation, especially the Dodgers as of late. So how are we different?
Because we're still there's a level, there's still an element of this team has overachieved at this point. All right. Now is not. I don't think now is the time.
I mean, based upon the exercise we did the other day, and I agree with both of you. You guys didn't say that they had overachieved.
I mean, Seager's overachieved. Young is overachieved.
But you're not expecting second half drop offs.
Yeah, we're expecting. I mean, Seager's definitely gonna have a little bit of a drop off in the second half. Okay. Young is, like it. Now they are. There's a lot of things that they are what they are, but I mean, there is going to be an element to a drop off for some of these guys. That doesn't mean that they're not a title contender. They are a title contender.
They have a championship level offense. In my opinion.
Yeah, they do.
They have a horrible bullpen, and they have okay starting pitching.
You obviously they need help.
Yes.
I don't believe this is the time to overpay. Like, this is not year 4 of the run, and they've done nothing yet. We're in year 0. We have arrived we've gotten to the gate early. I don't think it's the time to change the plan.
More from Jared. I'd be shocked if something matched up. Would be tough to foresee the Angels making a deal without Duran or Young. That doesn't make sense for a rental. All that part is true. This whole conversation can go right down the drain because if you think he's a rental, which it's hard to imagine he's not. He said, then again, who the heck knows? The Angels are a wild card in how they operate, and there's no precedent for an Ohtani move. Jared, hit up the hotline if you're listening. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so when the Rangers gave up for Cliff Lee, who was a rental, somebody they thought they were going to be competitive for, but they had no guarantees he was coming back, and he obviously didn't. They gave up Justin Smoke, who was like a top 10 prospect in Major League Baseball at the time, was one of the better hitting prospects. Right now, that is Evan Carter. So, I mean, if you had Evan Carter, who's like the 8th overall prospect, you would have something like that. They gave up Blake Bevan, who was a first-round pick a couple of years earlier, was considered a good pitching prospect. Probably more similar to right now where Leiter is, like fringe top 100. And then they gave up Josh Lukey, who was a decent prospect. The difference here, obviously, is times have changed a little bit, and Ohtani does more than what Cliff Lee does. Ohtani's a hitter and a pitcher, and so you're probably looking at Duran, Carter, Owen White, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I don't put a lot of value into the prospects. But I would do the Cliff Lee deal.
Let's see what Sandler has to say. Rangers play-by-play voice was listening. We hit him up here on Sean and RJ. What do you make of Buster Olney bringing up the Rangers and Ohtani?
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense that the Rangers are mentioned because not many teams have the currency to play in that sandbox, and the Rangers do. And so if you're someone like Buster, that's the first question you're going to ask yourself is, which teams could actually afford what we believe the type of package it will take to get Ohtani would be. And the Rangers are on that list. I don't see it lining up. Now, I will say this, guys. I have learned over the years that, let's take Ohtani out of the picture, the cost of a player at the trade deadline is impossible to predict because there is no precedent. What happened last year and what happened 2 years before has almost no impact on what's going to happen this year. Market shift, value shift, but it's all about the supply and demand. So if I have no clue what it would cost to get, say, Lucas Giolito, no one has any idea what it is going to take to get Shohei Ohtani. And that means that it could be a lot less than we think, or it could be a lot more than we think. And then the other part of this is the Angels as an organization are a wild card. So it's like the Angels are like that crazy girl who changes her mind on your relationship status every 2 hours, and you have no idea like what the heck they're thinking. And so I don't know what it would cost. I would have a tough time foreseeing a circumstance in which the Angels' ask makes sense with where the Rangers are.
I'm going to give you 3 categories. You can add or subtract wherever you see fit. You wipe out your system for Ohtani. You wipe out a good deal of it for Scherzer or Stroman or the Pirates package that we've been talking about, or you try to go really, really cheap and add someone like Lance Lynn.
So I would say that you wouldn't have to wipe out a good deal of it for Scherzer because of the money tied to his deal.
And age.
If you take on the money.
Okay.
But if you were telling me I got to make a trade and I'm going to part with more than one exciting prospect, I think I'd go the Pirates package because those guys are controllable. You'd have Mitch Keller, you'd have David Bednar for multiple years. And those are 2 all-star caliber. I mean, they are all-star players. They both were all-stars this year. So I think that's the one that would make the most sense because it would fit with where the Rangers are and those players' contract statuses and their age and stuff like that.
Jared, and we don't know if the Pirates or the Padres would sell at this point, but you mentioned Keller, and like if we were to do a Keller Bednar, would you prefer a Keller Bednar package or if the Padres sold a Blake Snell, Josh Hader?
That's a good question. So Snell is not controllable, obviously. That package would be less expensive, and Blake Snell has been a lot better this year. It seems like he's kind of back into form. So based on cost, I think I would do that. Bobby, I'd have a tough time seeing the Padres selling. I think they're in a position where they are so pot committed with the moves they've made that, even if it's the right baseball move, if they struggle over the next couple of weeks, I think optically it would be really tough for A.J. Preller to sell away parts. And so I would foresee – and I'm not saying the Pirates one is a lock either. I don't know. I think you could paint a scenario in which it doesn't make any sense for the Pirates to trade those guys. So I think this is going to be a crazy trade deadline. Some people have said that they think it's going to be quiet. I think it's going to be a pretty wacky one. And one other thing I'd say is if you're a Rangers fan fighting for Ohtani, I would ask, and I don't know that this, like I said a couple minutes ago, I don't have any clue if this would be a part of it, but I would ask yourself, would you be willing to trade either Josh Young or Ezekiel Duran to get Ohtani? Because if I'm the Angels and I'm trading Ohtani to the Rangers, I'm not doing a deal unless one of those 2 guys are a part of it. And for me, I'm not willing to trade the future of one of those guys for a couple of months of Ohtani.
You'd have to get a deal done with him, right?
The other nice thing about this discussion, not one time in it have we brought up that the Rangers just wouldn't pay money.
Right.
That's a change from the last 3 or 4 years with these discussions. Or is that something that we should clarify real quick?
Oh, I think they would pay. I think that if the opportunity presented itself, then the Rangers would absolutely strike a deal for Ohtani. And hey, there's a business side of this too. That's one reason why the Angels probably have had a tough time with this decision. There is a lot of sponsorship dollar tied to Shohei Ohtani that I don't want to say offsets the deal,
or whatever deal he's going to get, but it certainly makes that deal a lot more palatable because you are going to get millions and millions of dollars in sponsorships, and then imagine all the merch and retail stuff that's going to come tied to Ohtani too. Because, guys, when I go to a Rangers-Angels game, there are a ton of Ohtani jerseys. When I go to a Rangers-Guardians game tonight, I am going to see more than a handful of Ohtani jerseys. That guy sells.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate the quick call in.
Yep, see you guys.
Jared Sandler back in action tonight, 6:30 pregame on this radio station. Someone says that the Dallas Mavericks brought back a top 4 guard of all time. We should all appreciate it. Next on The Fan. But first, I know that I appreciate DFW.
been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Oh, man, what perfect timing for Mikey Bassick to walk in studio.
Yeah, buddy.
Because we got Kevin Gray with Mavs news all over the place. First off, well, I guess I'll play it after this. The Mavs, according to Tim Cato from The Athletic, renewed discussions around a Bojan Bogdanovic trade that would have sent Bogdanovic and Killian Hayes to Dallas in exchange for Tim Hardaway and JaVale McGee going to the Pistons. Ultimately, the talks stalled. So Bogdanovic and Killian Hayes, Mike, for Hardaway Jr. and JaVale McGee.
That seems like a complete and utter steal.
Yeah.
That you're giving up two players you don't want. Signing Seth Curry was we don't want Tim Hardaway Jr. He still might be on the team to start the year, but they don't want him. They've replaced him in free agency with a much cheaper version. And then JaVale McGee, Mr. Smoothie King, who does nothing on this team, and pretty much everybody around the organization, like Brian Damaris, who is one of Cuban's good buddies, he was on with Tim McMahon on his Howdy Partner podcast and said JaVale McGee will not be on the team this year. They will stretch him if it gets to October 1st and they weren't able to trade him. So we already know 100% McGee. I don't say 100%. It seems like 99% he won't be on the team, and they don't want Tim Hardaway Jr. They've replaced him, and they want Jaden Hardy to get minutes off the bench to score.
Why would Detroit do this?
There's no great indication why they would do that. That seems like a total ripoff.
I don't know. You'd have to throw
When's
in.
Hardaway's deal expire?
He has 2 years left.
And so does McGee. McGee's got an option.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a buyout, a little bit or whatever, but you could stretch provision them a little bit more. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me unless you're throwing. You have 3 second-round picks. I do not think the Mavericks, for those two guys, would throw in their 1 first-round pick they have left to trade. So I guess if you traded them the 2 second-round picks you got in the Grant Williams deal, that maybe that would interest Detroit. But I guess the reason for Bogdanovic is they drafted Amir Thompson, right? Or Amen Thompson?
They were Amir. Amen went to Houston. Okay.
So maybe they're trying to open up minutes in that slot for their younger guys. Cade Cunningham coming back. I know Bogdanovic is like a wing. Cade is more of a bigger point guard type of a guy. I don't know. I don't know why Detroit would give away that. There has to be something better.
What do you think of this whole Bogdanovic fit?
I think he's a good fit. He's a good short-term fit. Shoots the three well.
Yeah.
High IQ. And I do think this, not trying to take a shot at Jason Kidd. I don't think Jason Kidd really wants to coach much. And what I mean by that is he wants guys where he says, do this and do that in practice at 10 a.m. for their walkthrough. They understand and they know. And he doesn't want to
Like he wanted Carlisle to coach him.
Yeah, he does not want timeouts where he has to sit down and he has to really talk about everybody in this position here and that. And I don't want to be standing up. I think in playoffs he will. When you see the clip of him against the Phoenix Suns screaming and yelling, double, double, do, stay, do. Don't obviously help off of Booker. You have to stay there. I think that he'll do that in huge situations, but I think for 82 games, he does want to sit and watch.
You have something, Bobby?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, Bogdanovic would be great on here, but like Killian Hayes would be really good here too. I mean, Killian Hayes can't shoot worth a damn, but Killian Hayes is a really good defender and he can distribute the ball. Like he's a legitimate point guard. So like,
speaking of Hardaway, a lot of Twitter yesterday thought that the media glossed over this comment from Mark Cuban, almost serious, talking about the Mavs offseason overall. Is he telling us that Tim Hardaway isn't going anywhere?
Grant Williams, Seth Curry, Dante Exum, you make a bunch of moves here in the offseason. You re-sign Kyrie. How do we feel about the offseason?
Obviously really good. Yeah. You know, we got a lot younger, a lot more athletic. We'll have a whole preseason with Kyrie and Luka together. We, surrounded them with guys who can defend. Adding Seth, he can shoot, bringing Timmy back. I think Rashawn Holmes is going to be probably the most underrated pickup of the summer. I mean, people forget what he could do with Sacramento before he got hurt, and then they gets the bonus and he takes his place. So, we're really excited.
Did you hear that little Hardaway thing?
I think he has to.
Okay.
He's on the team. If you don't trade him, You have to keep him. You have to play him. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. right now is slated. If you can't trade him, he's going to play 24 minutes a night. It'll be Jaden Hardy who watches basketball games. Jaden will be like, oh, the game's over. I played 4 minutes. The game's over. I didn't get in the game, because Curry and Hardaway will be your guards off the bench.
I have an announcement to make.
Uh-oh.
Coming from Kevin Gray's Twitter account, I'm making a proclamation.
Oh.
Luka Doncic will be in different, better, superior shape and conditioning for this upcoming season.
Better.
Lock it in. It's finally happening, Michael. It is going down.
You're ready to get hurt again,
Did
Sean.
they, let me guess. That video where he's touching the cones?
Yeah.
They actually put it in regular speed. It was in slow speed before. It was in slow motion. Is that what they did?
No. But good point. He's released another video.
Oh, see, that's it.
Wind sprints.
Oh,
running uphill. Mike, I guarantee you it will be different. I'm guaranteeing it. He's doing this on purpose now.
Okay.
He didn't do this in the past. He's doing this on purpose, and he's not going to put himself out here just to come in the same exact shape. He's telling this trainer, and I looked up who this person was. It's a trainer. Get video footage of me and put out the proof. We have not had this before. Every single day, there's a different thing. You don't do this. Otherwise, you look totally stupid. So Luka Doncic is coming back, and he's going into this season in the shape that we've all been hoping for.
There's a 100% chance that Luka Doncic did the same workout last year and the year before. Like, he did wind sprints before. All athletes do wind sprints in the offseason.
Why is he posting
even
it?
Zion.
Why is he posting
because
it?
Because he knows what people are saying. You know, just
and
because,
he wouldn't post it if there was going to be no difference.
Unless it was Zeke.
I mean,
Zeke came in better shape. He did. He lost weight in some of the final training camps we covered him. He did.
But losing weight doesn't mean necessarily being more in shape or better. I mean, you could lose weight as a running back, could be worse. CeCe Sabathia lost weight and he got worse.
He's going to be.
You know?
He's going to be. Well, tell it to the guy in Toronto.
Which one?
Tell it to
Manoa?
tell it to Zion.
Yeah, that's the pitch clock.
We all think that if he was in better shape, he could deal with the pitch clock. And if Zion was in better shape, he wouldn't be getting dealt out of there. We think that he could be in some better shape. Mike?
I think he looks like he is in great shape right now. The one thing that we've seen is Luka in 3 weeks can put on 15 pounds.
Yeah.
That's just his body structure, right? I mean, it's different for different people. Dirk obviously struggled to put on weight. Even Dirk today, right? Doesn't work out at all. His ankle's jacked up. It's not like he's ballooned up to 325 pounds at 7 feet tall. It's his body type, Luka's body type. Look at his father. His father's huge. His father's a 300-pound man. So there's a little bit of genetics there, looking at his dad, looking at Luka's thick body, that Luka's body wants to be 300 pounds. I'm not saying at 24 years old, but for instance, my body wants to be at 250 for my body structure. It just, for some reason, my DNA, my body wants to be at 250. I have to work really hard for my body not to want to get to that size. Now, I think at 250, my body would somehow level out and stop for some reason, gaining weight, unless I just really ate the crap out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for Luka, for people like Zion, I think Zion's heavy, way heavier than Luka. But I think for certain people, their body wants to retain weight. And for Luka, he has to work even harder than a LeBron James, than a, I don't know, DeMar DeRozan. Those guys, their body wants to be at a slimmer weight.
And look, maybe this will be worse for him in terms of bodying people around. He outpowers everyone he goes up against. But I believe the Mavericks have to play. If this is going to work with Kyrie, they have to play a lot faster.
It's
they
funny.
have to, and he has to be in better shape. He has to be able to run more like a deer in order for them to do that.
Can they play fast? Can he play fast?
Yes.
He does advance the ball. We'll see him once again play for his national team. In a weird way, for Slovenia, he'll get the rebound and not just himself walk the ball up. He will advance the ball with pace. Not like sprint, but he'll advance the ball up with pace, or he'll outlet the ball to get guys easy looks. And that's what we're hoping for here. Look, outlet the ball to Kyrie, outlet the ball to Curry, outlet the ball to Hardy. And if they don't have anything, then we reset up the offense. And look, it is, as Kenny Smith said during a Maverick game, which I loved, he said, look, when you go watch Summer League basketball with all these NBA players playing, they can all score when they're running up and down the court. It's the greats of the greats that can score in half court. And Kenny was kind of saying, he had to work off of Hakeem Olajuwon to score in half court. He wasn't as good as Kenny Smith was a nice NBA player. He couldn't score in the half court on his own. It's too hard in the NBA for average players. But if you get out and running, he can score pretty easy. And then the average player has to work off of the superstar who can score in any situation.
Luka was made. I mean, he can play in any era, but like his skill set is also made for this run and gun. I mean, he's Magic traits, LeBron traits, running open floor, passing, but he's shown zero willingness to run up and down with that type of full speed.
And I do think his body can still post up and dominate guys, and I know this is a smaller guy. I'll always remember his rookie year playing against the Boston Celtics. Who did he post up the first half of that game? And I'm like, oh, God, I didn't know. Because it's earlier in his career. I was like, man, he can just take guys to the rack and just bully them to the basket. Who was he bullying? Kyrie Irving. They decided, let me put Kyrie on him because he seems to handle the ball up top a lot. And then Rick Carlisle, who I do think is still a genius coach. He might not be the nicest coach in the world, but he is a genius basketball coach. Like, if they're going to put Kyrie on him to start the game, offense change. Luka, go post this little kid up and little man up and show him who is bigger, stronger, and faster. And that was when he was 245. Right? That was when he was 18 years old and 245. He's 265, 270 the last couple years. So I do think he can be at 250 and still bully a lot of guys in this NBA.
I can't tell you, doing G League games, how many of these NBA players are 6'6", 195? It blows me away how light they are.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece to wrap up the Friday edition of Sean and RJ next. But
everybody. It's the Mike Bassick Show, brought to you by Mike Bassick. All right, guys, so we just got done talking basketball. Thank you for letting me join in on that segment. So I'm going to transition to a little bit of baseball right here. And I have a fill-in-the-blank sentence for you guys for Crosstalk. If the Rangers don't make a trade, and now you have to fill in the blank. So just to help out, if on August 1st, the team that we see tonight versus the Cleveland Guardians is the same team that we see August through September, what do you see the Rangers doing?
Just barely miss the playoffs.
Losing the AL West.
Fizzle out.
I would say lose the AL West. They're 13-17 in the last 30. Houston's gained ground without Jordan. That's the
I
scary
think they're
part.
12-18, aren't they?
Who?
The Rangers?
13-17.
13-17.
They are 12
Okay.
and 19 since they announced DeGrom surgery.
Yeah. And that was the day before.
That's when they went 40 and 20 the day they announced the surgery, and it's been downhill since
I have
then.
the same answer. I guess my follow-up is kind of what we were talking about. Sandler texted me additional. Would you feel like it was a big missed opportunity?
Yes.
Or, hey, this is the start of the run. So we got time.
So I think you guys all answered the question about the same. So everybody's saying they will lose the American League West if they don't make a trade. Am I correct about that? Does anybody believe they?
My fill in the blank is you would not be a legit top end championship contender.
Now I'm going to ask the question, since you guys all answered it, kind of they will not hold on to the division if they don't make a trade or two. Will they still make the playoffs if they just stick with this team, or will they even lose the wild card spots? There's 3 wild card spots. Obviously, it
4,
looks like,
right? Is there not 4 or is there 3? Oh,
there's 3 division winners, 3 wild cards, 2 teams get a bye. I know that Baltimore and Tampa, their record looks like they are probably both going to make the playoffs, one being a wild card team. Do you think that they would hold on to one of the 2 wild card spots if they just rolled with the team that they have today?
So they're 2 up on
Houston,
Toronto, and Houston. I mean that's tight. You know, like the Yankees are a game back, so they're 3 up on them. They're 5 up on the Red Sox.
So
a lot of teams there.
So if Houston overtook them, Toronto and New York overtook them, they would be out of the playoffs.
It's 2009. Right. It's how they fizzled at the end of 2009 and couldn't hold on. First they lose the division, then they couldn't hold off. I think it was the Red Sox on the wild card.
If I remember right, 2009 was more of a younger team.
Yes, it was 87 wins. Obviously, Elvis was at short. You had Michael Young had moved to third. Ian Kinsler was a pretty young guy for the most part. 2005, I believe, was his rookie year. So he's in his 4th year at second base. Chris Davis had moved to first. In the outfield, you had Josh Hamilton. You had Nelly Cruz. You had David Murphy.
They won 8 of their last 22 games.
And they won 87. Is that correct? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, 87.
What's your fill in the blank answer?
I think if they don't make a move, I'm afraid they just miss the playoffs. I do think that this team needs another starting pitcher, and I think they need 2 quality right-handed relievers. And if you have, whether they're closers or not, like guys that you trust in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, 95% of the time I give them the ball with the lead, we still have the lead at the end of our.
If there's a runner on base, they're not automatically going to score.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. Is
we are so bad
talking to CJ Nikowski about our inherited runner situation lately, and it has not been good at all. And then the Nats have a couple guys that we could use. They had a couple guys coming in throwing 96, 97 that I was like, hey, the Rangers could use. Now, they're not as high end. Harvey was one of them. I want to say Weeks might have been the other guy. I'm sorry if I'm getting his last name wrong. They're not the best of the best. But that would help. It would help having a dude throwing 97 in the 6th, 7th inning to help out this situation.
Facts.
All right, so now moving on. I've been thinking more and more about football. I'll be honest, like football for me, I do kill, like, I like the seasons. I like the football season. I like the basketball season. I'm going to try to like the hockey season this year. I've loved the baseball season, especially
you go throw
this year.
a football during football season? Like, do you go play basketball during? Are you gonna lace up the skates this year for hockey?
No,
Okay.
I will not. I will fall on my butt and hurt myself very bad. I'm not a skater. I'm not a skier.
Lace up the racket for Wimbledon.
I'm starting to. This week, I've started to feel a little footballish. Not major footballish, but starting to think about, my gosh, in 2 weeks, we're going to be in Oxnard, the most beautiful city for gangs in the United States of America.
Stop it.
Jeez. We've seen it. I mean, it's not a lie. It's true.
No, you haven't seen anything until you get coffee when we do in the morning.
Man.
It is frightening when we stop by the stores.
Which may or may not be open. That's the amazing thing about Oxnard convenience stores. Some days they're open at 3 a.m. and other days it's like, we're closed.
Yeah,
like, they don't even tell you when.
We're going at like 2:50 a.m.
Okay.
Local time, and woo! Choppy always gets out.
Kevin,
I stay inside the car.
The day that the Raiders joint camp happened, we were there, and the fight. Kevin and I were 5 yards from the fight starting. I think that, like, Kevin, your question to every person you saw was,
how long have you been on parole? And like the second person goes, all right, it's been like 6 months. I was really pleased about that.
I'll always remember, this was a good 5 years ago, the Cowboys were having, I think, another joint practice with the Rams, I believe it was.
Ended early.
And they had a lot of issues because they had bomb-sniffing dogs. They had all kinds of things going on because we had found out through the police and everybody that was there way before practice started that the gang colors in Oxnard are navy and gray. A lot of cowboy stuff for one of the gangs, and the other gang, I believe, was black and gray that they have a lot of issues with. Now, that wasn't the Rams, obviously. They're blue and yellow, but
Do you think the gangs back off like those 2 weeks? They're like, we know that we're giving everyone a pass. We're calling, there's going to be a lot of cowboy
there'd be a lot of
like a safe haven for training camp?
Yeah.
a lot of
I
people
don't know that to be the
Do
case.
they all communicate on?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Group text.
with organized gangs, do they worry about if we do something while 100,000 people come into Oxnard / really Ventura? If you have money, you go to Ventura.
Right.
If you don't have money, you stay in Oxnard.
Right.
What are you saying?
Is that
Or Port Hueneme.
I wonder if the head of the gangs go, guys, if we kill people this week, and especially around that Holiday Inn where they're having Cowboys practice, they're going to be up our rear end forever, shutting us down. As long as we let these 3 weeks pass pretty calm, we can then go back to our gang behavior, and they're not going to be as upset because we didn't upset the community during this 3 week period where a lot more people, a lot of media are here.
Yeah.
So let's calm it down with drive-bys and whatever we're doing.
It's like the cartel in Mexico. Like, we'll mess with Mexico. We're going to leave Cabo alone. Like, because we're investors in that. We're not gonna screw up our own.
Let's not do it on Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
I think that's a very reasonable conversation that they probably have.
Okay.
You think gang members have reasonable discussions?
Could you ask
I think
people
they do.
outside the convenience store in the morning?
No.
No?
I think
Are you on break this week? Are you on,
I'm looking forward to seeing this. I didn't see any of this last time I was there.
I think
so
gang
I guess
members,
I wasn't up early enough.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they're very unreasonable when it comes to getting money and territory.
We're going to get letters from prison.
I don't know. All of my knowledge is based off of movies and TV shows.
Yeah.
I don't know any real gang
I was in the East Side Mickey Mouse
interworkings.
gang in middle school, and I don't remember that part of it. So.
I think money and territory, they're pretty unreasonable and will kill a lot of people for those two things.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to trying to get the cops off of their rear end for a longer period of time, I think they understand the laying low part in certain situations. But if somebody's taking their territory while they're laying low, then there's going to be hell to pay when that
like
laying low stops.
Apparently,
being.
the mafia does have something like that. Like if somebody in the family dies, like the other families are like, we got like a 5-day peace.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Very
we've seen
nice.
Godfather.
So you were thinking about football?
I was thinking about football. I don't have Netflix anymore. We've decided for 2 months to get rid of Netflix, and then we'll bring it back. Like,
why 2 months?
Because we figure in 2 months they might have something we want to watch. I don't think Netflix is a very good. I don't think that they put out quality content on a weekly basis.
Okay.
So you could go 6 weeks going to Netflix and looking for things and going, no, I don't want to, there's nothing here to watch.
Right.
So I think when you don't have it for 2 months and then you buy it for a month, I think that there's going to be more things that you're like, oh, I haven't seen Netflix in 2 months. These are some things. And then after a month, you're like, hey, get in as much as you can for a month, and then we're going to shut it down.
Do you have
for
an
2
app
months.
that you put above them for more consistent programming? One that you think is just better?
I mean, in a way, the reason that I pay so much for DirecTV is so I can watch Mavericks and Ranger games.
Yeah. Yep.
And so those are the main things that I watch is Mavericks and Rangers or other sports. So I just feel like the series that comes out on Netflix once every 3 months that is worth watching. And unfortunately right now the quarterback thing seems to be something worth watching. And that's where I guess maybe I'm just getting a little bit more footballish is that I've noticed that we're going to the Dallas Card Show this afternoon and tomorrow morning, and a guy who is spiking right now is Trevor Lawrence. A lot of people that, try to flip cards, collect cards, make money off of cards are picking Trevor Lawrence to kind of be a guy. His cards are going up quite a bit right now going into this season. Is it a for sure that Jacksonville wins that division?
I mean, I think so. Who else is going to win it? Tennessee with maybe Will Levis or maybe Malik Willis.
Could you trade your Trevor cards now for profit?
For
All
sure.
the ones that you had?
There's one that I have that has gone up ×2 that I know of. That's a pretty popular one that I'm like, I don't know if I have time to move it. That's the thing. I'm doing Rangers tonight, Saturday and Sunday. So sometimes if you're trying to move a expensive card, it takes time
Kevin
to
trade
move
it for you.
I'll be there. Tell me the price. We'll make it happen.
$2,000.
You going too?
No, but I'll run up there and do it for you.
All right, guys. Well, it sounds like we're getting a show
Fire
going.
sale.
Have a good vacay,
Corey.
Pepe.
Thank you.
What's coming up on the show?
Masterpiece of the week at 1:20 today.
All right, so hang in there till 1:20. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah. Ba-da-bep.
Ba-da-da.
Bit-a-bip. Bit-a-da-da-da-da. Your mom.
We have your latest Dallas stars. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making his return for perhaps one day only, Reginald Atatula.
Yo.
Welcome, everybody. It is also a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to get your shout-outs in for the Twolos, the YouTubers, or the Tolos at 877-881-1053. Baseball's back tonight.
Are we done with Summer League basketball?
They're starting playoffs pretty soon.
They have playoffs in Summer League basketball?
Mavericks have to win out to
Okay.
make the playoffs.
All right, we can do it. All right.
play.
So then baseball starts, and that's like, Kevin, this was the slowest sports week of the year.
Correct.
This is the time of year where
Correct.
Kevin and I used to work the most. No, I'm dead serious.
That's true.
We would work on the weekends. We would
Right.
work Saturday and Sunday, and then we would fill in for Sean and RJ Monday through Friday, and then we would work Saturday and Sunday again. And it was a very busy time for us. And we've gotten back to sports. So we will have sports back in action tonight. And Mike, you're doing the pre and post game show tonight
Yes.
on Bally?
Yes.
Keep an eye out for Mike Bassick tonight.
It'll be interesting if you obviously have the Bally's channel, which I know that's a whole nother issue. But if you do get Bally's, it's going to be in the bleachers for this game. So Dave Valley and Dave Raymond will be broadcasting from, I believe, the center field area. And so that's where they're going to do the broadcast from these next three games. So it'll be a different broadcast. I hope you like it. If you don't,
I
deal with
appreciate
it.
the ingenuity, but I also understand like that is in a much less controlled environment.
How many messages? I don't know how Bally gets their messages.
Okay.
But let's say how many fan texts do you think they're going to get? Or it's like, I don't like this. Go back to the old thing now. Or
Oh
hey,
my God.
people thinking that this is the way that they're going to do it from now on, and they're just like, I don't know.
I'm assuming an email to the Rangers is the way.
All right, so the Rangers. are
But
the
I
ones.
don't know because that wouldn't be
straightuptx.com.
So I have no clue how you do that, but I'm sure people that are great complainers will figure out how to reach the person they're trying to
Shout
get
out to the great complainers out there.
I worked I was an intern over at Fox 4, and Victor Wynn, who works out at NBC right now, he was
pick in the
my
NBA
intern
draft.
advisor.
Randy Wynn's son.
No, different people. He was my internship advisor over there, and every Sunday night,
Colwyn's brother,
the phone would ring, and it would be some lady complaining about something, and he was just like, this isn't even sports they're complaining about. This is the news. I don't have anything to do with this. But they always found it, man. They find the numbers.
So the Athletic had their 10 biggest questions for the second half of the MLB season, and I don't care about a lot of them, so I'm going to skip on down.
What?
Look, number one is who will the Cardinals trade? All right, I don't want to break that down right now.
You don't need him.
Until
What about Hicksy?
Until
What if we get Hicksy? Another
Jordan Hicks.
Hicksy.
Yeah.
Just don't hit it back to him in the ninth inning with runners on first and second and an easy throw to first base.
All right, if we get Jordan Hicks, then I'll be more aligned. And then, like, are the Mets and Marlins for real? Pass, don't care.
Are the Mets for real?
I mean, the Reds and Marlins.
Okay.
Excuse me. The Mets are
I
definitely
think
not.
the Reds are riding hot on
No,
De La Cruz
don't
right
answer
now.
these questions. I don't care.
That's a good question.
It is.
Let's go to number 4. Feels the most pertinent. While
It's
y'all
too
are
early for you to be
just-
snapping at us,
Really?
Kevin.
You need Pepto-Bismol if you're going straight to number 4.
In your mind, is that a double number 2?
And it just okay, yeah.
Like Carm on the Bears, just chugging Pepto-Bismol. Question number 4.
Pepto what?
In this show, it's the
Bismo.
bear.
I'll always call it Bismo.
It's
You'll
Bismol.
never change my mind. I saw the so-called
What's a
labels.
Bismo?
Bismol.
Bismo.
It's abysmal.
No, look, you and I both know I'm buying the Target or Walmart knockoff brand that just says whatever. So
just says pink stuff.
Yeah, I don't need to know. Is question number 4.
Digestive fluid.
Can the Rangers stave off the Astros?
Oh,
this is
I like this
surely great. This is surely
Good
the
question.
most pertinent, damn it. This is the most pertinent question for the Rangers in the second half of
sure.
the season.
This is going to be tough. Obviously, the Rangers start off with a very tough schedule. Cleveland's a 500 team, but last year, I believe they were a game or two over 500. at the All-Star break. They finished 20 games over 500.
Yeah.
So this is a team that, with a lot of the guys they had last year, had a very good second half. They are a 500 team. Your record's better than them. And then you take on Tampa, and then you take on, I believe, Houston's in there.
I think that is correct.
So
Houston, July 24th. So when we head out to Oxnard.
Okay. So, I mean, this is not an easy schedule coming up. This homestand is a tough homestand. So 3-3, okay. 4-2 would be amazing. And holding off the Astros, and that is at Houston, is going to be tough.
The Astros start this run here with 3 against the Angels, which
they're playing really bad.
Yep.
They're 1-9 in their last 10.
2 against the Rockies.
They're not a good team at all.
And 4 against the A's.
And they're horrible.
And then the Rangers and the Astros meet up. So by the time
A's won 7 games in a row.
Kevin, if the Rangers don't come out hot, then there could be a run here where you're looking at it going, we're behind the Astros now. And that could be by the time y'all meet back up.
Yeah, and that
I hope
guess,
not. I hope that's not the case.
But do you think, like, betting wise, I can go look up the betting lines, is that most people would probably put their money right now with a 2-game lead on the Astros?
100%. I think if you're not in Dallas, Fort Worth, or not a Ranger fan, you're just a baseball fan, you're going, yeah, guess what? The Dodgers are going to win the West and the Astros are going to win the West. I don't care what Arizona has done the first 90 games, and I don't care what the Rangers have done the first 90 games. At the end of the year, the 2 major favorites in those divisions will be on top. I hope they're wrong. I do believe the Rangers can do it. They need help. I think, asking the crosstalk question, if they just keep this team and they do not add a right-handed reliever or right-handed relievers, they don't add another nice starting pitching piece to this rotation, I think they're in major trouble holding off Houston. But I do believe Chris Young's going to do something about that and help this team try to hold off the Astros. This is going to be very tough.
Outside of, and I understand, I'm with you on all.
And I think
the trade
Seattle
stuff.
could make a run at a wild card spot. I think at the end of the day,
but you think
I think
the Angels are DOA?
I do. I think with the Mike Trout injury, I think with their overall rotation, I don't think they're good enough to compete with the 3 teams ahead of them.
I want to focus on something just a little bit besides the trades, although I want to point out, Mike, I'm with you on the trades. What non-trade related do you need to see the Rangers do or do better? It could be an individual player. It can be whatever you want.
I think that they're going to have to be carried by the offense.
Okay.
I think that they are good enough. Look, they had 5 All-Stars. And then you look at Ezekiel Duran and Leody Taveras. I believe as a unit, as a group, the 9 guys in the lineup can be one of the best offenses in the game. And that's where they need to be carried. Hey, you're up 4-2 after 6, and your starting pitcher has given you 6 innings, 2 runs. Score more runs. Is that fair? It's not fair. But that's the way you're going to have to win. In some ways, the 90s Rangers, 96 through 99, that's the way that they won close to 100 games or made the playoffs and won the division, is just keep scoring. Don't stop. That lead's not good enough. Keep going. If I'm asking, for instance, Eovaldi, Gray, Perez, Dunning, and Heaney, if I'm saying, hey guys, I need you to be one of the 3 best rotations in baseball in the second half, I think that's too much to ask of those guys. Can they be solid? Can they give you opportunities to win by pitching 6 innings and giving up 3 or 2 runs? I think they can do that somewhat, and probably Cody Bradford filling in some too. But can I ask them to carry us? Hey, go 7 to 8 innings and give up 2 runs or less almost every time you go out. I don't think they can. But if I'm asking the Rangers in their final 70 games to average 6 runs a game, I think they're good enough to do it. And that's a lot to ask, but I think those guys are good enough to do it.
I think, Kevin, in the playoffs, I trust Eovaldi, Gray, and third pitcher, maybe Dunning. If Heaney, if that's the guy, I trust them to give you 3 good outings, like 3 good outings that put you in position to win.
3 good short outings, probably.
I mean, 5 to 6 innings, yeah.
Okay,
like they 5 to 6 innings. Okay. I'm not asking Eovaldi to go 9, but during the regular season, if he does that early in the season, I'm happy he did it. All right, cool. But the rest of this way, this stretch, there's so much baseball to do. There's so much to accomplish there. And Mike's right. Your pitching, your defense has to be on point. You can't give up any booty runs that you're like, hold on, how did that happen? Well, it was Josh Young double pumped, and and then he dropped the ball. We can't have those moments happen. So Mike's dead on. The offense has to carry it. The defense can't put pitchers in bad situations. I did want to add this, Mike, about the Mariners at the end of the season here. Mm-hmm. And September's going to be an awesome month. If you're in contention in September as a Rangers fan,
which we will
be ready, because it's going to be awesome. The Mariners have Tampa, the Angels, the Dodgers, the A's, then Rangers, Astros, Rangers. That's how they finish their season.
Wow.
That's a tough stretch at the end of the season. Now, if they're on point, then that's good. The Astros are in a situation where they face the Royals 6 times and the A's 3.
See, and I would say with Seattle, how do I think they could possibly get back into this thing and sneak into the playoffs? They're led by starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
Logan Gilbert has ace material. Like that guy to me has honestly underperformed this year. George Kirby, ace stuff, all-star. Luis Castillo, we've seen him make all-star teams and carry a rotation. So they have what I would consider 3 possible number ones. Now, they lost their number one in Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
But I think they can be carried by those 3 guys, where I think the Rangers, I'm not saying Eovaldi and Gray and Dunning, probably the best 3 guys, can't be good, but can they carry us to 40 wins in the second half and make sure we make the playoffs? I would rather put that on the offense.
Now, across all of baseball, what is the number one biggest question in the second half?
Ohtani?
Gotta be,
Will he
right?
hit 60? 7.
I think Ohtani in a whole bunch of different ways, right? The next 3 weeks of Ohtani. And
but would the number one be, is he going to get traded?
Right. And then could he hit 55 home runs and,
whatever team he gets traded to immediately becomes the favorite? If they're
not necessarily. I think if he got traded to the Rangers, I don't think the Rangers all of a sudden get pushed above the Braves. I think the Braves are by far the favorite, and I'm not sure where he goes to push. I think the Braves are going to win it all, unless major injury. Heck, they're getting Max Fried back. They've pitched most this year without their number one.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do think it really helps out whatever team possibly gets them. In a weird way, I think that the Angels are a bad organization. I think they're going to hold on to him and make a major mistake and then take a supplemental pick for him.
Well, I mean, Artie Moreno's on record as saying, I don't want to be the guy that traded away the greatest player, in our generation. He's said
also
that.
don't want to be the guy who gives almost nothing for
to
him,
me,
right?
I'd say
I know you're not Artie Moreno.
And I know that, and we don't think about money because we're fans, right? As in, supposedly the article by Forbes or wherever it was earlier that Shohei Ohtani brings in $25 million to the Angels that no other team gets. So when you sign Ohtani, you get a $25 million a year boost in revenue because of the market he brings to your team. That's why he's probably going to get $60 million or more per year because of what revenue he brings that no other player brings. At the same time, if you don't trade him, if you go, you know what, screw it, I don't care, let's go 78 and 84 and we missed the playoffs, but I didn't trade him. Well, guess what? You're going to be bad for the next 5 years. You've now set yourself up to be a bad organization another 5 years. If you trade him in the next 2 weeks, you might be able to 2 years from now put together a competitive team if you can get your head out of your rear end and figure out how to draft and how to develop and how to sign quality free agents that actually work out for you.
And the likelihood of that, Kevin?
Their history would say 0%.
I was going to be nice and say 30%.
I like Mike's number
Yeah,
more.
probably.
Yeah.
It is a shout out Friday from Mason in Greenville. Shout out to my wife, Amy. She's 4 months pregnant and being a total rock star. And then we go to, from the 682, shout out to me for still showing up to work sick AF on a Friday. I am such a good employee. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get your shout outs going all show long. But coming up next, the NFL Week of Woe. Which franchise made the biggest mistake? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my son Ryder. He's 7 today. Happy birthday. And from the 561.
Your son?
These are all from other people.
How many sons do you have?
Handfuls.
Just 2.
Your son grew very quickly.
Just 2. From the 561, shout out to my fiance, Erin. We are newly engaged here in Destin. Engaged, listening to the show. You might have proved your point from yesterday when I said maybe you get a couple days off for having a baby. You're like, no days off. Even engaged, no days off.
Have you let Jess know that you're engaged to this chick in Destin?
We are married, and sometimes I like to joke around, me and Jess, I was like, do you think we should have a define the relationship talk? And she'll go, yeah, we're married. End of discussion. And so we'll
figure it out from here.
From the 469, shout out to this person's son, Jaden. It is his 12th birthday. Happy birthday. Going to try to keep those shout outs going all day long. Now, I wanted to bring up the week of woe. This is an article I saw on Yahoo Sports that some of these things I didn't even know about. So I'm going to run through all of these. If you guys want to jot down some that we can debate, which team made the worst decision ever?
In football?
In football.
Okay.
In the history of football?
In the history of football. Hold on, let me give you the candidates.
All right. That's helpful. Thank you.
I'm wondering if Minnesota trading for Herschel Walker is one of them.
We will see. I put together a list of, I think, 7 finalists, but I want to see what y'all think are the worst ones. All right. Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
No, I agree, but let's stay focused until you hear the answer. Not signing Joe Namath.
I'm going to let that one slide.
The Atlanta Falcons. Trading Brett Favre. This is before we knew all of the things.
Also, Brett Favre wouldn't have worked in Atlanta, right?
He didn't.
Okay, so we'll to the next one. From the Baltimore Ravens. They're probably doing okay. Their worst move ever was cutting Trent Dilfer. So
what?
Well,
you're
actually,
fine.
no,
You're fine.
because Tom Billick's brother, Brian Billick, told us while we were at the Super Bowl that era was on its way out, right? Like he explained that was the last kind of iteration of that kind of football.
And if Trent Dilfer was a linchpin for anything, then what are we doing?
Yeah, and I kind of feel the same way about the next one, but I know this is going to spawn a conversation. The Buffalo Bills, worst move ever, trading up for Sammy Watkins.
That's
Sammy
the
Watkins,
worst?
that's the worst. So you're fine.
Okay.
Carolina Panthers taking Tim Biakapatuka over Eddie George.
Incredible football name.
How did that work out for him in his career?
He was average at best.
Eddie George was better, just a little better than average, right?
He had 1,000 yards 7 times. So
Okay.
that's nice.
Better than average?
Better than average.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Technically correct.
It's amazing in a
Just,
20-year period how we have just taken the running back and gone, you stink.
I know.
Like everybody. Because back then, Eddie George was a major reason, obviously Steve McNair too, that the Oilers then moved to Tennessee pretty quickly, were really good. And you would go, Tim Biakapatuka is just not good enough to carry a team.
Frank Gore, by the way, rushed for over 1,000 yards 9 times. So
yeah, he's above average.
More better than average.
Yeah, he's above average.
In fact, Bill Barnwell has written a pretty extensive piece about kind of the devaluation of the running back.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth your time.
Unless you're a running back, he'll just make you sad. Why it is. Chicago Bears. We're about to get to what I think might be the worst one. Not this. Chicago Bears forcing George Blanda in retirement. I don't know if you care. That was before all of our times. The Cincinnati Bengals not promoting Bill Walsh. I take you back to 1975. He was their offensive coordinator. Instead, they hired offensive line coach Bill Tiger Johnson.
Well, he was the Bengals coach then, right?
That makes sense.
His name is Tiger. Is it Tiger or Tigers?
Tiger. He went 18-15 and then started his third season.
Wait, the plural is what stopped it for you?
Yeah, now you're out. He went 18-15, started his third season 0-5. He got fired. Bill Walsh created one of the greatest dynasties of all time.
Maybe that's what Bill Walsh needed, though, to go on to be the genius that he is.
He wanted to be their coach.
Yeah, but maybe he wouldn't have been successful as their coach. He needed to be snubbed by them in order to have the motivation to be great.
The Cleveland Browns cutting Len Dawson. He won a Super Bowl. The Dallas Cowboys. What's the worst move in the history of Dallas Cowboys franchise? I disagree with this one so much.
The worst move in Dallas Cowboys
letting
history.
Jimmy Johnson leave.
They put trading the Sean Alexander pick for Joey Galloway.
I mean, that's a poor decision.
I agree.
That was a poor decision.
I would love to have Sean Alexander, but I will default, obviously, to Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, it wasn't good, but we've had plenty of not good since 1996.
That's true. I'll read some more of these to try to make you feel better, or maybe I'll just skip to some of the worst ones. The Packers, the whole 1989 draft. Now, keep in mind, Troy Aikman, Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, Deion Sanders all went
Tony Baselli
in the top 5. Almost.
No, not Tony. Mandrich.
There you go. Tony
roided
Mandrich.
offensive lineman.
Yeah, that one's pretty bad. The Indianapolis Colts trading John Elway.
They had to.
Yeah.
He went to play for the Yankees.
And shouldn't they have just not picked him to begin with?
Right.
I would say like every quarterback they've added since Andrew Luck has been a poor decision.
Okay.
The one with the Cowboys, I remember watching like NFL films that Tom Landry did like Joe Montana at Notre Dame, but they looked at their depth at quarterback and go, well, we have Danny White, and I don't know where Joe Montana would fit here. So even though we love him, we think he's a first-round pick who has fallen out of the first round and into the third round, that they're just like, whatever. Because then if you get Joe Montana, I don't know this, but does Tom Landry ever leave? I mean, I don't think there is a Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah,
might be right.
The Dwight Clark situation never happens. But can you imagine Kevin, like where he would be on the level of
my gosh.
Joe Montana if he was a Cowboy?
Oh my gosh.
That would be
And
amazing.
Tom Landry would still be coaching.
He's dead.
I hate to tell you that, Mike.
You think Jerry would find a way to keep him alive?
Does Jerry Jones have the opportunity to buy the Cowboys if Joe Montana
Probably
in the
not.
80s is leading you to Super Bowls?
Probably not.
Because then you're probably not losing money.
I agree.
Wow.
I say no to that. I might actually.
Well, I guess I'm glad we didn't get Joe
Yeah.
Montana then, because Jerry's the owner of the team, and that's great.
Miami Dolphins failing Drew Brees on his physical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, that's where he was going to go.
All right, let's go to Dante Culpepper.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
How did that turn out for them?
Horrible.
It didn't go well.
You brought it up. The Minnesota Vikings. Everything that was traded for Herschel Walker.
Do you think the Vikings would have been able to turn all that into what Jimmy Johnson turned it into, though?
No chance.
See, that's the thing. Like, everybody looks at it and they're like, oh, Vikings, y'all got fleeced. They weren't going to be able to do that either. So that's interesting. It was bad. It worked out well for us.
And Herschel just wasn't healthy for Minnesota.
Yeah.
He was not the same player once he went to Minnesota.
The New York Giants letting Vince Lombardi go. He wanted to coach the Giants. He was the offensive
What year is
coordinator
this?
of the Giants.
I think Tom Landry was there with him, right?
Yes, he was.
Was Frank Gifford their kicker?
I don't know
I bet he was.
timeline on that. So
I think Glenn Otto was there as their quarterback. Glenn Otto Graham.
Otto
Yes.
Graham,
Or not Otto. What was their quarterback?
Otto Graham is a person.
Otto
Glenn
Graham
Otto.
Was he with Cleveland
Rangers?
for some
Coached
reason?
Washington.
Who's the guy who's on his knees for the Giants in shame because they had lost a big game like in 1958 or whatever it was? I don't.
Ooh, because that might have been, was that the NFL championship
Yeah.
in 59?
I can't remember.
Would they say the modern version for the Giants is signing Daniel Jones to that contract? Is that
No, they still think it's going to be great, right? Have you not seen? There's been like 8,000 articles about like, oh, so-and-so says now the chains are off for Daniel Jones, and here he comes. And I'm like, okay, great. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they passed on Dan Marino. Dan Marino was from there. He wanted to play there. They needed a replacement for Terry Bradshaw, and they're like, nah, he's still got it. I'm a huge Steelers fan.
That's
Terry
why he's
Bradshaw
pounding his table.
got hurt very quickly, and then I'm pretty sure the guy they drafted instead, he got paralyzed in a car accident midway through his rookie season. Gabriel Rivera. He's on that 30 for 30 about that draft. That is a good 30 for 30.
From the 806, not giving Romo his job back is the Cowboys' worst move.
Oh, my God. Who's that, Tony Romo?
Yeah, that is the only person I can think of that would have made no difference.
I don't know if Tony Romo even wants that job back. Like, in hindsight, considering all the pain that he's in.
Yeah.
Just like more football? I don't know.
He wouldn't have got to read his poem. And then finally, the 49ers taking Alex Smith over Aaron Rodgers. That's pretty, look.
49ers have a great franchise history when that's their worst.
That's pretty bad, though.
I often wonder.
Alex Smith was solid for him, though.
No, he was solid,
but of course
and
you could
got
have
them
had
certain places. And
Yeah.
I wonder, like, if you had Aaron Rodgers, do you win multiple Super Bowls in that run?
How many Super Bowls has Aaron Rodgers won?
Only one. That's a good point. Would you have lost multiple NFC championship games still with him? All right. Which one of those is your worst?
The worst in football history?
That's right.
Yeah, I guess not letting Vince Lombardi be your coach.
I think you have
Stupid
to look
Giants.
at teams that never won. The Giants have won.
You go to the Bengals then?
Because they have Bill Parcells winning multiple Super Bowls. They have Eli Manning / why am I forgetting the old guy who won two? He was, what's his name? Coughlin.
There you go.
Coughlin. Tom Coughlin. I would look at whatever they say about Detroit, whatever they say about what's a franchise that's been around forever that can't win. Arizona would be a tough one because St. Louis Cardinals, I don't remember them winning anything unless it was like before my dad was born.
The Bengals.
Yeah, the Bengals look good though right now. Like they could do it.
They do. I just think about if you could have had Bill Walsh
In
as
our
your
lifetime,
coach.
Cleveland's done nothing.
Yeah.
I think
Never been in a
the
Super
Bengals
Bowl.
one's really strong. That's a really strong candidate.
What was the worst one for Detroit?
The worst one for Detroit was having Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson retire. That is an interesting point, is you have potentially generational or surely generational running backs and then wide receivers, and they were both so tired of your garbage
I quit this
franchise.
franchise.
They're
Yes.
like, I'm out.
Yes. So much so that Barry Sanders said, I'm tired. And they were like, you're retired? And he was like, sure.
I did leave this one out, but I have seen multiple people text it in for the New Orleans Saints, trading away the entire 1999 draft class and
Poor
some
decision.
of 2000 for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, poor decision. For
One-
sure.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Hasn't Broadus has a very specific opinion on that moment. Maybe we need to get him
does he?
during crosstalk
Okay.
today, because I remember like we discussed that during Super Bowl time, and he was like, nah, he was like, Ditka was trying to do this, but he was like, it was stupid. You know, it was a dumb decision. You just don't do it. But Mike would do it every year. Mike's talked about that. He's like, give me first round picks. I'll take 2 first round picks and no 2nd through 7th every year.
Every year?
For the most part,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece on a shout out Friday from the 817. Shout out to the 5th and 6th grade Grandview Zebras youth football team. So congratulations, or I guess shout out to you guys. And then from the 6A2, I always think this is cool, no matter who it is. Shout out to my Uncle Marcos on buying his first house this week. That is a monumental achievement. If you can get there, congratulations to you. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassek.
MLB.com tells us who the most important player is for the Texas Rangers in the second half. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once a year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
And another one here, 2-2. The pitch to Altuve. Breaking ball, strike three called inside corner. A curveball that spun in there. It buckled the knees of Altuve, and Eovaldi gets the fourth strikeout of the ball game.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so I teased it with the key player in the second half for the Texas Rangers. MLB.com has written an article, one key player to watch for each club in the second half. Who would you say is the key player for the second half for the Rangers?
I asked for that audio because that's my vote.
All right, Nathan Eovaldi, unless it's Altuve, which
it
could be for the Astros, I guess.
It is not Altuve, it's Eovaldi, just because when we were talking yesterday about he's somebody, if he doesn't regress to his career stats, I think that's going to be amazingly important for this Rangers team.
I think Simeon carried that weight for a big part, especially while Seager was out. So I'm going to say it's Simeon again in the second half because I think Seager being back will be a huge benefit. But if it's just him and no Simeon, we're in trouble.
Well, Corey, that's a good answer, but you're completely wrong.
All
As
right.
MLB.com has said, it is Nathan Eovaldi.
Nice.
So this is what they say about Eovaldi. He's become the ace of the Texas staff with DeGrom out for the season, and he's performed to that peak. The right-hander has posted a 2.83 ERA over his 18 starts, and with an underperforming bullpen, he has tossed 2 complete games, one of which was a shutout. Eovaldi has 109 strikeouts to just 31 walks. He has carried the pitching staff with 117 and 2/3 innings of work.
Would that be your answer then?
I think that's a good answer. I think, to be honest, let's just say Seager slows down, batting .353 with an over 1 OPS. There are other guys during a game or during a week that can pick you up there, whether it's Nate Lowe gets hot, whether it's Josh Young keeps hitting home runs like he did somewhat to end that first half of the season in Washington. So you look at guys that can help pick up the slack. If Eovaldi goes back to what you talked about, Kevin, and he goes back to, let's say, in the second half of the season, more like a 3.75 ERA in the second half of the season, who's picking up the slack? The bullpen right now, I don't believe can pick up the slack as is. And then the rest of your rotation guys, who's going to step up and put up the 2.5 ERA in the second half of the season?
Because as much as I love Dane Dunning, and I think Dane Dunning has been clutch for this team, I think he's shown you he's a 5-inning starter. And there is a place for that, to be sure. But I think once you get beyond 5 innings, sometimes it gets kind of dicey.
And better, and like his consistency is good, but it's like 2 out of 3 in my mind for Dane Dunning. Is you're going to get 2 really good ones and a third one that's like, all right.
And this is really fun to have these conversations because let's just pull back the curtain here for a second. Over the last 3 to 4 years since I've been working with you guys, we would have conversations right now. So today is July 13th, correct?
Yes.
So we are 11 days away. 14. So we are 10 days away from going to Oxnard to cover the Cowboys. This is where before shows or during text messages and stuff for this weekend, we start talking, how much Rangers do we want to talk the rest of the way? As in, how much do we want to eliminate Rangers talk because they are 25 games out, they're 20 games under 500 for the last 4 or 5 years. And what's the point? Our audience is starting to tell us, talk more Cowboys, talk more NFL. As we get into August, maybe talk a little bit about the Big 12, talk about college football, right? I mean, these are the conversations we've had to have is we're going to eliminate Rangers. How much do we eliminate? Do we eliminate them completely? Do we just do one segment a week? What about Mondays and Fridays after preseason Cowboy game? Should we not talk at all about the Rangers? And usually the answer is, you know what? After a Cowboys meaningless preseason game, we should talk 0 Rangers because that's where the Rangers have put us in the predicament of how much do we talk on Friday about the Rangers after a Thursday preseason game. But now we're going to be talking the month of July a lot about the Rangers.
For sure.
Not half of our show, but we're going to be talking a lot about the Rangers because of what they've done this year. So it's exciting to talk about, hey, is it Simeon? Is it Seager? Is it Evaldi? Who's the key player? So now moving on to our chief rival, the Houston Astros. Their key player to watch in the second half is Yordan Alvarez. And here's what they say. And these are some scary numbers if he does come back healthy. The slugger was leading the major leagues with 55 RBIs when he injured his oblique on June 8th in Toronto and landed on the injured list. The Astros went 14-14 so far in the 28 games before the break that Alvarez has missed. He's expected to begin his minor league rehab assignment shortly after the All-Star game. Jose Altuve is close to returning from his oblique injury. Keep in mind, Alvarez and Altuve have been in the lineup together for only 13 games this year. They are 10-3 when they are both in the lineup.
That's like Katie and Kyrie and James Harden, isn't it? Like 13 games.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to be 10-3 every 13 games that they play.
That is a concerning bit of information.
But if those two are healthy in the second half, I think you can expect them to play over 500 baseball. They've been crushed by injuries this year, and here they are only 2 games back of you. So that becomes a little bit scary with the Astros if they are somewhat healthy, what they can produce on a nightly basis.
Do you envision, because we already talked about like potential moves, and I know a lot of things will depend, but like if you envision the Astros winning the division, do you envision it as a, hey, final week of the season, it's still on the line? Or do you think they'll probably win with, by 5, 6, 7, where technically it's still on the line, but let's be real.
Right now, I don't know what the Rangers are going to do in the next 2 to 3 weeks. If everybody stays the same, the Astros stay the same, the Rangers stay the same, I would say the Astros win the division by 4 games.
Okay.
So that would give you the last week. You don't feel like you can do it, but you're still not eliminated from winning the division. So that's how I would feel about the Rangers. Right now, the Rangers, let's say, they win 35 more games. That would be 35-36 or 36 more games. So I have them right as a 500 team in the second half.
Yeah.
35 wins gets them to 88.
Yes.
So that would put them at 92.
Yeah.
So I will say this.
Sense.
This year, if the Rangers can win 93 games, I think they have a good chance of winning this division. And that gets you the bye. That will get you the 2 seed where you do not have to play a 3-game series to then get into the Final Four of the American League. So I think it's a good question. It's all it is a prediction. It doesn't mean this is going to happen. I think the Astros are going to get to 92 wins.
Okay.
So can you get to 93 wins? If you get to 93 wins, I think you win this division. If you can't get to 93 wins, I think you're in major trouble of losing this division.
And you're at a point, Kevin, where winning the division is your only, that's the only outcome you want.
I mean, sure. But I think we would all accept and be pumped about a playoff spot. If you're just saying, hey, what is your preference? Well, I 1,000,000% want to win the division. But if you make the playoffs, then again.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you end up being the 6th seed, the last wild card team in, we're in.
Yeah.
You're not going to feel great about your chances, but that team, if I have this right, they get to play the Cleveland Guardians or Minnesota Twins. That's not the hardest matchup in a 3-game series. You are on the road for that because whoever wins the Central is going to play the last wild card team. In fact, the 6th seed will probably be better than the 5 seed in their chances of winning the 3-game series. Because if you are the 5 seed, you're going to either go to Tampa or go to Baltimore, it looks like. Right? That's a tougher road than going to Cleveland or going to Minnesota if you look at it today. I do want to get to the Mariners. I don't want to count out the Mariners yet. I do want to count out the Angels. Maybe that's not fair of me, but
and there's multiple reports circulating that the Angels have softened their stance, perhaps on.
And there's articles out. Maybe I'll get to it later. Maybe we won't about Ohtani being, the Yankees being the most motivated to try to push for Ohtani because of where they're at financially, where they're at with their key players. But Julio Rodriguez is the player to watch, the key player for the Mariners in the second half. And these are interesting numbers here. The Mariners, in every conceivable fashion, go as far as their best player does. Listen to these numbers. In 43 wins that Rodriguez has been a part of, his slash line, 308, 363, 487. In the 44 losses in which he's played, 189, 255, and 333. It is well under 100 points on his losses. So it's amazing that he affects their wins and losses that much.
Yeah.
One player in their lineup, if you just look at his numbers, a below average, by far below average player in the 44 losses. An all-star player in their 43 wins. So, man, his numbers are very different in wins and losses for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, that is really interesting.
I would have never guessed that, right? Because one player, this is what Jesse Hawley asked me the other day, how can Ohtani and Trout not win? How can, if you are considered having the two best players in the game, how do you consistently lose and never make the playoffs? And I said, man, one player can't make the difference.
Yeah.
And then you do have stats here that say Julio Rodriguez is a horrible player in 44 games this year. They lose all of them. And in 43 wins, he's a really good all-star player.
Hence
So
why they win.
if Julio gets hot, watch out for the Mariners.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs, but also it's time for NFL this or that, including a question that was so nonsensical, Reggie could not figure out a good answer. We will ask that question next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. Shout out to KG, whose show I may have stolen a segment from.
You definitely stole this segment from the Get Right.
We stole the wording because fiction and nonfiction got too complex for this show.
I will say I still don't understand what this or that means.
That's correct.
I have a very difficult time with that. And I do believe that was stolen from, is it the Fan Jam, the original Fan Jam?
Well,
like,
I mean, we did
Jesse
it on
Holly?
the Fan Jam with me.
Yes.
So I can't really steal it for myself.
So y'all probably stole it from us. then.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Circle of Life, KG.
How does that work?
Circle of Life.
We created everything.
It's a rap song.
Gosh, from the 210.
That is the under. That's the bet.
Shout out to my daughter, Siobhan, because she's awesome and amazing, and I will see you guys on Sunday. Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Where?
And then maybe the Rangers game? From the 561. Shout out to my fiance, Erin. Oh, yeah, I did that one. Is they got engaged in Destin, and there we go. Sorry, I have a lot of
We stole shout-outs from CA, by the way.
I have a lot of shout-outs. From the 817, shout out to my daughter Violet for convincing me to leave work early to take her roller skating. Sorry,
that sounds
boss.
fantastic.
Woo! That is cool.
Don't get her an everlasting gobstopper.
No, that's a real big concern.
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, those kids died.
Violet.
None of them died.
She turns into
They
a
all
blueberry.
rolled out afterwards.
Yeah, rolled out where? With the Oompa Loompas?
Yeah.
They said take her to the squeezing room.
They were going to the
That's not okay.
to get the juices out of her.
How is that movie rated G?
I don't know.
All right. NFL this or that. Caleb Williams or any other human on the planet as the number one pick in the 2024 NFL draft.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you made me do that, I might take every other person in the draft just because you never know. Do you remember? Now, Trevor Lawrence still went number one.
Yep.
Do you remember how much nitpicking happened his junior year at Clemson? And it was like, I don't know, man, that Zach Wilson might be better. I don't know. That Justin Fields might be better. I don't know, man. Mac Jones is winning all those games at Alabama. That's Trey Lance guy. He never plays football, but I mean, he might be the guy. And it became this, gosh, the longer you stay when you have the kind of number one logo on you, you end up losing it. That being said, also, you look at the lefty for the Miami Dolphins. Everybody thought he was going to be the number one pick, and he hurt his hip.
Tank for Tua, yeah.
So I would right now today, if you made me, if it's a 50-50 bet, I get Caleb Williams looks like he's going to be the number one pick, but injury, nitpicking, some other quarterback just tears it up this year, I would take the field just because of that. And the other thing, too, is let's just say a team doesn't need a quarterback at one, and most likely they would trade for a team that desperately wants. But what if they're like, you know what? We're just going to sit here and take this defensive player we're in love with.
Yeah, I can see a situation where, let's say, a Myles Garrett is sitting at the top and a team has 2 top 10 picks and they go, well, we're going to get this guy first. Our quarterback will get one of these 3. But Kevin, in the last 20 years, I believe it's 5 non-quarterbacks have been taken number 1 overall.
Okay.
So I feel like that's 15 quarterbacks and not all of them have hit. So I think I think it's a positive bet. It's good for you right now. I have questions about Caleb Williams.
Now, one thing.
How awesome he is.
I watched him at OU, and I understand.
Oh, here comes the bias.
No, I understand.
You left your OU.
I understand Lincoln Riley's ability to get guys to be very talented and Heisman trophies in college. How have they all worked out since then?
Got drafted high.
Looking at you,
They did get drafted high.
Baker Mayfield, number one.
Yeah. Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl
Kyler
guy.
Murray.
He exists. Now,
number one.
Something to keep an eye on.
You know what? I take it back. Take Caleb Williams. He's going number one.
Jordan Reed put out a mock draft for ESPN. He has the Cardinals picking 1 and 2 because remember the Cardinals had the Texans pick. So
You think the Texans are going to be the second worst team, huh?
Going first, Caleb Williams. Going third, Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina to Tampa Bay. Don't listen to this part, Reggie. Going second, also to the Arizona Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Hey.
You can say his name.
Why?
Because it's Junior.
Marvin Harrison Jr. I've said it multiple times and nothing has happened.
Yeah, I think you have to go into the bathroom and turn the lights off and say it 3 times.
Okay.
I'll go to the bathroom right now.
NFL. This or that. Bill Belichick will get fired after this season. There is a report circulating that quote-unquote friends were worried about the job security of Bill Belichick, with people bringing up the fact that the team paid Gerard Mayo to stay around kind of as a de facto coach in waiting, and their ownership group, Robert Kraft, is expecting a winning team and a playoff team this year.
It seems weird to be like that dude who won all these championships with Tom Brady is like on his way out. It seems very weird to feel that way, but it is a results-oriented business, and that can only carry you for so long. I think the general rule from Bill Simmons was you win 1, you get 5 years. You win 2 in a row, you get 10. And then he was like, but after that, like, you don't get more than 10.
Okay.
And so it's been a while since Belichick has gotten his last one. So I think that I'll go with this, Kevin.
Okay.
I'll go with this.
That's the first one. He could.
I thought you were going to
fired.
finish a sentence.
I did too.
It's called this or
Yeah,
that.
this I always think is the first option, and that is the second
I don't
option.
know.
So
I just
first
threw one out
option
there.
would be Bill Belichick does get fired after this season.
I'll go with that, but I could see him maybe retiring.
Okay.
I just think that would be really tough to pull that trigger and say you're done.
Would he, if let's say he got fired, Mike, would he go to another team immediately?
I think he would. I think he would. I think he'd be like, I'm going to stick it to New England.
You want him?
Sure.
There's no way in the world he would work for Jerry.
Yeah, that's probably true. NFL, this or that, and Reggie, I would like your thoughts on this as well. Earlier this week,
So you do understand the concept.
there was conversations and potential scandal that Jerry Jones was giving Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas access to things, gave him a Super Bowl ring. This or that, would you rather win a Super Bowl ring as a key component or be a Supreme Court judge?
Wait, first of all, why do you want my import?
I just want your
on
thoughts. This
Okay.
seems like a question you'd be interested in.
Who are we talking about?
Jerry Jones and Clarence Thomas.
Apparently, from what we've learned in the last few months, it seems like it's real lucrative to be a Supreme Court justice.
Hell yeah, it is.
That might be
They
the
do
way
not
to
have
go.
a defined code of ethics.
And it's hard to get fired. In fact, you can't get
Yeah.
fired. So
would
you know what? Sounds like a good gig.
All right, Supreme Court judge.
I'll do it. What do I need to do?
Or be the owner of the Cowboys?
No.
I'll take both jobs.
Mike, man, you didn't hear any of that. Would you rather win a Super Bowl ring as a key component of your team or be a Supreme Court justice?
Justice.
It's a lot of work, man.
Is it?
You have to say, no, we're not seeing this. Yes, we are seeing that.
And then
Don't they convene only for a short period of time every year?
I guess there's a lot of paperwork.
Every 5 minutes, though, you can be like, we're going to break for the next 45 minutes and go have lunch.
You got a lot of clerks that can do your work for
That's
you.
true.
You show up every once in a while, you look at your stack of envelopes, hand it to a clerk, go read one of your law books.
You get these fly ass robes. It's great.
Think about when you make a wrong decision, how many people you hurt.
You can blame it
Somebody
on
tried to kill one of the
you can blame
justices.
it on one of the other justices. You can be like, no, he's the one that did that. I stepped out during that vote.
But your name, they reveal who voted which way.
Yeah, I was
You can't
there.
go, no, I voted against it. And they're like, here's the documentation that you voted for it. And you're like, oh, that might have been a mistake. I don't think
Who
that's going
leaked
to work.
this?
Or you can win a Super Bowl,
Where's the
Mike.
mole?
I know. There's a lot of responsibility on those guys and girls.
You win a Super Bowl, though.
No responsibility. Go get trashed. Go Deshaun Stevenson yourself afterwards.
Oh my God, Mike.
Well, like he just, he partied.
Holy.
You can't party after like
crap.
deciding on abortion. Hey, let's go throw a drunk
Who said?
drug
Who said
party.
you can't? Who said you can't?
Like that would be weird. Well, that's a decision they have to make. They made it.
Okay.
Whether you like it or not, that's what they did. Roe versus Wade, right?
There's an update to it, yes. Guys,
I'm just picturing like Justice Alito throwing a gavel across the boat in the water in Tampa.
They don't
like
do that.
Tom Brady did.
They don't throw. They might throw a parade, but they don't throw
NFL,
parades.
this or that. I don't
That's
know.
what you get for involving me, Kevin.
That's fair. I don't know if that was all your fault, though.
I tried to egg it
I
on.
feel it was very little of your fault. NFL this or that. Who is under more pressure this season? Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers?
This.
That's Russell Wilson.
That because of
Aaron
New
Rodgers.
York. If Aaron Rodgers landed in Denver, I would be like, but it's New York. That's gonna be a place. Plus, the Jets stink and have stunk forever, right?
Yeah.
So the Broncos at least
I know
have
they made it to a championship game before we did.
Yeah,
I
but
know,
the Broncos at least have their Super Bowls from the early 2000s to sit back on.
I lean towards
90s.
Russell Wilson because I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame. Aaron Rodgers is in.
Sure.
Aaron Rodgers almost can do nothing. Obviously, if he like gambled on his games or something, but like there's nothing he can do on the football field to ruin his. He's a Hall of Famer. He will be celebrated as one of the best quarterbacks of his generation. Russell Wilson is now, I think, teetering on, hey, that was the Legion of Boom. I'm calling him that, right? Yeah. I think that you start going towards Russ was a bus driver for that Seattle organization. And if he doesn't show that he can really quarterback Denver to some playoff spots in the next 2 to 3 years, then he just gets left off as, he was a guy.
NFL this or that. Be a fan this season only of the Lions or the Giants.
Lions easy. I can't be a fan of the Giants. Sorry. I'm a fan of the Cowboys. So I can't be a fan of the Giants. But
I think you'll get more satisfaction of Detroit doing something because let's say the Giants make the playoffs again and lose in the first or second round. They recently won 2 Super Bowls in 07 and 11. They are champs. So you feel a little bit more like, it's been a while, but we have celebrated the ultimate celebration of winning it all. Detroit, if somehow you make it to the conference championship game, that hasn't happened since my father was born in like 52 or whatever it was. I guess they did make it in 91. Thanks a lot, Barry Sanders, because that was against the Cowboys. But, so since 91, they haven't made the conference championship game. And I think the last time they did it was 52 or 53. So I'd say it'd be more satisfying if Detroit made the NFC championship game over New York.
However, the Giants will actually be placing the logo at center field now. Does that change your opinion at all?
Instead of the NFL logo?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it does.
Okay.
Now, this is a question I reached out to Reggie for help with the conversion rate. He was no help.
Welcome.
Play in 4 NFL games over 4 straight weeks as a starter or have to complete the Tour de France.
Supreme Court.
No, or
judge.
have to complete the Tour de France.
And win a Super Bowl? Was that in the first one?
No, you just have to compete 4 straight weeks in a physical position.
I ride a bike. It is very tough to do. Well, that's not tough. But
just a general concept of riding a bike.
But like riding
your face, kids.
But like riding 20 miles up a hill, that's tough. But you know what I've seen on the Tour de France? I've seen those guys get off a bike and start walking. And so you know what?
Dude, oh my God.
Like, I think you line me up and you have Micah Parsons snorting out smoke from his nose right before the ball's being snapped. I'm like, I'm about to die, and there's nothing I can do about it.
And that's just one snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to play the whole game.
I would rather compete for the Tour de France, because if you told me, now this would help out, if you said you're competing in the Tour de France in 2 months, I'd say, okay, let me get with a trainer. Let me work really hard. I'm not going to win any stage. I'm going to finish last in every stage, and I'm going to feel like death afterwards.
Right.
I might literally be dead after the NFL football game.
Can't rule it out.
21 stages, 2,116 miles.
And the 21 stages over the span of 23 days.
That is
They're
right.
Like, hey, you get 2 whole days
I'm going to
off.
probably
You're
die
like,
now in
thanks a
both
lot.
of them. But
okay, but you picked Tour de France.
At least I ride 150 miles a month for 40 straight months. But that doesn't come anywhere close to the Tour de France.
Corey, what say you? And Reggie, did I come up with a good conversion rate?
No, but I didn't have a better one, so it's fine.
So that sounds like a yes.
I'll go with the 4 NFL games. You're asking me what I'd rather do, right?
Yeah.
Not what I think I could actually accomplish, but I'd rather play in 4 NFL games. That'd be awesome. I think it would be a blast.
Would it?
Why wouldn't it be?
Because
I get
you're
to put
gonna
on a
get
helmet.
Destroyed.
That's fine. That's part of the game, dude. I played the game in high school. It's part of it. You get hit every once in a while. You also get to hit somebody back, so you get to try it. I don't want to ride a bike that far.
Your quads are gonna be crazy, dude.
I do not have what's that area between Mike? What's that area that you put the pad on?
Perineum.
Hey, dog.
That area between the
What are you doing right now?
See,
guys,
I told you
that area is gonna just be like I can't handle that for what is it, 7 million miles a day.
They have stuff to put in that area to help you out.
All right, Reggie, you know how this works. 1 for Tour de France, 1 for 4 football
Noah puts
games.
it on his butt too,
That's true.
when he has rashes and red areas.
You get to be the decider.
Yeah.
Play in 4 NFL games over 4 straight weeks or have to complete the Tour de France.
I would rather not engage in car crashes consistently.
So you pick Tour de France.
Yeah,
There's car crashes on the Tour de France.
Yeah,
dude.
but it's not every play. I'm with Mike. I'm dying either way.
I guess in the NFL you could just not try. Like when they snap
Is that
the
better
ball.
or worse? Like if you're
you
on the
could be
offensive
like,
line?
Well, you could do the thing where you just do the any given Sunday when they got mad at Willie Beeman. And you're just like, I'm not blocking anybody and I am not getting in his way.
Okay. Let's assume.
Can I be Ted Ginn in this situation where I just like catch the ball and go out of bounds?
I'm not going to have you as a kick returner or a kicker or a punter. You're going to be in the midst of the action. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Kick returner and punt returner. I am waving for the fair catch.
Before
I am not trusting my hands at all. I am getting 5 yards out of the way of the ball where nobody can touch me. The end.
Why is Mike lined up on the sideline?
Coming up next, more of your shout outs, but also Kyler Murray, the #1 tennis player in the world, and the Mavericks. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? We will do it next right here on The Fan.
With Elko next. Even
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Jazz in front right now. The net for long. 7th made 3. 8th hoop for the game. Hardaway 24 points.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk about that specific individual in just 1 second, but it is a shout-out Friday. On the 903, can y'all shout out my wife, Rebecca, and our 3-day-old daughter, Emery Elliott. It's our first child. That comes from Elliott in Maybank.
Way to go, Bex.
That is fantastic. I wonder how she feels about that name.
Never-ending story.
Congratulations to y'all and to the newest, Tolo. And from the 682, shout out to me. I turned 34 on Sunday and plan to catch fish, all the fish in the lake near me, then go to the Globe on Monday and watch the Rangers spank the Rays.
Name a fish.
Carp.
Grouper.
Trout.
Crappie.
I said
Salmon.
one. Oh, you didn't. You could have won if you had not said
Tilapia.
one. Well, now y'all said 2 each.
Whiting.
Gold.
Filet.
Fish
fillet. That's really popular.
Filet-o fish.
All right. It's time for Forgiveness Friday. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Mike, I don't know if you're going to want to hear this.
Okay.
Cut 9. I know he's not going to be like, Tim Hardaway is trash and we're definitely going to get rid of him. But this does seem like a potentially pseudo confirmation that Tim Hardaway Jr. is on his way back.
Grant Williams, Seth Curry, Dante Exum. You make a bunch of moves here in the offseason. You re-sign Kyrie. How do we feel about the offseason?
Obviously, really good. You know, we got a lot younger, a lot more athletic. We'll have a whole preseason with Kyrie and Luka together. We've, surrounded them with guys who can defend. Adding Seth, he can shoot. Bringing Timmy back. I think Rashawn Holmes is going to be probably the most underrated pickup of the summer. I mean, people forget what he could do with Sacramento before he got hurt, and then they gets the bonus and he takes his place. So, we're really excited.
Now, the trouble that you run into there just a little bit is supposedly the Mavericks have been busting their butts to trade Hardaway and Rashawn Holmes. So when he's like, that's going to be the pickup of the summer, I'm like, well, sure, because nobody else wanted him. I mean, I hope he's right. And Rashawn Holmes goes back to that Sacramento time and we're like, great.
I think he has to say those things because there's a better than 50% chance nobody wants to trade with the Mavericks. They've called every team on Tim Hardaway Jr., and Tim Hardaway Jr. is a good guy. He fits certain teams. He doesn't fit this team at all with trading for Kyrie. He doesn't fit this team at all with signing Seth Curry. But they might be relegated to, there's nothing we can do. He's going to be on the team. He's going to play. And so I understand him saying that. What would it do good for him, for Tim Hardaway Jr., for the team to not mention Tim Hardaway Jr. being on the team?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I still think they're working to trade him. I mean, there's rumors out there. Tim McMahon has put rumors out there. Mark Stein has put rumors out there. I mean, those are the two people closest to Mark Cuban and the Dallas Mavericks. I get Shams, I get Woj. They break all the news, but I don't feel like Woj and Shams are connected to the Mavericks the way that Tim McMahon and Mark Stein are, who live here and are close to the Mavericks. They are still saying, the Mavericks are still trying to move Tim Hardaway Jr. to get a piece that looks like it fits this organization way better than Hardaway Jr. does.
Woj and Shams, they're connected to the person who all the stuff runs across his desk. Like, I don't know if it's Silver or whatever, but that's who they talk to. Okay. They're like, hey, this is coming down the pike. It's going to be here quickly. Be ready.
From the 940, my car needs forgiveness for wanting to have coolant issues and start blowing hot air out of the vents today.
This is a poor time for that. I'm sorry.
It could be tomorrow. It could be the next day. We're,
once again,
that does suck.
Have you ever driven a car in the summertime in Texas without an air conditioner?
Yes. It is unpleasant.
It's miserable.
You'd be surprised how,
you're hanging by a thread if it has coolant issues too. You're just sitting there going, please don't, please don't, please
And
don't.
you
please
roll
don't.
down the window and you like try to make peace with your brain about how, hey, this is helping.
This could be nice.
Yeah, and it's like 104 degrees outside, and you're like, but the wind is blowing, and oh,
Mhm.
this is nice.
And you're walking into your job, wringing your shirt out and all the sweat, and you're like,
Oh, well, I just don't try and like dress up at all. And if those instances, it's like, no, I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and you get me as I come here. Like that's just what it's
I
gonna
worked
be.
at a restaurant, and I was driving from North Dallas to down here in Uptown McKinney, Uptown off McKinney, and the drive was down 75, and it was miserable.
Mm-hmm.
And I could only wear that. Like I could only wear that.
So please forgive me. Is it Mark Cuban's job and Jerry Jones' job? And whether it's, I'll throw everybody in there. Every general manager in the United States of America and the world, they have to be professional liars in those conversations? Like, are we now
Sometimes it
saying
does
that Mark
feel like
Cuban
that.
is telling the truth in that? Because we know what they said. Right now, the Mavericks have Grant Williams as the only new starter on their team. Tim McMahon, everybody close to the Mavericks has said, Dwight Powell is your starting center for the 2023-24 season as it is today. Right now, they're either going to start Josh Green or Tim Hardaway Jr. at the 3. They're obviously starting Kyrie and Luka, and then off the bench is going to be primarily the same guys you had last year. So they got way more athletic. For the guys that are going to play a lot of minutes, we know Lively's not going to play a lot of minutes to start the year. He's going to run into a lot of foul trouble if he does play quite a bit because he's 19 years old and is a smaller-bodied center and learning the league. We know that Omax Prosper is going to be brought about slowly, maybe by January, February, the way Jaden Hardy was. He's able to break more into the rotation. They got more athletic wear at the back end of their bench watching the games, cheering on.
And you know that's part of it because that's one of the people they mentioned is Dante Exum. And like, so you saw they were going kind of really all inclusive. Now,
is he more athletic than Frank Ntilikina?
I think Exum is.
Yeah.
Exum, I think the biggest issue with Exum was like the lack of shooting, like the complete lack of shooting. And supposedly he shot like 40-some% overseas the last couple of years, so that's fixed.
I hope so.
All right.
And he's like 6'6". Like in theory, you could slot him in almost as a wing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's break this down more because I want to, and you're going to have to deal with it because I know Kevin wants to move on. I can tell by his body language he wants me to stop this conversation, and I'm not going to.
Oh, no.
So Luka's going to play 36 minutes a night, right? Everybody agree with that?
Agree.
Okay, and maybe even a few more minutes, but let's slate him at 36. Kyrie's going to play about 34 minutes a night?
Probably.
All right, so at the guard position, I've now created 12 plus 14 is 26 minutes. In those 26 minutes, how many minutes is Seth Curry getting?
20.
18. 15.
All right, so somewhere between, I got 10 minutes left at the guard position. Who else is playing at the guard position?
Jaden Hardy.
All right, so Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play the 3 and never the 2?
He's playing the 4.
Okay, not that.
All right, so he's playing the 3. So
And he might play some 3 considering Grant Williams gives you the opportunity to play some small ball.
okay, so at the 3 position, I have 48 minutes. Break down those 48 minutes for me. Josh Green plays how many minutes?
25.
Yeah.
All right, Tim Hardaway Jr. plays 23 minutes.
God, I hope not. But
I think I kind of think Olivia Maxence Prosper is going to play some minutes to start the
I like
season.
what you're saying here, Reggie. How many minutes are in a basketball game? Because
48.
How many minutes is Grant Williams, Maxi Kleba? So where does Exum fit in? He's watching basketball games. Where does Jaden Hardy fit in? He's watching basketball games. This is where they need to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. because when you actually want to sit down and actually break down the math of minutes for your 1, 2, and 3 positions, you definitely run out of time for Exum and Hardy to play on this basketball team.
yeah, I agree. Does Carlos Alcaraz need forgiveness, or does his dad need forgiveness? Did you see the story out of Wimbledon, Reggie?
I'm not sure what story in particular you're speaking of.
So Djokovic already through to the finals. Alcaraz and Medvedev playing right now in the other semifinal.
He took the first set against Medvedev.
Okay. All right. There we go. Carlos's dad was accused of filming Novak's practice. Nice. And this is what the number one player in the world, his response was,
if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
He was asked about it.
He said
goes,
it in Spanish?
Probably it is true. My father is a huge fan of
What? He's from
tennis.
Spain, Corey!
He said probably it is true.
My father is a huge tennis fan. He doesn't only watch my matches. Now, people will tell you it was to advance scouting for the potential finals, and he's like, that probably happened because my dad loves tennis.
Hold on, he was taping his practice. He was okay. So if it was like another match, that's fine. You can watch somebody do another
Sure.
match, but you can't watch what they're
'Cause
working
you might
on.
be going on strategy. And
Okay,
stuff like
all
that.
right. That's he said probably it is true.
Yeah, probably it is true. But then he pivoted with, my dad's a huge tennis fan, but my favorite line is, he doesn't only watch my matches.
I'll allow it.
Okay, no forgiveness needed?
I don't think so. I think that's... Look, if it's a lie, it's a hilarious one, and that's good enough for me.
If it's a lie, it's a hilarious lies. You're okay with, because then you accept. Okay, it is a lie.
But it entertained me.
At least it entertained me. I like that approach.
Okay.
I like that approach. If it was something
Don't
that was
hold me
like,
to that, though. It's just a Friday.
yeah, I'm gonna start lying to Reggie and see if I can entertain him and be like, all right, now what do you think? I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to lie to you, buddy.
All right.
Thanks,
I'm
man.
curious to see how that goes from here. And then also, does Northwestern need forgiveness? Because now they fired their baseball coach. And the interesting thing that I read in here was a source told ESPN.
It's like 12 degrees in March at Northwestern.
Why are they playing baseball?
I know they have to travel a lot.
So a source told ESPN that Jim Foster probably would have been fired earlier for bullying accusations, but Northwestern's legal and human resources department were focused on firing their football coach.
Okay.
So they're like, yeah, the baseball coach is doing bad things, but they're probably less bad, we think, than the football coach. So we have to give all our attention to getting the football coach fired.
Take a number. There's a lot of people that we need to fire right now, okay?
Yeah, man. What is happening in Northwestern? That's a lot in a week.
Malfeasance, Kevin.
Doesn't it
For
seem
malfeasance's sake?
Okay, first off,
That's a line from
y'all need forgiveness for saying a word that I don't understand.
That was in the
All right?
office.
It's a fun word to say, though.
You shouldn't commit malfeasance for malfeasance.
Yeah, didn't know what it was then, and still don't.
But
all
just
right?
say it once. See how it feels.
Malfeasance does feel good.
It's the Angelina Jolie movie.
That was Maleficent, right?
See, so you get the
You know
idea.
that word?
Uh-huh.
That word you know.
What were we talking about again?
Okay.
Northwestern.
Evil!
Shouldn't the AD, is the AD, is there a problem with the AD here?
Possibly.
This person's been letting this happen for a while.
It is a tough sell if you're the AD and it's like, hey, I know my football coach was doing this, and hey, I know my baseball coach was doing it, but
Nobody else is doing anything close to
and
that.
I had
here.
no thoughts
I didn't even know.
knowledge or input of any of
I was having lunches with the president
We're the KNC
of
Masterpiece.
the university.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Shutout in the tight end category. Do the Cowboys have one of the best running backs in the league? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
It takes a lot
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
And the crowd has gone double bunkers. Snap back to Prescott. He's got a lot of time. Deep down the right side. Oh, it's caught at the 45, 40, Pollard, 20, 10, Pollard. Uncle. 68 to Tony Pollard on 3rd and 15. Good night, nurse.
KNC Masterpiece right on 105.3 The Fan. We will most likely talk about Tony Pollard as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I'm done. I don't want to do biscuits anymore.
What?
I got to figure out something else.
Okay. Salad?
Everybody out there that's listening in Tolo land, will you miss biscuits? 877-881-1053 or the Twolo page.
I'm tired of it.
Keto biscuits.
No, I don't. No.
Hero bread. Have you seen that?
What
Have
are
you
talking
seen
about
this?
right now?
Hero bread is like zero net carb bread out there that you have to
Whoa.
order special online. They got all sorts of kind
How
of
do
bread.
they do that?
I don't know.
That sounds like sorcery.
I'm not a bread magician.
Now, I told you it was unlikely the Cowboys would be represented at all in the ESPN execs, coaches, and scouts NFL rankings for tight ends, and they, in fact, weren't. It went Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert, and Darren Waller were the top 5. But
Old Scooney didn't make it, huh?
he did not.
We tried, Mike.
For running backs, who do y'all think is the number 1 running back?
Usually people
McCaffrey.
say Jim Brown.
Of contemporary football right
McCaffrey.
now.
McCaffrey's my pick here.
He's second.
Nick Chubb
on the list. Nick Chubb is number 1. How
Good.
far down the list till you would put Tony Pollard? Like, who else would you put ahead of Tony Pollard?
God, I really have to look up stats here to figure out who's good at running the ball in the NFL now.
My big concern still right now is just like health for Tony Pollard, but when healthy, I would put him in the top 6, probably maybe even
So
top 5.
The top 2 rushers in yards last year were Jacobs and Henry.
Okay. Josh Jacobs is number 3. Derrick Henry is 5. Sandwiched in between them is Saquon Barkley. So your top 5 running backs per the combination of execs, coaches, and scouts are Nick Chubb 1, Christian McCaffrey 2, Josh Jacobs 3, Saquon Barkley 4, and Derrick Henry 5.
So those are, McCaffrey was 8th in rushing. So the people sandwiched in there that we haven't named are Miles Sanders, Dalvin Cook, and Justin Fields.
And of course, like, we also need to consider the different touches that they'll get the ball.
For sure.
Someone like Austin Eckler, who probably gets the ball more passing-wise.
And he is a touchdown freaking machine.
Yeah.
Fields will only touch it 160 times rushing.
They do not have him as a running back option.
He averages 7.1 yards a carry, though.
Where'd you say Jonathan Taylor was?
It's incredible. Jonathan Taylor is at your next one.
Because of injury. I like him coming back and being a good running back.
He is number 6 on the list. So after that top 5, he's 6.
Did you say Bijan's even on this list yet?
He's not in the top 10.
Okay, all right.
I did not flip through all of the vote. He is not in.
Where's my Travis Etienne?
Yeah, I like Travis Etienne, dude.
He is.
He's a great option.
He is in the honorable mentions.
Double honorable?
Okay. So basically, we had an honorable mention, and then there's an also receiving votes, which we called honorable mention.
But that's more honorable. I feel like that would be above.
Okay, and that's why we switched it.
Okay, fantastic.
So the first group is the honorable mentions,
Great.
at which Travis Etienne is 14.
I do think Pollard is going to make it. If I look at Pollard versus Etienne, they have very similar numbers.
Mike, do you think Miles Sanders finally got the respect he thinks he deserves?
Mommy, can somebody respect me, Mommy? I respect you, son.
He does not. He is in the regular honorable mention as the 20th running back in football.
Aaron Jones in this group in the top 10?
Do you put him in the top 10?
I think he's top 10 in that.
He averaged
in that bit.
5.3 yards a carry and 2 touchdowns last year.
Just don't know Eckler's situation.
Jamal
either.
Williams had 17 touchdowns. Jeez
Yes.
Louise.
Yes.
He's in there. That has to help out. Jamal Williams, Detroit.
Is he with the Saints now?
I don't care about touchdowns.
I think he
anymore,
went to
do
the
they?
Saints.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think Tony Pollard's in the top 10.
Okay. Number
I
7.
agree with that sentiment.
Okay. Number 7, Alvin Kamara. You have an issue with Alvin Kamara being ahead of Tony Pollard.
At this point, yeah, because I don't know
I
if
do
they're going to
too.
know how to use him. I mean, Sean Payton really knew how to use him, and now everybody's like, yeah, just make him a running back, and he's different. He's a different kind of.
The highest somebody ranked him was 3rd.
Okay.
He's 7th. I have an issue with this next one as well. Number 8, Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
don't have a team.
He has I think yards over expected was significantly down from previous seasons. Like we're seeing him in decline. I think.
And nobody wants him right now. Like he's there
Yeah,
for the
he's
taking.
he's waiting.
Who wants him?
Yeah.
And the answer is
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, lots of mez.
Number 9, Tony Pollard.
Okay. I think that's good.
Last year he was unranked. The highest anyone ranked him is 4th. Pretty dang impressive. I don't know if I would put him there quite yet, but that's pretty impressive.
I heard Sean and RJ this morning, Kevin, talking about, McCarthy's going to run the ball more. And Choppy was like, dude, he's lying. They're not going to run the ball more. My question is the timing of when they run, how they run the ball is what I'm more interested in. Is McCarthy saying, no, when we have a lead, that's when we're going to run the ball instead of trying, or whenever we have this, that's when I'm kind of curious how they're going to use Tony Pollard, because last year he's not your ideal power back, but that dude will break a 60-yarder off. That's awesome. Can he do it enough times throughout the year, though?
After Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler is 10. And then leading the honorable mentions is Aaron Jones.
I have 2 names that I would like for you to help me out with here, Kevin. Is Dameon Pierce.
He is 2nd on the double honorable mention.
And Najee Harris?
Najee Harris is 18th. He's in regular.
Okay, all right.
Man,
He fell.
He only averaged 3.8 yards a
He
carry.
struggled last year. When you don't have a quarterback that can put the ball in the air, you struggle.
Where's Zeke?
He did not make the top 20.
You know what? They're just not respecting his blocking abilities and pass protection.
Yeah.
I'd put him number
Ramondre Stevenson and Kenneth Walker. Are they?
You said you had a couple of names.
Yeah, that's more than a couple.
My bad.
So I cannot answer that question for you. I apologize.
Who do you think will have a better year, the Detroit running back or the Atlanta running back, the 2
Gibbs
rookies?
or Robinson?
Yeah.
I think Bijan's going to have a fantastic year.
I do
because
too.
I think Arthur Smith knows how to run a football. That's one thing Arthur Smith. He was Derrick Henry's offensive coordinator, and Cordero Patterson had a fantastic running.
Don't
year.
forget Algiers last year as well was really good.
Yeah, I think Arthur Smith knows what he's doing there. That's very similar to whenever you're like Andy Reid and he's like quarterback and some little running back. He can do it.
Interestingly enough, the Lions have already stepped out and said, well, we view Gibbs like Christian McCaffrey in terms of our ability to use him all over the place. But I'm still going to go Bijan Robinson. Did you see, now this is a rumor for now, but have you heard the rumor that the Atlanta Falcons requested that the NFL delete a tweet they made?
Oh, this is the full Super Bowl.
Yeah. So they
video.
put out the tweet from the NFL Twitter, obviously, is you want an entire football game? Frick it. And then they just linked it to that entire football game.
And they said frick it?
Yes, it does say
That's what
frick it.
Carter says. My Carter, not our Carter.
And it quickly amassed 8 million views. And supposedly it then disappeared with people saying that the Atlanta Falcons were like, hey, you show that game all you like. Can you delete that tweet publicizing it? Because, it hurts their feelings.
It hurts their feelings?
I assume that would be the reason.
Don't get whooped.
Yeah, don't have the dumbest play calling in the history of the second half of a football game. That would be my suggestion. All right, let's go from that to, are you excited for a golf event involving some football players or former football players.
Our buddy Bryce Verplank with them.
No, I'm tired of the football players playing golf.
Okay.
He's like, y'all stay away from the golf course.
They're putting them on, or basketball players. It's just, I don't know. I get what they're doing, but
to your point, this tournament over the weekend, this weekend, is going to be on NBC and its family of networks, and it is the leader, the betting leader to win the tournament, Tony Romo.
Do people like watching golf that much?
I don't. I mean, I assume so if they keep, because this is not like by any stretch of the imagination the first one of these. I guess so.
Do you care more about that or that Breece Hall in his 80 carries had 463 yards for a 5.8 per carry basis?
I mean, he was going to, like, I just assumed he would cruise to offensive rookie of the year, and then he got hurt.
And then Zonovan Knight came in and looked really good himself.
Yeah.
Salah's got a good run game up there.
I see the appeal for some of the hype with the Jets for sure. But I wanted to mention Romo's the betting favorite, and then fourth on the list, Annika Sorenstam.
Yes, it's our friend.
Fifth on the list, Joe Pavelski from the Dallas Stars.
Nice.
Can I add this to Gridiron Gravy?
Derek Lowe's in the top 10 too.
Oh, okay. I like him.
He was
He's a
also
good
on
guy.
our show.
This will be on what channel?
NBC, and then I think
Big NBC?
I think some of it will be on Big NBC.
The Daniel Jeremiah tweeted this, Kevin, just a minute ago. I just finished studying Marvin Harrison Jr.
Hey.
Special player. There are some elements of his game that remind me of Andre Johnson and others that remind me of AJ Green. Nice mix. So there you go.
Those are good players.
That's the future of
It's
the
pretty
NFL right there.
impressive. What's more impressive, that scouting report or this quote from Aaron Rodgers about being on Hard Knocks? I understand the appeal with us. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on me, a lot of eyes on our team, a lot of expectations. So they forced it down our throats, and we're going to have to deal with it.
I mean, that's very Mike quote right there.
He's not wrong, though.
Sounds like the kind of,
he is not.
There's nothing I can do about
wrong.
it, so we just got to deal with it and move on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get back to more of your shout-outs, plus NFL coaches who produce the most high-level players at specific positions. What is McCarthy best at? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from Paul in Mesquite. Can I get a shout-out from my fiance Brittany? She just told me yesterday that we're having their second baby girl later this year. Congratulations to you guys. Excellent news.
I got one from Rick who messaged me and he said, can I get a shout out? I was the dude who gave Sean his wasp spray last Friday at the Grand Prairie Firehouse. So that was the fun firehouse tour, man.
That is my biggest fear. That person is a hero. And from
Wasp are your biggest fear?
Yes.
Over everything else.
Yes.
Snakes.
Yes. For sure.
Dragons.
Mike had one thing and he was like, list over.
Are dragons?
Heights, you're not
Komodo
scared of
dragons
heights.
are real.
Yeah, no.
Driving your car off of
Seem
a
to be
mountain.
scared of getting wet.
No, that's just, I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Elevator
of wasps.
just falling all the way.
No.
You're not afraid of that, huh?
No, because like
swimming.
No, I can swim fine. It's just not my
How
preference.
can you swim if you don't get wet?
I can swim just fine. I just don't. It's not my preference. Like when me and Jess were dating, we went down to the lake. She said, "This is how I knew you were in." Shut up. Is her friends jumped into the lake? No, you shut up too. Is her friends jumped into the lake and I jumped into the lake too? And she goes, "Oh no, he hates this, but he's doing it just for me."
Just
and
for
she
you.
was right.
What about cilantro? What are your fear on cilantro?
You just toss it out. Why is cilantro on there? Why are you ruining my dish?
Cilantro is amazing.
Yeah, with some weird green stuff that's on there.
So good.
Like, you know.
Except for the people for whom it like tastes like soap.
There are people, yes. There. By the way, can I throw this out there? There is a fruit called durian. Have y'all ever heard of durian?
Not once.
All right. Evidently, I didn't know anything about this, Kevin. I'm at this place called Churn and Bake. I'm gonna save this for 1 o'clock. Is that what you'd rather?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm at
Kevin was
Churn
like,
and Bake.
"This is my time."
Up the street, it's ice cream. It's fantastic ice cream, by the way. And while we're there, me and the boys, I was like, "Hey, can I get one of these cheesecakes? What is that, durian?" And the girl's like, "No, it's durian." And the boys go, "You don't know what that means, do you?" And I was like, "I have no clue what durian is." And they were like, "It's the stinkiest fruit in the world." And I was like, "What?"
Oh.
And they said, for some people, and this is very similar to cilantro, either it smells like garlic and salt or it's the sweetest thing you've ever eaten. I don't know how that works with us humans or whatnot. And it definitely, for all three of us, it was garlic and salt. And I did not like that cheesecake.
Okay. Well, I feel like they tried to warn you, right?
My sons did, that's for sure.
Now, we saw an article, NFL coaches who produce the most high-level players at specific positions, and we can dive into that article, but you asked what I thought was a more interesting question kind of spawning off of that is, what is McCarthy best at? And to go along with that, I asked you a question because I felt like defensive backs were going to have a good advantage versus a lot of teams this year. And in our conversation, you immediately said Dan Quinn. So my question to tag on with this is there literally anything that would happen defensively that Dan Quinn wouldn't get the credit for and any of the credit would go to Mike McCarthy?
Absolutely not.
Nothing.
I can't think of a single thing on the defensive side other than maybe the decision of letting Mozzie be the pick as opposed to an offensive player. That's more of that's a head coaching GM decision. There is, you know what? My defense needs this. I know my offense probably needs this, this, and this, but my defense needs this to be exceptional. Rather than a top 5 defense, maybe we can be the number 1 defense. We need this instead.
Yeah.
This is it was the glaring hole for their team last year.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
So,
that just kind of sucks.
But he does.
Right?
He's not the coach of them. He's not the guy that's grooming them. He's not the guy that's on a daily basis working with. Hell, Kevin, it is very interesting to me how many of the players we talk to and we'll ask them about talking with Jerry. Like, it seems like they talk with Jerry like once every in a blue moon, and every blue moon. And it just always for us has seemed like Jerry has his fingerprints all over this team, but he's very far away from some things. And I think McCarthy has to be far away from some things too on the defensive side for sure, because he trusts Dan Quinn to do it all. Dan Quinn, you know how to coach a freaking whole football team. You went to a Super Bowl, lost. But you know how to coach a whole football team. I trust you to coach the defense. I got to take care of my offense over here. So I don't think that McCarthy will get any credit for whatever. Hell, I think that Al Harris will get credit in the secondary before McCarthy gets any credit for it.
Wow. Again, not saying you're wrong, but that is fascinating. That just kind of sucks for him.
Look back at the defense that won the Super Bowl for him. He didn't get the credit for that, how good that defense. That was Dom Capers' defense.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about the history of the Cowboys and feeling like Jimmy Johnson admits he was a walk-around coach, but I still feel like he got not all the credit, but a certain amount of credit for all things that went well on the Cowboys.
I mean, Dave Wannstedt got 10 coaching jobs out of that.
Yeah, man, he did. It doesn't matter how much the NFL determined, hey, you ain't a head coach.
Yeah.
The rest of the NFL is like, the hell he's not. I'm going to make it work. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so then I guess we'll stick offensively then. And you can throw my pick out the window because that is not going to be viable here.
Give some examples. Did you give an example? Give some examples of what these coaches are exceptional at, because I think Andy Reid is a perfect example.
So Andy Reid, quarterback. Brett Favre, Donovan McNabb, Michael Vick, Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Now, it's not to say that he gets all of the credit for all of those players, but that's a pretty damn impressive track record.
When I saw Mahomes, I was like, this is the perfect place for Pat. This is the perfect pairing. That's why they're as good. They've been to 4 title games, AFC title games now, 5 now. So it's the perfect pairing, is because Mahomes has the arm, he has the creativity, and Andy Reid knows how to draw up plays, dude. That dude knows how to coach the quarterback and the running back position for sure. I think that's a really good example of what are these coaches exceptional at. And I don't know what Mike McCarthy, I can't figure it out.
Well, because another example was the zone cornerback with Pete Carroll, Richard Sherman, Byron Maxwell, Brandon Browner, now Tariq Woolen, who obviously that was part of a totally different conversation about those rankings.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Asante Samuel had a thought and Darrelle Revis had another thought.
And so those are the examples. So what is it that you think of for McCarthy?
I wanted to go back real quick with Carroll. It's interesting because that was a Marinelli, Lane, or Kiffin. Who was Kiffin's dad? Monty Kiffin. They really were exceptional at that. And then Pete Carroll was studying under them and knew it, and he ran with it. So that's interesting. I want to say that he understands offense. That he's very good with offense, but I can't say that for sure. The only thing I have is he was offensive coordinator for the New Orleans Saints, right? And his offenses were ranked, 10, 19, 11, 15. What?
Sounded like he said a different variation of the word 10.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah, 10. So they were moderately good. San Francisco, his offenses were ranked overall 26.
Ooh.
When he goes to the Packers, that changes. He's got Brett Favre, he's got Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if Mike McCarthy gets any credit for any of that stuff. I feel like a lot of people are like, dude, you had Aaron Rodgers why didn't you win more Super Bowls?
And I'm trying to think, I don't think that's going to turn out well for him this year then, right? Last year, the Cowboys, 27.5 points per game, were 4th overall in the league, 4th in points per game. So do you have to be unquestionably first? Do you have to be first by maybe a field goal for people to be like, man, changing him to play caller was the right decision?
What about if you feel like they do a great job of controlling the flow of the game?
Game flow is something he talks about a lot.
Isn't that what he seems to be talking a lot about going into this season? Is he felt like Kellen Moore might have not helped him control the game, the flow of the game.
With his play calling?
So maybe you have multiple wins where it's 27-13. And so you might still be 4th, but you're having, that's a 2-touchdown win. That's a pretty dominant win.
Your defense was very good.
Maybe you're having more dominant wins like that where the fourth quarter is not as important because you've controlled the way the things went before.
Yeah,
that.
maybe he has. I know that week 5, because I looked at that as a loss. That's at San Francisco. Let's just say you're there. You go to San Francisco. San Francisco's, let's say, off to a 3-1 start. So you feel like this is a really big matchup, a possible playoff opponent. And you go to San Francisco and you win, and you felt like you controlled the whole game. Not that you had a comfortable lead, but you felt like, what a great job of really – Shanahan has dominated us in controlling the games in the 2 playoff games. And so if you win that one, would you go like, man, did McCarthy do that through his dictating the tempo and the flow of the game?
That's good. I mean, that's something that we would probably give credit for at Green Bay. And then we haven't seen yet because he hasn't been the guy calling them. So maybe that is when he has the control of that, it's a little bit different. And like, because Belichick, it was cornerback. And I think every year we're like, how did this dude, J.C. Jackson, Stephon Gilmore, you're always like, how does Bill Belichick keep popping out a cornerback like this? You know, it's always something good because he's good at it. Even whenever he was with the Giants, his secondary was the reason they were able to beat the Bills. Because he was like, those dudes are fast. We need faster guys on the field right now.
Man, y'all might be onto something because I keep thinking about, I know Andy Reid is an all-time great coach, but for a while, there was playoff Andy Reid where people are like, no, he's a really good coach, but he cannot understand the time flow of this game. Is maybe you do get into a situation where people are like, well, I don't know specifically what he does. And the answer that we all come back to is, it feels like he helps control the flow of the game based on what we can and cannot do.
Yeah.
That feels like a hugely important skill for a coach.
I would say, like, I think and he's got ego. Everybody has ego. Sure. But for a guy in the head coaching position with another dude that's like hot down his neck in Dan Quinn, he's like, no, I need him. Instead of, and I got to get rid of him because he might take my job. I do give him a lot of credit for that, but that has nothing to do with what's on the field. Like that, his ego being something that he takes aside is nothing to do with what's on the field. So this goes back to what's he really good at. That might be it, but we have to see it. We have to see this year. Will there be moments where he loses and fumbles games away because he's like, hey, you know what? We decided to run the ball late in the game when we should have been throwing instead. We have to wait on that.
Maybe. I hope he resurrected Ronald Jones. He made Malik Davis work, and you can let Tony Pollard walk out the door and nobody really cares.
Or what if he is a quarterback guru and this is the year that Dak Prescott
he needs to hurry up.
Turns it like he's like, no, like all these times, I know Aaron Rodgers was great, but who was the guy that helped mentor him along the way? I don't know. I still have to see that happen in our faces first.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. More of your shout-outs right here from the 469. Shout out to Corey, their coworker, Corey. He's heading down to Houston today for Coaches Camp to learn not only how to coach, but how to shape all those young brains for a better future. I like that. We'll get more of your shout-outs going next, but also, as the second half begins, give us your predictions for the Rangers' final record, finish in the AL West, and playoff prospects. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
2. Garcia hits one high in the air to right center. Marisnik going back at the track, at the wall. Out of here! He leaped up on that short wall, but that one was too far out of his reach. He got to stuff the balance for Adolis, his 5th home run in his last 9 games. That is home run number 20 on the season for Garcia, and the Rangers lead 8-0.
And we did stuff the ballot box, kind of, and he got in as an all-star. Don't worry about how the all-star game went. The
didn't do very
Rangers
well.
are
He
back.
flashed some leather. Come on now.
That's true. That was true. Don't worry about the offensive part of the all-star game.
Yeah, we
that
wanted
catch
him to
was
flash
awesome.
some wood.
What are you doing right now?
Rangers got 9 at-bats in that
I
All-Star
know,
game. That's
I know,
amazing.
Mike.
9 at-bats by one team?
How did they?
Don't you dare answer that question because you already know the answer, Corey.
O to B McDowell.
They
His number.
0.
The Rangers officially start the second half of the season tonight against the Guardians, 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So this is a broad question, and we can stop down on any specific part of it you want.
All right,
but
this part.
as the second half begins, give us your prediction for the Rangers' final record, finish in the AL West, and playoff prospects. I imagine whatever you think the record prediction is will probably give us some insight for the rest of it.
Can we go first?
Go ahead, Mike.
90-72. So a little above 500 in the second half. And I will predict that will be the second wild card spot.
Okay.
So the 5th seed. So
Okay.
you will be going to Baltimore. That'll
Okay.
be my guess. Tampa wins that division, holds on in the East. Baltimore is the number 1 wild card. You are the number 2 wild card. At Baltimore for a 3-game series.
July is very tough.
Yeah.
The rest of July looks just
right out of the gate. Yeah, for
excruciating.
sure. For sure.
I feel I'm going to go 88 wins to finish out the season.
Okay, so about 500 the rest of the way.
One game over, right? That puts you 1 game over 500? Or is that 1 game under?
Think
35 or 36
Yeah,
wins?
yeah.
35 is under 500,
Yeah,
36
so 35
is above.
and 36. So one
So
game
one
under.
game under.
Is Mike, I went 90 and 72.
Okay.
So, and I've got it up in my email. You're going to go 38 and 33 the rest of the way. Get you second in the AL West, but more importantly, it does get you a wild card spot. And I think we've talked about this before. To me, that's a win for this season.
For
you
sure.
won 68 games last year. If you're up to 88 or 90,
Yeah.
that is a massive improvement.
And hopefully you'd win a 3-game series and get into the ALDS and you'd get some home games here. You know, and I won't put it out of the realm of possibility to maybe get the 1 wild card spot, but right now Baltimore, is a little bit ahead of you record-wise, and that's already the number 1 wild card spot. So you'd actually have to make up ground on Baltimore if you didn't win the division to get the home field for the 3-game wild card series. I like this team. There's a lot of positives to look at with this team, a whole bunch. In a way, they should have more wins than they have. With the seasons that a lot of these offensive guys have had, you should have a better record overall, but you've lost some games that you should have won in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. They're going to have to make a trade. They're going to have to, because I'll tell you what, if they keep this same team and they don't do anything, same starting rotation, and you're going to have injuries in the second half. Heaney's going to need some time off. We've already talked to Boch about that. He's not going to be able to make all of his starts.
Your same bullpen problems are going to exist then.
There could be a John Gray injury for a couple starts. There could be a Nathan Eovaldi, injury for a couple starts. That happens to all teams, and I don't expect it not to happen to the Rangers in the second half. I think you're looking more at an 85, 86 win team if they make no adjustments to the bullpen / rotation through trades. But if they can get a Stroman, if they can get a Kendall Graveman, or, I know we talk about Pittsburgh. It'll be interesting to see if Pittsburgh really does give up on the future of their team. But you're going to have to make a couple of trades for at least 1 quality right-handed reliever to pitch your 8th or 9th inning, if not 2. And I would really like to replace Jacob deGrom in your rotation with somebody you feel more comfortable with? Shohei would be great.
Yeah,
If you get Shohei, I'll tell you what. If you get Shohei in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I will put them back to 95 to 96 wins and winning this division and having a chance to win it all.
But if you get Shohei, no reliever.
I don't think you can win in the playoffs.
Okay, all right.
I'm not saying win a series,
Yeah.
but I don't think you can ultimately win the ALCS and the World Series. I think in a 7-game series, you got to have a better bullpen. The bullpens that you're going to be a 5-6 inning starter in the playoffs. It just is what it is. The other team's offense is going to make you throw pitches. You're going to be a little bit fatigued. You're going to have to get 4 guys to put up 4 zeros. You're going to have to get 3 guys to put up 3 zeros. And you need more. If you need those zeros to win in the playoffs, you need a few other guys.
If Bo, let's get rid of the Shohei idea for now. But you make, and I don't have the names, but if you get a reliever and a starter, in my opinion, that changes everything I said earlier.
For sure.
And I believe Chris Young is attacking and trying to find the right fit, the right piece. He's doing his research, trying to make the right trade for this team. I think that changes everything.
And I don't know how much we've talked about this. I'm going to throw this out there, and y'all might be like, that's stupid. I disagree. Is these next, let's just say 3 series, well, you could trickle into the Houston series if you want. That might show what all you're buying. I believe that the Rangers will buy one way or another, but let's say you talk about how tough it is. Let's say you come out and you start flexing on Cleveland, Tampa, Los Angeles, and you go through those series, win them all, and you're 6-3.
I forgot the Dodgers are in there
if
too.
that's the case, Kevin, Ray Davis says whatever you got to do.
And that's kind of what I think. And like, again, let's just throw Houston in the mix. You go through, that's a tough stretch, and you go 8-4, and you reassert, like, you just ran through some really good teams or did very well against some real good teams. Does that expand the envelope just a little bit about maybe what you're willing to deal off, where you're like, hey, these guys are showing?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you the opposite question. Rangers go 3-6 in their first 9, which is very possible with who they're playing. Do you go, we got to back off of trading prospects to help this team out? We have to back off of how much we try to go after 2023.
I could see that, but I wonder if it wouldn't just be back off prospects, though I do see the possibility of that, but stay away from rentals. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe they still try to make a move.
I like that answer.
But it's a move with, like...
If it's for Dylan Cease. It's not for Marcus Stroman.
Yes.
We're not trading for Marcus Stroman, out of the question, because we know that in the offseason, he's probably going to want a 3-year, $75 million deal. And so now we have to compete with all the other teams that desperately need starters, and it could get to 4 years and $100 million, and we don't want to do that. So we just ended up trading Luis Angel Acuna, I'm just throwing out a name there, for Marcus Stroman for 2 months. That doesn't make sense.
Yes, agreed.
You know?
Agreed. From the 918, will the Rangers trade for a pitcher with DeGrom out? I think, like, you're far enough away from the DeGrom being out issue that you're already, like, thinking about a trade. This is an interesting question. We haven't talked about it for a second, and they might just not know. From the 918, are Rocker and Leiter untouchable? I think Rocker's untouchable in terms of getting any interest.
Nobody can trade for him.
Yeah, because but Leiter, I by no means think he's untouchable. Not to say they would trade him, but I think they would listen.
I try to ask a question to the person texting in to answer this question from a Rangers perspective. If you can take yourself back 3 years ago to the Joey Gallo trade, would you want the key piece of the trade that the Rangers were getting back, a guy who got drafted? The team said, we just can't sign him. We do not like the medicals. Then the next team that drafted him, he had a major injury.
Yeah.
20 innings into his career, and you know he's out for the next 15 to 18 months, and you're not sure how he's going to come back. Would you go, what are we doing? We're trading. That's our piece. Like, we're not even sure if he's ever going to pitch again.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's where teams right now would say, look, we'll take Kumar Rocker as like the third piece in the trade, knowing that the other two are the ones we're counting on working. That would be more of a throw-in risk type of deal and then the Rangers would be like, look, we did draft him 3rd overall. We're not throwing him into a trade in this situation. We will rehab him and hopefully gain something back in 2025 or 26.
From the 254, Rangers finished 93 and 69, second.
Nice.
But win in the wild card round. And then I just wanted to address this. I guess this is not my take at all, but for the 817, we started out the year so strong and y'all were high and mighty on the Rangers, and now y'all think we can barely finish above 500. I believe Corey said 88 and 74, so 14 games over 500. And we said 90 and 72, 18 games over 500.
I think they're saying in the second half, the 71 games. Does that person do they watch baseball? 1.
3 and 7 in the last 10.
Yeah, and they're 12 and 19 in their last 31. Are we just supposed to eliminate that and go, don't look at that. Look at 40 and 20. We looked at 40 and 20 and go, wow, look what they're doing. And then over a 31 game period, they played a certain type of baseball. They struggled to win games. In 31 games, they won 12. Are we not supposed to look at that? I would love to know from that person. I picked 84 wins to start the season. I've adjusted to 90. Is that being positive or is that being negative?
Yeah.
But
to Mike's point, I changed my mind, and I now have the Rangers going 40 and 20 out of the break to jump up to 92 and 59 and maybe 99 wins.
And that is based on them making a trade, making a move, or if they make a move, you give it even.
They went 40 and 20 without needing those moves.
If they make a move, if they make an adjustment, Kevin, undefeated in the second half.
Wow. Somebody did text that in, by the way. They said 122 or 123.
You do this job.
The one thing you always hear
We're
about
predicting fart knocker.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do? I don't know. They might lose all their games. They might win all their games. They haven't played yet. We'll find out. What you want me to say? Let's not say. Let's just give box scores.
We'll find out.
All right. Let's give
can't do that anymore.
for the next
LA
30
Times
minutes.
State,
I'm
no.
going to just read stats.
Yeah. What are you, Elf?
I didn't say that.
You know, when we talk about aces, DeGrom specifically, what do we talk about? If you've been having a slump, when it gets to him, you won't have a slump, right? That's the reason you get DeGrom, is if you're in a season, if you're having one of those times where you're on a 4-game skid, when it gets back to your ace, he gives you the belief that you can win that game. Evaldi's acting like the ace right now.
Sure, absolutely.
And it's a different thing whenever you go, oh, hey, crap, DeGrom just won that game for us today. Oh, and Evaldi just won another one. That's 2 in a row. It's very different when it goes Evaldi and Gray, and now you're trying to pick up that third with those guys. So it's going to be a struggle unless they make a move. And then if they make a move, undefeated in the second half.
And then, Corey, I hope this isn't rain on your parade. Trading for Shohei doesn't make sense to give up so much for a rental. Again, that goes back to where do you sit at this point in time? If you blaze through those first 4 series, I don't know if I do agree with that. Like, Texas showed they were one of the best teams in baseball in the first half of the season. Agreed?
Right.
If they start the second half and they're on fire, I don't think I do agree with that. Now, we might see what they want back, and you're like, okay, well, we can't do that. Or Shohei might be like, I have no interest in going to Texas. But I just disagree with the concept of don't do this for a rental if you are on the cusp of doing something potentially amazing.
Yeah, that could be the thing that sends you over the top. I mean, Cliff Lee was a rental. What did Cliff Lee get you? You weren't going to the World
Series.
You weren't going to the World Series without Cliff.
You weren't going to beat Tampa in the first round.
Yeah.
You lose in 3 or 4. You either get swept or you lose in 4 games to Tampa if Cliff Lee's not on that team.
And I stand by that.
And every player I've ever talked to, Derek Holland, David Murphy, Ian Kinsler, Michael Young, every player on that team knows without Cliff Lee, they are not getting past the first round. They're not getting past the second round because Game 3 was such a pivotal game in New York. And so they're not making it to the World Series.
And let's say Blake Bevan would have turned out to be awesome. I still agree that was the right move.
We were at the airport. Was it last year, Mike?
Yeah.
Was it his aunt?
I believe so.
Yeah. Blake Bevan's aunt was sitting across from Mike at the airport, and
y'all started chatting it up.
I think she knew as much baseball as Mike, man. It was really interesting. Like, she was just chatting, and Mike was like, hey, I know baseball too.
It is.
She did.
She did.
Okay.
It was fun to watch.
It is also a shout out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my wife, Meg, getting ready for our third kiddo to be born tomorrow. It is amazing.
Stop there.
Like, I don't know if how much of our audience has had kids before. It's amazing the like slow and then super high pressure situation that you go through. Like when Jess was being induced and we were having Noah, there's a lot of times where we just sat around and I could text updates. And then I wasn't able to give an update for like 3.5 hours because things happen really fast.
Yes.
And then, and her mom was like, yeah, sorry, we weren't sure if we should come up since we haven't heard from you guys in so long. I was like, I hear you, but we were in the middle of doing a lot of stuff.
Specifically, the other day, I told her my dad was in the hospital.
Yep.
And in that morning, I got a message from his wife that she was like, hey, they're releasing him today. And I was like, awesome. I think 9 hours later, they released him. And I was like, he texted me. He was like, on the way home. I was like, what is happening? It's been 9 hours. And he was like, this is the hospital, dude. This is the way it works.
From the 469, shout out to my gorgeous wife. We got married on July 5th. That is from Daniel in Dallas. And then from the 214, shout out to my brother Toast for proposing to his girlfriend Morgan. I'm assuming she said yes, or else we might not be doing this shout out.
Maybe he needs a shout out because she said no.
You need to like pick him up.
Yeah, we need a lift up here.
That's a really great point. You might be right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan from the 214. Shout out to all the AC repair workers. My God, yes, yes, yes to that. And shout out to Mike because it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so changing the subject a little bit.
He said fart knocker.
How did Eric Davis not bat 300 in a season? Way to go, Eric Davis. You screwed me over on the immaculate grid today. So I don't check the stats much. You know, I don't go and check guys' resume to make sure I'm before I put it in. I want to see.
Like that's cheating?
I do. I feel like it's cheating if you, like right now, one of it is like a Pirate Hall of Famer. Well, yeah, I know Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell or whatever, but I'm trying to find some random guy who played half a season on the Pirates that was really good, but he's at the end of his career or whatever.
If you get one wrong, do you go look up an answer that would be in there?
No.
That's how you're going to learn, though, Mike. I think that's how you learn. Otherwise,
I guess I could go look up Eric Davis's stats and go, gosh, I thought he was better than that, but I guess you weren't, Eric Davis, and that's why you don't count.
Sorry, Eric Davis?
Yeah, it's like for 300 season, I put in Brian McCann for the Braves, and that was good. That was a 0.5%, you know, because I can remember him doing it. I didn't want to put in Chipper Jones. I know Chipper Jones batted over 300. I don't want to put in such a popular player. All right, so how much are you guys worried about identity theft?
Yes. I guess a lot is a better answer.
I am, but I'm not doing enough to like protect myself from it.
How much do you pay, Kevin, to make sure your identity or your bank account, all these things do not get hacked?
I would have to check. It's like $19 a month or something.
What service are you using?
Something like that.
If you say the service, are you afraid that people are going to know how to hack it?
And also, I don't want to be accused of like Pluggola.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're paying for it. It doesn't matter. It's like saying, man, I ate McDonald's today. It was good if you paid your $35,000.
They're also not paying for you to say that, so you're taking away an advertising opportunity.
That is a great point. Or maybe I need to go back and double check because I can't totally remember offhand.
That's not the answer.
One of the things that came up for this is somebody hacked my eBay and then one of my credit cards.
Did they purchase stuff on eBay?
Yes.
They bought a whole bunch of really important cards, didn't they?
No, but they changed the address on eBay. And by the way, because they did that, I took screenshots of it and gave it to the cops about that. But they were trying to buy like a whole bunch of jailbroken iPhones. And it was like, hey, did you buy 4 iPhones for, I don't remember. It was like $1,500. I was like, what?
So I've been watching this channel on YouTube called Scammer Payback. And it's this dude who's been doing it for years. And he has like blue hair. Have you watched this at all, Corey?
No, I just love, it's always wild the shows you get into, Mike.
Right. And so anyways, this guy, most of these scammers that he is calling are in India. That's where a lot of these scammers who give the phone calls, and there's a scam that happens every 14 seconds. And on average, the person loses $1,000 on average.
Ooh.
And so he is a technological genius, and he's hired a lot of people. He has a whole company, and they try to get these scammers and reverse it and get onto their computer. Or he finds out who the mules are in the United States, because a lot of these people who don't know they're getting scammed will end up taking cash to looks like a reputable bank or a reputable place, and then they're like, mail it to this address, or they'll take it from here, and then they get their hundreds of thousands of dollars being sent to the call centers and everything that are happening. It seems like usually in India. And on these things, it seems like most of these people lie when they get caught, and they say they're in Pakistan. And I don't know the relationship between India and Pakistan, but it doesn't sound like India really likes Pakistan. So they try to throw them under the bus a lot when they're like, no, I have your location on where you're calling from. But anyways.
It's amazing that people don't understand that technology exists. And you're like, I mean, that's just wrong.
So anyways, the scammer payback deal, I've been watching here and there for, let's say, 3 weeks.
Okay.
And some of them are way too long, where it's like a 2-hour live deal, and then it's put on YouTube. I like the ones that he condenses down to 15 minutes, and you see how he ends up scamming the scammer type of deal, not taking money from them, but exposing their location, getting enough information that he can tell the police about this is where a scam is happening. This is their call center where they're calling from. It seems like India doesn't care too much. They're like, oh, sounds good. And, they don't really arrest very many people for doing this, even though that, they're getting millions of dollars a year doing this from people. Well, where I'm getting to on this is recently my wife and I had one of our, I guess somebody who has some of our money, let's say financial advisor.
Okay.
I'm trying to be as specific. I'm trying to be like as general as possible.
Financial advisors,
but
right?
giving, well, there was a breach in their system, and it gave all the information to the hackers that are trying to hack all of the time, and they do a tremendous job at this of getting all of your information. And I'm not going to give specific numbers, but it was a dangerous number. It would have hurt us tremendously. So what they were able to do, luckily we got tipped off that this had happened. Just like we got screwed over here, right? It was a few years ago where our whole email system was all screwed up, right? And so it took forever, right? Where they had to figure out how do we better protect all of our employees' information, because if they get all that information, they can start sending out fake emails. They can do a whole bunch of different things to get into different places to take your money and stuff like that. So anyways, these hackers, these scammers, recently this week, because they got into our emails, we're able to send an email to the person who does have our money and said, hey, we need this specific amount of money. And it was a lot of money for a contractor who's working on Sue's office. And it was very professional, signed with Sue's signature. Like they were able to get her signature and all kinds of stuff. And luckily, our financial advisor called up Sue and said, hey, this looks a little bit fishy to me, but also looks real enough that maybe this is. Before I send this amount of money, a 5-figure amount, I need to know that you need this sent to this contractor that's working on your office, because Sue was having some work done. So they go through the emails, right? They see what's going on in your life. They try to, how am I going to scam the bank or financial advisors out of money? How do I make it real? What's going on in these people's life? Oh, Sue has somebody right now working on the office doing some work. The financial advisor might know that there's work being done at the office. I need this money sent to this person. That's the contractor, which obviously is all being made up. Luckily, it got stopped. Ooh. But it is just, I think it's scary how many people and how good they are at this. they don't need to just immediately get into your bank account. They don't immediately have to do these things. And obviously a lot of the scams that I see on this Scammer Payback YouTube channel is that they send mass emails out to everybody that you've just made a purchase on your Amazon account for $450 for this television or for this refrigerator. And you're like, no, I didn't.
I've gotten
and it
that
says,
Prime, your account's expired forever.
Right. And it says underneath, give us a call if you didn't make this purchase or if you have any customer support issues, and you call and you say, hey, I didn't purchase this on my Amazon. They're like, okay, well, let's help take care of you. I'm here for you. I'm going to take care of you. And then from that point on, they say, well, let me get into your computer, download this. Perfect. Thank you very much. And now they are in your computer. And now behind the scenes, they are doing all these things. They're like, hey, we're going to refund you this money. They refund you the money into your bank account, but it's all fake. They're not refunding you a dime. And they're like, hey, we made a mistake. We put 2 zeros on there. Instead of $450, it's $45,000. And we have made a major mistake. You need to send us back this $45,000.
Yeah,
and that's, I mean, that's a way they can do it. And it works. It works enough, right?
Yeah.
It might only work 1 out of 10 times, but 1 out of 10 times in 1 hour, and you've just got $45,000 for your 1 hour of scamming.
Oh man.
Yeah, remember the jersey that you autographed? The Mike Bassick new Rangers jersey that you autographed? I UPS that back to the Tolo.
Yeah.
But I had not heard if they got the item or not. And I got an email and it was like, hey, UPS here, your item that you tried shipping never shipped. And I was like, oh, and they said, just click on this link and you can see the tracking. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, well, that doesn't show me the tracking. They said, we're going to need $1 to ship it back to you so that you can then turn it and ship it back. And I went to click on it and I was like, that doesn't seem right. Hold on. So I went home and found the tracking number, not the same thing. And I was like, I don't ever use the UPS for anything else. So that's how I was that close, dude, to them wiping everything.
So I've paid in the last 48 hours watching that Scammer Payback thing. He will talk about different places that he says, hey, you need to get this app or you need to put this on your computer. This will help protect you. Now, they do cost money. Sure. Obviously, they are checking the dark web and all kinds of things when transactions are made or different things. But I've recently taken this a lot more seriously with what almost happened to us. I'm glad that it didn't happen to us. But yeah, so I've recently downloaded stuff onto my phone, onto my computer. And I was scared doing that too, because you have to give a lot of information for them to protect you. But you're like, dude, giving this information feels like I'm getting scammed from
all over again.
From this, but I'm going to. So I did just a lot of kind of making sure that this website is a very good website, a trusted website, that not only does this guy who's saying, hey, this is a very good place to protect yourself, that I went to other places, and it was amazing how many breaches that I've had over the last 5 or 6 years when this company scanned my email and stuff like that, on how much my information has been shared through the dark web so that they could try to scam you in multiple ways.
Wow. That is freaking wild, man.
Kevin, I recently, I need to give you some money. I just need your account if you don't mind.
Oh, no.
I need to give you $60,000.
See, that's
just give
too
me
much.
your information.
See, that's too much. Like, not that I want to encourage any of this, but at least with the person who's like, we need $1 or $2, I thought I could see how people go
$1.
for that. Yeah, they're like, oh, and if you're getting $1 from all these different people, as opposed to $45,000, that's like a stop down, whatever you're doing, or $60,000 or whatever the number was that you want from me, that's a stop down, everybody in the family conversation.
Yeah, and these scammers do a pretty good job of scaring the living crap out of you, in that at times when, they've accidentally put, which they haven't, $45,000 into your account. I'm just using that as a number. From 450, like put 2 extra zeros on there. They're scamming you of like, we're calling the authorities, and the police and everybody are going to arrest you because if you don't send us back this money, you've stolen $45,000 from us. And they'll try to also say, the hackers are in your account right now. Do you see what just happened? They are about to take all your money. You need to go to the bank and freeze all of your money. Get it out of that right now. They are smart enough to take it all out of your account right now. So if you don't go to the bank and ask for all of your money in cash or all of your money into this account, they will be able to do it. And people are like, they're in a panic attack because they've already been scammed a little bit, and now they're afraid they're going to get scammed a lot. And so then they end up getting scammed a lot, and these people just drain the total savings account out of people, and then they're left with nothing. And really, our government, because a lot of it is being done in India, they don't care. They're like, oh, you sent the money. You were stupid enough to send the money. You let them into your computer so that they could see all of your accounts and all of your passwords. You were the one that handed them over the money. The money is gone.
I do kind of wonder sometimes is like, does everybody, I'm assuming they just like high five and like, we did it. We got this idiot's money.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone ever is like, oh my God, we might have just ruined those people's lives.
I don't think they care at all about that.
Divorce or suicide or whatever.
You're on the other side of the planet.
Not your problem.
Not my problem.
Okay.
I think there's plenty of people that do it here too. They're helping out. There's,
you're probably
because they say the tough part is to get that money back over to India. If it's not a computer, transaction, the real cash transactions or a lot of gift card transactions, they have to have mules here in the United States to get it back over to. It seems like watching Scanner Payback. It seems like it's going to India.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 469. Shout out. Can you give my wife Monica a shout out? She's now lost 75 pounds. That is fantastic. Congratulations. That's awesome, Monica. Coming up next.
Do you like her more now, is my question.
No.
You like her always.
That's right.
That's what I'm talking about. That's true love.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
DK Metcalf's dumb list and pausing Netflix. Next on The Fan.
The Rangers are back in action tonight at home against the Cleveland.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on a Shout Out Friday. I'm hoping we get the timing of this just right. From the 469, I have a huge shout out. My girlfriend and stepdaughter. My stepdaughter has been an absolute trooper. She had major surgery in which there was an issue with the fibula, had to replace her tibia, and then they went in to remove stitches, realized her leg broke. She didn't even know it. She's been through hell and back. Please give a huge shout out to Jessica and Isabel for being badasses. I'm picking both of them up from the Scottish Rite. So if my timing is right, we'll all be in the car together. I hope we got it. Give us an update. Shout out to Jessica, Isabel for being badasses, and good on you for helping watch over them and pick them up. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think my kneecap's broken.
What?
Yeah, it hurts really bad.
Do you want me to take you to the Scottish Rite? I can do it.
I mean, it's like right there.
Well, how are you going to get there? Walk?
Are you going to carry me on your back?
No, I'll just take you in the car. I feel like
I
we
can
just
drive a
went
car.
over
I've
that.
been driving for the last month since it happened.
Just the last month?
Broke your knee a month ago?
Yeah, I think so. It
What
hurts.
happened?
Like I can't do anything on it. I was at the pool. I was at my pool, and I was walking along the hot tub, and I slipped. Like just missed the step, in general. And I think I told this as I fell. Knee hit the pool side, and other leg landed in the pool, and I was laying there, and I was like, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna vomit, and I just rolled into the pool and said, "Oh, that feels better."
You didn't have it looked at?
I haven't had it looked at. I got a doctor's appointment in November. I'll have them check it out then.
And first part of the next segment might need to be nothing but shout outs.
There are a lot of shout outs for this Friday.
There are. Thank you guys very much. Hang in there. We'll try to get to them.
Are you going to try and get all the shout outs in before Masterpiece of the Week? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think I might. They deserve it. There's been amazing things happening with this show, so they deserve it.
Reggie, I will let you decide in this 1 o'clock hour where you're doing nothing back there. DK's dumb list. Twitter is going to pay you for pausing Netflix.
You know what to do. We had this conversation.
All right. But this is the thing. If I start with the pausing Netflix, is it going to take the entirety of the C Block?
Probably.
I feel like we need to get some things in here.
So you want to pause that part of the conversation.
Gosh, I hate that so much. All right, let's make sure we get a little sports in with DK.
DK Metcalf has made a list of his top 5 receivers of all time.
It's not.
And I think Reggie is going to be disgusted by this list.
No.
Or will he love it?
DK Metcalf listed his top 5 receivers. Number 5, Julio Jones.
Okay, I get it.
Number 4, Jerry Rice.
Who's doing this?
DK Metcalf.
A receiver in the NFL.
But hold on. The way you're doing this is perfect because now we've set up who are the 3 receivers that are better than Jerry Rice. One of them is going to.
It shows he doesn't know history.
Number 3, T.O.
Clearly, right? Right, Mike?
He grew up. I get it. Like, this is a guy that he grew up watching. He didn't watch Jerry Rice play football, so he doesn't think he's good at it.
Number 2.
I mean, the 4th best of all time.
Who I think is the number 2 receiver of all time.
Don't do it.
Randy Moss.
You dirty.
Jerry Rice is the best. We know it. Number 2 is Randy Moss. And number 1 on DK Metcalf's stupid list.
Justin Jefferson. Metcalf.
Don't listen,
Dude,
Mike.
he's really good. Antonio Brown.
I hope you were all watching the amazing camera work from Carter with the Twitch to see that reaction.
And Mike, you're dead on. And I think as we get further and further away, as we get further and further away from Jerry Rice's career, I think we'll have less. It'll feel like he's less respected for what he did, which is amazing. Like, this dude's career was in the first part of his career was Hall of Fame worthy, best of all time, and then he added more to it in the second half of his career. So that's just it's a dumb list.
Clearly, Antonio Brown shouldn't be number 1.
No.
However,
he was really good receiver.
Yeah,
though.
I was like, how do we need to rate him? Because I know all the antics make this tough, but how do we do this properly?
I don't know.
He's not going to make the Hall of Fame.
Probably
because
not.
Because he's a psycho.
That is true. I don't think he'll be a Hall of Famer either, but the dude was very, very good for a period of time. Like,
all decades team, 4-time All-Pro.
Ooh, but you're saying the other shenanigans are what will keep him out.
Yeah,
otherwise, does he just have a worthy resume?
Yeah, I think it's close to worthy. It feels like it is.
So
it's not Jerry Rice worthy. It could be top 20 receivers, maybe.
Now, I don't have Steve Young's stats pulled up. Okay, I have Joe Montana's stats pulled up, and I know that Jerry Rice did not play the majority of his career with Joe Montana, but 85 is Jerry Rice's rookie year, if I have that correct. In 1985, Joe Montana threw the ball 494 times for 3,653 yards. That's not good in today's game.
Oh, yeah.
So,
but at the time,
right. But guys throw for 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
The next year, he was hurt some, it looks like. Obviously, he started half the year. He threw for 2,200 yards. The next year, 3,000 yards. The next year, 2,900 yards. The next year, 3,500 yards. That's 1989. And 1990, he threw for 3,900 yards. I'm just taking out the change that he had there. And Jerry Rice destroys every human ever since who's played in this game. T.O., Randy Moss, Antonio Brown, Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones, destroys them in yards. Yet when he was playing, if you threw for 3,000 yards in a season in 16 games,
very good point.
You were one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL throwing the football because you ran the ball 50% of the time. You were looking at times, you're like, can we throw the ball 50% of the time? Like, that's a dumbass decision. You're going to turn the ball over too much.
Yeah.
Like, you had to have a really good quarterback to go, we're going to go 50-50 on this passing running situation. So, you have to also understand, Jerry was playing in a time where you didn't really want to throw the ball 25 times in a game. That was getting a little bit stupid to throw the ball over 25 times in a game.
He's right.
I knew somebody would have that kind of rant, and I appreciate that commitment, Mike.
But DK doesn't understand that. He doesn't care to understand that. I totally get it. I'm not taking a shot really at DK. This is just a shot at history. For the most part, people that are playing their sport today don't care at all about what happened 20 years ago when they were just born. They're like, I care about what happened 10 years ago. That's when I fell in love with the sport and started watching the game at 10 or 11 years old. And so for the next 10 years of my life, I've enjoyed watching the sport. Besides that, in 2010, that's when the sport started. Anything before 2010, I don't care. It never happened. Those guys could never play today and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that never played. I think Jerry Rice's game would translate to today's game too. I think that. That's one of those that I'm like, man, I think he could play against any cornerback.
Could you imagine? He's going for, hey, he throws for 250 yards. Jerry Rice had 175 of them. Do you think defensive coordinators back in the 80s and 90s were like, you know what? Let's just keep single coverage in that guy. I bet eventually, they were trying everything to take Jerry Rice out of games, and it still didn't matter. Thank God they held the second play of the game in the 1992 NFC Championship game. Yes, the Cowboys know how good Jerry Rice is. In the second or third play of the game, he goes for a 70-yard touchdown that luckily got called back.
All right, so this is something that I was kind of talking about this morning with Reggie and Kevin. Kevin, we will now dive into the Netflix zone. I watched episode 3. It was called Kings of Pain for Quarterback. And Reggie was like, oh, man, I was like, have you seen it yet? He said, no. How long are the episodes? Episode 1, 51 minutes.
Okay, so it's going to be an hour long. Okay,
episode
fantastic.
2, 46 minutes.
Okay,
Episode
not quite.
3, 44. Episode 4, 43. So they bring it back down just a little bit as we go along.
I heard Taylor Sheridan directed episode 5, and it's 14 hours and 13 minutes long.
I don't know anything about that. But that brought upon the question, the conversation of, you guys hate that some of these Netflix series will roll out wild numbers when it should just be y'all are like, it should be 30 minutes, consistent across the board, and that helps you.
It's not even just Netflix, just streaming in general has allowed, creators to be a little bit more flexible and just kind of let the length be what it is. They don't have to hit a hard mark, right? Which is fine. Keep that somewhat consistent so I know what I'm looking for when I get to the episode so I can, kind of schedule my day properly.
See, and I don't think it's fine because I think you've run into two things that are problematic. I think The Bear is an awesome show.
Incredible.
All right? But they're like most of their episodes are about like 40 minutes, give or take. And then they have that super self-indulgent Christmas episode.
It's so good.
It's not.
It wasn't that great.
It's overrated.
The payoff was fantastic.
The episode after it is fantastic. But
yes,
that
that's true.
I knew you would like the Richie episode.
That was fantastic.
That
really
episode
good.
is solid. But
really good.
It went from these episodes are 40, 45 minutes to, hey, this episode's an hour and 12 minutes. And we're like, hey, we'll watch one more. Wait, what is this sorcery? It's an hour and 12 minutes, and I'm just looking for a level of consistency. Like, keep me in the 40 to 50 minute range, unless it's like your season finale or whatever. But they were like, no, this episode, 40 minutes. This episode, hour and 12. An episode or two later, 34 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, what?
Well, and Reggie said it's so I can know, what I'm dealing with. I'm going to watch 2 of these episodes, knock it out in an hour, and I can move on with my life. Guys, y'all can just pause the show.
What is wrong with you?
You can just pause the show, leave.
No.
You can leave for 2 days, come back, and watch the rest of the show that you had just started. 877-881-1053. And Mike, I am curious, do you have to watch a full episode in completion, or can you just pause the show and go do something else and come back and finish your show?
I can pause it for like 30 minutes to do something.
But he means day 2.
I think that's really tough. I think you lose a little bit of the connection of the story.
That's right.
And so I understand. Look, we've done it before, gotten sleepy, fallen asleep. Something happens and you finish it up in the morning. But I feel like if you pause it and you allow 2 to 3 days to go by, I feel like most people, they disconnect from the story and they're like, I'm done with it. Like, I don't care anymore. You didn't care enough to finish it, so you're probably not going to finish it.
Listen, when I watched The Wire,
I'm very good at starting books.
I would watch 30 minutes of The Wire on my drive into work, and then 30 minutes of The Wire on my drive home from
Still
work.
don't think you should admit that.
Why are you watching television shows in your car, let alone a densely layered show like that?
Did we ever drive in traffic? Like at
What
nighttime?
kind of question are you asking
We didn't
right
have
now?
traffic at night, dude. There was nobody on the road. I was just flying by the seat of my pants. Yeah, dude. No, listen, I am perfect. And Kevin, you know this. It used to take me 3 days to watch movies. I would watch 30 minutes and then I would pause it. And then I would come back the next day because we worked night shift, and I would watch a little bit of it until I needed a nap.
How do you remember the things that are happening? Are you going back and rewinding? Are you starting the episode over again?
What? You just keep living the episode while you go on about your business. You put
What
it on
does that
pause in your
mean?
mind.
You live The Wire here at work?
You just let it kind of go around in your brain a little bit, and then when you get back into it, you're like, oh, I already thought of all these possible outcomes for the end here.
Hey, did you see Carter down on the corner? And you're like, what, in the other studio?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, down on the corner. Like, is that what you're doing? Are
Kinda.
you living that? Okay.
Kinda. I do kind of have this mentality where I don't leave a story whenever I'm watching or reading it. I keep that story in my life a little bit.
All right, not that last
But
part of what you said.
You can pause anything in your life and just that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of having this.
But you shouldn't, Corey.
Shouldn't. That's because y'all grew up where you only had TV, where you couldn't pause and rewatch. As y'all were kids, hold on, I don't know about you, Reggie. As a kid, you had to watch. You can't do that on television. It's 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:30. All right, I get that.
Yeah, if you didn't watch the Cosby Show when it came on 6 months from now, you could see the repeat of it when they were in the summertime waiting for the fall season to come out.
I just need to complete the episode. Like, for example, my wife is like you, and she did something a couple weeks ago that I wasn't even watching the show. Don't care about the show. Think at least one of the people involved with the show is an awful human being. She was watching the show Girls, and she paused it. There's 3 minutes left in the episode, and she was like, "Oh, how's your day?" Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Do you want to watch the last 3 minutes of your show?" She goes, "Oh yeah, no, I'll watch it later." It was the series finale of the show, 6 seasons, the very last 3 minutes ever, and she's like, I'll get it some other time.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
What?
I am perfectly okay. Like, I can. Here's the other thing. As a kid, I do remember, like, I would have to miss endings of episodes of what's happening in order to get to school.
You mean what's happening in the show or the show what's happening?
Rerun and Raj. I wanted to see what they were all doing. And my mom's like, no, we have to go to school right now. And I'm like, but I don't want to leave yet. I got to figure out what's happening. And then I would have to come back. Guess what? I couldn't pause it when I was a kid. Now I can just pause it and be like, I'll figure. How do you read a book? You read a book and you're just like, I have to read the whole book right now or I can't.
Yes, I stop at chapters.
Yes.
Chapters.
That's fine.
Episodes are the chapters.
Yeah, adult point in the show, you just pause it and that's the end of a chapter right there.
I'll admit.
End the scene, move on.
If I'm reading a book, I don't want to stop in the middle of the chapter. Yeah. You just finish the chapter.
Actually, I'll tell you this.
No, don't do it.
I don't have to get all the way to. I just fold the corner. That's what a bookmark's for, guys. It's a bookmark for a reason.
I can stop books pretty easy, unfortunately.
I got the gist of it. Best of times and all of that. Toss it away. I know that bookmarks exist, but I just fundamentally will not agree with that strategy.
Just try it for 1 week.
I can't.
Try it for 1 week.
I have tried it because my wife. Trust me, we've been through this, and she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, is this a 45-minute episode?" We watched 25 minutes. That's most of it. And again, she makes these bold claims about how time works and stuff. 25 of the 45 minutes is most of it. I was like, I guess technically it's more than 50%.
That's kind of correct.
Yeah.
This is weird to me. From the 214, Corey's a good dude, but kind of strange.
My favorite text on
I'm
the
not
issue.
saying Corey's a serial killer, but he has serial killer tendencies. Because I pause a show?
Child number 2.
And I can just go on about my business and I'm perfectly fine catching up when I get home? By the way, I think I got 20 minutes left of episode 3 for
quarterback.
So I'm going to hit that when I get home.
When you get home, not in the car on the way home where there will be cars on the road.
Sure.
Oh my gosh, I don't believe that was a true statement. And
yes, Silo on Apple TV. We watched that show. Guess what, Kevin? Had to pause it multiple times because it's an hour-long show. Who has an hour to sit around? Not me. I got 3 kids. They need my attention.
See, but that's why you wait until they go to bed or you make that value judgment. Is like, I'm in for the hour or I'm not in it at all. But you keep living your insane life. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will get to a lot of your shout-outs. Plus, who's the most valuable Rangers player? Because this might not have been who I guessed. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on the Fan.
All right, guys.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life's unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW area. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
And Tavares drives one to left center. Vierling back at the track and the wall. Out of here! Into the Tigers bullpen. So Tavares has had a couple of hits taken away already today. Just takes it out of the Tigers' hands.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to continue our shout-outs, but also who is the most valuable Ranger at this moment based off of an MLB.com poll that I thought was really interesting for a variety of reasons.
Bochy.
From the 817, you can definitely tell who takes care of baby Noah because Kevin can dedicate an entire hour to a show and Jess cannot. That's fair. Jess and I also watch TV somewhat differently, but we try to watch TV more like after Noah's going to sleep and everything like that. But I got a whole bunch of shout-outs if you want to start diving into
Let's rock them.
Some of these are super amazing. For the 972, I hope it's not too late. Been busy today. Big ass shout out to my wife, Carla. Last October, she was diagnosed with breast cancer, had a double mastectomy. Oh, man. Wow. That's tough. In November, 4 rounds of chemo, March through May. 2 Fridays ago, she had her reconstruction surgery. So she's been so strong and positive through it all. Wanted to shout her out. Ladies, please get checked early. It can literally save your life. And then also, I forgot to add, Carla has beat cancer and is totally cancer-free.
There we go.
That is freaking awesome. From the 817, shout out to my wife, Kelly, 11 years of marriage on the 7th. From the another 817, shout out to my dad for making it through his second back surgery. And I just wanted to do some of these shout outs real quick because y'all as an audience, shout out to you guys. I know we'll get shout outs for us during the day and everything. Y'all have helped us crush it in the ratings. It's just, we get all kinds of ratings reports and everything, and they've been really strong for a really long time now because of y'all. So thank you very much.
You're the reason we get to keep our job today.
That is true. And if you, I saw somebody just texting that last one. I love it when y'all have conversations like this. Keep the good ratings going, and that gives us leeway.
Yeah.
If we were struggling ratings-wise, I feel like the discussion would be, yeah, I know your ratings are struggling.
Stop
because
goofing
of the
off.
stupid crap you talk about.
Mhm.
But when the ratings are good, they're like, we will allow a certain level of stupid crap.
Boss comes in, gives you massages.
Wait, I don't think that's happened to me.
Is that not?
That's a Corey thing.
Do you want a massage?
I don't think so.
right.
Well, I do want a massage. I just don't know if that's appropriate in this.
Maybe not from Corey.
Yeah, especially not from Corey.
From the
Not your
940, can I get a shout out? Sure. Somehow I got admitted to grad school.
Wow.
I like it. They're like, hey, you can't believe it? I can't believe it.
A win is a win.
That feels like a scam sometimes when you get that letter and you're like, hold on, what? Me?
Yeah.
I didn't even apply.
And then if you want another really amazing one from the 817, shout out to my autistic brother. He just got his very first job.
Nice.
That is outstanding. Well, we were going to go through the most valuable Texas Rangers for MLB.com. I just wanted to throw out something really amazing about that. They have their top 20 of MVP balloting for the American League. The Rangers have 4 players in that mix. Adolis Garcia at 5, Corey Seager at 6, Marcus Semien at 10, and Jonah Heim right behind Mike Trout, as we all predicted, at 19. It is astonishing. Now, not surprisingly, Shohei is a unanimous choice for MVP in the American League. Now, how about we fire up some Masterpiece of the Week?
She said list this. Just wanted to point out before Reggie says hello to us that I've seen multiple texts and the Twitch, the Twolos, saying, did I miss Masterpiece of the Week? I am only here for Masterpiece of the Week right now. I had to run away from my car to get out of here. So
hurtful.
They love it. They love Masterpiece of the Week. So I just wanted to say, appreciate the Tolos for loving this segment that we started when our nights long ago.
Agree. I appreciate it less if you say that's the only thing.
Well, they're saying they were in the gym.
Okay.
They ran out of the gym to make sure they heard.
Are they going to go? They pause their workout.
They pause their workout. Yeah.
Run back in.
Go finish leg day after this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
Not the right segment. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program.
Never.
What do you mean never?
Never any stupid or
all
odd
the time.
things.
All right.
All the time.
How about this?
All right.
Mike Bassick.
Oh.
He said this.
Aaron Rodgers is my hero.
Wow.
That's good, dude. That sounded like we were out somewhere or
Probably.
No, that I remember this topic, and I can't remember the random player, but they wanted Aaron Rodgers sent him an autograph because he's with the Packers now as their backup quarterback or their third string quarterback.
Okay.
And so Aaron Rodgers sent him a jersey, and I was like, that's Aaron Rodgers'
Oh, yeah,
ego.
that's right. That's right. That's because he had his the same locker. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Next.
Oh, okay.
That's it. That's all I got.
No, Mike, you got more stuff. Like this.
Because she's American and he's France.
Yeah. That's not.
Brittany and Wimby.
Not that he's French.
No, he is the country.
He's France.
He's that big.
He's as tall as France.
I am France now.
He's as tall
Pull out a map. He's always going to be as big as France.
Look at me. Look at me. I am the France now.
But Brittany is not all of America.
No,
is Brittany Louisiana though?
Isn't she though? Because she did allegedly say, "I thought this was effing America."
Yeah.
And isn't that what all Americans say?
Pretty much.
That's right.
Besides Tony Parker, I don't even know if I could name somebody else from France.
Nobody.
Tariq Abdul Wahad.
Marie Antoinette.
He was French.
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert.
Well, there are more people
Emmanuel
from France.
Macron.
Fries.
I have no clue who you said.
Okay.
Did you just make that up?
No. He's the French.
Just keep
Prime
going,
Minister?
Reggie.
Prime
We're not
Minister,
going
right?
to win this one.
Okay, fantastic.
Who was the baker that was the reason that French Mexico War happened?
Mayfield.
Nah, I'll figure it out.
It was not Baker Mayfield. You can blame him for other things, not that.
Mike knows people's names, sometimes names that you wouldn't expect.
Hey, look, I got a monkey who looks like Justin Timberlake, $40 million.
That was Justin Bieber, right?
Yeah, I couldn't remember what famous singer that I just saw, like their NFT had gone down like 84% from the $3.5 million or whatever they bought it for.
I got a monkey who looks like Justin Timberlake.
NFTs.
We were trying to
I tell you what, my 15-year-old son thinks I'm really funny. He loves these little clips that I'm going to give Carter credit for. Is Carter the one putting those out on social media?
Yeah, Carter's
doing
it,
it.
Yeah,
Incredible.
Carter, you're crushing it. My 15-year-old son loves those.
Who's the more talented Justin out of those two, Bieber or
Timberlake.
Timberlake?
For sure.
I think so too, but to be seen.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe Bieber is doing other stuff. Timberlake seems to be retired. He just plays golf now, right?
Hangs out with his wife and Jimmy Fallon.
Helps with the Grizzlies.
Has
He does have a minority ownership stake in the Grizzlies, doesn't he? Yeah.
And when I go to Memphis, you turn radio stations on, and it's him all the time.
Really?
Like all of
He's
them.
just working all the radio stations,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. There's just his
Welcome
music.
back. This is your primetime power hour.
More Elvis Presley coming up next.
Oh, it's never mind.
Well, it's Memphis.
You got me, Justin Timberlake.
When I was walking in Memphis. Okay, next one.
Nice. Corey said this.
I want it
feel
nice and
that.
clean down there. Facts.
That's fair.
In reference to?
Hell, I don't know. The bottom of my swimming pool?
Oh.
Is that because you slipped that one time and you were like,
Yeah.
everything's got to be clean now?
I want it clean. Actually, I was cleaning the pool, and that's how I fell in.
Ah.
I have no clue what I'm referencing.
So you probably shouldn't clean the pool then. That's what I'm hearing.
What were we talking about?
You're like the most hygienic person I know.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you want him to clean the
Reggie
pool?
says to wash your legs.
Why are you saying that like that's absurd?
That feels like a thing that we
It's
should all be able to
amazing when your
agree on.
filter goes bad the other day. Our pool was like starting to turn green, and then I had to leave for DC, and then I got back Sunday, and I was like, our pool's clean again. I was like, what happened? Like, yeah, the pool guy came by. It's just the filter was clogged up. I'm like, man, that body of water can get pretty yucky.
Fast. Yeah. No, but you don't have to wash your legs.
What?
It's fine. The water in the shower runs down your body. The soap runs down your body.
Corey, stop letting the devil use you. Okay,
That's not,
I need you to be
it's
better.
fine.
You just don't have to wash your legs all the time.
Yeah.
What?
I should have known that was good.
Well, Corey's partly that's partly true.
No,
Like,
that's not how
Corey's partly true.
That's not how washing anything works.
Yeah, your zones are underarms, crotch.
I'll tell you what. Are you going to be with us Monday, Reggie?
I think so. I don't know.
All right. Monday morning, I'm not going to wash my legs.
Oh my god!
But I am going to wash my body.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm going to have you smell my legs,
Not
and you
gonna
tell me.
happen. No,
you
sir.
tell me what they
I'm
smell
not smelling
like.
your legs when you wash them.
Reggie, we have Barry Bonds on Monday.
What?
Yeah, at 10:20.
You're a liar.
No, I'm dead serious.
I'll be here.
So yeah, that's why I said that. I
Thanks,
didn't want
man.
it to be one of those things. You're like, what?
I don't know why Kevin said, and Mike, but I don't know why Kevin said any of this.
I think you have very dry hands, right?
Yeah.
That's why you lotion them up or lick them a lot.
Hey, I've been trying to lotion it up more than lick.
Thank you.
Man, Mike walked you right into that.
You know,
that's my vote right now.
That's a great level of context because now I can see exactly how I got there, but also yell no while it's happening because I know what I'm about to say. That's unfortunate.
Now, lotioning your legs, I think that's important. Lube those up for sure.
So you put lotion on it without cleaning it?
It gets clean with the shower and the soap that runs down my body.
Just think. Thousands of years ago, they just jumped into a body of water.
Yeah, okay,
and
but
hoped
we've
for the
evolved.
best.
We didn't have
We've
warm water
evolved. We
back
have
then.
roads and stuff
They
now
also
too.
lived to 25.
And
What are we
roads, they were
talking
dirt
about?
roads.
It was a full
We
life.
have paved roads and cars. You should appreciate that you can wash off your legs.
We do. Sometimes.
And finally, Mike Bassett.
My brain's amazing. In good ways and bad ways.
I agree, Mike.
I don't know if this is going to be everyone's favorite. I vote for that one just because I feel every bit of that statement.
My brain's amazing. In good ways and bad ways. I agree with what I said.
I am listening to myself.
That makes sense. That might be my favorite drop ever. That does not get played enough. Is right before Mike erupted against Broadus, he goes, "I am listening to myself." Like deadpan.
I
just like
agree
that.
with what I just
I agree with that previous Mike statement.
Sometimes I can disagree with myself.
What?
I was wrong about that one. Yeah, I can see Mike doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to make adjustments every once in a while. But I'm voting for you lotioning yourself more than licking. I think you have very dry hands, right?
Yeah.
That's why you lotion them up or lick them a lot.
Hey, I've been trying to lotion it up more than lick.
Thank you.
I love that Mike was appreciative of that effort.
Thank you.
I'm voting for that too. Kevin and his lick.
I haven't seen you lick your fingers in a while.
Because we have the lotion there.
Is it
We're
running
running
out?
out, Mike.
I got that a long time
Yeah.
ago. But it's
What a heck of a
family.
value. We've had that for like 2 years.
We only have about a quarter of this
I think
bottle
Sean
left.
uses it the most.
Yeah, about a quarter of this bottle left right now. It's on my hands. So yeah, that's my vote though, and that's masterpiece of the week.
Oh, I want to vote for something else.
Oh, okay.
Because she's American and he's France.
Yeah. Corey's already ready to agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about the phenomenal buying and customer.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my wife, Kayla. Today we have been married for 18 years. Can't believe I found someone who puts up with me. That's from Lewis in Mansfield. I feel that way. Shout out to my wife for putting up with me. From the 682, shout out to my best friend's dad. He just found out he has an aneurysm.
Oh, no.
Prayers from the 105.3 The Fan family would be greatly appreciated. Absolutely. Man. That is tough. Our prayers are up for you. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya, and where is ya today?
Heggy, we're doing outstanding. We got some good Friday vibes rolling already out here as we broadcast from Globe Life Field in Arlington, one of our favorite municipalities in all the world. We're back for the second time this week. We're happy to be here, and Rangers and Guardians coming up with the pregame at 6:30. Mikey B's going to swing by. We're going to talk to Sands. So we're excited for a big baseball afternoon here. Get this second half underway.
I know usually in Cross we'll get to some sports and some nonsense. I'm going to cut right to the nonsense because Corey sent me this story, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh, no.
Somebody posted their text exchange about trying to set up a date, and the fella said, hope you've had a good day. I'm excited for tomorrow. I can pick you up, but if you're not comfortable with that, we can just meet there. I don't know why, but I'm feeling like getting some ice cream in this hot weather. Put a hot, sweaty face, LOL. Her response, sorry if this may come off as rude, but I don't do ice cream dates. I'm a 26-year-old woman, and a date like that seems like the absolute bare minimum for me. Meeting up would be a waste of both of our time since we probably don't have the same vibes. Best wishes.
Wow.
This might be an alcoholic and wants to go get a drink.
That seems really harsh, and I just got to thinking, I'm glad my wife's not like that. I asked her to go to a park, and so she might have been like, you cheap bastard.
Yeah, I'm not in the dating world anymore, and I can't even imagine being in the dating world right now.
Seems like this is a new trend, though. Like, you got to show me respect with the first date. I would take that as a sign, though, that she's just really not that into you. If a girl's really that into you, that's going to be a great idea to her. Ice cream, she's just basically letting you know there was no spark in her mind. If there was spark in her mind, behind a Cheesecake Factory might be a good idea.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that she's in a situation, too, and we're in a society where all these gals post things that they're doing. They're showing, hey, showed up at the sushi place, did this, and everybody's like, no, I'm just as good as this gal. Why can't I? Ice cream is below me. I give the guy points for creativity, or trying to be a little bit different. Dinner is you can take anybody to dinner.
Not everybody you can take for ice cream.
Yeah,
so that's that first kind of casual meeting.
Yeah, you're just kind of people like women and they'll meet you for coffee. Yeah. And I don't even drink coffee. But that's something. It's along the same lines. You're not being cheap. They're just trying to hey, listen, I'm not trying to break you here or anything like that. I just want to meet you, get to know you. I'm like, okay, cool. That's fine. But I just feel like we're in a society where these ladies, they post all these extravagant things that these guys are doing for them, and other women feel, well, I'm just as good as this gal, and I deserve
FOMO.
Yeah. I deserve better than ice cream. Yeah.
Since when did we start ice cream shaming though? Why are these people bashing ice cream?
Ice cream's fantastic.
This has to be the first person in the world that gets offered up a free ice cream date where they don't even have to drive there and then turned it down.
That's a good point, Chief.
I also wonder how many people got rid of better.
Any place where they just do white bread? Is that what you want?
That's right. I wonder how many
Dreamland Barbecue.
There you go.
They put a loaf of bread and a bowl of barbecue sauce on the table. See? That's one of the best appetizers I've ever had. A loaf of white bread.
Right there.
There
That's
we go.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just don't have any salt and pepper on that table.
oh, you can have it there. I just don't need it.
Pineapple guava from Churn and Bake is the best ice cream, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, high-end dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a highfalutin ice cream,
Corey,
but
are
I'm
you
in.
high maintenance?
Dude, it is expensive, but everything is. Deodorant's like $16 right now, bro.
What? Are you giving up on that?
Yeah, deodorant.
I'll buy it for you if you really want it.
You pay $16 for deodorant?
We're doing pretty good on our podcast. I think I could help you.
Thanks, Broadus, for love of the star right there.
Yeah,
I
I'll
love
take
it, man.
another job to buy you more deodorant. I'll kick you in with the Bennett program. Anything you
man.
need, just while you're standing in line, tell me you need money.
The only time
time
I reach out to Broadus is when I need money.
Man, anyone
feel free. We're good. Everybody else is.
Broadus just went through this. I've gone through this. If your kiddo is or was a teenage boy, you've had that conversation about showering or shaving or deodorant.
Absolutely.
At some point.
Yes.
Or washing your legs.
Yes,
Don't
or
worry about
washing
that,
your
Richard.
legs. I don't know why that's such a controversial topic on this show. Tell everybody where they can find you again and what's coming up on the program.
We are live here at the Globe, just upstairs center field, basically, is what you're looking at, and we'd love for you to come by and say hi on your way to watch the Rangers and Guardians get this second half underway. Mike, does 5 o'clock work for you?
It should.
Okay.
How about is 5:20 difficult?
Well, you'd be our first contestant in what you're drinking and what you're thinking. We'd love to have you there in that 5:20.
Okay, it just matters with traffic and
Sounds like
everything
you
like
could
that.
text him
My
or
son
call
wants to
after
come
the
with me
show's
to the
over.
game. So, yeah,
Mike, I'll
okay.
give you a route to get out of this place, and I've told everybody in the stadium about it already.
You son of a gun.
Yeah, Pat Doney was downstairs. I said, Pat, have you gone this route? All the top flight media people know about it. I think you're one of the top flight guys.
I saw Pat down there too. Can I just get like 5% of his positivity and joy?
Oh my God,
dude!
This guy is just a beacon of
you would
joy.
swear he's covering
He really
the
is.
race.
All right.
He's like, wow, he's just jumping up and down like. No, he is a positive dude.
Give me some positivity. Good show today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Heggie.
Roll
Have a
home
great
with the
weekend.
G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Life Field. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday. We'll have Barry Bonds on the show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Tune in right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Hey, I've been trying to lotion it up more than lick.
Thank you.
You are officially Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're broadcasting live at the Globe. Rangers are back in action tonight at 6:30 with the pregame, the first pitch shortly after 7 o'clock. And we are excited and hoping for the best from this baseball team. We'll have quite a bit of Rangers content for you throughout the afternoon. A visit from Mikey B is on the docket. Jared Sandler, a proper round tripper with Eric Chiafalo around the bases. As you know, it's huge to have lost 5 series coming into the All-Star break, and to emerge from it. You'd never want to put too much weight on just 2 or 3 games, but I think these are as important as they've been all year, right here, guys. The Guardians, not great, 500 baseball team. We can do this. Okay, so let's get some confidence going back and some wind in our sails. What do you say?
Man, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, especially with the outlook of what's to come in terms of the level of difficulty with the opponents as the month goes on. Here's the Dodgers, here's the Rays, here's the Astros again. If you can get a nice clean sweep here, that is a perfect little tune-up series, little confidence booster, sending you into half number 2 feeling like $1 million.
Be just nice for them to put everything together like they were in April and May, starting pitching, hitting, scoring runs, putting teams in a bind because of the number of runs that they were scoring. So, the last couple of weeks, it seems like, you have a couple of steps forward, then a step back. Something else happens with relief pitching. Oh, wait a minute. Now starting pitching, faltering a little bit. Wait, we're not getting timely hits. Those are things, man, if you could just get those things back in that lane pointing forward, this baseball team's capable of keeping that distance between themselves and the Astros.
A toxic manager, I think, would burst into the clubhouse about this time this afternoon. As soon as some of those guys get in there, I'd make sure they were all in there, and I'd let them know, okay, we really like all of you, but about 2 or 3 of you guys are going to be gone if we can't get this thing turned around. You like playing with these guys or what? Okay, or do you want us to make trades? I try to light a fire under them. After like 2 or 3 losing series in a row, you try to communicate with them and put your arm around them and stuff. At 5, you're getting that little itch in the back of your head as a skipper or a GM. Like, is it time to throw down the gauntlet yet? Do we need to take like some more aggressive actions for motivation, or do you think these guys are able to maintain being cool and calm with the way they manage their personnel all the time?
Kind of feel like though that you've got a group of guys in that clubhouse that are the established players that aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
That are looking at this and saying, I hope CY makes a move.
Yeah.
And I know it's your teammates you're talking about or potential. Nobody on the relief staff, none of the relief pitchers want them to go out and trade for 2 more relief pitchers. That's my job.
Yeah.
But deep down inside, you walk into the clubhouse today, Seager, Simeon, these guys are all kind of looking at each other like, all right, guys, second half, here we go. If you guys aren't doing your job, CY, do your job for them.
We've seen the 2 starters and we've seen the couple relievers have good stretches.
Yeah.
And psychologically they're probably thinking like, oh man, this stinks. The team has my back. Maybe what they need is the opposite, Chief. You go in there and drop the hammer on them, put a boot up their butt and say, you guys go out and get this done or we're shipping you.
Yeah.
You're going to be done ski real quick. Go have fun playing for a cellar dweller.
100%. And I do wonder, like from a coach's perspective, when you're given one of these, what's the eye contact situation like? Do you want to zero in on the guys that you're really talking to? You trying to keep it a little bit more broad with the way you go about that? I think the eye contact there is huge because you could really single out 1 or 2 guys and everybody kind of go, oh, damn.
I think in 98% of situations you want to talk generally to the group.
Okay.
But in trying times and when jobs are on the line, maybe it's time to change the energy, right? Because what's been going on as far as shaking these guys out of their slump isn't working. So I would break away from that and try to like hit him with the defibrillator. Clear, boom. I'm going to traumatize this guy back into being a good baseball player. Everybody else just be cool for a few minutes.
And listen, that's what you have to do this time of year. Last ditch efforts, man. You're pulling out all the stops because time is a ticking. You don't have all day here. So
yeah, I mean, Dude, we're pros, right? And the bottom line is winning and losing. We can do all this Zen feng shui stuff, right, with being all chill and we're taking one game at a time.
Right.
But some of you guys aren't cutting it right now, and we're trying to win the World Damn Series.
Yeah.
So these first 3 months has been a big game of Survivor. Like, who wants to be a World Series champion with these Texas Rangers when it all comes around? And we're about to start entering the vote off the island portion of Survivor.
As my favorite German soccer manager, Gavin, I appreciate everything that you just said.
Yeah.
Why do I think that
Is it Gavin Berhalter? Is it Gavin Klinsmann?
As my guy who's running Dortmund right now. I think with Bruce Bochy,
yeah,
I actually think it's the total opposite of everything you just said.
You're probably right.
I think
he's got the gravitas,
but
man.
see, the thing about Bochy, he's going to be consistent. He's not going to be one of these guys that's going up and down. April, May, I'm riding the high, I'm riding the wave. We're having a little problem here in June and July.
Bochy is coaching goals for everybody. Pretty much.
He's not.
Yeah.
Even players will try and read if people are not talking to them. Like, they will go home at night and go, "Hey, honey, hitting coach really wasn't talking to me much. Well, how was he in April? Oh, he was always talking to me about stuff and all that." See, I think you can't. I think it hurts these players more if you avoid them. You know what I'm saying? I think with Bochy, he's probably this guy he's in April 1st, he's the same as he is in July 1st. And I think that's probably his approach with this baseball team. But, now CY might be a different cat.
Yeah.
CY might be like, hey.
That might be why he chose front officing.
Yeah. I don't want to be a manager or a coach where I have to be even keel. I want to be the guy that, this is not working. He saw it with the bullpen. He went out there and got Chapman, beat a couple of teams in Major League Baseball to him. Mm-hmm. I think that's where, if I'm Boch, I'm letting CY handle this this tension. I've got to be even keel on this thing.
But to have as much success as Bochy did have, and all these guys that make it a long-term thing and have all their players love them and a fan base appreciate them, they're a special kind of guy, And it's to go 162 games and not lose your patience or get so frustrated that you freak out. Boch talked about it early in his career. He did. He tells an epic story of throwing oranges inside a clubhouse. Yeah, he wanted to send the guys a message, and he said he's a wiser man now. 6:30 pregame tonight. Tennessee football program avoids a bowl ban but was fined more than $8 million by the NCAA infractions. Volunteers on Friday. They found more than 200 individual infractions committed by the school during the former coach Jeremy Pruitt's tenure.
Yeah. That administration did well.
Yeah, what were they doing?
I think McDonald's bags were involved. I
Okay.
think they were actually. I think we were as.
So this is pre-NIL bag money.
Yeah, this is pre stuff going on. I think that they were showing up with McDonald's bags and stuff like that, and not the delicious hash browns with the bag.
I would just like to move from this day forward. If you were involved in any bag activity or cash for players pre-NIL, it's water under the bridge, man. We don't got to go back and relive that.
Yeah, let's not go retroactive with the punishments. Let's just everybody go clean slate on this one.
It worked out for everybody. You stole labor from the kids for decades. Some of them got bags of cash. Okay? Yeah. That appeared to be a pretty open market to me.
I'd like to see him work on those folks that are in jail for marijuana laws.
Yeah,
first.
that'd be good.
I'd like to see them kind of take care
it's
of those
kind of funny
folks.
in those states where they've legalized it and there's people sitting in the joint for
a joint. Stuff. Yeah, for a joint. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Okay. And then you got Malik Jackson, the former Pro Bowl defensive tackle, announcing his retirement after 10 NFL seasons. Those are the most recent developing news stories here, as we're often running from the globe here, G-Bag Nation.
When it comes to ballpark vibes, is the Friday night ballpark vibe a top two? I think it might be number one. I mean, everybody loves a good Sunday afternoon at the park.
Yeah.
But a Friday night, because you got the fireworks in store. And then you also know that it's like a fresh series. It's always a fresh series on a Friday.
Yeah.
Clean slate situation. And that, I think, is the highest percentage day of the school week. Now, I know we're in summer right now, but where you would get pulled out of school early to go hit the ballpark. Right?
Yeah.
Friday's the most likely day. Pops brings you out and says, all right, early weekend. Let's get you out at noon.
I love what you're saying. I think the vibe of this ballpark, as far as it's air conditioned, whoever thought of that, I want to hug them.
It's
You know,
brilliant. Yeah.
Whoever thought about, hey, let's put a roof on this thing. Let's make
But
it.
that's the best thing you can say about this place, isn't it, Brian?
Well, you know what? There's a lot of things I like about this place.
Okay, can I
Hurtado
throw
barbecue down here?
Yeah, Hurtado barbecue down the road. I like a lot here.
On that same note, I think one thing I've discovered as well, I do think it sort of it holds in the aromas
Cool
and
air?
the smells. Well,
Oh, yeah,
the cool
yeah,
air for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
But like the ballpark smell, all the concessions when things get cranked up, like that smell's not wisping up into the heavens at all. That stays right in here, and at all times you can smell. Like you can close your eyes, close your ears. I know I'm at the ballpark.
I just know one thing. My wanting to come out here as much, the team playing, well, or at least for the first half. The fact that this place we're working indoors, if it was 105 degrees and I was having to sit outside and do these broadcasts out in an open air ballpark, my attitude would be not very good about baseball right now. I'm just going to tell you. I mean,
be Grouchy's corner, 240.
Yes,
7 or 8 beers would change that.
Yeah, I tell you what. But the fact that they've got the places we talked about, the air conditioning, the teams playing better. These are all things that go into your vibe and that Friday night vibe that you're talking about.
Well, I tell you what, as I look to my left here at that building across the street that's got the Choctaw Casino logo on it, that's my temple right there. That's my spot.
Really?
I feel like walking up to this place from towards the south entrance. It was kind of like walking into a community college. Like the scene.
Hey, that's where you become a man.
I didn't get this awe-inspiring feeling of walking up to the building like I did there. Walking in through the right field entrance, I guess, at the old building, or the home plate entrance, and coming out over that overhang and seeing with the actual sun shining in real grass and the sounds of it being outdoors, I think that's incomparable. And I don't think like indoor baseball can capture that. It has other great benefits like air conditioning, but there's nothing like 75 degrees at the Globe, at the original Globe, just dominates anything that'll ever happen here as far as an experience goes.
Yeah, but
that's
it's
true.
75,
that's 3 games a year.
But if it's 75 degrees, we can open the roof. They had several April games where they opened up the roof, and it was beautiful in this place.
I believe it. No, I believe it.
The fake
I'm
grass
all
does it
about.
too.
Trust me. The older I've got, like I went to the original Arlington Stadium, the old Turnpike Stadium in the 70s, and that place right there, sitting on metal benches in 103-degree weather the whole time. Yeah, when I was 18 years old, cool, all great. 59 years old? No.
Well, listen, I love this building. I love that it's the home of the Rangers, and we get to come here and sit in the AC. It's state-of-the-art. It's great, but it misses on the aesthetics parts of sports that make you either awe-inspired or sit back and relax and catch a vibe. It's a swing and a miss.
Well, can we let's judge it. Let's see this thing. We saw it during pandemic World Series action, playoff action with no fans.
Yeah, it wasn't real.
But let's if the Rangers can get into the playoffs and we see some playoff baseball with the Rangers involved. We saw some of the series earlier in the just recently against the Astros.
Was electric.
It was
good energy in here.
No, the energy is insane. Yeah, the energy is insane. I mean, what Dawson is talking about is just that baseball moment when you walk in and you kind of do take your breath away when you get into the ballpark. That is not there for sure. But I think everything else,
like walking in and seeing the skyline and stuff.
Yeah, there's
like
something about walking.
Build that this way.
No, I know. I totally get it, and I'm not here to poo on it. I was here to talk about how great a Friday vibe was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
Friday
it was me that was doing
incredible.
the pooing.
Honestly, if we're being real, I've been doing all the pooing today.
Seriously,
we got a bubble gut like I
some of the cleanest restaurants you'll ever visit in your life.
For no reason. Usually, you can put your finger on what the decision you made, and it's usually pretty conscious.
A gas station
you
involved.
knew, what gas station, what item, how late was it, how spicy was it? Not today. It was a clean day. I mean, we had beautiful paninis yesterday for lunch. You know what I mean?
Panini got you?
I had beef before I went to sleep last night. I don't know what got me, but something did. I got bit by the Noid. I'm 5 deep today on the porcelain throne.
No way.
5.
No way.
Hope
Four
nobody
at
else
home.
got sick.
4 at home. 1 in section. What was that? 142.
Wow. So you might have to bail at any moment.
At any moment, man.
Okay. All right. Well, stay tuned.
Very
G-Bag
clean.
Nation.
Very clean.
You never
Clean.
know what could
Yeah.
happen.
Top notch. Bucky style.
Yeah.
Lonzo Ball's one step closer to retirement with a career-ending injury. Bulls have been granted a $10 million disabled player exception for the season-ending loss of Lonzo Ball, so that stinks for him and them. More coaches at Northwestern fired. The baseball guy got run, claims of a toxic environment and bullying inside that program. Apparently, they almost fired his ass last summer, but they decided
he caught a
in light
stray
of recent events that it was time to
go ahead
move
and throw
on
him
now.
in there.
Yeah.
Two birds.
It's like me and my brother getting our tonsils out. Hey, can you kick Brian in there for that?
Little
Sure,
BOGO,
yeah.
little BOGO situation.
They were like, well, we got to make sure we get rid of this guy now. We thought about it last year. If they find out what this guy's been up to, they're going to really kill us.
The rowing coach is on its way, rowing out of there, yeah.
All right, we got a little bit of a sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
I don't know about you guys, but I didn't expect that guy to be at that place.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spit.
Field. Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Rangers and Guardians tonight, 6:30. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel consultations, always free at truckwreck.com. Segment is also brought to you by Window Nation. G-Bag of the day in 7 minutes. Here's the Chief.
Look at this, man. This guy is just one of us. He's coming to America. He's embracing life, and it seems like he's doing extremely well after a $150 million contract with Inter Miami. Did you guys see the photos of Messi pushing around the grocery cart at a local Publix in South Florida?
Yeah.
Just doing some good old-fashioned grocery shopping for the fam.
You know, it's funny that, it's I remember this because of my my love for auto racing. And Michael Schumacher was world championship driver for many years in Formula One. And he couldn't, when he would go snow skiing in the off season, he would always come to the United States because nobody would recognize him on the chairlift, on the mountain, any of that stuff. He could walk around, in the village, the ski village, and nobody would say anything to him. And he was just another guy. And there's some places that I'm surprised, though, in Miami that they wouldn't recognize Messi more. But
and some people did for sure, but it's a huge difference than
he can't go anywhere. He goes back home to Argentina.
Right.
He
can't even drive down his own neighborhood street.
No, he can't
sometimes.
He can't get home, especially after the World Cup. They had to helicopter him everywhere.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't. The crowds were so
It's like
immense.
the Beatles. Yeah.
He's just this star, this legend.
Well, salute to Inter Miami for making $30 tickets available for some of their loyal fans to pick up for standing room only to get in for this big unveiling game that they're going to have for Messi. And, it's a real special type of deal to have him available. I don't know how long he is going to want to play in the USA for, but if there's any opportunity to go see this man play in person, I know it's an incredible opportunity for soccer fans everywhere.
Yeah, no question. I mean, if you're in Miami, that's going to be something, a must-see event if you can get over there in any fashion, standing room only, whatever it is.
I went to Houston one time and watched him play in an international friendly United States versus Argentina at that NRG state, and that thing was packed, and it was like, I'd say it was probably 60%, Hispanic fans, Argentine fans, whatever you want to say. I mean, it was but it was a great thrill to see him at least running around out there live. They're like, hey, man, I've seen this guy play live.
Well, imagine bumping grocery carts with him at the local Kroger or something.
Yeah.
Like, that was just crazy to me seeing him there. But I guess that makes sense. Like, maybe that was part of the whole incentive, because I'm just surprised to see, especially in this day and age where it's like you can get on an app or something and have it delivered to you. Like, you don't have to go into the grocery store anymore if you don't want to. I'm just surprised, but maybe he's been missing the simple things.
Yeah.
And that was part of the reason of coming to America.
Maybe it was a sponsor plant as well. Like, hey, we got this deal with Publix. Could you go in there and get some pictures?
Dude, he's got a grocery cart full. He's got
That's the other thing.
It's not like he was just buying a pack of Topo Chico. He was going in there with a purpose.
He's living the American life.
Well, let me say this. How hilarious would it be like, okay, Messi's kind of hanging out in the that meat section over there. And
the
then
meat section.
The meat section over there. He's buying some
the delis,
the steaks.
Maybe he's making some paninis.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's over there, but Dawson's over there like getting his orange magic wing stuff together.
Yeah.
And he like recognizes like Gavin, like, hey, I've seen you before doing this orange magic. And now he's like Gavin's like, turns and it's like,
he'd be calling his doctor, because that would be a lifetime.
How do you smoke up the wings? Well, let me tell you, Messi.
That would be unreal.
He's like, hey, I've seen you before. You do the orange magic wings.
That's right. They're a big hit. Oh, they're an international sensation. They really are, Brian. Thank you for recognizing that.
I noticed some of the ingredients in his cart.
There you go. He's got the Franks. Yeah.
He's got
the Meat Church barbecue rub aisle. This is such a big deal, though, that stadiums are having to tell their fan bases, listen, our rules about jerseys and signs in supporter sections is not going to change because of Messi. Because there's rules. Like, if you're standing in the actual supporter section, you can't wear the away team's gear. But so many of those people are just so beside themselves, they want to go support Messi. Those fan bases are being like, I don't care who signs Jesus himself could sign with the opposition. If you're standing in this section, you ain't wearing the other team's jersey, bro. We're not down with Inter Miami here.
Yeah.
So it's sending waves in a lot of different ways through the league.
And that happens in international soccer because of the they have with the home side, the away side. They try and we've seen them stop traffic to get all the visitors into their seats.
Yeah.
And keep the home side away.
Mm-hmm.
So
some places they need fences in between
they don't
sections.
want any of this cross section of fans going after each other in this stuff.
No, for sure, because they can get rabid on you.
We should all just celebrate the fact that Messi, possibly the GOAT, is
Yeah.
here. I mean, it's the biggest thing to come to American soccer since Pele in the late 70s.
That's right.
That's
true.
right. That's very true.
And he's trying to ingratiate himself as just one of the common men, going and doing a full grocery load. Like that was, as Broadus mentioned, that's a full grocery cart. That's not wifey on a whim calling you in an emergency. Hey, I need you to pick up something that
diapers. I need some diapers.
This was a full. Like I wonder, when we did our list the other day, and Messi was probably toloing. He was thinking to himself, like for life's simple pleasures, just to stroll through the grocery store.
He's got this look on him, like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm getting away with this.
Yeah,
I'm just cruising around in this grocery store. What the crap is
He's
going on?
got some donuts.
Yeah, dude.
He just breaks open the bag while he's waiting. I
think I'm going to like this place.
Yeah, dude. I think he is living his best life right now. So shout out to old Messi getting it done at the grocery store.
Gavin, real quick, you mentioned Pele coming, and I remember that with the Cosmos back in the day. Was David Beckham maybe even a bigger? I mean,
that guy could bend it.
If you know about Pele, which you're old like me, but one of the greatest soccer players in the world. Was David Beckham and then
he was pretty good.
Rooney coming? I mean, were those all kind of
they were good, but not goats.
Yeah,
And Messi just coming off a World Cup.
Yeah.
Beckham was a great ball striker. He was, incredibly handsome, I suppose, and because of that, he was like a celebrity soccer player.
He's a man dime. Yeah, there's no. I mean, that's objective.
all want to look
Spice
like
of
him.
all time and all that, but he was more of a celebrity than a GOAT candidate. It's time now for Lucius Alexander in the T-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's LA.
General, you feeling good on that microphone, I can tell.
Dude, I do feel good today. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe it was the afternoon swim with the girls.
Okay, it might be something. You feeling real good because you disrespected our Lord and Savior. Talking about even Jesus is over there.
Well, yeah.
You got to relax, bro.
That wasn't my words. I was like speaking for soccer hooligans.
Okay. Unless you're talking about Jesus the person and not the Savior, then I can get it. There's a lot of Jesuses out here.
Well, my bad.
Don't apologize to me.
I'm down with JC myself.
Don't apologize to me. Get on your knees.
Thanks for keeping me accountable, though.
Let's see what we got. This is playing, bro. It's a Friday. What do they call the doctors that work on your eyes? Optometrists?
Yeah, I need
Gotta
one.
see one ASAP, bro.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
Reading?
Yes. I can't see a damn word anymore. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I just keep moving my cell phones farther away from my face.
Lucius, I was hoping that you were going to get one of these LASIK deals, and you could take care of all of us. That's what I was hoping.
We got to dial
for.
up the LASIK deal.
Got to get the LASIK. I kind of like glasses, though. They got a little sauce on them, you know what I'm saying? You can get different styles and flavors of the glasses.
I did glasses for a while, didn't mind it, but they made the LASIK opportunity available for me like 15 years ago, and it was great. But now I need the upgraded for the reading glasses LASIK, so I got to go back in there.
Oh, you got bifocal LASIKs?
They do.
They do.
They can do everything now.
You're transhuman almost, bro.
Yeah, I'm going full bionic.
That's crazy. Our winner of G-Bag of the Day is a couple that got upset at their cat for going over there and hanging out at the neighbor's house a little too much. The couple accused the neighbor of harboring a cat, if you will.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
If you would go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really?
Your cat chose me,
doesn't mean go home?
No. Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. So the cat doesn't eat and drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah, you cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring the cat. I've done nothing to bring the. This dude's lost. This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it.
Mickey voice.
Oh no.
You know the game, man. Your cat chose me. You know what I mean?
I can't blame the cat.
We can do this
personally.
like gentlemen, or we can get into some gangster ass.
Be fun if you walked over to his trash cans and then the recycling area with those cans of cat food, all those little cans in there. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah. He's probably feeding that cat. Though,
He
to be
is,
honest.
absolutely. He's feeding the cat.
He's trolling the hell out of that hillbilly next door.
I
love when he goes, dude, it's a cat. It doesn't speak English, and the hillbilly's like, oh, really? Says who?
We have a citizen's arrest as a nominee right here.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
An old man trying to attack someone with some hedge clippers. My grandma used to have me out there in the summertime with them hedge clippers. Huska getting the bushes together. Shoulders just popping, bro. I'm 11 years old. Ah! Huska. Y'all don't know about that.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. How uneven did you always? I mean, were you kind of like?
It's a tough gig, man. They trust you. That's
took
impressive.
one bad clip and you were off. You were out. You had to go.
It felt like it went on forever. Oh, it's not there. It's not there. Ooh,
exactly.
Let me get that. And it goes on forever. At some point, you just have to stop.
You do. You have to stop.
But yeah, there's an old man trying to attack someone with some hedge clippers right here, and he got himself in a citizen's arrest situation. This happened overseas. Check this out. I like this.
Walking towards me with clippers.
Camera
with
there.
clippers.
Get their camera.
Get them clippers out of my face. Get them clippers out of my face now, you're trying to stop me? Hey, get off me. What are you doing? Phone the cops now. Trying to stop me, are you? You nosy old bastard, hey. You're trying to stop me. Who are you trying to stop? Who are you trying to stop? Who are you trying to stop? Huh? I should knock the out of you, old man. Citizen's arrest for trying to stop me. That's what you're under.
That's what you're under.
Man, I just love it, the British accents. It sounds like an episode of a Monty Python.
It was amazing. And you know what? You get into, like, if you're the aggressor and you get put into a weird, configuration, your face always looks like, oh, man, I made a bad decision.
I'll tell you what, I was watching.
I regret all of this.
I was watching a show the other day, Lucius. They had the guy that was the repo guy, and the repo guy just beat the crap out of the car owner. And he was on the ground, like, rolling around. He goes, where are your keys?
Jeez, such a bad day.
He's just like in pain.
Car got repoed. Got my ass kicked. It's been a tough one.
He goes, look at you. You're bloodied. You got dirt all over you. Look at you.
Get up.
It's like,
dust yourself off. I'll get you some Denny's. My God.
Get you some Denny's.
I'll get you some Denny's, bro. Look at you. You look pathetic. Let's see here. How about some hot take? How about a little hot take for G-Bag of the day? Dan Patrick is not feeling ESPN serving up LeBron James, talking about his return. He's going to return. Oh, my God, he's going to return. Stop serving the king up like that.
I wasn't waiting for an announcement. I got one, and then ESPN's treating it like it's breaking news. And I went, you know what's breaking news? If he retired. Not that he's coming back. Who thought that he might retire? Nobody. It just is needy, and you don't need it. I want publicity. Don't forget about me. I don't want to cheat the game. Just play.
Yeah, I don't know whose idea that was, but LeBron talked about that in his post game, and maybe they tried to make an announcement out of it. But I did feel like that was kind of awkward during the ESPYs when he made that announcement.
Yeah, they were grasping at straws, man. They're looking around in June going, we need
we need something.
How can we get a breaking news situation going?
Make
LeBron,
the ESPYs relevant.
LeBron's like, yeah, for sure. I'll get on the mic and do something cool, and everybody will see it.
Lucky for all of you, it's not today.
Yeah, it was actually pretty smooth the way he did it. Like, when you read it, and it's like, but when you hear it, you're like, it's actually pretty dang funny.
Yeah, he's got some charisma. I'll give him that. Pulled it off.
I just wish he would have kept the silver fox in his beard, When you see his little Instagram videos and he's working out and stuff, he's got the gray in there, but he showed up, and I get it. You're looking as fresh as possible, but let that thing hang.
You like that gray in his beard?
Yeah.
That's your thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard
it sharp, dude.
You heard it here first.
You got to represent for all the
It's
older
our own
guys.
breaking news here.
Yeah.
It makes it look cooler if you're balling with a gray beard.
It does, dude. It's like, look at me. Grandpa's done. It's like, what is Kyrie's alter ego?
Yeah.
I forget his name now. Uncle Drew.
Yeah, Uncle Drew.
Uncle Drew out there getting buckets on these dudes. LeBron used to do those commercials. They were amazing.
My man is excited about dudes with gray beards.
I am, man. I'm fired up. And dunking on people, while dunking on folks, though.
That's called bear.
I mean, that man loves Christmas, bro. Christmas is amazing. Rip Van Winkle, they had to get that book out of your room. Hey, it's distracting him.
I'm going to Google him. I'll be back.
Man with gray beards, get him going, apparently.
Rick.
Oh, damn, we're up against it. Let's just go ahead and vote, dog.
Okay, we got a champion by the name of Cat Pervert and the Neighbor arguing over Mercury the Cat. It's a great cat name, by the way.
It is a good name.
Real life Monty Python, old man trying to attack with hedge clippers, or Dan Patrick not feeling ESPN's LeBron announcement on the ESPYs. I'm going to go with the old man with the clippers going full Don Zimmer. I think that's what that was. Eric, how about
didn't Rand Paul get beat up by his neighbors? Or something like that. Rand Paul got beat up by his neighbor, and we still don't know the whole damn story.
Yeah, I think he went over. It was probably during that COVID situation.
He got washed by his neighbor,
Somebody
bro.
got tired.
Beat up a politician. What happened?
I do see a headline from 2018. Prosecutors reveal why Rand Paul was attacked by neighbor. So I guess that's a real story.
Yeah, I think it was so bad the guy went to jail for it. You got to really kick
beat up a
somebody's
politician,
ass.
bro. You can't beat up a senator. What are you doing?
Is that your punishment for that? I got to keep that in mind.
I'll go Cat Pervert, by the way.
Okay, one vote for Cat Pervert, our champion. One vote for Hedge Clippers. Lucius, who are you going with?
Couple upset at the cat and the neighbor and everything.
Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the cat.
Brian. Well, I score 3-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the neighbors arguing over Mercury the Cat. Now, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, all my fired friends on the 33rd team put out something about secondaries in NFL. Let's talk about those next.
Coming up Monday morning on
Chris Young Mondays at 4:20. A double dose of manager Bruce Bochy Tuesdays at 12:20 and before each game. A top Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation Tuesday afternoons at 3:20. Our Straight Up Texas podcast featuring first baseman Nathaniel Lowe with Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app and everywhere podcasts are found. Pull back the curtain opinions with former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland on the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, we are your proud home of the Rangers with post-game shows after every game. Let's enjoy this Rangers ride together right here on The Fan.
Yeah. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once a year of July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people. The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Before I get going, today I had an experience, actually this morning. I went to a celebration of life. I'm a DISD kid, W.T. White High School, and one of my coaches passed away. And they had a celebration of life for him today, and David Shepard is his name. And I'm sure there's some folks, he loved listening to us do radio. He really did, and he had such an effect on me in a positive way. I was a kid that, I didn't know much about how to do things the right way. Coming from an upper middle class family, I was kind of sheltered in a lot of ways. But he taught me about life. My freshman year of football, he's a legendary baseball coach in Dallas, over 600 wins, 32 years in a row with being in the playoffs in high school baseball. But he was an outstanding coach, an even better person. I just hope that everybody in their lifetime have somebody that they can look at and say, that guy or gal made a difference in my life. And I celebrated a man's life this morning, and I appreciate everybody that stood up and spoke on his behalf there. It was very well done, and I got moved by the whole thing. But thanks, Coach Shepard, and I know he loved listening to our program, and hopefully he's listening to us right now somewhere. All right, the 33rd team came out. These are all my buddies who, like me, are trying to get in media. Probably got fired for not being very good at their jobs, but you got media opportunity to kind of give you another path. And this
They're
one
doing some good work over there.
They are doing some good work over there. And I Mike Tannenbaum, who I know very well, who's friends with the program, Mike has kind of organized this group, and he's got a good group of guys and gals over there that are helping him. But I pulled up this one story today, the reason, because always, this time of year, we're always getting the where are your position groups ranked stories, who's got the best, who needs work, offensive line problems, although this is one of the best lines. Well, this one came from Rondé Barber. And if you ask me of the two Barbers, Rondé was the one that I feared the most. Tiki, I didn't really worry about so much. But
pretty good runner.
Yeah, pretty good runner. But I worried about Rondé, and because the way that when he played corner, he wasn't the fastest, but he had a way of baiting you into bad throws. He was an interceptor. He was a blitzer. He was a slot corner. I mean, he was a complete football player.
Well, I'm proud of you, man. You were ahead of your time then, because the Krusty is supposed to, put the running back on the pedestal and not worry about the corner.
I'm learning about this whole thing with the running back. I'm slowly getting that way. But Rondé, to me, when you watched him play, you're like, man, this guy is smart. He's tough. He'll tackle. But he wasn't the fastest guy. He was probably a high 4.5 guy, 4.58, 4.59 coming out of Virginia, but a heck of a player. But anyway, he ranked his best secondaries going into the season. And so I was curious, the Dallas Cowboys on this list? Does Rondé feel like that maybe the Cowboys have got the possibility?
Should be, if he's paying attention.
If he's paying attention, well, let's see. At number 1, he's got the New York Jets. He said this unit gave up fewer than 190 yards per game and has allowed the fewest touchdowns against the pass last season. It was a huge jump from the previous season, and they're going to make another huge jump in this season. He says, why? Because they have 4 returning starters on this unit. So he's got the New York Jets as his number 1 unit as far as secondary play.
Okay. Boy, they have always had a good defense there with the Jets.
Number 2, Baltimore Ravens. They were below par to start last season, and there was no doubt about it. But they rebounded, and they will carry over into 2023. They don't have Marcus Peters anymore, and that's probably a good thing because his play was declining. But they signed Rock Ya-Sin, who isn't a game changer from the Raiders. However, there's not a lot of downsides to his game either. Ravens, number 2. Number 3, your Philadelphia Eagles. They would be higher on this list if they hadn't lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, their best playmaker in free agency this offseason. They also lost safety Marcus Epps, who was a great at run stopping. There's some concern at safety. Reed Blankenship is an athletic second-year player, but he played mostly in the slot in corner in college. He has a lot to learn. Does that sound like a team that needs to be in the top 3? That sounds like a team that's...
They got Bradbury back.
Yeah.
But no, I like the Cowboys secondary better.
Well, he's talking about Slay and Bradbury and Maddox as a nickel defender. But he made it kind of sound like that he had more questions than he did positivity. But that's your third best secondary, according to Rondé Barber. The number 4 best secondary, according to him, is the Denver Broncos. There's some questions about this unit, but they have 2 top-tier players. Patrick Surtain might be my favorite young corner in the league. He does it all. He's got ideal frame and a great short space movement skills. He's probably the best cover corner in the game right now. Cowboys were right about Patrick Surtain. The scouts were on Patrick Surtain. The coaches were talking about Horn. That was their guy.
They were both gone, though, right?
Yeah, they're both gone. At number 5, that would be the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks are, this might be a little bit more of a reach, but I love these guys. They have potential at cornerback. We know Tariq Woolen last season as a rookie, 6 interceptions and 3 fumble recoveries. They drafted Devin Witherspoon, number 6 overall, out of Illinois this season. That combination set up for a long-term success. But he really, really loves. He's a big fan of those young corners. At number 6, this is where your Dallas Cowboys check in.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Been expecting to hear him for a minute now.
Yeah, at number 6, and we can play that game too. Cowboys adding Stephon Gilmore was big. The Cowboys had a serious depth concerns in 2022, and Trayvon Diggs had a reality check type of year. He wasn't the ball hawk he usually is, but he's still very good. The Cowboys have great depth, especially if Jordan Lewis can get back from his injury last season.
As the season went on, teams figured out different ways to attack the Cowboys without having to target Diggs as much.
Yeah, I agree on that.
I don't think they're going to be able to avoid him as much this year.
I like what you're saying
I think
there.
Gilmore is great. I think their slot corner is great. They have decent depth with Jordan Lewis and some of these young guys we've been watching develop. I think this Cowboys secondary is being underrated, even at number 6.
Yeah, he mentions, and I love what you're saying there because I agree with everything there. Deron Bland filled in for Lewis and finished 2nd in the league in interceptions. Don't forget about this group's safeties, Malik Hooker and Jaron Kearse. They're big. They're very active at the line of scrimmage.
Dono, though.
Love to blitz.
Playmaker.
Yeah, they love to blitz. He said, I love Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator. This is the first time he's really kind of talked about a coordinator here. His unit will likely be top 5 this year. He has the scheme to confuse a lot of quarterbacks, so his secondary should thrive even more this season.
Do you see Donovan Wilson as more of a linebacker or a strong safety? Or, that guy, he doesn't even get mentioned in there, and I feel like he's a big part of what they do as far as being able to
That
blow
is crazy.
things up.
I think, to me, when you play him down, that's where I think he thrives in the box. And it's not just about defending the run, but he kind of has a feel for how to avoid the trash. When people are all kind of running routes inside and stuff, he doesn't get picked off, and he's got a feel for being around there. And plus, he's super aggressive. When he reads it, he goes. I think that's what makes him. I'm surprised that we didn't get a mention here from him. You're absolutely right. Just to finish out the number 7, it'd be the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay,
would be the 7th best secondary in the league. But with the Dallas Cowboys, like I say, number 6 in his top 7. Probably should be a little bit higher, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they're better than the Eagles.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
But the Eagles were 3. He made them sound like, but they do have some starters back.
Got a real good team for these Cowboys, though, and a lot of position groups to be proud of as we continue our countdown to Oxnard. We're 12 days away and cannot wait. There's Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What's up in the NFL news of the day, Chief?
All right, this is how you turn a bad night into a great night. Plus, we have a little Sean Payton versus John Gruden next right here in the Nation.
Quality sports takes with laughs. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105 The Fan. We are live at the Globe in Arlington, getting ready for the resumption of Rangers baseball. 6:30 tonight, Rangers and Guardians here at the Globe. If you're on your way to the game, please do come say hi to us. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver the NFL news of the day here at the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We remember draft night, Will Levis. It was a long one for him.
Yeah.
And it bled into night number 2 of the NFL draft, and it was one of the headlines from draft weekend. Oh, Will Levis, was he going to go top 5, top 10? No, he goes in the second round. But we all remember his sisters and his girlfriend, and that was probably one of the low points. I mean, if you just pinpoint like bad days, bad nights to be Will Levis, I think he would tell you that's probably up there as like some of the worst. For him personally, sitting in that green room, all the cameras on you.
Yeah.
But
I think I'd leave.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
But it ended up being maybe one of the best nights ever for his girlfriend.
Is that right?
And even his sisters. He's acknowledging now. He's saying, like, yeah, that night was tough, but it's worked out because we got so much camera time and attention that the social media following for my girlfriend and for, like, my sisters and stuff just skyrocketed. So much so that his girlfriend's social media doubled that night. And her Instagram is now like 500,000, and she's getting because she's still in college, she's getting all these NIL deals because of it.
Oh, look at
that.
that.
So like a Burger King one just popped in that she's going to be getting, but like one of his bad nights, maybe one of his worst nights, ended up being one of the best nights ever for his girlfriend and apparently his sisters, who are doing their own thing, and social media is just dominant right now.
So how do you get that huge social media money? Do they send you money in their items and then you take pictures with them on? And then you get other people to buy their stuff.
Man, I wish
How's
I was.
this work?
I wish I was, more well versed in the influencer game. I think there's a part of it of that.
His girlfriend is huge in this thing.
Yeah.
Will Levis's girlfriend is a huge social content person,
and ever since the draft night, her followers have gone up so much that she's just blowing up and making all the money off it now.
She is absolutely. She's done. I've seen clips of her like, hey, moving to Nashville.
Is that what
now.
you want your girlfriend to be?
No, absolutely not.
It can work out fine,
sure.
But I mean, it's just going to be a distraction, and there's a bunch of weird stuff going on her phone every time she looks.
Yeah,
that's really the reality of it.
Well, that's the whole thing. I kind of feel like she doesn't post stuff with him in it. Like she's kind of a strange.
She's her own brand.
It's like
it's a red flag. If you ask
she's
me.
like,
no disrespect, a little bit of a red
flag. Get ready
flag.
for me. Get ready with me while we go to a basketball game. And he's never involved in any of the stuff that she does. And it might be with him just saying, "Hey, I really don't care."
Going on a journey in pro sports like that, it kind of stinks, but it does need to be about you, and you need support. And I feel like that would be such a time drain. And, beyond that, like somebody that I'm getting involved in a relationship with, why are you doing this? You don't need the money. We're fine, honey.
Yeah.
So you're doing this for the attention.
Well, she was even talking about moving to Nashville and living in a separate accommodations than him.
Yeah, that's not going to work out.
Like he was going
that
to like
flag just gets redder by the second.
No, it's
dude.
like, well, me and my friend are going to live here. Like she's bringing a girlfriend from Kentucky to be
for the
like,
menage.
but they're not even together.
You're her vehicle for fame.
Yeah.
This isn't a great situation for a guy that's jumping into an NFL career, needs to be focused.
Yeah, certainly great for her though. So kudos, man. She made a bad night turn out to be maybe one of her best. Now I also saw the story from ESPN. This is great. This is your two guys, man. This involves Sean Payton and old John Gruden.
I talked to John the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, I talked to him after the whole thing with the Van Natter report went down. And he knows what's going on. And, I mean, he's trying to figure a lot of things out. But, man, he's sick. I mean, this is his time of year to go coach. But he knows that there were mistakes. He's just trying to see this thing through. But he's sick right now because he knows this is what coaches do. Get ready for the season. Get ready for the grind. Get ready for all this stuff. And he knows he messed up.
Yeah.
But, he's trying to figure out a lot of things going on. That whole Van Natter story, if you completely read through that, there's a lot of finger pointing going on where those emails might have got leaked from.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's not just one culprit. There's a handful of people that are going to be called out in that regard.
Yeah.
A lot of people wanted Gruden gone or whatever it is. Dan Snyder's covering his own rear end, Roger Goodell, the whole nine. But they had a part of that article where they talk about a Week 2 matchup a few years ago during the COVID times when everybody's had to wear the masks.
Oh, the masks. They couldn't wear the masks.
Yeah, it was Week 2.
Both of them were bad masks. They got fined a ton of money between them.
So that's the thing is they both got fined for the same game. They were equally having their masks like on their chin and stuff. And so the NFL slapped them both with $100,000 fines for not wearing the cloth over their faces. Then now Gruden appeals the fine. Ultimately, though, he ends up paying
it,
the $100,000 before the end of the season.
Oh, Sean was taunting him, wasn't he?
Peyton took a different approach, says the writer, in the form of not paying a penny of it and hilariously called out Gruden for paying up. Quote, "I never paid the fine. You're the only dumb bleep that paid the fine." Directed at John Gruden. I believe that's like a friendly, you're a dumb bleep, like you do to me all the time.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's right. John, the story behind it, Sean was like go get coffee guy when John was the offensive coordinator at Philadelphia. So there's a long friendship between these two guys. But, yeah, there's a lot of like, you're the only dumb F that paid the fine.
I love that, man.
I need to ask John about that. I mean, did you really pay that fine?
Yeah, you appealed it. He hated Goodell so much. I'm surprised that I thought he would be the one to not pay the fine.
Well, Mark Davis stepped up and said, "I'll pay the fine," and John's like, no, I'll take care of it.
John's like, no, I got more money than you, man. You need that $100K more than I do, man. And then how about this quote? And I forgot this, but Jim Schwartz is the new defensive coordinator in Cleveland.
Yeah.
He's dialing it up for the Browns.
He first started.
They have hated their defensive coordinator for the last couple of years. Browns fans are excited. Here's this quote. Tell me what he means by this, because I don't know. I love it. I have no idea what he means. Quote, "We're going to lead the league in badassery." End quote.
He's going Dan Campbell.
Just leaning all the way into that.
Yeah, I think that's what that is. That's just saying a bunch of words, that meatheads will be like, that's
dude,
right.
I'm not going to lie. If I'm a defensive player in that locker room, I'm feeling awesome right now.
Yeah.
We are going to lead the league in badassery.
Shoot, put that on a
right
t-shirt.
we are. Yeah.
Jimmy was one of those guys that he was another down. Jimmy was like a grounds crew guy. Like him.
You mean like early on?
Yeah, how he got his start. Like he was like, they kind of got him.
He was the original Sodfather?
Well, yeah, what they did was like Belichick had all these young guys that he just like him and Scott Pioli and all them. And, they were all like working in different departments.
Go get the lawnmower.
Yeah, they were like working in different departments. And like he had all these young guys just working 24/7. And they all ended up like, being like coaches and administrators, but they had jobs like they were grounds crew guys.
See, that's crazy. Broadus wouldn't have been able to enter the league that way. He had to do it his own way because he would have looked at the lawnmower and said, "What am I supposed to do with this?" Just because I'm 20 years old, you expect me to know how to mow some grass?
That is a really good point. My career path could have taken a violent turn if I had to mow
if you were the grounds crew.
Cleveland Municipal Stadium.
Yeah. I love these kind of stories, though, where there's somebody in an ancillary part, and it's in that TV show about the soccer team in England, right, where the Nate guy is
Wrexham.
No, not Wrexham.
Oh, Ted Lasso?
Yeah, the Ted Lasso one. Yeah, but
trainer
I mean, you're such a know-it-all. You're mowing lawns, and you're talking about football so much, and somebody overhears you, and they're like, "Wait, that's actually kind of genius. Who are you?"
Yeah,
like I'm the lawn guy,
but
I played here, and I do that, and I play. I mean, how do you even like be that football genius that Belichick's like, dude, go get the lawnmower guy?
It's the Goodwill Hunting thing, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Like you're supposed to be in here washing our floors. All of a sudden, you jump on the whiteboard, and you are freaking a Cinderella Man or something. Like this is ridiculous.
Wasn't that a boxer, Cinderella Man? Or are you talking about Rain Man?
Rain Man.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was.
Cinderella Man was a
boxer,
boxing movie, I think.
I've had so much Cinderella and princesses shoved in my face over the last couple of months with the 2-year-old turning 3-year-old. I think that's what I did there.
Yeah, your kids are great.
I think I just made it Cinderella Man. It's supposed to be Rain Man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Broadus.
Very well behaved.
Very well behaved.
I think my single 2-year-old would raise more hell than all three of yours combined.
Really? They were so calm.
Man, you guys should have seen him before. Like this, basically the entire duration of this morning. It was all hell breaking loose. Bawling and crying. And I always tell him, like, there's times where it's appropriate to cry. Like,
Yes.
I get it, you're crying in this moment. And then there's times where it's not appropriate, it doesn't make sense, and you shouldn't be crying. We had so much shouldn't be crying going on in my house today and in the car. And the car cry is one of the most miserable things because you can't get back there. You can't do any consoling. You can't get up on them at all.
Do they cry because one of the others is crying? Do they feel like they see when I'm crying and then they jump in like
it does feel like a little bit contagious. I think it probably starts from the top on down. I'm looking at you, honey. It might be that time, but I don't know. But it feels damn contagious. Yes, dude.
When you were like cheerleading about going to camp here in a week, is that what happened? Is that what made everybody cry?
That's a sore spot. We try to just dodge those Oxnard conversations. I'm just gonna wake up on that Tuesday and be like, oh yeah, by the way, that's today, hon.
I'm the same way though. I'll be like, what's going on here? Everything's going good. You got your ice cream. You got My Little Ponies on. Everything is fine. Don't get distracted by the fact I took the ball from you.
Yes,
okay?
dude.
Everything is, you don't have to go to work. There's no school. Okay? You can take a nap whenever you want. Everything is good.
I know, man. It's the constant thing where I'm like, hey, appreciate what you do have because all they care about is the toy they don't have in that moment.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, you're driving me
You're
nuts.
on the right page, Chief.
I appreciate it. Yep. One day at a time, boys.
One day at a time. One day at a time. You'll be in college before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We don't look forward to that day.
Yeah,
no, we don't count the days.
Yep.
We
come visit me at the lake
appreciate-
when that happens.
We appreciate every single second. Okay, Aaron Rodgers was talking about the Hard Knocks stuff because it's official. The Jets are doing the Hard Knocks thing, and he had some good quotes. Quote: "They forced it down our throats, and we have to deal with it."
What? He actually said that?
He came out of the gates hot with like, "Hey, Aaron, how do you feel about this Hard Knocks thing?" Well, they forced it down our throats. But we'll have to deal with it, and we will. I understand the appeal with us. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on me.
Yeah.
This is a direct quote.
Very famous.
A lot of eyes on our team.
I'll be talking about ayahuasca.
A lot of expectations for our squad. The cameras can't wait to see me barefoot on the turf just so I can do all my grounding, even if it is during practice. He did note, though, that he loves Liv Schreiber, who's the narrator for this.
Okay.
And Liv Schreiber is, I think, like Walchuk would be fanboying about Liv Schreiber a little bit.
I'm not sure I could notice the voice
in the acting
crowd,
world.
but yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty
Got
big.
one of those movie voices.
I think he was in one of the Marvels, one of the Wolverines, maybe. But he's sort of the voice of God for the Hard Knocks, and so Rogers pointed out, like, hey, I do love that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, DJ. There's the photo of him, Liv Schreiber,
Wolverine's brother.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what it is. I knew he was in one of those movies. But yeah, he's the one who narrates all those things. So Rogers does like him at least, but he's not very excited about this Hard Knocks deal.
Does grounding count if you're on artificial turf?
No, as I was saying, I was thinking,
do you got to be on dirt or grass?
I was wondering about it because I was projecting out to Oxnard. I was like, how much like barefoot thing, like how much of that like does it work on the sand at the beach?
I bet it does.
I would think, but like concrete.
Water is a conductor, especially with all that salt.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
beautiful. Well, then I'll definitely be rocking that way because I've heard so much about like what it does for like as an anti-inflammatory.
Yeah.
20 minutes barefoot on the earth.
Yeah.
is a game changer for the body.
I would give you $20 right now if you stood on that concrete outside barefooted.
Oh, you know, when I was younger,
How
I
long?
used to. I was the outdoor barefoot kid,
Yeah.
and because my parents were more upset about me being outside in just my socks. And
Okay.
so it was like, okay,
There you go.
then I'll
Checkmate.
I'll just go
I'll show
barefoot.
you.
No, it showed me though. 'cause
Third-degree burns.
I got these, like
callus feet.
I mean, on my big toe, stuff like that. Yeah, because I was out there in the driveway hooping barefoot.
Wow.
I was just a schmuck. You know,
Wow.
like there's no reason to be doing that. It's half the reason probably why my back hurts a little bit.
You are very hippie for native Texan.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, a lot of that is
You hate clothes, don't you?
This is a little bit late, for me. My wife started me on it, and now my algorithm is just feeding me. It's just feeding me. So that's why I'm like putting beef tallow on my face. And I believe, like I said a couple of weeks ago, I believe I've been washing my body with goat cheese for the last 6 weeks or so in the shower.
No, you really put beef tallow on your face?
Yeah,
you're a native hippie.
I am, dude.
You're using all of the animal.
All of it. Yes,
Like
100%. I'm
brisket
cooking with the
tallow?
tallow. I'm like putting it in my pan and on my face at the same time. Yeah, like a beef tallow. You get it in the jar. Yeah, I'm putting
Is
it
that
on.
why it looks
I'm
so
treating it
shiny all
like
the
a
time?
skin lotion. For the last probably 8 to 9 days, you might have noticed an additional shine. I actually forgot it today, so this is just pure 150-degree perspiration.
And it smells like a delicious ribeye at the same time.
Yeah, my wife
really appreciate that.
I know. I was like, dude, we're all beef over here, man. The tallow is supposed to be the best lotion.
All right. Appreciate you, buddy. There
Hey,
we go.
no, I
the
appreciate you
NFL
guys.
news of the day.
Other spots with this tallow?
Eric Chiafalo.
You know what? The 214 just confirmed it for me. I thought it was Rain Man. I said Cinderella Man. I was actually thinking A Beautiful Mind, which is also
Okay.
Russell Crowe.
I said
who
Rain
is
Man.
the boxer in Cinderella Man.
Cinderella Man's
I
the
was
boxing
going
story.
Beautiful Mind. Thank you, 214, and thank you, Broadus,
I
as
was
well.
trying.
You picked me up. No, that was a good teammate
Beautiful
moment.
Mind's the guy that pulls all of the numbers and just is doing crazy equations and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a cool movie. All righty. Thank you, Chief. It's the G-Bag Nation live here at Globe Life Field in Arlington. We're excited for Rangers baseball to be back and for them to mount a charge, build this lead. Still 2 games. A lot of good stuff going on with this baseball team over the first half, and we're ready to get the party reignited. Cowboys news, though. Best edge rushers by position. We'll review it. It's next year. G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray. Your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Holy Cow Nation, for the second time this week, we are enjoying Hurtado Barbecue in Arlington. Life is good, and the Rangers are back tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Cheers. I have some Cowboys news here for you. The NFL's best edge rushers by situation. You know, you got your third down, your fourth down, your long distance guys. We're stunting. We're doing all kinds of stuff. We're moving inside.
I love
How
it,
do the
man.
Cowboys do in this department? Sorry, I had extra brisket grease in my mouth.
Oh,
and salute to these guys from Hurtado. They just came by and met us. Some of the dudes have been around since the trailer. And now they're operating here out of the Globe in Section 101. They have their own smoker set up downstairs. So all the barbecue that you get at the ballpark is made here fresh every day. It's not frozen. It's not imported. And these guys are dominating every bit as good as the spot over there on Division or Main or whatever that is, and the spot in Fort Worth as well. And we are absolute huge fans of what they're bringing to the table. 2 beef ribs, 3 birria tacos. I think these are my favorite tacos in the world. And these nachos are outstanding. They do it right, don't they, Brian?
They absolutely do. I mean, the thing about it is it's so well constructed. I mean, even the tacos, the way they're put together, and then the beef rib. I mean, you're just like, okay, how are we going to navigate this? No, you just start stripping it off the bone. It's that tender, the ability just to, and it holds together the chew, the bite, everything about it. It's seasoned perfect too.
Yes.
And so just thank them for hanging with us, and thank them for always feeding us. They're doing a great job here.
They got that 4 Sixes Ranch. They're the only barbecue spot in the entire state that's hooked up with them.
Right.
They're getting prime beef from the best place to get prime beef, and it does make a huge
It
difference.
makes a huge difference. It really, really does.
Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I've got a little bit of digestion issue there, but I think I'm good to go now. Okay, so the big takeaway for me after reading this article from Pro Football Focus, Best Edge Rushers by Situation, is I feel stronger that Micah might be the best pure pass rusher in the NFL right now. As far as like being the full edge player, I don't know, but I think it's, playing against the run that maybe a guy like a Myles Garrett or one of the Bosa's has the edge on him. But for Cowboys in the story is the other takeaway. They're doing top 5 rankings in all these situations. And it's not just Micah. 3 other players hitting top 5 rankings for the entire league here, which I think shows the depth of this rush. Is it the best Cowboys rush ever? It's the best one I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Man, I would have to agree with that. I mean, the DeMarcus Ware days, there were some good ones. Gosh dang it, there were some good ones. But this is a pretty impressive bunch where even a guy like Dante Fowler, you know, like in the role that he's in, he's able to, for at least the first half of last year, he was really getting it done from sacks and pressures and stuff like that, Dorrance Armstrong. But Sam Williams and Micah Parsons are 2 of literally the biggest athletic freak shows on any defense in the sport right now, and that I've seen in like a while. Like, it's crazy to have these 2 type of players. And then there's just so much depth that, and so much focus has to go on Micah too.
Yeah, there's like 6 guys that could have been the Cowboys' best pass rusher when Dak came into the league,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Better
than Benson Mayowa.
Yeah, way better than Benson Mayowa. There's a blast from the past.
Mm.
Micah Parsons took over in the 4th quarter. I think that's really cool. The Cowboys' edge rusher recorded a league-high 31 pressures in 4th quarters in 2022. And he recorded only the 6th most pass rushing snaps in the 4th quarter, which is insane.
Jeez, dude.
Get the most pressures with the 6th most snaps. That is incredible, and he did lead the entire league in that. In 3rd and 4th downs, he was 3rd behind Myles Garrett and Trey Hendrickson, with the note being Micah had the 3rd most opportunities to rush the passer on 3rd and 4th, and also picked up the 3rd most pressures in those situations with 37. Myles Garrett claims 4 different categories: stunts, money downs, Garrett, and elite presence along the Browns defensive line. Is that a guy that you'd rather have than Micah Parsons? I mean, we love Micah at this point as Cowboys fans, but objectively speaking, going into a season, Myles Garrett a better bet to have the big year than Micah Parsons, or are they equals in your mind?
Man, it's pretty equal, but I can't put anybody really above Micah, and it's not to have a Cowboy bias. It's just the truth and the fact of the matter that what we're watching with Micah Parsons is one of the best front seven defenders in a very, very long time in football. So it doesn't mean one's worse than the other. But I'm comfortable having my guy Micah and sort of the Swiss Army opportunities you get with him. So I'm cool with Micah, and I think he goes. I mean, you're talking about in the last couple of seasons, small sample size, but we're witnessing absolute historic greatness.
I think what Micah does technique-wise is it doesn't have the same, ability as some of the great edge players. And I mean edge like, these guys that have played the position all their lives, where they know how to free themselves, they know how to dip it, they know how to rip things, he plays at a disadvantage. But he's so good at playing at that disadvantage. Where these other rushers, they've been trained to how to attack an edge.
Right.
Micah is as natural attacking an edge as there is in the game.
Yeah, just pure quickness and explosion.
And you wonder if he had that training of these others, the Watts, the Bosas, those guys that rush the passer, all the time and have done it all their careers. That's where I think Micah could be even better. And I think that's why, Micah is talked about. He's doing this training and stuff. You're seeing him working with his hands, the stuff that he's trying to figure out, okay, how these passers, it's not all about power and speed. It's about how can I break this guy down? How can I break this blocker down? And that's what the really, really the great ones can do.
Yeah.
And he's doing it on just ability.
And I think that's, I couldn't put it in words quite like you just did there, Brian, but I think that's what I noticed. Along with all that technique and that years of experience, there's, just a little something lacking. Micah makes up for it with his speed.
Yeah.
How much can he build that now that he's in the NFL?
Right.
I think it's got to be a race against time for him to learn all those techniques that maybe he didn't pick up in college.
These great ones know how to break a guy down.
Yeah.
Micah knows how to. I see the quarterback. I'm going to destroy that blocker, whether it's go through him.
Yeah.
But you let him have the advantages of those other great pass rushers with technique or how to use technique. You're talking about a totally different cat in a good way.
And I do say, and I get 100% what you're saying, and it makes it even more impressive what Micah has done to this point. But I do appreciate the work that Micah's put in, where we see him in the offseason. There he is with DeMarcus Ware. Okay, here he is with Whitworth, Andrew Whitworth. This offseason, where he's doing it with the offensive tackles as well. And he talked about how much he learned from even a guy like Lael Collins in the 1 year that they were together, and how much Lael was helping him. So he's picking these guys' brains, not just the edge rushers like a DeMarcus Ware, but also the tackles, and Whitworth being one of the best that we've seen as well. And he's getting insights from those guys.
Brian Baldinger, another one.
Absolutely.
Brian Baldinger's a throwbacks offensive lineman. And then with Whitworth and stuff like that, all of a sudden you figure out why a guy is putting his hands on you or kicking his foot or the punch, and you could break that down even further. He would be talked about as one of the best if he had the same advantages as the other ones.
He's already top 3 in almost every one of these categories. No blitz rushing. That's a score without any extra guys coming. Garrett's number 1. Micah Parsons number 2. On stunts, Garrett number 1. Parsons number 2. Sam Williams comes in at 4 here.
That's incredible, dude.
On ability to get the job done via stunts, Sam Williams scores an 88.4 grade, just behind Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons, who were at 91. Against play action, Chubb is number 1 at 90.8. Bose is number 2. It's Tank that comes in at number 3 here at an 86. So congrats to Tank for hitting the board there. No Micah in there, and no Garrett in the top 5 of the play action pass rushing score for whatever reason.
Okay, cool. That right there is that's awareness.
Yeah.
That is the ability to see as you're going up the field. Sometimes these rushers get tied up, Tank is really good at keeping his outside eye free and kind of be able to see what's going on. So if he knows it's a fake, he could chase and then be there, or if it's an actual handoff, he redirects and comes back down the stem to make the play behind the line of scrimmage. All with him, he's one of the best at that vision. Up the field, finish where the ball is.
Okay, and then lined up inside, the Cowboy that made the top 5. Who would you guess it is?
It's probably
one of their top 5 pass rushers.
It's an edge.
It's Tank that probably moved inside.
Who came inside?
I wonder if it's Tank.
Let's see
Not
here.
Tank.
Oh, would it be? Could it be Chauncey? There's
Chauncey.
no way it could be Chauncey.
Sam Williams?
It's not Sam Williams. It's Dorrance
Armstrong.
Coming in as the 5th highest graded pass rusher when he goes inside at 78.3. That was a stat that Charles Omenehu led league-wide. So there you have it. 4 different Cowboys pass rushers making the top 5 in these Pro Football Focus situations. Pretty neat deal there. All right, G-Bag Nation, we are live in Arlington at the ballpark. Pregame is coming up 3 hours from now. What's the largest animal you've ever encountered in the wild?
Probably coyote.
Moose.
Well, you came across a moose?
Yep, in Canada.
Was it after you?
Nope. We were on a hike, and the lady I was walking with pointed it out. Like we were in Whistler, Canada, up there north, and it was like, oh look, a moose, and that's the biggest. Unless you count like SeaWorld that's a fish, right?
Yeah, I don't think that counts.
You can't be next to orca. Yeah, you can't.
No, in the wild, bro.
Yeah. Oh, in the wild, it was a moose. Yeah.
2 Florida men have managed to out-wrestle and capture the state's largest Burmese python on record. The gentleman called himself the Glades Boys. Found the snake earlier this week while exploring Big Cypress National Preserve at about 1 a.m. They say video shows one gentleman wrestling with the invasive creature as frantically tries to bite him.
Is this the one that went across the street? Have you seen the video?
I don't know.
There's one it's like a nighttime video. I think I saw it on a TikTok kind of a thing.
It was a 19-pounder, came in at 125 pounds. They did end up killing it.
Yeah.
The Conservancy of Southwest Florida confirms that beats the previous record by 3 inches. Damn, 19-foot python. Even just being able to see a snake this large would be a dream, said the duo. They ended up taking it down and getting the kill. There in Florida, those animals have become so invasive, and they have competitions to hunt them down every year. I'm sure you've heard about that.
Yeah.
But a lot of these hunters are throwing up donuts. They can't find them. Can't find these damn pythons, even though they are all over the Everglades and they're taking over because apparently there's not enough predators for them.
Man, you got to be a different kind of breed to be willing to walk into those swamps, those environments, knowing that at any moment you could be stepping on one, they could be slithering down a tree. Like, that's the thing about the snake is it could be coming from anywhere, right?
Yeah. Great camouflage there in those Everglades, too, in the swamps.
Oh, my gosh,
they're just chilling in the water. Damn anaconda, essentially.
The animal I seem to fear is that the kimono dragon.
Me too, bro. That's the one seed
I've seen
for
that
me.
thing walk into huts,
dude,
and walk out full.
And it's ready to eat people. That's the thing about the Komodo dragon. It's a malicious beast.
Yeah, they don't care.
Any meat, whatever meat that it can get, it'll take.
And its saliva is so bad
Yeah.
that even if you survive the attack, it does not manage to
poisonous
kill
or
you.
something?
Yeah, you got a hell of an infection on your hands.
Oh, my gosh.
You do.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Biggest L, biggest dub coming up next, Chief. Is that right?
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken smells this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories live from the ballpark next year in the nation?
We do need to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because as we head into the weekend, you got to know if negligence finds you, you got to call the Frankels. You need a personal injury attorney that can take them to court in this situation. I've called them twice. They're a dream come true. And what you got to know is you're on your way home and, you're minding your own business. You're being safe, but not everybody's being safe. And as we get into the weekend, sometimes people get in a hurry.
into the second down.
Those sweet Ranger sounds of summer are right here.
Flash, open shot, out of here.
On 105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people. The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're here at the Globe and seeing a lot of people come by that we've been making friends with over the years. It is great to be back in Arlington with a winning baseball team, that is for sure. Hey, the Cowboys blew out a lot of members of their coaching staff. They were maybe tightening the belt or maybe opening up dough to buy a new analytics staff. For like the fourth time in the last 2 weeks, we have news. The Cowboys are hiring away another dude, Bryant Davis, who is with the Rays. He's coming aboard the Cowboys as a strategic football analyst, joining a growing department in Dallas, writes the Tampa Bay Times, as they got another analytical dude coming in, and it's worth tracking this story for sure, exactly what the Cowboys have in mind. We are working on those details.
Yeah, I just, the early, like I said, I'm waiting for another text message, but I got an early indication. I said, hey, interesting that this guy's a baseball guy. He goes, well, no story there, just retooling the analytics department. So we'll see if we get some other comments about him. I'd say it's cool that this is a baseball guy.
Yeah.
And so we'll see if we'll get a response from that.
I mean,
and we did. We did.
I don't think you need to be a football analytics guy to be good at it, and sometimes a different set of eyes will, outside the box thinking. I think it's what it's all about. So I love them bringing in a baseball guy, and I love them retooling and sort of trying to bring in some new blood, get some new ideas going, because this is a place where you can harvest new ideas.
Absolutely. And I just got the follow-up text on that. And my source over there says has baseball experience, but more importantly has intellect and technical skill that makes him a strong piece for how John Park, who's the new guy, the head guy there, wants to build his analytics team.
Nice.
So this is a guy that they've obviously targeted. John Park over there, who runs the analytic department, is like, hey, this guy is one of the best and the brightest. I have nothing
Sounds
wrong
like he's
with
got
that.
the computer skill that can gather all that information and organize it.
Yep.
So everybody else can digest
Great
it.
news, man. It's cool.
Here's Eric Chiafalo to get you your biggest L, biggest dub.
Well, it sounds like we're already off on a good note here. That's a big Cowboy dub right there. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken smells this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Wait till you hear this headline next.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, here it is. Florida Japanese Steakhouse shuts down after customers test positive for meth after eating at the restaurant.
Ooh, a little extra seasoning.
My dear God.
No MSG here, huh?
Yeah, no, well, the M just stands for something different than MSG.
Meth, sorry.
Yeah, they fell sick, and then they tested positive for meth, but it was at what feels to maybe be a specific hibachi table. We might have one unauthorized hibachi chef, meth chef getting it down.
So we're doing more than the shrimp in the hat or spinning egg volcano deal?
Yeah, he was doing some other things. He had a couple extra seasonings there at his table, and it made the folks sick. And then they tested positive for the meth. That would suck if you were up for any type of job or anything like that, or you're at a job that like routinely drug tests you, and you're like, I promise I haven't done meth.
Yeah,
I haven't been doing meth. But it was the Japanese Steakhouse in Florida, and it's not surprising that it was in Florida.
Well, that guy was definitely doing a good job cranking out the steak.
I like what you did there. Actually, speaking, what's not cranking? The AC in your car.
Yeah,
Giant L for you there, Dawson.
Massive L. The Scooby-Doo van motor locked up, considering a solution, but it's way more to cost it than to fix it than what it's worth. So I'm talking with my guys about D&M Leasing about getting a brand new truck. But in the meantime, I'm driving this little Ford Eco car that we've had. And at some point, the AC ran out, and I did not find out about this. So, yes, I'm cruising around without AC. which is about as big of an L as you can take. I'm feeling every degree above 90 now. I can tell you with certainty it was 93 on my drive in, and I appreciated it being under 100.
Yeah,
that was
dude.
nice.
Yeah, it was a little bit chilly.
I'm not going to lie. I had some question about your toughness. No longer.
No longer?
No longer.
Thank you.
No. Your toughness, maybe a little questionable.
Feat of strength.
Maybe a little questionable about, but not anymore. No.
Okay.
You're driving in and you're able to keep from passing out. Now, if I was in your car, I would pass out.
Well,
I'd probably be in the guardrail
it's
somewhere.
that alkaline water I told you about yesterday.
Yeah.
I do have that coursing through my veins.
You do have a hydration level of a plus a lot.
Yeah,
I'd say
going to the restroom a lot, but plus hydration.
It's worth it, man. I had a summer or two in college without the AC, and I was driving all over the place commuting, and it was a bad one. I was bringing changes of clothes with me everywhere I went. It was just miserable. So I feel your pain in a huge way. Even though this summer feels like the hottest summer, and I probably said that last year, and I'll probably say it next year, but this is the hottest one. Speaking of L's, Lincoln Riley obviously got that L this week with that tuna situation. We broke it down, and the internet shamed him, much like they did his brisket. So there's a little Lincoln L.
Presentation was poor.
It's tough for a college coach to take a July L. I mean, we're trying to just make it to September,
Got
dude.
the best quarterback in the country.
Lincoln just.
Hey, I guess if you recruit like he does, you
Yeah.
can do whatever you want. He is taking major food L's. Every time he posts, it's an L. We got a dub, of course, though. Hurtado 2 days this week.
Yeah.
And thank you, guys. And thanks to the Rangers for having us out. It's great to be back in this majestic ballpark.
Really is, man. Absolutely love it. Just like I love the 972's big victory, celebrating 30 days sober today. Nice work.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Keep it going, big boy.
I'm coming up on 8 years, September 9th.
Are you?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. We gotta have
Time flies.
We gotta have a huge blowout. We gotta have just a giant rager, man. Well, I'll get the kegs and everything.
We'll pick you up in California there at LAX, and we'll just load up.
I'll smell the beer. I'll watch you guys drink it, And if the Cowboys win a championship, I'll crack a couple coldies with you.
Yes.
That's
Yes. This is our
Did you
year,
see
man.
Dawson on the
It's
victory
great.
parade.
It ain't gonna happen,
dude. He's got his
He's up
underwear
there
on
on
his
the
head,
float,
and it's the only attire he has on.
He's catching beers from fans.
Yeah, I could see that. No question about it. 817's taking an L right now as we speak. His rental car has overheated.
Oh, no.
And apparently the customer service that he's working with is complete dog S, is the way he's describing it. Godspeed to you, 817.
I'm
Not
sorry
a great
about
way to
that.
spend your Friday afternoon. 254, I got $20 stolen out of my truck. That's my L, but I won by planting money and setting up a camera and catching the guy that did it. Wow, 254.
Oh.
Impressive. That's the
Wow.
that's the strategic way
think so.
to
Yeah.
handle that situation. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna let cooler heads prevail. You're still gonna get bleeped here, but I'm not gonna put my hands on you. I'm not gonna get myself in trouble for this. I'm gonna set you up. That takes a special dude.
Gather the evidence, turn it over to authorities.
Is this a busted window situation? I hope not. I mean,
I don't know, dude.
how
You
do
know
you-
about the
how do you-
Slim Jims, right? The
Slim Jim, yeah, absolutely.
Little Slimmy
Could
Jimmy.
do that. You're right. Slim Jim.
And the evolution of the carjacker has been,
Trust me. Yeah.
Yeah, we know better
We
than
observe
anybody.
it. We observe it where we work.
Big dub for Kansas quarterback Jalen Daniels. He is now dawning thanks to some NIL cash. He's got a chain that's iced out, and then the medallion portion of it is highlights, his
Yeah.
own personal highlights, kind of like what we were discussing with Pat Mahomes earlier this week, where you could have just like big giant flat screens in your house everywhere, and any room anybody goes in when they're at your house, they see your highlights and stuff, so the kids know how badass daddy is. But Jalen Daniels repping it's probably a 3-inch by 3-inch little screen that's hanging from his neck, and it's just running his highlights. That's one of the coolest things I've seen.
Is the screen iced out like along the edges?
It is.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
got a nice trim on it.
That finishes the look.
Really does. And then let's see here. Big L. I don't know if you guys saw from the maker of How Many Times Do You Use a Towel After a Shower Before Throwing It into the Laundry. We have a new summer question, and he's asking the people, how many days can you go with, what's the acceptable amount of days to go without showering in the summer as long as you go in the pool?
This is Dan Orlovsky, I believe.
This is Dan Orlovsky.
I believe so.
He's the guy that goes 30 showers before switching out towels. And he's now saying he goes 2 days in the summer of just pool, and that acts as his shower.
He's
He
up
went
there
on
in
and
Connecticut, right?
He deleted the tweet because I think things got so bad for him.
I think on the weekend maybe, but is he going into work without a shower? That's just weird. Now I think when you're 14 years old, if you're not going outside, right? You're just chilling, watching like night court reruns in the 80s or whatever they watch these days. I think you could go 4 or 5 days because you're just an AC. You're going outside, you're jumping in the pool, you're coming back inside.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure. But like the average adult human being who has things going on, like, I don't know, he's clearly not living in Texas where the summer is what it is here, where, I mean, even
you can't go 10 hours.
No, you can't go 10 hours. And it sucks, though, because 10 seconds after your shower, after stepping outside, you're like, the shower was almost useless. Because
I literally,
it is so disgusting out here.
I shower 30 minutes before I leave the house, and as soon as I get home when it gets this hot.
Definitely.
I'm just like,
I can't.
Cold shower, feels so good.
I have to take a shower before I go to sleep.
I'm the same way as you.
I can't get into bed knowing that
I have my days funk
smell
on me.
or I'm sweating on the pillow or I just can't.
Especially what we heard about the pillowcases and the science behind that and how much bacteria is on there.
It's worse than a toilet seat.
And how often do you change your bedclothes, Brian?
Well, every 3 days.
Dude. He's a sick human being. Dude. That's next level.
I'm
impressed.
live by myself.
I'm impressed, dude.
I live by myself. I mean, I sit there and
if
it's
I live
like,
by myself,
oh,
I'd probably
hey,
go
what do you
once a
want to
month.
do? Oh, I'll watch the Rangers. Oh, well, you know, while I'm doing this, I could do laundry.
Living by yourself is just another reason to believe you might be a serial killer, though. You know,
yeah. No, I think that's a good point by you, Dawson. I'm still amazed.
And
at the
I
way
love you.
You called it bedclothes. I like the way you did that. Bedclothes. I've never heard of the bedclothes.
I think I got that from my mom.
I do every third day. I'll change.
Well, I look forward
it's twice
to
a week.
Spend the night at
what
your
it
place.
is.
817,
We got guest
congratulations.
rooms, you want to come?
He says no losses today, all dubs. Got a 15K raise, and I'm going to Hawaii next week.
Hey, congrats on that.
You're the biggest dub of the week, 817.
Enjoy Hawaii. That'll
Congrats.
be fun for you.
You did it. Okay, thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub every Friday about 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. We're going to go around the rim. I'll get it started. Great article from Tim Cato on takeaways from Summer League, where they go from here, and how much the organization feels like they can count on the young guys. That's coming up next right here in the G-Bag Nation. You did hear, though, I took that dub with the Scooby-Doo van. I do like a retro van. My grandfather used to drive them. And, you know, that 99 Chevy Express reminded me of it. But you know what else it reminds me of is how horrible it is to have high-mileage used vehicles. I did it, for a lot of my youth and into my 20s. Once I got to the point that I could enjoy new vehicles, I love the dependability of it. But somewhere along the line, I don't know what happened. I lost the appreciation for that. The next thing you know, I had a 99 Express van, and what did it do? It gave me nothing but problems. Every 2 or 3 months, it was back in the shop. And along the line, I realized I'm a new car kind of guy, especially with the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing. They won Dealer Rater 2023 Leasing Company of the Year because they're amazing. And this Easy Lease product is outstanding. You save a ton of money compared to buying. You only pay for the part of the vehicle that you're going to use, and then you turn it back in every 2.5 or 3 years. You know, so you can say goodbye to the days of a fuel pump going out or
from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. It's time to get caught up with the latest in the association, as Chief's going to open up a sesh for us. Ain't that right?
Let's do it. For the first time in Globe Life Field history, we cut the lights out. Actually, no. Biggest L, Biggest Dub was the first time in Globe Life Field history. This is probably the 5th time in Globe Life Field history where the G-Bag Nation's hitting that rim sesh. We cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. We're going all 56 around that rim, Broadus.
Let it ride. Brain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion. Friday night at the ballpark after an all-star break. And we get word that the Mavs are still over the last week or so out there on the phones trying to make deals happen.
They are.
The deals haven't happened.
No.
But they're trying, huh?
They're working it, man. And Tim Cato in The Athletic did a great job of recapping everything in an article this morning out of The Athletic. He was in Vegas. It's a good place to watch young players, but also interact with a lot of people. He was talking to a lot of people.
It's
and
like the combine.
Kind of unloaded his notebook here for us. Yeah, they tried to trade JaVale McGee and THJ for Boban and Killian Hayes from Detroit, but it fell through. I don't know if they want Boban for his basketballing or just because he's so great and, he makes things light. Luka likes him a lot. But Hayes, 7th overall pick, shooting guard in the 2020 draft, tremendous passer, can't shoot, and might be a pretty good defender. But I think this deal is about more just the Mavs trying to get Boban and get off the contracts of JaVale McGee and THJ still. It doesn't matter what they say about those guys publicly. All the signs are pointing towards they want to move them bad.
Did I read that wrong? It's Boban or is it Bogdanovich?
Oh, Bogdanovich?
Bojan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, these pronunciations are weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Bogdanovich and Hayes, and it was going to be for Hardaway Jr. and McGee. And yes, it is 100% like getting rid of those contracts. They've already done it with Bertans. They're trying to rid themselves of these terrible contracts like a McGee or and not necessarily terrible, but just not great contracts like a Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I went and watched Detroit play, and you know what? I would approve of that trade.
Oh, that'd be a great trade.
I'd absolutely approve of that trade.
If you were Detroit?
No,
you're saying
if
for the
you're
Mavs.
Mavs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
getting rid of those contracts would be huge. And I think no matter what, JaVale McGee will not be. Like, the reporting is like JaVale McGee's not going to be on this team.
No.
One way or another. He will either be moved or they will do the stretch wave thing where they will pay him incrementally over the next couple of years. But from everything I've seen, they don't anticipate him being on the roster at all.
Yeah, he's gone one way or another. And if you could get rid of THJ and open up more opportunity for Hardy, I think Seth Curry. There's a lot of minutes for more skilled guys. I think THJ's game has been on the decline the last couple of years. At one point for the Mavs, he wasn't terrible, but now it's tough. It's really brutal how inefficient he is in a lot of areas of the game. Okay, Tim Cato on Lively, and I love this stuff because I want to know how the organization feels about him fitting in a rotation or in a scheme. And he says Lively's first season might mirror Jaden Hardy's in that he'll spend the first half of the season in the G League while the team hopes his development and performance earn him regular minutes with the Mavs in the second half. He needs to develop his screen setting and rebound positioning, but those are inherent big man skills that usually develop over time. I tell you, I'm going to be disappointed if he's got to go to the G League because I think his awareness and I think his movement is good enough that he can help this team defensively from a big man, but it might be such a challenge for him strength-wise and rebounding-wise that they'll want to take advantage of G League minutes, but I'll be disappointed because I think they can use him.
I know, man. I know. I mean, hearing McMahon say this and then hearing Cato say this, obviously these guys are about as plugged in as it gets, man. They know what's being talked about, and so if that's on the table, I certainly understand it, but I'm kind of with you where, like, does this team have the luxury to not get anything they can out of this guy with what he's got defensively? Like, there's they are depleted defensively. You're saying like this guy is more hurtful than helpful with his skill set right now. I know he's going to be a liability in a multitude of different ways, but does he not have a couple of attributes that translate right now to helping your team, which was the 25th defense in the sport last year?
We got the 12th pick. Like, we're getting a guy going to the G League?
Yeah.
We're already talking about that?
It would be disappointing, I would say.
Under what my expectations are for the Mavs, I'd keep playing him. I'd play him for the Mavs because my expectations I don't think are like your guys' expectations. I think this is a play-in team.
Oh, I'm in agreement with you on that.
Okay, I thought maybe that you guys were a little higher up the food chain than me.
Yeah.
So if you're a play-in team like we were talking about, play him.
That's developmental.
Yeah, just play him.
Yes.
I mean, let him get his nose bloodied at 19 years old. Let him. If you want to do that. But if you're a team that has these aspirations about being 4th, 5th seed or something crazy like that, then the G League is probably the place he needs to go.
They probably want to compete, though. I think to your point, Brian, maybe they look at themselves as like we're a playoff team and Lively's shortcomings will cost us games. So we need to get him somewhere where he can get experience.
Right.
And that's a second-round player or a late first-round player to me. I think they reached for need here too much, and this kind of confirms it.
Well, they're in a situation. Look at what San Antonio. Like, San Antonio's not going anywhere. We talked about it with Wemby the other day.
Yeah.
Just play him.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the first overall pick.
Oh, yeah.
But there's going to be some nights where he's going to look bad and other nights. But at the end of the day, it's like, well, here come the Spurs.
Right. You got to know what he's going to do.
Here come the Spurs.
What happens when you get comfortable, or how comfortable can you get? And that'd be a question that I'd want to know on both those players. But Cato writes, Lively has engulfed perimeter players when switched onto them. It's easier to accomplish against Summer League guards than this league's best scorers, but Lively's potential to be a jump shot blocking center, the trendiest defensive answer to the three-point revolution, is tantalizing.
Yeah, man, you can see it, that length. Like, it looks a little bit awkward out there at times, but I mean, he's got a 7'5" wingspan, and it's affecting guys. You can see it, and so I think that's something that would translate, to helping the Mavericks right now. So I don't know. Maybe they're able to make another move at the big man spot to kind of soften the blow of not using much of Lively. And I don't know if that's a full season thing or if that's just early on, and then as the season goes on, he gets stronger and more aware or whatever, and you can start working him in as the season goes.
Let me add this real quick, Brian.
You got it.
Lively's passing reads are already advanced enough, at least at Summer League level, to reliably pick out open shooters. That's a necessity for the modern big, especially non-shooting ones who need to make immediate reads in short roll situations when playing with pick-and-roll maestros like Luka Doncic. Another quality thing. Like, how bad could your shortcomings be if you can do both those things?
I know.
This team needs defense and somebody capable of passing. Other than Luka and Kyrie on the floor.
It's like Rashawn Holmes and Dwight Powell, dude. That's the answer.
Lively has only recorded 2 blocks in 3 games, but his sheer presence has scared off drivers from even challenging him. It'll take time, probably years, but he has the physical tools to be not only a very good shot blocker, but also a rim deterrent. Okay, that's Tim Cato on Lively. He's got stuff on Omax Prosper as well as Jaden Hardy, despite his poor shooting. Generating 33 free throw attempts in 101 Summer League minutes almost earns Hardy a too good for Vegas label. It's a free throw rate higher than Giannis and Joel Embiid posted last year in the regular season. So you might not have liked the efficiency, but he was way too much for these Summer League dudes to handle. That's for sure, Jaden Hardy.
Yep.
Okay, what else do you have for us as we take a look at this rim here, Chief?
Yes, sir. So I don't know. Did you guys see the new Luka workout video dropped?
Yeah, he's sprinting.
Running up the hill.
We're 3 for 3 now. We're 3 for 3 on Luka workout.
Could use a little bit of work with his form. I feel like his elbows are too wide.
Yeah, he's not fully like opening up and trying to win any races here.
Did you see Kyrie hitting him on the run there? Maybe
pushing him to close out,
they get the ball and
full court.
Luka takes off on a dead sprint. Do you think Kyrie can?
I think Luka prefers to be the guy with the ball in that scenario and let Kyrie do the running. He'll just throw it down the court to you.
It's the weirdest trio of 3 days in a row of workout videos being posted, though. It's a full-on unsolved mystery for me.
Well, to me, this is exactly what happens when the first one comes out, and now you're trying to make up for that first one. Now it's like, damn it, I actually got to get out here and look like I'm trying to do something here to make up for the initial video that Luke, I imagine, probably had no idea was being posted as he was half-assing his way through a conditioning drill.
I want the one video where Luke is stopped, is having a smoke. He's run up the hill, and then like you see his assistant hand him a cigarette, and he lights it.
Yeah,
and then,
like
and then he maybe has a beer. That's the video I want to see.
I love the sprinting up the hill, though. That's what I want to see.
That's a testosterone booster.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, you think he can run more flat-footed?
I don't know.
It looks like it's a pretty cool hill too. That's like it's.
I know,
I'm
but
guessing it's built out right next to his house,
right?
I just want to see. I want to see a reason to believe that this is going to pay off in a big way. And so far, I haven't seen anything. I see the possibility that this guy got together with like his uncle. And they're playing a prank on us, posting these silly workout videos. Yeah. He probably recorded them all in like a 2.5 hour period, just changed his wardrobe, and he's going to roll them out while he's smoking cigarettes on the beach in Spain. That's what's going down here.
Well, would you rather it be what?
Put up the next video, bro.
Yeah.
Pass me a cold beer.
Cold beer and a heater will get the job done. Zion Williamson, though, was being asked by Gilbert Arenas about, how tough it is to diet and stuff like that. His quote was, "It's hard, man. I'm 20, 22, got all the money in the world." Well, at least it feels like it's all the money in the world.
It ain't.
It's not when you're spending hundreds of $1,000s a week on the Mariah Millses of the world.
Yeah,
that money can
here's $100,000 to be my girlfriend. It's coming every month.
I appreciated him being vulnerable, though. Like, hey, man, it's hard. I'm young and I got a bunch of money and I like to grow up.
I live in New Orleans.
Like, he's being pretty
That's
open
honest.
about that.
Yeah, I can appreciate some about that.
He even said it. He told Gilbert, he's like, you know what? Because it's you, Gilbert, I'm going to be honest with you. This whole dieting thing is hard as hell.
You know what I'm saying, Gilbert.
Yeah, Gilbert, you get it, bro. You get it. Now we also, I believe we have some sound here of the Pelicans general manager David Griffin, who is a guy who's pulled off a superstar trade before when he got backed into a corner, and he sent Anthony Davis from New Orleans to Los Angeles. Play with the Lakers, and we all remember that, where it was pretty heavy, like Anthony Davis just saying, me and my management, who have the same representation as LeBron, we want to go play with LeBron in Los Angeles. It's similar to what Lillard is doing right now with the Blazers. He only is wanting to go to one team. So here's a perspective of the Pelicans general manager, David Griffin, who's been in this scenario before, the same one that the Blazers general manager is in right now.
The best thing that can happen to you when you're in Joe Cronin's situation, and I know because I lived this, is for the noise to be as loud and just the cacophony of voices that are involved to be as loud as possible. For people to make up as many things as possible. I want people to invent as many different scenarios as they can and put them out into the universe because it gives you leverage. If there's actually a chance that you would trade him somewhere other than Miami, you get a much better deal. And we were blessed that the deal we made with LA in large part was fueled by all of the noise around other teams. Boston is one of them that was out there as a potential landing spot, and it gave us leverage that we probably didn't deserve. And I think in this situation, they're going to need to create a landing spot that's not just Miami because it could be difficult to make that.
Okay, so he's like, you got to conjure up some way, somehow. You got to make it seem like there's more suitors, and we are willing to deal him to more than just the one place to conjure up some level of leverage. And fortunately, it happened for him with the Pelicans. I don't know that happens here with the Blazers and Lillard, but the reports continue to come out that they're dragging their feet on it. They're not going to get swindled in a trade, and they're willing to wait till training camp. Woj, I just saw another video of him in the last 30 minutes talking about this thing's going to drag out. Same thing with James Harden. Daryl Morey in Philadelphia wants everything in the way of assets in return for James Harden. James Harden still wants to go to the Clippers, but Morey is playing hardball. So it's going to be interesting to see how these trades unfold. But David Griffin spells it out pretty clear. Like, it's tough when you're in the Blazers' position right now. You're more than likely going to get bleeped unless you get lucky, like he sort of did.
Yeah, the only thing you got is he's under contract for 4 years, so you could just not deal him. But that seems like a bluff because it's just way too much of a distraction to try to go through a season like that. I do think they're in a better spot than the 76ers, though, with a diminishing asset like James Harden's game is, and they only have him under contract for 1 more year. But it's a really, really difficult time to be trading for a superstar right now. or trading away a superstar is what I meant to say.
Yes.
We are live at the Globe where they have superstars after Superstar, and they're taking batting practice right now, getting set to host Cleveland tonight. We're back to go with Wooly Bully's Top 10. Where are we going today, Chief?
We have the top 10 worst quarterbacks since 2012. Who's the worst quarterback you've ever seen? 877-881-1053. That's next right here in the nation.
Always a welcome sign.
Welcome back, Nation. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Rangers and Guardians tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7:05 first pitch. Sands and Matt Hicks right here on your home of the Rangers. It's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10. It's brought to you by the Olmsted Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Eric.
All right, so in front of me, I have actually the bottom 25 quarterback seasons in terms of passing success rate dating back to 2012. So basically, the last decade worth of quarterbacks, as long as they threw a minimum of 300 passing attempts, they qualify for this. So like the Nooch or something, unfortunately, doesn't qualify. He didn't throw it that many times. Okay, so minimum of 300 attempts, and I got the bottom 10 quarterbacks, and I got 25 of them, so we'll get some OLIs here. But we do have the top 10 worst quarterbacks based on passing success rate dating back to 2012. I look forward to providing that to you guys, and obviously would love to get the text going on who they think is the worst quarterback they've ever seen. And Carter Freeman, our guy, Carter running the fan cam, has already texted me personally. He's bypassed the truckwreck.com fan text. He's gone VIP style, and he went right to the source. He says he started with Kendall Hinton, who, of course, was the wide receiver for the Broncos that had to play quarterback for him during the COVID times because they weren't playing by the rules or whatever.
And did he have enough attempts?
He ended up no. This is just Carter giving the worst quarterbacks he's ever seen. But that guy doesn't actually qualify for the list that we have here. But Carter has texted me Hinton, Nathan Peterman, Taysom Hill, of course, Jake Luton, I don't even know who that is, Curtis Painter, who's patently terrible,
brutal,
backed up Manning for a few years.
Yeah,
and
Purdue.
then Zach Mettenberger. That's the Carter Freeman. Yeah, that's the Carter Freeman worst professional quarterbacks he's ever seen list. But what say you? 877-811-1053.
Can I do something for Carter? Yeah, Baker Mayfield. That's the worst quarterback.
Oh, there you go. We'll probably get a Cleveland Brown quarterback in here on the official list. I would think maybe two. Yeah.
Okay. Can I throw out Brandon Whedon just to get a jump started here?
Okay, you are on the board.
Nice.
The General Gavin Dawson with let's see here, the fourth worst passing success rate in the last 10 years in the NFL, 2013's version of Cleveland Browns quarterback Brandon Whedon.
Yeah, this is tough because certainly we've seen worse quarterbacks than Brandon Whedon, but who can be actually good enough to stick in there for like 6 to 10 starts or however many it's going to take for you to get your 30 attempts?
Exactly.
Can I throw a name in there?
Or 300, yeah.
This is a guy that always, every time he shows up, I feel like if my team's playing him, there's a win. Mike Glennon with the Giants.
He is outside looking in. Mike Glennon doesn't quite crack the top 10, but he is sitting at 12th.
Okay.
He is 12th for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mike Glennon and his neck in 2013.
I kind of felt like,
think about that. Yeah. Two of the top 12 worst quarterbacks we've seen in the last decade both happened in 2013. It was Brandon Whedon and then Mike Glennon in 2013 with the Bucs.
I've always felt like that. Like I say, when Mike Glennon is like all of a sudden he's in the game and you're competing against him,
feel like guaranteed dub.
You're getting a win. Like Mike Glennon he's a turnover machine when it comes to this football stuff.
Okay, that's a good pull right there. I want to throw out another guy who I always feel like spells Cowboys victory. That's Blaine Gabbert.
Blaine Gabbert. That's a good one. I like that. I wonder, let's see, is Blaine Gabbert on here somewhere? I'm not seeing Blaine. Oh, actually, I am seeing Blaine Gabbert. He is somewhere in the midst of the 17th or 18th best or worst quarterback. It was a Jacksonville year, 2012. 2012, Blaine Gabbert. It's one of the worst quarterbacks of the decade.
How about this is a new kid, Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson.
Ooh, brutal.
You know what's fun about Zach Wilson? He appears twice on the list.
Wow.
For having
he's only been in the league 2 years?
He's only in the league for 2 years.
Good God.
The 2022 version of Zach Wilson comes in at number 9 on this list, and the 2021 version of Zach Wilson comes in at number 8 on this list.
He's getting worse.
So he got he's getting slightly worse. It's pretty hilarious that you see his name on here actually twice, and he's not the only Jet to make an appearance.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Did Geno Smith put up a stinker of a season before they shipped him out of there?
No. It's actually he had some high highs and some low lows.
The Sanchez.
The Sanchez.
2012's version of Mark Sanchez is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the sixth worst quarterback in terms of passing success rate over the last decade in the NFL. Congratulations, Mark.
Can we go down to Houston for anybody? Maybe a Tom Savage or
There
a
you
Matt
go.
Schaub during
I like
his Pick
that.
Six campaign?
Okay, we got you a Davis Mills.
Okay.
I can get you a Davis Mills going
okay.
here. 2022's version.
I'll take it.
Just last season, Davis Mills made history by being one of the worst quarterbacks the sport's ever seen in terms of passing success rate over the last decade. Salute to you, Davis Mills. They were trying to sell for about 5 seconds that he was going to start over C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
We all know that's not happening.
Did things get so bad for Byron Leftwich or Carson Wentz there at the end that they qualify in either the Colts or Washington or something?
Man, that is a really good pull right there. It's a really good pull. Neither one of them make an appearance here, but
Okay.
dear God, I would think they're cutting that pretty close. Got to be cutting that pretty close.
Are we talking more Cleveland Brown guys, maybe?
We got one more Brown. We
Was
got
he-
one more Jet. We got 3 Rams. So we're still working
is there an
here.
O'Connell involved somewhere in the
There-
Rams?
There's not an O'Connell. Unfortunately, there's not an O'Connell. But looking at the text here, we got Malik Willis from last year, Paxton Lynch, Wentz, Zach
Paxton
Wilson
Lynch.
is the worst football player that I've seen, says the 360. Brian Hoyer, Johnny Football, Blake Bortles.
Ooh, that was brutal. Let me throw out a Mitch Trubisky.
There you go. There you go. You're going to get on the board with that. Not in the top 10, but outside looking in. Mitch Trubisky, 2017's version. He was with the Bears, and he was patently terrible. Top 20 worst quarterback season.
Is there
last
a
decade.
Matt Barkley or a Jimmy Clausen to be heard from?
Ooh, okay. So Clausen, I don't know if he is Clausen in the last decade. He might have just missed the cut from that standpoint because I believe he's got 300 attempts, and he should be on this list. But he might have just missed the cut of the last decade. Blake Bortles, for the texters that have texted him in, he is an honorable mention here. Doesn't crack the top 10, but he had one of the worst passing success rate seasons. It was in 2014 for the Jags, old Bortles.
Any Jason Campbell, Josh Johnson, or McCown's
Yeah,
to be heard
Ooh,
from?
Jason
brothers.
Campbell, Cleveland Browns, 2013.
There he is.
Now, he is not in the top 10, but he's just outside looking in. He had one of the worst seasons for sure. How about Russell Wilson last year?
No way.
Being outside looking in, number 11. He's number 11. He just missed the top 10 for worst quarterback seasons in terms of passing success rate over the last decade.
Do you think he bounces back, or is he Dunsky?
I think he bounces back. I mean, I guess the easy thing to say is he's not going to be as bad as he was last year.
think
With Sean
Sean
Payton,
helps him.
he's at least got an adult in the room.
Yeah, I think Sean helps him.
On the offensive side of things. Just how bad was Hackett? I think their offensive line sucked. A lot of things about their team sucked last year. I would say, if I had to put a number on it, I would say we get a 25% better Russell Wilson this year.
It was very important for him to have a head coach that kind of held him to, we are going to run the ball.
Yes.
And we're going to do it this way.
Yeah.
And then you can have success.
Yeah.
And letting Russ cook was perhaps the worst idea in his career.
Things got bad on him, man. Things
Yep.
got bad. Tim Couch, Tim Tebow, Jacoby Brissett, Ryan Leaf, Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy's a starting quarterback in the NFL right now. Dan Orlovsky, Drew Henson making an appearance. Matt Castle, E.J. Manuel, Jamarcus Russell, Chad Hinton. I believe he meant Chad Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Jim Sorgi. Oh, my gosh. We had two of the worst quarterbacks ever, Curtis Painter and Jim Sorgi,
yeah.
acting as the backup for Peyton Manning. Yeah. And if you remember, one of their offensive coaches at the time was like, yeah, we don't care about backup quarterback. Tom Moore.
Yeah.
He said something
We're
to
F.
the effect of, yeah,
if
18 gets hurt, like we're bleeped anyway.
yeah.
So it
And
doesn't
we don't
matter.
practice bleep.
Yeah, that's what the line was. We don't practice bleeps because they're like, why is Sorgi and Curtis Painter and the backups not getting any reps in practice? It's like if they're playing in the game, we're bleeped anyways. We don't practice bleep. That's a great line.
How about Joey Harrington, Brian? Does he rank worst quarterbacks
He
you've
was
ever
bad.
seen?
God, he was
I don't think
bad.
he's in the last decade either, but dear
No.
God, he was absolutely
bad.
god awful.
That's 2 decades,
He was
maybe.
really, really bad. Also, outside looking in, we got Nick Foles, 2012 with the Eagles. We got Brian Hoyer, 2017 with the Patriots. Sam Darnold, 2020 with the Jets. Robert Griffin in 2014 was terrible. Chad Henne with the Jags in 2012. Drew Stanton. Justin Fields, last year's version of Justin Fields, is the 24th worst quarterback in terms of passing success rate the sport's seen in the last decade.
But the official top 10, we have Russell Wilson, outside looking in, last year's number 11. Deshaun Kaiser was the other Cleveland Browns quarterback.
See, that's what I was going to. I was
he
thinking.
was so bad.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
I
remember.
I was going to say him. I swear I was going to say him. I'm thinking, because you start naming Couch and all those other guys.
Yeah.
And
Deshaun Kaiser. He was, a bit of a flash
he
in
had
the pan.
300 passes.
Yeah, I know. He probably barely made the cut with a 300 pass minimum. But who's Brian Kelly's your coach? He coached Deshaun Kaiser at Notre Dame, and even in lead up to it during the draft process, he was like, "Yeah, that's not a quarterback I'd be drafting."
He did.
He put his name on that, which is pretty dang amazing.
Worst pick Cleveland ever made.
Then you get the back-to-back Zach Wilson 2022-2021 seasons as 8 and 9 for the worst passing success rates. Then you get to last year's version of Baker Mayfield with the Rams.
Oh my goodness!
With the Rams, Baker Mayfield.
He had one good game and then was horrible.
Yeah, he had that moment, that 2-minute warning or that 2-minute drill, come back.
That's right. It was just one good drive.
Yeah,
the whole game was crap too.
It was.
Yeah,
it was. You have Mark Sanchez coming in at number 6 with the Jets in 2012. Terrible. How about Josh Rosen, boys?
Oh yeah, UCLA
for the Cardinals, one and done as a top 10 pick with the Cardinals. They're like, yeah, we're good here. We've seen enough. We'll go get Kyler Murray. 2018. Josh Rosen was really bad. Then Brandon Weeden coming in at number 4, worst over the last decade at the quarterback position. Nick Foles with the Rams in 2015. And think about that. Then he ends up winning a Super Bowl a few years later.
Yeah.
Like, that's why so much of this, like your surroundings, the players, the coaches, so much of that matters because you could look terrible, or then a few years later you can go beat Bill and Tom in a Super Bowl. It's ridiculous.
The whole time through that, I was saying, guys, this is why Carson Wentz isn't actually that good. He's been playing in the perfect environment.
Yeah.
And Carson Wentz truthers were killing me, dude. Philly hated me in those years. I was like, that's fine.
Good.
And turns out he was trash.
Yeah.
Even Nick Foles could win the Super Bowl with that team, and you're trying to tell me Carson Wentz is better than Dak. Get out of here.
Crazy. How about this, man? So Nick Foles was with the Rams in 2015. He's the 3rd worst quarterback of the decade. Then the following year is Jared Goff, his first year, when he still had Jeff Fisher. And that is the 2nd worst quarterback season of the decade.
Got to have the right coach and a good offensive line can make all the difference in the world.
All the difference, man. And then the number 1, the single worst quarterback in the sport, dating back to 2012 in terms of passing success rate, is the Arizona Cardinals' own
John Skelton.
Nice. 2012, baby. You nailed it. Congrats, John.
That was brutal watching that guy play. I was doing Baby Dolls appearances watching Monday Night Football, and freaking Skelton's out there, and it was like, good Lord, this is horrible television.
Oh, my gosh. How do you expect to get turned on when you got John Skelton? They should have turned that TV off.
Those days.
We're losing hard-ons by the second in here, boys.
Ain't gonna happen. G-Bag Nation here live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Come on by. We've already seen a couple of dozen Tolos here. The staff members at the Globe are outstanding, and if you're coming to enjoy this baseball game tonight or over the weekend, please do come say hi. Now we're back with more sports, and I want to give you a little 411 as you try to stay hydrated. How much water is actually too much water? It's next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat with you though about
The Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Nation. We're live at Globe Life Field. More of a non-traditional sport, running of the bulls. One day this week, you know what's going on this week in Pamplona, Spain? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
On just one day this week, 11 people were seriously injured. 7 of them were hospitalized. There's these TikTok videos. Brian just sent me one. Guys just getting dumped on an asphalt road and like sliding on their faces for 15, 20 feet because of the sheer power of the speed.
I sent it to your phone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
You would have to be super hammered to do that, right? Like, let's go for it.
The idea, I don't think you should be hammered.
I think you should, because it's kind of like being in a wreck. You're kind of relaxed and just getting tossed.
But I just kind of feel like that, the thing that you need to worry about, I think of the other people running around you.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you're sober, but like, say dude is drunk in front of you.
Yeah.
An old guy falls in front of you, and now you trip, and now the bulls are behind you, and
well, if you are sober, yes, you should be sober, because when you're sober, you'll realize this is a very dangerous situation. I need to get on the wall.
Yeah.
But if you want the great highlight, you're going to have to be hammered. If you're going to be the guy out running in front of the bulls while chaos is happening behind you and dudes are getting tossed and somehow you still have the bravery to keep running, you got to be at least 0.12.
Yeah, you're going to need some PEDs, and that PED is just some good old-fashioned coldies. I'm with you 100%. This is insane to me. Do we have any understanding of why this happens?
Well, they run them to it's for their it's for the start of the season for the bullfights and stuff like
really
that.
Close quarters. Like once these things start gaining on you, there's really nowhere to go. You're just, you're locked
narrow
in there.
alleys.
Yeah, narrow alleys, man.
Your only hope is changing direction and them sliding on the cobble, right?
That's what I'm saying. The cobblestones make it really difficult because here the bulls are running and now they're sliding.
Kind of on ice skates.
Was there a historical tradition, like at the start of the season, they had to get all the bulls to the arena to start the season, and that's kind of where it started?
This thing is, it is like they showed clips a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago, of it when it opens up. They make this big speech, and everybody's in the square just. Everybody's just ready for it, and every day they run these bulls to the stadium, and chaos happens.
I feel like I'm watching 5 or 6 dudes that have there's no way they're still alive after what I just saw a bull do to them.
How about the guy that gets flipped upside down?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in midair, just
then they create a full-on bull human being pile up, and then the bulls are having to barrel through the pile up to break it up.
Yeah.
And then continue. This is one of the most insane things. There's no question if I had to either do this or the cheese run in Scotland or whatever, I'm doing the cheese run.
Oh, the down the hill cheese wheel?
Yes, the cheese wheel. And even that is pretty dangerous. Those people are getting messed up left and right. The girl who won, I think, blacked out at the end because she won by falling so far and hard. She crossed the finish line first, but she smashed her head on the ground.
Dear God.
So that was pretty lethal. But this bull run is, that shouldn't be legal anywhere in the world.
No, that's a good question. How is this still
they've
legal?
been doing it forever.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I know, but there's a lot of things we did for a long time, and then we realized probably shouldn't do this anymore.
Let's go ahead and shut that down.
There have to be legit deaths on this every year that they're just saying, be it in the name of tradition.
You can catch a horn through the torso.
Yeah.
You can have something go spinal, massive head trauma, a lot of different ways you can have your life finished right there on the streets of Pamplona after about 12 pints of beer. We are live at the Globe where the doors have opened, and it's Red Trucker Hat night, and everybody coming in now sporting a beautiful red trucker hat with the state of Texas and a Rangers logo on it. So congratulations if you're on your way in.
Numbers. I think it's in the
Good
middle of
hat,
the
sir.
state.
Is that what it is?
Numbers, yeah.
All the retired numbers inside the state?
All the retired numbers.
Oh, that's a
is
great
what we
hat.
got.
I wonder if I can buy one of those somewhere in here before I get out of here. They always have the best giveaways here as we broadcast live from the Globe. It is the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers. We're about 100 minutes now from the pregame. And you'll be inside the building that's going to host All-Star Game 2024. Evan Grant with a story today, and the headline: in 1 year, Arlington will try to put on the greatest All-Star celebration in MLB history. And his story is about how baseball has pivoted this year in Seattle. Did you notice a lot more local flavorings and stylings, not only in the telecast, but in the background, and everything is supposed to be like that market-centric.
Yeah.
So it was super Seattle, and this one's going to be a super North Texas All-Star game. And he says, make no mistake, MLB has turned this from a game into a celebration. How do you celebrate North Texas right here on these grounds in less than 1 year now? If you're tasked with that, you're on the party committee, Chief.
Wow, that's a dang good question, man. We got to get some event planners up in here that really know what they're doing. I think it's probably going to be, you got to have some luminaries, right? You got to have some local luminaries that come back the same way like Ken Griffey just did in Seattle. Like, we got to have a couple of those guys.
Michael Young's got to be here.
Yeah, I think Michael Young needs to be leading that forefront. Maybe some Juan Gonzalez action.
Yes, Pudge for sure. Adrian Beltre, hopefully, if he's not too busy.
Yeah, so I think it starts with the luminaries, and then, I mean, my gosh,
do we get some kind of a rodeo going? Do we cattle it up and horse it up, or is that tacky? Is that corny? What do you say, Brian?
I think Lucius had the plan yesterday. Remember during LA Live, he asked us about the celebrity softball game.
Okay,
get the people of Texas.
Yeah, that's huge.
Involved. I think his,
I like that.
I think his plan of the softball game looked like a blast.
Well,
it looked like everybody was having a great time.
Yeah, it was better TV, I think, than the All-Star game at times, although that was a great All-Star game. He says, the spokesman for MLB, we want to do something that is quintessential to the local market. We want fans to feel like they really thought about us when putting together the experience, and this is a once-in-30-year type of deal. I tell you what, I was sort of lukewarm on the All-Star game. I'm like, okay, cool, it's going to be here. That's nice. But now that I hear that, I'm like, we got to get out here and do some shows and see what this is all about. How they're going to throw down.
Yeah, we'll be doing some shows. That'll be a blast. I wonder, because a lot of the stuff they do when they do the, the big college football stuff here, they end up taking the party to Sundance Square.
Oh, yeah.
And the stockyards and stuff. So I wonder how
much.
Because
it looks more southwestern.
It's got that. Got that aesthetic.
Yeah, it does.
So I wonder how much will be Arlington proper compared to the stockyards and stuff in Fort Worth. Broadus is kind of, was that an eye roll?
Man, it just kind of thinking like, what was the temperature 5 days ago when they were doing all this?
Just blistering, I think. That's what the meters.
You might want to have everything inside here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how many outdoor activities do you really want to have in Arlington for All-Star Weekend?
Maybe we need the world's largest swimming pool to celebrate the world's largest pool party. That is very North Texan. You fly in here, every other house got a pool. If you're looking down from the plane,
well, I mean, hell, we're a highway away from Hurricane Harbor.
I think
we could dial it up on the water slides.
I love that idea.
I think what you do is you create what we're known for, and that's like food.
Yeah, the barbecue.
I think you kind of have a flavor. We talk about Hurtada barbecue already here in the stadium and stuff, and maybe they have the rights to it, but you need to kind of set up like something with all the things that whether it's the Tex-Mex barbecue, just kind of give people who come from out of state or out of the country and want it. Wow, this is what Texas is all about.
Hurtada's going to take that thing national.
That's right.
By the end of the All-Star week next year.
They will be a national chain, and they'll dominate every state they go to. Okay, speaking of dominating, we've been having a lot of fun dominating the heats with proper hydration, alkaline water. We've talked about it. But did you know overhydration can occur?
No such thing.
15 years ago, somebody died from overhydration, actually, at a radio contest. Yeah, no pee for a wee, I believe it was called. Very tragic, unfortunate. But that was an extreme example, right? You had to drink so much water as you're sitting there,
or something like that.
Yeah, you're trying to win a Nintendo Wii,
Wii.
right?
Oh,
okay.
So no Wii for a Wii.
That's a worth it prize.
So it can actually be lethal.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put that out there. I've been talking a lot about the water, but before it gets lethal, how do you recognize some of these signs?
Do you drown yourself at this point?
Essentially,
or you don't. At some point, your body doesn't just
your blood thins out too much.
Jeez.
Yeah, and with record-breaking temps, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the agency advising people drink no more than 48 ounces or 6 cups per hour. Okay? No more than – that's a lot of water per hour. Boy, I think it'd be really, really tough. Consuming more than that will lower the concentration of salt. That's where it is. You get low on the salts and all the minerals in there. Yeah. Which can trigger a dangerous chain of events, says Dr. Mahesh something, the medical director of New York's Presbyterian Westchester. If you have too much water, it's going to basically push that water into cells to kind of balance out that sodium and other electrolytes. So as that happens, your brain cells and other cells in your body start to swell. Damn. You overhydrate yourself. What's more is detecting overhydration can be tricky because many of its symptoms like nausea, cramps, fatigue mimic those associated with dehydration. Says Jason Ewald to the Mayo Clinic. Being aware of thirst and urine color is the easiest way to limit the possibility of both over and dehydration, noting that clear urine could be a sign that a person's drink too much water.
Too much.
I bring myself to clear water every afternoon, and then I sort of scale back from there, right? But I want to get to that point a couple of hours before I know I'm going to exercise or get out in this heat.
Yes.
And then I can be on more of just like a sipping mode.
Yeah.
Right? But I know I've hit that point of just past overhydration a couple of hours before I get out there in the heat. And I would say I'm doing a good 120 ounces per day. Would you say that's about
120 ounces a day?
120. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's
pretty dang
probably
good.
Probably 5
absolutely.
or 6 of these Stanleys.
That's why you're able to drive around in a car with no air conditioning.
So I think it's don't they want it to be like half your body weight in ounces? So if you're a 200-pounder, you're
Really?
supposed to be drinking like 100 ounces of water per day.
Okay.
I think. I mean, I might be wrong about that. Exactly.
The thing I've noticed, though, is if you do get out for a couple of hours, it's going to take everything out of you. It's going to take everything out of you. So then you got to go get back after it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, I mean, my coach used to tell us in high school, like, you start for a Friday night game, you start hydrating for that thing like Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
It's not like you can do the last ditch effort. Oh, we're 5 hours to kickoff. Let me just hammer home some water. I don't know that it really works that way.
I think that's a lot of people's problem. They try too little, too late. This is around the clock operation once we get to this part of the summer.
That's right.
Unless you're just one of these guys who's freaking built for it. Like my buddy Art, he's like, whatever, I barely drink any water and I'm just out here, it's fine.
See, I just,
I'll
pass out.
Some people are immune to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Serious.
So, okay, that's a feat of strength unlike any other. Speaking of feats of strength, Mike Bassick is in the house, former Rangers pitcher, a television analyst, and a member of your KMC Masterpiece, which is 10 to 2 every weekday right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Mikey B's going to sit down with us for a baseball conversation. Then we'll hit the expressway. What you drinking and what you thinking is just 25 minutes away right here on 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Meeting a lot of Tolos, seeing a lot of great Rangers fans here as we broadcast live at the Globe. And Mike Bassick is about to join us here, in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. We're about 20 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking, Brian.
Looks like Pat Doney has got his journalism class next door to us.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
That's what that is,
look at
man.
Pat giving these kids pointers on how to be a pro.
Is Pat gone professor as well? Is that Professor Pat?
That's Professor Pat Doney right there.
That is cool.
See, Pat is the master. Pat is so used to working by himself. He sets up the camera and all this stuff. I mean, he's a hands-on guy for sure.
No, he is. Positive Pat's the man, and he's just got that innate coaching being within him. Because years ago, whenever I was interning for Channel 11, and he's obviously with Channel 5, he saw me out at the Cowboys deal struggling in a huge way, and he came and gave me some nice little tips.
Okay, cool.
Out of nowhere, he just said, hey, man, here's what I would think about in a moment like this when I'm talking into the camera. I'm like, thank you, Pat. You're
What
the
are you
man.
struggling with, you think?
I was struggling with just my overall presence, and then having to, because see, now is a lot of times you'll see these guys, they're setting up their own camera while also, and they're the one in front of it. So you gotta know all the tricks of the trade.
Budget problems.
Budget cuts,
They can't send extra guys to film for you.
He's a pro's pro.
He does. He gets it done no matter how many people he's got on his team. 1, 2, 3, doesn't matter. Pat Doney's the man. I look forward to seeing him out there in Oxnard. Okay, where would you put your money for next championship here coming out of Dallas? Tim Cowlishaw, Morning News, he wrote about that today. Says, don't bet on the Mavs ending their title drought soon. Points out it's been 12 years. And then kind of looks at the different DFW sports teams and talks about which team is the most likely to get this thing done. I think it probably comes down to, Rangers or Stars, in my mind. I don't think the Cowboys are going to get this thing done. They would have, they seem so, they've been so close so many times.
I'll go there.
You think it's Cowboys?
I'll go
Why?
Cowboys. I feel like that, to me, they're going to determine this year about Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy hasn't got a contract extension. Dan Quinn waiting in the wings. Mike feels a little bit of sense of urgency. Got to take over the play calling.
Are we in lame duck season right now? Is this final year of the contract for old Coach Mack?
I don't feel like. I think he's got one more.
So he's got two,
I think
but
he's got
I hear
this
what you're
season
saying.
one more. But it's getting to the point where if they don't have success with him as a primary play caller, but I feel like though that the way that the NFC conference is going, you better find a way to get this thing done in the next couple of years.
I know, man. I'm the same way.
Before Fields figures it out in Chicago or somebody else, young quarterback.
Your guy Bryce Young?
Yeah. All of a sudden, there you go. I think that if you're the Dallas Cowboys, it's got to come within the next 3 years.
Yeah, I know.
It really does.
It's really there for the taking when you look at the landscape of the conference, and maybe there's a team or two that really surprises you, and you're like, holy crap, these guys are actually contender-worthy this year. But it feels like there's two teams better than you in your conference. That should give you all the confidence in the world that you have the ability to show up and get to the big dance.
As Mike Bassick joins us now here at the broadcast position, this is a good conversation for him to jump in on there in his Red Rangers polo, getting ready to do some television over there on Bally's. How you doing, buddy? Oh, we got a hot mic situation. Got to get him up here. No, we still can't hear you.
It's all right. We'll get this thing squared away.
We good to go?
We are good to go, Mike.
I ran up here. I was going to grab 4 hats. They're giving away a cool Rangers hat.
They are. We were just talking
over
about
there.
them.
Yeah, it's all red. Little trucker cap with the state of Texas there with the retired numbers inside of it. Pretty cool hat tonight.
Yeah, that's a very good-looking hat. Very popular here with the people jumping in. How are you looking at this baseball team as the second half gets underway?
Well, I said this, Gavin. We've had to do this for about 10 years together, and now I'm on with KNC. Around this time, starting in 2017, we had to start having real conversations about how much Cowboys do we talk and how much Rangers do we kill, right?
Yeah.
We're 10 days away from going to Oxnard. Mm-hmm. And for the last 5 years, This is about the real conversations we have to start having at our station. Hey, let's start pushing more Cowboys and going away from this team that's 10 games under 500, 15 games out of first place. So this is really fun. For the first time in 6 years, we're on July 14th, and we're like, you know what? For the next 3 weeks, we can be pretty heavy Rangers. Obviously, we're going to be pretty heavy Cowboys, too, as we head to Oxnard, and we're out there interviewing players and everything. But this is fun that, yes, this team is struggling coming out of the All-Star break. But this is fun that we're talking about a team that's competing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, it is definitely fun. Again, do you think they can get back to the highs that they had the first half without trades?
No. Without trades, no. I don't expect, let's say, a 30-game period.
What was that we saw then? Just a team on fire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just they couldn't get every clutch situation. A hitter was coming through big in a situation. And that settled down. And then the other thing, too, is they would add on, right? So, hey, we're up 4-2 in the fifth inning. Well, before you know it would be 7-2. And then it would be 9-3. Well, sometimes this team, and you don't want to put it all on the offense, but if you're up 4-2 after 5, you better score 2 more runs right now.
Yeah.
You don't want to give that starting pitcher gave you 5 innings, 92 pitches, 2 runs against. Okay. But the way this team is constructed today, you need to score 2 to 3 more runs, 6th through 9th inning, to hold on to that lead.
Mike, it appears though the first half, the first couple of months, Rangers starting pitching was going deeper.
Yeah.
And, where it was, and they were very efficient with the pitches and the pitch count.
Yes.
We've seen somewhere all of a sudden Dunning is at 60 pitches through 4, and it just doesn't appear that this team has been able to carry starting pitching further.
Yeah, that's a good observation, and this is what's always tough. Jacob deGrom, you knew if he was healthy, you give the ball to Jacob deGrom, go, dude, he might strike out 15 tonight and go all 9. Right. We know that. We've seen it. There's a history of that. But I do think you have to look at the history of Eovaldi, the history of Gray, the history of Perez, the history of Heaney. Dunning has a little history, but not a lot. And you have to go, hey, are they going to outperform their career by this much for a whole season? Martin Perez did last year. But it's rare that you could have 3 or 4 guys in your rotation all in the same year have their career year. If you have it, you probably win the World Series. Yeah. But that's where Chris Young has a tough decision right here on how will these guys perform in the second half.
Eovaldi is, 14-game winner is his all-time high?
All-time
so
high.
he's, 4 games from that, only halfway through.
Yeah, and I do think he will get his career high in wins. I need to check his career best season in ERA, but I bet he's going to be a guy that
you were talking about under 3 the other day.
Yeah, if he
needs to be under 3.
Hangs around right at 3 or under 3, that will be a good second half to add on to his first half. And you really need that. And I just wonder with Chris Young, all these things that I'm bringing up that I keep thinking about, he has to ultimately pull the trigger on decisions and go, I believe these 5 guys are going to carry me in my rotation. Or I really need another guy and I want to bump somebody to the pen to not help out the pen. Really, you're helping out your rotation. But then I think a guy like Heaney, who's a funky lefty, you take that funky lefty who's already throwing more innings this year than last year for the Dodgers, and you say, now I can limit his innings, and I can say, hey, man, go accelerator to the floor here because you're going to only throw 1 or 2 innings out of the pen. You're not going to have to throw 90 to 100 pitches.
Is Perez the guy on the roster that you'd most like to see get back to being as close to his best self as possible, or is there somebody else?
That would help out a lot. I will say this. We're going to talk about this on Bally's pregame. John Gray, when Leon got DFA'd off of the team, that was his personal catcher. He had an ERA under 3 with his personal catcher. He has an ERA at about 6 when anybody else catches him. I don't want to put that on Jonah Heim or Mitch Garver. That's not their fault. It might be a little bit of coincidence. But tonight, John Gray taking the ball to start the second half, you'd really like to see John Gray get back to the guy he was early on this year because Eovaldi does have more of a track record. He's been an all-star before this season, an all-star again. We really need John Gray to keep that ERA in the low 3s too this second half.
Mike, how do you feel like it affects the room when you said the other day, veteran players like Simeon and Seager, they want trades. They want hey, bring me relievers, bring me starters. They're wanting this.
Right.
How does it affect players 23, 24, 25?
You're nervous. You're nervous if you are Josh Smith, for example, right? Kind of one of the last guys on the roster, maybe Brad Miller. And you don't really have much of a guarantee of a future with the Texas Rangers. What I'm talking about is, man, if you got a 3-year, $30 million deal, you're not too worried. You're getting $30 million no matter what. You want to perform well. You want to help your team out. But you want that team to push for greatness. But, yeah, those last few guys on the roster, they just have to be like, man, I got to pick it up because I know that they're possibly trying to replace me. And if it's between me and Brad Miller, we're buddies, we're friends. But I got to try to do my best to be the best that I can be. So if they do trade for a left fielder, a DH, whatever it might be, I can keep my spot. But these guys right now are going, man, we worked really hard to be all-stars. We've worked really hard to put ourselves in a position to win. Please help us out with a few more pieces to take us over the top. Because the Astros today, I was reading an article, they've only had 13 games this whole year with Yordan Alvarez and Altuve in their lineup, and they're 10-3 in those 13 games.
Jeez. I was going to ask you about the Astros. You see them taking the division as well from the Rangers?
As of today, yes. But if the Rangers make a couple big moves, they need 2 really good right-handed relievers. If they get that, I think they can definitely compete and possibly win it in the end. They get 2 good right-handed relievers and a starting pitcher who I believe is one of the 3 pitchers that would pitch in a playoff series, then I think they can hold off the Astros.
How much of the slump there towards the end of the first half going into the All-Star break do you attribute to the fatigue factor? With so many games in so many days, 1 day off, I think, in 31. Do we overstate that? Because they looked exhausted.
There's a percentage there. At the same time, the Nationals are playing for nothing.
Right.
I was there. There wasn't a person wearing a C.J. Abrams jersey. There wasn't a person wearing a Lane Thomas jersey. They're all wearing Trey Turner, Max Scherzer, Juan Soto. They're still living in 2019. They don't have a franchise player. Those guys are just playing what I call for fun. They're not playing to make the playoffs. There's no jobs on the line there. They're a rebuilding franchise. The Rangers didn't play that good of baseball there in Washington. It doesn't put me on edge, but does it concern me a little bit more? You went to a team that they had All-Star break. They were at home. They were ready to get on their planes and take vacations.
They were awful at home.
Yeah.
They were an awful team.
One of the worst teams in the Major League Baseball at home. So you're just like, okay, this is going to be this. Tonight I'm not going to put everything on tonight, but these 2 series, this Cleveland series and this Tampa series, let's just go negative for a second. If you go 2-4 or 1-5, I'm very concerned that they can hold on to a spot. They go the opposite direction, positive side. They go 4-2, 5-1 against these 2 teams. You're going, all right, Mr. CY, add a little bit to this team, and they're ready to take you to the promised land.
Who's the next DFW team to get to said promised land? XFL doesn't count.
Okay, you're not going to believe this from me, especially if you're a big-time Tolo. I think the Cowboys have a hell of an opportunity this year.
Just said it myself.
The Eagles are a good team. San Francisco's a good team that's beat you twice in the playoffs. There's not another good team in this conference.
It's true.
I mean, now somebody's going to jump up, whether it's Detroit, whether it's somebody else I'm not thinking about. Somebody's probably going to jump up and have a 12-win season. It happens every year. But, I mean, going into this season, you look at the quarterback crop in the NFC, you look at the teams in the NFC, in my lifetime, it's never been this bad. And they've made the playoffs 2 years in a row. I've always said about the luck factor, I'm not a big player in luck, but the more times you make the playoffs in a row, a break's going to go your way. But when you make the playoffs 1 out of every 3 years, which has been kind of a 20-year history of the Cowboys, hey, man, you're asking for a lot of things to go your way. But when you start making the playoffs 3 years in a row, one of these times it's going to break for the Cowboys, and I think it's going to break well for the Cowboys this year.
You about to go get that makeup on the face or what?
Probably so. In fact, when I was in D.C., I met this lady, Julie. She works the visiting team in Washington, and it's sweaty there. It's humid in D.C., and I'm starting to sweat a little bit, and she goes, do you have any concealer or powder or anything? And I'm like, I don't do that. I'm like, this is what you get. I'm not a makeup person. Renee's great down there. She'll powder me up, but I don't do it myself.
See, I was worried about you with talking about, because you had your tie loosened, but I was worried about the makeup getting on the collar of the shirt.
It does some. Renee, I mean, she's doing her job, but yeah, sometimes you'll get that shirt off. You're like, oh, there's a little brown right there. But Luckily today, it's called, I'm forgetting the name of it, like In the Bleachers. Dave Valley and Dave Raymond will be calling the game from the bleachers in
like a
center
Harry Carey
field.
game.
Yeah, so for this weekend series, these 3 games, if you're watching on Bally's, hopefully you're also listening on 105.3 The Fan, but there's going to be kind of some fun stuff for these 3 games, trying to make it a little bit of a different feel for us to be in the audience.
Well, let's get some wins, baby. That'd be fun. That's the most fun.
Yeah, I was on Cleveland radio today, and they're already trying to trade us Shane Bieber, and I'm like, well, do we want Shane Bieber if you guys are in first place and you're like, hey, you want Shane Bieber? We want all your good prospects. I'm like, this isn't adding up here, guys, if you're trying to dump Shane Bieber.
Yeah. It seems a little shady.
Yeah. So, all right.
Thanks, Mike.
Let's go, Rangers.
There he goes,
Rangers.
Mike Bassick, the former Cleveland Indian turned Guardian now, and former Texas Ranger as well. He'll be on Bally Sports Southwest here in just 30 minutes or so. Talking to you through your television about these Rangers. There he goes, Mikey B, part of the KMC Masterpiece every day, 10 to 2 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Always good for him to drop by. Okay, you know what time it is. It's Friday. It's quitting time. It's the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It's what you drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. And we're back with your phone calls, what you are drinking and thinking here in the G-Bag Nation. But I'd love for you to join me and thousands of DFW men.